Beneath the silent night, the moonlight gradually appeared through the mist. In the darkness were rapid footsteps on the ground, a troop dressed in black with faces covered. They hurriedly charged forward as if determined to reach their objective. Suddenly thunder cracked, and in the center a shadow hovered in midair. This person was Byok-Tisen. Blood and fear, is that what all of you desire? The black-clad troop rushed forward to attack him. Byok-Tisen casually raised his hand. Then I will grant it to you. Immediately, the entire troop seemed to dissolve, leaving only fragments and piercing screams. The blood streaks left stained the sky red. Byok-Tisen still stood there, not even a drop of blood clung to him. He looked disdainful, so weak, how silly. Too foolish. He began to gather a vortex of power in the palm of his hand. Then Byok-Tisen launched a direct assault at the people before him. They hurled themselves at him only to receive anguished screams in return. Byok-Tisen shouted, "Witness it yourselves. The true power of soul-augmenting demonic art." The sky suddenly trembled like an earthquake. From beneath the ground appeared a terrifying giant hand. That arm aimed straight at the black-clad troop. They could only flee and cry out in despair. The massive hand gradually spread its fingers wide. Then both hands clawed down into the ground, shattering a patch of earth and rock. One of the troop was helpless. Could it really be impossible? The hand slowly lifted from the ground. The corpses of the black-clad troop lay mixed within the earth and rocks. We cannot defeat a heavenly demon. Inside the palm were the bodies that had been sacrificed. Then that hand seemed to draw in the souls of the fallen corpses. Now silence settled around. The sky left only a rain of blood. Byok-Tisen bowed his head, standing calmly amid the downpour. Beneath were cracked fissures, drops of blood seeping into the ground. He suddenly broke into a sly smile, pitying those fools. Byok-Tisen smiled. Are these the last of the heavenly demon candidates? All around were heaps of ruined stuff. He felt truly peaceful, if you enjoy quiet carnage. On the other side lay corpses strewn about. Perhaps this life is soaked in blood, and I will never know peace. Suddenly, Byok-Tisen's expression changed. From his chest hair it seemed to spasm, then he clutched his chest in pain. Shortly after, Byok-Tisen vomited blood. He questioned himself, has it begun? The backlash of soul-augmenting demonic art. The absolute power Byok-Tisen gained from absorbing thousands of souls. Knowing full well the price to pay, knowing the cost. He once believed he could surpass even when other heavenly demons failed. But in the end it turned out to be nothing but Tisen's arrogance. From the black pits below, a pair of eyes stared up at him. Then thousands more eyes began to appear from them. Byok-Tisen glanced down in puzzlement, and from somewhere many long chains lunged straight toward him. Byok-Tisen froze, unable to react to the situation. The soul chains coiled tightly around his limbs, leaving him unable to move. Byok-Tisen could not resist the power of these soul chains. His face was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. Do you intend to drag me down to hell? Byok-Tisen fell silent, then clenched the chains wrapped around him. He then shouted, who dares force me? He used his power to shatter the chains. Immediately, all of Byok-Tisen's power and body were confined within a sphere. Watching that scene, he could hardly believe his eyes. Byok-Tisen's entire body gradually dissolved into nothingness. Could it be? Soul-augmenting demonic art is not merely a dark technique that absorbs others' souls. He wanted to walk an entirely different path in the next life. Tisen wished to live a peaceful, quiet life. With that thought, his soul gradually faded away. Scene changed to a place of utter tranquility and purity. Golden sunlight shone on tiled roofs, and fish swam in the pond below. A young man sat by the pond watching the fish swim. At that moment, Soso hurried over. Young master, you're here again. Come eat before it gets cold. Hearing that, he sat silently without answering. Then he suddenly turned and waved his hand across Soso's neck, startling her. This young man was Byok-Tisen, second son of the Golden Wall merchant. At his action, Soso was angry. You've been like this for days. This is really not okay. She put her hands on her hips and went back to the room. Byok-Tisen stared blankly at his hands, thinking he couldn't even lift such weak things. How frail, how worthless this body is. He looked at his reflection in the pond. He was truly unaccustomed to this face. He looked like a young maiden. A moment later, a table laden with sumptuous food was set out. Byok-Tisen trembled all over and couldn't even hold the chopsticks to eat. He complained, this body is even worse than rubbish. Soso comforted him, please don't say that, you'll get better soon. I heard a very skilled physician will come to treat you. Byok-Tisen's face was vacant. A physician whose name I'd never heard. What could he possibly do? Soso advised, don't be so discouraged. You must stay optimistic for good things to come. It had been 10 days since Byok-Tisen woke up in this frail body. He was the second son of the largest merchant caravan in Wuhan. Byok-Tisen woke in a man's thin, weak body and rubbed his head in discomfort. Where am I? Soso cheerfully said, young master, you're awake. This body is completely useless. You can't dress yourself. You even need help to eat. And it even has such a pretty face. But the biggest problem is that all the meridians in the body are severed. I could die at any moment. Byok-Tisen pondered, is this second life just a dying body, first I must survive. Use soul power to temporarily reconnect the meridians, reinforcing them until full recovery. Byeok-taesin thought secretly the only way was the soul-augmenting demonic art, but where to find souls? Before, I would kill anyone to steal a soul, yet if I do that, I'll suffer the backlash again. Having thought that, he sat and brooded for a while. Byeok-taesin grinned, I can't let that happen. I've been given a rare chance to live again. The insights into the soul-augmenting demonic art he had just before dying, if used correctly, could reach a realm no heavenly demon has ever touched. Byeok-taesin called for Soso. Today I want to go out. Hearing this, Soso was surprised. Really? Where do you want to go? I'll take you anywhere. Seeing that, he replied, I want to go to the pleasure house. She hesitated. Well, a pleasure house wouldn't be bad. Soso blushed awkwardly. What, you want to go to the pleasure house? Byeok-taesin asked. Why are you surprised? A moment later, Soso said, if so, you should bring the guard Kyungwon along. Soso whispered, you've never behaved like this before. I'm so surprised. Byeok-taesin glanced at her. You don't need to come with me. Soso behind him shook her head vigorously. I refuse. After a while, the two stood outside the gate. Soso was fixing Byeok-taesin's clothes. She wondered to herself, he's changed completely since a few days ago. Now suddenly he wants to go to a pleasure house. What on earth happened? Byeok-taesin looked around. Where were the guards? None were following. Soso replied briskly, he'll arrive on time. He does nothing but train and protect you. She widened her eyes and looked up at him. Young master, I hope you won't be too hard on yourself. Byeok-taesin felt puzzled. Be hard on myself. Soso explained, you just seem like you've given up on everything. Have a little hope, at least until the physician arrives. He silently looked at her. Only after being pushed into this situation could I understand how others feel. She truly worries for me. Byeok-taesin smiled inwardly. That wasn't so bad. Suddenly he spoke, he's here. Soso seemed not to catch his meaning. Then the two turned to look at the front gate together. Soso asked curiously, how do you know? Byeok-taesin thought silently. How could I not know when his internal force is overflowing like that? The big gate opened and the guard approached. He quickly stepped forward before Byeok-taesin. Then he clasped his hands together. It's been a while since you called me, young master. He is Chun Kyungwon, a sword dragon core warrior. This man was like a living sword. Kyungwon's internal force had been honed to an incredible degree for someone supposedly just a regular member. Taesin could sense the long years of relentless training that brought him to this level. He wondered to himself, the Golden Wall merchant, perhaps they are not ordinary people. Not long after, they rode together to the bustling market. Kyungwon spoke, we've arrived, young master. Taesin still silently stared at the pleasure house before him. The fragrant flower house was one of the 3 largest pleasure houses in Wuhan. They dismounted and securely tied the horses. Kyungwon called from behind, I'll wait out here. Hearing that, Taesin raised an eyebrow. Why not go in? He asked, we're standing in front of a pleasure house, right? Why are you waiting outside? Kyungwon hesitated, because if anything happens. Taesin challenged, you confident you can get in time if I'm in danger? He strode forward saying, then stop babbling and come in with me. You should enjoy yourself a little. Kyungwon remained firm, I cannot. Taesin came to an abrupt halt. You can't do both, enjoy yourself and. He turned and fixed him with a terrifying glare as a warning. Obey me. Seeing that fierce look, Kyungwon couldn't help but feel frightened. Taesin laid a hand on his shoulder. It's fine to both have fun and protect me, but if you can't do both, at least stay near me. Eventually Kyungwon yielded. Yes, young master. Taesin smiled with satisfaction at his obedience. Taesin went ahead and opened the door. All right, let's go in. As they stepped inside, they were warmly greeted. Welcome, sir. Taesin smiled at the girls and, accompanied by Kyungwon, went further in. The young women here all played the lute with graceful skill. Taesin was presented with a lavish table and the company of the girls. Not seeing Kyungwon, he asked, where's the guard who came with me? A girl replied, sir, he's posted on the stairs to keep anyone from coming up. A girl brought a wine jug over. Let me pour some wine for you. Taesin declined, I can't drink, my body is too weak. The girl was surprised. You can't drink, then what should we do? He said bluntly, I want to hear rumors about myself. The room buzzed rumors. Taesin requested, tell me everything you know about the second son of the Golden Wall merchant. You must know a lot. No one knew how long Taesin had sat listening to the tales. From what the girls had heard, Taesin had 1,000 taels of gold, a small estate, and several pleasure houses as property. But due to his poor health, he lacked real power or influence. Almost everything belonged to the eldest son, Byeok-taesu. Taesin thought to himself, a rumor everyone in Wuhan knows, but things I wouldn't learn staying cooped up at home. He stood up and cut them off. All right, enough talk, let's begin. Taesin stepped forward, thinking he probably couldn't handle all of them. Then he glanced at one of the girls. But having just you will be enough. You are chosen, Hwaryong. The two of them went into a private room in a simple manner. The girls not chosen stood outside gossiping. Will he come back? Why did he pick only Hwaryong? The two sat down on the bed together and fell silent. Taesin asked, how long have you been here? Hwaryong cheerfully, about 10 years. Taesin smiled, perfect timing, let's begin. The other girls ran off laughing and chatting, asking her what had happened. He's so weak and fragile, he probably can't do much, but he's so handsome. I'll visit again next time. Kyungwon stood there listening to everyone chatter. Suddenly a piercing scream rang out, startling everyone. Even the guests in the room jumped to their feet. Hwaryong's loud cry echoed through the entire pleasure house. The sound was so loud that people rushed out to see what happened. One girl blushed sheepishly. Perhaps the soundproof charm had been dispelled. Up in the room above, the screaming continued inside, a hand clutching the blanket in agony. At that moment, Hwaryong kept screaming loudly, writhing in pain on the bed. Meanwhile, Taesin was circulating his energy to draw out Hwaryong's soul. After some time inside the pleasure house, the door opened and Taesin stepped out. Kyungwon ran up worriedly. Young master, are you all right? Taesin now wore a sinister smile. He looked pleased. I feel absolutely marvelous. After that, Taesin and Kyungwon left together. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the room. What on earth happened to Hwaryong? The girls gathered around her. She was glowing brilliantly and had become truly beautiful. One girl asked, did he give you some sort of elixir? Hwaryong answered dazedly, no, not that, I don't really remember clearly. She pressed a hand to her cheek. Her body felt so light as if she'd been reborn. Cut to the Golden Wall merchant's place. Soso was sweeping the yard with a sorrowful face. I feared he had fainted at the pleasure house. Just then the gate opened and she turned to look. Seeing Taesin return, Soso shouted joyfully. She eagerly asked, you really went to the pleasure house, are you all right? Taesin coldly glanced at Kyungwon. If you're curious, ask him. Soso looked at Kyungwon with a puzzled expression. Then she watched Taesin walk away, thinking to herself, he looks fine, but is he really? Later, Taesin returned to his room and draped his clothes over a chair. He sat cross-legged, formed hand seals with both hands, and cultivated with the soul he'd just drawn. After that, Taesin began to open his eyes. He looked down at his hands. He had only just connected a small blood meridian. After Taesin's death, he realized something about the soul-augmenting demonic art. If Taesin killed people and absorbed their souls, the side effects would cause his body to deteriorate. He would have to purify the unstable thoughts in the living soul and absorb only the pure energy. That was the most powerful form of energy, the essence of the soul-augmenting demonic art. The stronger the thoughts, the greater the energy, so he experimented on courtesans who had endured endless suffering in life. Taesin achieved some results. But the problem was this cursed body. It was worse than he thought. It seemed Taesin would have to stay at the pleasure house for a while. Cut to nighttime at the Fragrant Flower House pleasure house. When Taesin returned, all the girls at the pleasure house rushed over. He's back. They said he wouldn't return soon because he's weak. How could that be? Are you sure that's not just a rumor? He's been here 10 days already. The girls chatted together. He's the son of a prestigious family and very handsome. If you spend the night with him, you'll become extraordinarily beautiful. Every night I hope to meet him. They all swarmed around Taesin. He truly is a man among men. Upstairs, a woman watched with a displeased look as he was surrounded. He's wonderful today too. Have you decided who he'll go with? She was the owner of the Fragrant Flower House, that name again. One voice sneered, should we strengthen the soundproofing charm? She replied, we've tried several times, but it's useless. Every time he comes, all the courtesans swarm him, making the charm ineffective. Our clients are unhappy about this. Another said, I've heard he's the biggest problem here. She's suspicious. But don't you find it strange? Phantom Shadow, why would someone nearly dying suddenly act like this? Why does he come to the Fragrant Flower House instead of one owned by the Golden Wall merchants? Someone asked, should we investigate what the Golden Wall merchants are doing? Be careful, they're the largest trading company in Wuhan. If we probe carelessly, we could get into trouble. Watch him closely today, but don't be seen. I need to find out what's really going on in there. Meanwhile, Taesin kept looking around as if searching for someone. The girls smiled brightly, hoping he would choose them. Taesin scanned them and thought to himself, I'm thinking of testing myself. Where is she? He made a request. I want to see the rest of them. Bring them all here. The man explained, but you see, they are the standouts here. There's no way the others could catch your attention. A moment later, Taesin's gaze seemed to land on a girl at the back. He quickly stepped over to her. I decide whether they catch my attention or not. The other girls froze. Where are you going? Is there someone more beautiful here? Before Taesin stood a girl with a gloomy expression. Who are you? She replied softly, I'm Danyang. Taesin smiled, I see today I only need you. The girl stood there dumbfounded, unable to believe he picked the worst of them. He has such peculiar tastes. Immediately after, Taesin led Danyang into a room. He looked at her, a dark energy clung heavily to her soul. She was exactly the one he was looking for. This was very dangerous, but now that the important minor meridians were connected, he could accept the challenge. I'll use her soul to connect the great acupoint. As soon as he opened the door, Tison sensed something strange inside. He grinned, and looking at those bastards, Tison called for Kyungwon. He appeared at once. Yes, young master. Tison took Kyungwon's sword and swung it hard forward. At that moment, the blade embedded itself in the ceiling. A few drops of blood dripped from the sword. Kyungwon was inwardly astonished. An assassin. Tison said, "You're still alive." He thought to himself that although his body was somewhat better, delicate moves still seemed hard to execute. Blood kept dripping onto the floor in little taps. Seeing that, Danyang couldn't help trembling with fear. Tison ordered, "I'll leave the rest to you, all right? I have business to attend to with her." Kyungwon immediately complied. Tison turned and looked at Danyang. "Danyang, is it?" He regarded her with cold eyes. "Today I'll squeeze every last drop from your soul." Cut to the Grand Yon Manor mansion. A female retainer reported, "I heard the second young master went to the pleasure house again." She asked her retainer, "What do people usually call him lately?" "This is Yu Seoyan, Yon Manor's bodyguard." She hesitated. The Shadow King of the Fragrant Flower House and the man of unparalleled strength. She slammed the table and said, "Take me to the Fragrant Flower House. I must meet him. This young lady is Yon Haran, Yon Manor's sole child and Byok Tison's fiancée." The harsh sunlight beat down on the ground. Kyungwon bowed and explained, "I'm here to take you home, young master." After saying that, he glanced up and accidentally met Tison's icy gaze. He asked coldly, "Where is he, the assassin?" Kyungwon's inner thoughts were stunned by the pressure. The energy was extraordinary. He answered, "I've detained him." Tison nodded slightly and turned away. "Good, I want to rest, let's go home." Watching his straight, cold back, Kyungwon mused in a daze. Is he really the same second young master I knew? Not only has his energy changed, he's now capable of striking a hidden assassin. It seemed he had become a completely different person. The road back to the Golden Wall Merchants was lined with peach blossoms. The two walked one after the other in silence. Tison stared at his arm, pondering, "I've opened one of the core meridians, greatly improving my body and sensations. I still have 6 meridians to clear, though a long road remains. At least I've passed the weak stage." Thinking that I'm pleased by such a small achievement felt strange. However, his train of thought was suddenly cut off. Tison's eyes turned icy. Haran looked at him with sparkling eyes. The two figures before him made Tison uneasy. But who is that woman? Why has she been staring at me this whole time? A gentle female voice suddenly rang out. "Young master, you're going to the pleasure house again today, aren't you?" Confronted by a stranger's question, he felt puzzled. I have never met her before. Does she know Tison, so he's not completely foolish after all? Haran blushingly continued, "Are you behaving like this because you're dissatisfied with our engagement? Are you doing this on purpose to push me away?" Even if you did it deliberately, Tison's mind stalled at her words. An engagement. Haran stepped closer to him. Then she grabbed his sleeve, eyes pleading, "I will never give up on you. So please don't give up on me, okay?" Tison's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, thinking, what is she talking about? I've never had her, how could I ever give her up? He replied, puzzled, "That's not something I've done. I've never given her up. Today is the first time I've met her. How could I have given her up, right?" Hearing that, Haran smiled faintly with satisfaction. In a tender voice, "At last you've acknowledged my feelings." Tison said nothing more and coldly stepped past her. She only wanted to hear what she wanted. "Fine, I'll go ahead." Haran's eyes kept following him. She softly called, "Young Master Tison." Hearing that, Tison was slightly flustered. Who would have thought a former heavenly demon could be unsettled by such a formidable rival? Quickly shaking off those wandering thoughts, he suddenly realized his bodyguard had walked ahead. Since when had he strayed so far? A faint blush crept across Kyungwon's cheeks. Not long after evening light fell in the bathing room, Soso was attending the young master, curiosity playing on her face. "Young master, I heard you met Miss Yon on the way back." Tison asked indifferently, "How do you know that?" Soso smiled with satisfaction. "I have eyes and ears everywhere in Wuhan." Hearing that, he thought to himself, you must be the one who leaked my whereabouts to her. After a few seconds of silence, she suddenly remembered and asked, "Is martial artist Chen all right?" Tison frowned. What illness did he have? Soso exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my, martial artist Chen likes martial artist Yu Seoyan." "You didn't know?" he asked again, bewildered. "Who is martial artist Yu Seoyan?" She replied helplessly that the bodyguard always follows Miss Yon and has long only looked toward her. Only then did Tison realize, could that be why he went ahead of me on his own? Thinking that, he gave a faint smile. And in his mind, feelings of fear and respect began to stir. This was unimaginable when before there had been only fear and awe. Yet for some reason, he was not angry. Perhaps it was because my soul had merged with Byok Tison's. So many interesting things are happening around me. Midnight at the jail within the Golden Wall Merchant's mansion. Flickering flames cast light across the damp, dark space of the cell. Kyungwon's voice rang out, "I've sealed his acupoints, but he's vicious. He does everything without blinking." Taesin gave a slight smile. "Is that so? Good." He opened the door. The cell door swung open, and he stepped in with a cold face. Looking at the prisoner, Taesin thought with satisfaction, "Not bad." Yin energy clung to him. The most dangerous thoughts come from an assassin. However, his spiritual power was also extremely strong. That meant I could extract a lot from him. Now that a core meridian has been opened, I can try this. He gave an order. Kyungwon remained outside. He showed surprise but warned, "He's very dangerous. What do you intend to do alone?" Taesin glanced over, his face darkening. "Even if you know, what could you do? You can't even sense his presence." Kyungwon protested loudly, "Ah, that's different. It's too dangerous for you to be alone." Taesin's eyes widened terrifyingly, his voice sharp with warning, "I won't repeat myself." Pressed down by the powerful pressure, he bowed his head and murmured, "I understand." Then he quietly stepped out. Kyungwon gently closed the cell door. In the quiet night, winds whispered through. He stood guard outside the cell, eyes closed and arms folded, absent-mindedly thinking he had been unable to breathe earlier from the pressure the young master exuded. As if facing a peak grandmaster of martial arts. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind, startling him. What was that sound? Could it be? From the cell, continuous blood-curdling screams echoed out. Shock registered on Kyungwon's face. That wasn't the second young master's voice. What on earth was happening inside? Inside the cell, Taesin's face showed not a trace of emotion. He seemed to be siphoning the other's strength, thinking to himself that the bastard was even more dangerous than he'd imagined. His soul was far too impure. Taesin's eyes suddenly widened. His body went limp and he staggered, as if all his strength had drained away. Biting his lip in disbelief, Taesin thought, could he be beyond my ability? When purifying the impure thoughts from a soul, only pure spiritual power should remain. However, if the soul is too filthy, the tainted energy will mix in. Though slight, it was contaminated. Perhaps I should stay away from the pleasure house for a while. At the same time, at the Fragrant Flower House, a lavish, top-tier den of indulgence. The Fragrant Flower House owner bit her nails, unease written across her face. She snapped her fingers for someone. 2 days had passed since Phantom Shadow was captured by Byok Taesin, and we still haven't heard anything from him. The subordinate bowed his head and replied, "No, nothing yet." As he finished, someone came running in a panic. "Madam, I think you should go out and see. Phantom Shadow has returned, but he looks very strange." The man called Phantom Shadow rushed in as well, his body and face looking oddly distorted. The Fragrant Flower House owner leapt up in horror from her chair. "Why is he like this? Try hitting his acupoints to wake him." The servant immediately complied. "Yes, madam." He struck Phantom Shadow's neck acupoints. But after he did, the man's body changed strangely. His flesh began to melt. Those who witnessed it screamed in terror. "What the?" Phantom Shadow's body melted away, leaving only a white skeleton in his clothes. Her eyes flew open, trembling violently, teeth clenched, she spat. "Second young master of the Golden Wall Merchants, is this how you toy with us? Where's Danyang now?" The servant quickly replied, "We are preparing to send her to the Crimson Dragon sect leader." She gripped her fan tightly, voice icy. "We will send Danyang to Byok Taesin instead of the Crimson Dragon sect leader." The servant found it hard to believe, but doing so would make the Crimson Dragon sect hunt us down. If that demon learns of this, he will raise everything. She trembled with rage. "I know. So cancel her trip. The Fragrant Flower House will send a gift to the second young master." Some time later, a strange rumor about Byok Taesin began to spread through the Fragrant Flower House. "If you spend the night with him, you'll become so beautiful it's like being reborn. You also won't be able to leave him." They called him a god reborn and a demon using dark arts. The rumor spread like wildfire. At first, everyone thought it was just gossip among bored courtesans. I thought so too. But now I'm not so sure. I want to serve him, whether he's truly as rumored or not. Whether he really is a being descended from the heavens. The Fragrant Flower House owner burst out laughing when she heard Danyang's request. "You want to serve Byok Taesin? Why, have you fallen for him?" "So what did he say? Did he promise to wipe your debt and demand you serve him?" She answered softly. "He didn't say anything to me at all." She looked at Danyang, her gaze turning serious. "I don't know what he said to you, but you're the Fragrant Flower House's property until your debt is paid off. So obediently prepare for the trip to meet the Crimson Dragon sect leader." In the silent night before the Golden Wall Merchant's gate, Danyang clenched her hands to her chest, a little anxious. "I thought I'd be taken to the Crimson Dragon sect leader with no way to resist, but instead I ended up here. Is this my fate? I'm so worried. Will he accept me? What if he thinks I'm impure? Still, I want to see him again. At that moment inside T-san's room, a purple spiritual aura enveloped the space. He sat on the bed, eyes closed, deeply focused. T-san's brows knitted slightly. A sudden noise sounded outside the door. He irritably opened his sharp eyes. The servant's voice came from outside. Young master, a guest is waiting outside. T-san had the guest brought in. His door opened and Danyang stepped in solemnly. T-san saw her and a look of puzzlement flickered across his face. Danyang spoke up, young master. I have come to serve you and thus I have presumptuously come to visit the life you granted me. I vow to live for you. I hope you will allow me to stay by your side. He studied her face intently, thinking her appearance had clearly changed. Had her looks changed because the impure thoughts were purified? Intriguing. So-so, standing dazed, was suddenly addressed. So, where do you sleep? She startled and quickly replied, I sleep in the servants' quarters. T-san said, I want you to find another place and stay with her. It must be close to me. So asked blankly, will she be a servant? Hearing that, he wondered himself, what will she do? In any case, I'll be going out. Take care of her. After saying this, T-san turned and walked out. So glanced at Danyang, a bit puzzled, thinking, she's so beautiful, how could she work as a servant? Young master, you've been acting strange lately. Don't tell me it's because you don't have much time left. A while later, at the Fallen Flower House, one of Wuhan's top 3 pleasure houses, T-san looked at the sign outside, the corner of his mouth twitching. Fallen Flower, huh, I like that name already. He thought slyly, I'm really looking forward to the impure souls inside here. As he entered the house, T-san said, from now on I'll only come to the Fallen Flower House. Just as Kyungwon replied, a booming voice suddenly rang out, hey you, second young master of the Golden Wall merchants. Kyungwon turned his head back cautiously to look. The troublemaker was Yi Jeoksham, the Crimson Dragon sect leader. I wonder who dares take my Danyang away. Turns out he's just a brat. 2 men behind him immediately chimed in, you're right, sir. Nearby townsfolk, seeing a fight about to break out, hurriedly fled. Let's get out of here, it's Jeoksham. If we anger him, we'll be ashes. Only then did T-san turn around. He asked Kyungwon, who's that muscular guy? Kyungwon replied, he's Yi Jeoksham, the Crimson Dragon sect leader. The unfamiliar name made him wary. Crimson Dragon sect, huh? Kyungwon added, they're just a self-styled cult in this region. T-san frowned, a cult, aren't they just bandits? They're no different from parasites, yet they dare give themselves such a grand name. Ignore them. He paid them no mind and continued into the pleasure house. The 3 men were stunned. What, you must be courting death. Jeoksham shouted, how dare you ignore me? You looking like a pretty boy. T-san's steps paused, his face darkened and his eyes widened in a terrifying glare. Pretty boy, I've hated that handsome face to the core of my soul. He dared call me a pretty boy. Who does he think he is? The man burst into laughter. Look at you trembling, you're nothing but a powerless dog. T-san turned coldly and said, leave him to me, I'll let you handle the rest. Kyungwon immediately drew the sword from his hand, his gaze sharp as he faced them. The 2 men also drew their blades. Not so fast, let's see what you can do. Jeoksham sneered, you hired a bodyguard just to look tougher after showing a bit of courage. I'll let it slide this time on one condition, you hand Danyang over to me. T-san curled his lips in contempt. Never, you talk too much. Do you plan to fight with that mouth of yours? The man was instantly enraged. What, did you just say that, you brat? It seems you really want to go to hell. I'll bruise that pretty boy face of yours. Jeoksham suddenly threw a punch. Kyungwon, fighting the 2 others, panicked and turned his head. T-san didn't dodge, he faced the man's punch head-on. Kyungwon cried in horror, young master, get out of the way. Before everyone's eyes, his arm began to move. As the man closed in, T-san struck an uppercut from below. A crisp, bone-cracking sound rang from beneath Jeoksham's chin. His expression grew bleak. I held back before because this body might not have withstood it. This body is useless. Kyungwon rushed over in a panic. Young master, are you all right? The Crimson Dragon sect leader fell to you. T-san asked coldly, have you taken care of the rest of them? Kyungwon, slow to react, blinked before answering, what? No, I didn't kill them. T-san then sneered, you're weak. Finish them off and follow me. He replied blankly, understood. After a few steps, T-san suddenly stopped. One more thing. If anyone asks saying you were the one who killed Jeoksham, I hate being dragged into needless trouble. Kyungwon stood there dazed, watching his cold back recede. His gaze dropped to the corpse on the ground. His mind was in turmoil. He killed the Crimson Dragon sect leader with his bare hands. He did it with a single blow. It couldn't be coincidental that he captured the assassin. Who on earth is he? Night gradually fell again. Inside the bedroom, the dim lamp cast a hazy light across the room. T-san sat on the bed, staring intently at his hands. My body is awful. Have I expended half the energy I've accumulated? Unlike when I was a heavenly demon, this body collapses easily from even minor impacts. I knew I was reckless, but as a heavenly demon, I cannot stand being called a pretty boy. The next day, just back at the Golden Wall Merchants, Tisen's brow was already furrowed. By the way, why is Yon Haren's bodyguard here? In the parlor, Danyang was pouring tea for Seoyin. The moment she saw him, she spoke up, "Young master, you're back." A wisp of steam rose from the cup of tea. Seoyin bowed in greeting. Tisen asked suspiciously, "I suspect you didn't come here just for tea. What's going on?" The parlor door was closed. She asked almost accusingly, "Did you just bring her back from the pleasure house?" Hearing that, he felt a bit irritated and spoke arrogantly. "She came here of her own accord, and I'm not bothering to explain." Tisen snapped, "So what if that's the case?" Her eyes grew pensive. She glanced at the shabby clothes he was wearing. Seoyin asked again, "You just returned from the 4 pleasure houses, didn't you?" Tisen answered without shame, "Yes." She suddenly looked down at his puzzled expression. "What's wrong with you?" Seoyin said seriously, "Your engagement to the young lady will be cancelled." After talking for a while, Tisen finally understood what had happened. "So to sum up, someone recently sent a marriage proposal to my betrothed. And because that letter came from the Zhongli clan of the Murim Alliance, the Yon Manor Master, put in a difficult position, decided to cancel the engagement, citing my actions." Seoyin bit her lip, fists clenched. "This hasn't been settled. Our young lady is completely opposed." But at that, she faltered. Seeing that look, he immediately realized the problem. It's probably hard for her to keep opposing this under the circumstances. Tisen asked bluntly, "You didn't come here just to tell me that, did you? Did the Lian family send you because they're afraid the Zhongli clan might harm me?" Seoyin nodded. "Yes, the young lady asked me to protect you. You probably didn't know, but the Zhongli clan." He interrupted her, "They're treacherous and hard to predict." Tisen showed little interest. Seeing that, Seoyin grew anxious. "You shouldn't speak so bluntly." During the battle with the heavenly demon, the Zhongli clan abandoned the other families and fled. Who knew they'd still be living in such disgrace now? He suddenly dragged out a chair and stood up. "After all, you protect me. The more I think about it, the more amusing it is. Fine, let's see what you can do." At night, the moon hung high, casting weak rays down to the ground. In the gloomy woods, the 3 of them entered deeper, guided by the dim light. Tisen smirked as he walked, thinking he'd finally found someone worthy. "Today I found an opportunity to clear my meridians." His train of thought was suddenly cut off by a gaze like a lightning bolt staring at him. Tisen turned back a little annoyed. "If you don't want to, then don't follow me." Seoyin closed her eyes and replied calmly, "No, this is something I should do." Hearing that, he said indifferently, "Suit yourself. People will think I'm the one dragging you into this." After a few more steps, he suddenly stopped. Kyungwon called, puzzled, "Young master," Tisen asked coldly, "How many are there?" On hearing that, he blurted out, "What?" Only then did Kyungwon realize they had been surrounded by assassins. A few were hiding in the trees. He scanned the surroundings, then quickly spoke up, "3, but Tisen quickly dismissed it. "No, it's 4. No sooner had he finished than the killer's eyes flashed in the night. Seeing they'd been spotted, they all leapt down from the trees. One of them said boredly, "Looks like the ambush won't work." Kyungwon went on high alert and immediately took a fighting stance. After tossing out a taunt, the leader finally jumped down from the tree. He ordered his subordinates, "The 3 of you follow me." Tisen looked at them full of suspicion. "Why are these cultists behaving so respectfully?" he called out. "Kyungwon, see how strong he is." Kyungwon glanced at him, then immediately complied. His eyes narrowed slightly. He assessed the opponent inwardly. From the aura he gave off to the faint smell of blood. He wasn't an unknown from some random cult, however. Kyungwon said flatly, "I'm at least 3 ranks above him." Tisen laughed wickedly. "What are you waiting for? Let's see if your judgment is right." He walked slowly toward the group of assassins, and the 3 in front were frightened by Kyungwon's pressure. They tried to move but couldn't. "What's happening? I can't move." He strode straight for the strongest assassin. The man looked at him, voice full of arrogance. "You think you can stop me alone? How foolish. Your momentum is impressive, but cut the theatrics. It's better if you come quietly with us." The assassin drew his sword and swung. Kyungwon leaned back to evade. His eyes now narrowed dangerously, teeth clenched as he fixed the enemy with his stare. And the long sword at his hip flashed as it was drawn from its sheath. Kyungwon made a few cuts, easily parrying the assassin's blade. His force pressed in on the assassin. The killer struggled to resist. "What's going on? He's much stronger than I thought. I underestimated him, thinking he was just a merchant's bodyguard." He suddenly sprang into the air. Seoyin grew very worried. "Young master, we have to help him at this rate." But Tisen replied calmly, "No, it will be over in 1 move." She turned to him in disbelief. "What?" Immediately, Seoyin's eyes widened in astonishment. She stood there dumbfounded, unable to trust her eyes. Impossible. He needed only 5 sword moves to defeat such a master. Beside her, Tisen's soft but icy voice sounded in her ear. Just his arm, he's too merciful. He needs much more practice. She glanced at him, stunned, thinking that although the Yon fighter was strong, he hadn't reached this level recently. Did young Master Tison give him some medicine? Startled from her daydream, Sioyin jumped at his shout. Don't just stand there, go fetch the others. I have questions for them. Don't kill them, just incapacitate and restrain them. She obediently did as told. Yes, young master. Sioyin drew her sword and charged at the 3 remaining men. Her movements were quick and agile. They were hard to catch up to. Each one was easily felled by Sioyin. They lay writhing on the ground, groaning in pain, seeing only 2 left. She panicked and looked around. Where's the last one? Suddenly a shout rang out. Young master, please stay back. Only then did Sioyin whirl around in alarm. What? When did he get past me? The assassin had closed in on Tison, ready to thrust his blade at him. Kyungwon sprang in front of Tison like lightning. He looked at Kyungwon in puzzlement. What was he doing? Tison's gaze went toward the man who had escaped, and wondered, confused, why he saved me instead of chasing the assassin. Kyungwon anxiously asked him, "Are you all right?" Tison didn't answer, squinting as he thought, he's far too kind. Kyungwon now seemed to understand and hurriedly confessed his fault. Sorry for letting the assassin get away, please forgive me. He awkwardly bowed and begged forgiveness. Watching the whole spectacle, Tison suddenly smiled. If I were a heavenly demon, this would be an unforgivable mistake, but for some reason I don't feel angry. Tison sighed, a bit helpless. All right, forget it, gather them all in one place, don't let me scold you. Kyungwon replied joyfully, yes, young master. Silence returned to the space after the skirmish. Looking at the 3 they had captured, Tison asked the 2 beside him, so what shall we do with them? Kill them might be the best option, right? Hearing that, the 3 immediately panicked and pleaded, spare my life, I'll answer all your questions. Another moment of silence passed, no one spoke. He suddenly curled his lips into a wicked smile because no one would talk. I'll kill you all. They trembled and shouted, no, we'll talk. We're from the Crimson Dragon sect. We came here on the deputy master's orders. This morning we beat someone who refused to pay protection fees, then wrecked an inn because they wouldn't serve us. Please stop. The shout finished and Tison suddenly laughed. Interesting, go on. The assassin who had shouted slowly opened his eyes. He ground his teeth in fear as he watched Tison's actions. Tison turned and ordered those beside him, we'll take them with us, keep them alive while they can still speak. The 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're alive. Sioyin stared in disbelief, thinking, no way, he's still going to the pleasure house after all this. Is he crazy? A while later at the Fallen Flower House. Inside there were extremely raucous sounds. Kyungwon and Sioyin stood guard outside the door with dark faces. He awkwardly turned away, not daring to meet her eyes. Sioyin asked Fighter Chin, is this okay? Are you sure you don't need to go in? Kyungwon bit his lip and replied, it's fine, we can wait until morning. Seeing that, she wondered what his reaction meant. Don't tell me he's always been like this. Muffled, sordid sounds echoed from the room. The 3 assassins lay bound and unable to move, their lips trembling. The next morning, rays of light slipped through the windows and shone into the corridor. Tison scowled as he opened the door and stepped out. And upon seeing the 3 assassins, his face went cold. Hey, they're still alive. I told you to keep them alive only if they were talking. Hearing this, Sioyin frowned and muttered, what a monster. Kyungwon explained, they've been talking until now. Tison asked in disbelief, really? Summarize it for me. He calmly recounted, understood. Their orders were to take you to the Crimson Dragon sect. The assassin's identity escaped, only the Crimson Dragon sect leader would know. Tison glanced at them and fell into thought. That man was certainly not an ordinary rogue martial artist. A normal bodyguard would have a hard time dealing with him, but Kyungwon being stronger than expected was an unforeseen variable. It's hard to say whether the Zhongli clan is behind this. Tison turned away coldly. We'll return to the Golden Wall Merchant's Manor first and bring them along. A while later, at the Golden Wall Merchant's Manor, he placed both hands on the door and slowly opened it. Inside the holding room, the 3 assassins jolted at the sight of Tison. He said, I'll have to disable them first. You too. No sooner had Tison finished than the 2 simultaneously glanced at him. Tison clenched his fist, serious. From today on, I'll teach you some useful techniques. Pay attention and learn well. The 2 stared in shock. He's going to teach us martial arts. He raised 2 fingers. This is a simple pressure point technique. I'll start by teaching you this. First, here and here, you will channel internal energy and suspend functions in sequence. Controlling internal energy is the key, so practice diligently. Watching Tison's series of moves, Kyungwon and Sioyin felt bewildered. What is this? They'd never seen this pressure point technique, but they understood it immediately. He placed his hand on an assassin's neck. Okay, take it easy. If you don't obey, you'll lose your sight. This will hurt a bit. Before Tison acted, the assassin frantically cried out, "Wait, you don't even need pressure point techniques. I won't do anything." But his pleas had no effect on Tison. After the pressure point technique, the assassin's body went numb, his eyes wide and ghastly. Tison continued, "Try other pressure point methods on the other two. This will also serve as practice." Sioyin stood to the side watching Tison instruct Kyungwon with no small wonder in her head. How does Lord Tison know things like this, and why does Fighter Chen follow so obediently? Meanwhile, he taught thoroughly. "We'll try here next. Let me try blowing their testicles up." Kyungwon was stunned. "What?" The two remaining assassins trembled in fear, biting their lips to hold back tears. Their screams caused the surface of the pond to ripple briefly. At Joseo Pavilion inside some room, Sangil was reporting work to his father. Woohing glanced over the ledgers and asked, "Fragrant Flower House still hasn't admitted anything." He slightly curled his lips. "Yes, but if I keep applying pressure, they'll surely slip up." Hearing that, he said, "In any case, whether it's admitted or not doesn't matter. We just need to exploit this incident and gain as much as possible for the Golden Wall merchants." Fragrant Flower House is an intelligence front posing as a brothel. We must use this chance to bring them into the Golden Wall merchants' sphere of influence. Sangil bowed and agreed. "I will remember that." Woohing asked again, "Any other news?" Sangil continued his report. After the Crimson Dragon sect leader died, a power struggle erupted in the mountain sect. It looks like they're about to split into two factions. It seems there's outside intervention. His gaze sharpened. Could it be them? He narrowed his eyes, calculating. Yes, it's the Golden Heavenly Alliance. They're dangerous, so watch them closely. The Golden Heavenly Alliance was formed by a group of merchants in Wuhan. On the surface, they claim to have united to survive, but this alliance is actually opposing the Golden Wall merchants. What else are they scheming? Sangil said seriously, "If we detect any suspicious movement, we'll pursue immediately." As soon as he finished, the room fell silent. After a moment of thought, Woohing spoke up. "I've heard people lately calling Tison the Night King. Have you heard anything about special medicines or foods he's taking?" He awkwardly shook his head. "No, I haven't heard anything. I think he just has extraordinary endurance at the cost of his health. No one knows when he might die, but he still pours a lot of life force into this. That only shortens his lifespan." He passed by Sangil, and I know. A pensive expression crossed his face. Even so, Woohing's step stopped before a painting. His brows knit and he thought sadly, "I'm still very jealous of him." Outside, the sky was dyed gold as the sunset began to fall. At the Golden Wall merchants, Soso's surprised voice rang out. "Young master, what happened?" Tison replied nonchalantly, "You said you needed some laborers, so I brought them back." She stared at him in puzzlement. "Still, they're a bit odd." Tison looked away indifferently. "If you don't like them, don't use them." Soso then stopped questioning. She thought he remembered what she said, and had brought back these fierce ones. She felt as if he'd become kinder. He raised his hand and pointed at the three assassins. "All right then. From left to right, you are Black 1, Black 2, and Black 3. You all come from the darker corners of the world." The three flinched in surprise. "What?" Seeing their reaction, Tison's eyes darkened, not pleased with that. They were terrified and hurriedly kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Anything you say is fine, we like it very much." "Yes, we're the black men, exactly, black." He turned away coldly. "Did you hear that? Those are their names, now use them as you wish." Soso softly called, "Young master." Tison clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "So where's Kyungwon? I don't see him anywhere." Soso thought for a moment and answered, "At this time of day, he should be training." He looked up at the sky and asked absent-mindedly, "He's training again. He's living a foolishly honest life." Sunbeams fell into the room where Kyungwon was training hard, his weapons neatly arranged on the rack. In the middle of the room, Kyungwon was diligently practicing. His movements were agile and graceful, but his mind was a little unfocused. In the fight against the Crimson Dragon sect leader, he only lightly struck the master's chin with his palm. He had never seen that martial art before. How did he do that? Kyungwon never regretted joining the Sword Dragon unit. If the Golden Wall merchants were in danger, he'd do everything he could to help. Because as long as he did so, Kyungwon would always be handsomely rewarded. But it's also true that when he can't grow stronger, he feels anxious. However, a change had occurred. Someone who could help him attain new insights. While Kyungwon was still lost in his tangled thoughts, Tison had come to the doorway. "The sun's almost set. How long do you plan to train?" Kyungwon was startled. "Young master." He folded his arms and looked outside. "Let's get to the pleasure house early." The other guy blinked once, then answered, "Yes." Staring at Tison's straight back, he suddenly grew curious and asked, "Young master, there's something I want to ask." Tison swept a cold glance over him. "What is it?" Kyungwon bowed his head slightly, not daring to look Tison in the face, voice hesitant. have you decided you won't hide it anymore? Teason asked in puzzlement. Hide what? He explained, first the assassin at the Fragrant Flower House, then the Crimson Dragon sect leader, and now the pressure point technique. After seeing all that, I'm sure. Hearing that, Teason's eyes widened in alarm. He panicked inwardly. Has Kyungwon realized who I really am? Teason thought he was just a muscle-bound guy. Have I been too complacent? Kyungwon must not let anyone know he is a heavenly demon. Kyungwon had begun to like Teason gradually, but in the end, does he have any choice other than killing you? Teason wondered to himself, should I kill him? Meanwhile, Kyungwon suddenly knelt and pleaded, young master, please help me. Teason was startled by his action. Kyungwon continued to persuade. I've heard many geniuses come from the final veins. Young master is like that too, right? Please take me as your disciple. Teason was utterly surprised and speechless. Could he really just think I'm a master hiding my strength? Teason found himself at a loss for what to do. Kyungwon kept giving his reasons. I want to cultivate power to take revenge. Teason quickly picked up the keyword revenge. He saw Kyungwon confirm the information. The one who destroyed my sect, he was displeased to learn that. Don't use things like revenge as your motivation. He couldn't believe it. He looked up and let out an exclamation. Teason continued seriously, countless people have lost their sects. You're only one of them. Kyungwon heard that and sadly bowed his head. Teason turned his head to look outside. Those who use personal emotion as drive cannot last long. People like that give up when their feelings fade. Desire to become truly strong instead. He was suddenly struck by Teason's admonition. Before leaving, Teason left one line. Someday, revenge will happen naturally. Behind him, Kyungwon suddenly clasped his hands together. It seemed he had understood and spoke, yes, young master. That evening, as everyone moved across the bridge, Teason unconsciously looked at Seoyin behind them. Then he carefully reminded Kyungwon, don't show that awkwardness, go talk to her. Kyungwon, told this by Teason, blinked in confusion. Teason kept directing, pretending not to notice. Kyungwon awkwardly asked again, what do you mean, young master? She behind them sighed in exasperation. Every day the same. What does our young lady see in a guy like that? At that moment, a metallic tang of blood drifted by. Teason sniffed and smiled. Wait, I smell blood nearby. Kyungwon and Seoyin answered in unison, I don't smell anything. He helplessly rubbed his temples. Do you two only smell with your noses? Inside, Teason was quietly analyzing. Seems someone is missing an arm. He sensed a different presence, so surely another person had arrived. Then Teason turned and ordered, there are two of them, go kill one first. Kyungwon immediately obeyed and flew off on it. She still puzzledly drew her sword. I can't sense any sign at all. Just then something flashed past Seoyin's eyes. Teason nimbly caught the flying knife with his hand, then sternly warned, if you keep spacing out like that, you'll die. She fell silent and stared at Teason. He continued seriously, don't stare at me over there. This time be alert and face it properly. Now, a member of the Crimson Dragon sect suddenly appeared, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. The Crimson Dragon sect member swiftly launched an attack towards Seoyin, but she easily dodged. Now Seoyin gritted her teeth to withstand his strength. The Crimson Dragon sect member suddenly broke into a twisted smile. What the? Even worse than the one who latched onto me before. Hearing that, she grew even angrier. Then she shoved the Crimson Dragon sect member away with force. So what? She put her foot down on the floor, and something strange appeared beneath. Only then did Seoyin realize it was a trap. He ignored her and lunged at Teason. Now she understood. He had planned to aim for an opening from the start. Seoyin recalled the Crimson Dragon sect member's earlier expression and felt afraid. If this keeps up, if things continue like this, the young master will. She imagined the worst-case scenario, the scene Seoyin most dreaded. Meanwhile, he remained unscathed and said, inexperienced ones reveal themselves at moments like this. He was utterly surprised to notice the oddity. What the? The Crimson Dragon sect member flinched when he found his sword stroke had gone off course. What on earth is going on? Teason calmly unleashed a strike toward his neck. In an instant, the Crimson Dragon sect member, unprepared, coughed up blood. His body unable to hold on, he dropped to his knees. Seoyin watched the scene in stunned disbelief. Could one strike really do that? After eliminating the threat, he said sternly, snap out of it. Do you always lose yourself in battle? She, realizing her mistake, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Teason glanced at the Crimson Dragon sect member and instructed, first, drag this one away. Examining him will reveal something. She immediately followed his order. As Seoyin inspected his body, she thought in amazement, dropped dead on the spot, just hit with a hand. Teason stood there unruffled. She softly turned her head and stared at him. In the end, Seoyin concluded, it seems I've met someone who will change my life. I'll have to stay by the young master's side for a while to see what kind of harmony that is. Under the moonlit night shining across the sky. Walking ahead, Teason suddenly spoke. Earlier I thought you still had a long way to go to protect me." She gasped in surprise and cut in, "From now on train with Kyungwon." Seoyeon seriously considered, "Do you mean you'll take me as a disciple?" It seemed Fight Urchin had forgotten something. Then she suddenly spoke up and, thinking back, saw Fight Urchin. Before Seoyeon finished, he interrupted. "He'll know to come on his own." She still hesitated to speak, but then Taesun suddenly commanded, "Go fetch him." Meanwhile, Kyungwon had taken out quite a few opponents. Now he panted, thinking, "This one is tougher than I thought. However, I handled him quickly as well." Then Kyungwon stared blankly at the scene around him. He suddenly felt lonely. He couldn't sense anyone's shadow at all. Had everyone gone ahead already? Cut to Joseo Pavilion, the Golden Wall Merchant's intelligence office. Right now, Woohing was extremely surprised. They'd brought a corpse to the house. Sangil immediately verified the information. Thanks to that, many people learned about it, and based on the current situation, he said he was merely trying to quietly absorb the fragrant flower house, but things had become more serious. He reported the investigation results. Only a few traces were found on the body, but identity couldn't be determined. The Crimson Dragon sect said it was a demand they had no choice but to accept. They also denied that they had hidden the patron's identity. Woohing seriously assessed the situation. They could not admit that they'd tried to take revenge by killing their own leader. This matter must not be taken lightly. Already many eyes were watching. If this continues, the reputation of the Golden Wall merchants will be damaged. Sangil vowed from behind that he would do everything possible to deal with this. He suddenly remembered something. After all, recently I've been neglecting Taesun too much. I've heard his health has improved a lot. Then Woohing went to the window to look at the scenery outside. He voiced his speculation. He still expels yang energy outward yet remains healthy. Could he be using some kind of spirit medicine? He looked at the sky outside and sighed. We'll have to wait and see. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Taesun and the others were sitting at the dining table. He suddenly felt puzzled. Not eating, Kyungwon, a little flustered, explained, "Can we really dine with the young master?" Kyungwon glanced at him and replied, "He's one of us, of course he can." Then he used his chopsticks to pick up a bun. Taesun put it into his mouth and said, "From now on we'll eat every meal together." The subordinates, hearing this, were lavishly delighted. So suddenly came over and whispered in his ear, "Oh young master, I heard the divine physician Shin Yui will arrive today." Taesun, suspicious, asked, "Who is that?" She quickly explained, "A famous doctor who cured the final vein disease." He calmly replied, "Anyway, my condition was fully cured when I went to the courtesan houses." So immediately retorted, "That's not how it works. It's not just about draining yin and replenishing yang." Taesun stayed very calm and answered, "You could say it's similar." She, surprised by his reaction, gasped. Taesun curiously asked, "So exactly when will that person arrive?" So reported based on the information she had, "I heard he arrived in Wuhan yesterday. He should be here soon." Hearing that, he deduced, "So he's staying at the Golden Wall Manor?" She immediately denied that. "No, as far as I know he chose separate lodgings. I heard he's thoroughly investigating the patient's living area." Taesun processed this information and commented, "Is that so? Interesting, I'm familiar with someone like that too." Meanwhile, Shin Yui stood on a cliff, reaching up to adjust his hat. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The Golden Wall merchants are as grand as their name." Everyone was eating heartily. Someone lifted a dish with their chopsticks. At that moment, Taesun spoke, "By the way, Black 2, I've heard you've been very helpful lately." Black 2, a little flustered, replied, "It's nothing, sir, I'm just guarding the warehouse." He suddenly offered words of encouragement. Black 2 and Black 3, keep it up. The two of them echoed Taesun in unison. The man hesitated a bit and asked, "But young master, you've been really cool these days." Taesun was perplexed by Black 2's words. Meanwhile, the man kept babbling, definitely not flattering. "It seems you're taller than before, your complexion looks better too, I might just faint all over you." Taesun couldn't help but say, "Gross, shut up, or should I hang your beak up now?" Black 2 cheerfully replied, "I'll put a stone over my mouth." The others behind him scowled, "Please, shut that crazy guy up." Meanwhile, he was seriously thinking that the complexion was definitely better than before. This is also the effect of the soul-augmenting demonic art. In any case, he needed to collect more souls, and then one day, cut to the Golden Wall merchants, where people were lined up outside waiting. When the gate opened, Shin Yui slowly entered. Ga Mujin, chief steward of the Golden Wall Manor, respectfully bowed. "I've been awaiting you. Honored to meet you, divine physician." He then saw him smile faintly and reply, "Just fate, really. I want to see the patient first. Could you show me the way?" He agreed to Shin Yui's request and pondered. He's quite young for his reputation. Could he be using spirit medicine? Cut to the manor, which was fairly large. He looked around and assessed the grounds. Mujin chuckled and explained, "The Lord cares a great deal for this place. It's one of the top 3 halls of the Golden Wall merchants." At the moment, Danyang was directing everyone at work. Very quickly, Shin Yui was drawn to her. Danyang's extraordinary appearance caught his eye. Who was that young lady? Mujin promptly explained, "She serves as a handmaiden to our second young master." Miss Danyang came from a well-known courtesan house in Wuhan and was personally taken into the residence by the second young master. Shin Yui glanced around and asked, "Are all the women like that?" Mujin immediately confirmed the information. They could be considered as such. Not long ago, these new handmaidens were brought in to serve the second young master. Seeing the situation, he was silent for a moment before assessing. "Truly a rare constitution, one I would even covet." Hearing that, Mujin was startled. He hadn't expected such appetite. Is the divine physician of the world a man who craves female beauty? Mujin then forced a smile and said, "I understand, since those young ladies are outstandingly beautiful." Before he finished, Shin Yui cut in, "That constitution is called a pure constitution. It's a special physique my master named. With a constitution like a field of pristine snow, whatever is learned can unleash tremendous talent." Mujin, realizing this, exclaimed, "I see now, I misunderstood you." He didn't dwell on the matter. "If it's not a bother, may I take them as disciples?" He couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Disciples." Shin Yui only smiled and confirmed that if he did so, he would never forget the favor. In his mind, he calculated that however beautiful they were, unless they were fools, they wouldn't pass up the chance to continue a bond with him. Besides, there were many people under him. Of course, the answer should be predetermined. A while after Shin Yui and Tisun talked, he candidly declined. Mujin couldn't believe it and exclaimed. Tisun said nothing further and stood by his decision, while the loyal retainers earnestly tried to persuade him. "But perhaps think it over a bit, surely it's a good opportunity for them." Before he finished, you cut him off. "More than 10 disciples plus 4 more, greedy." Shin Yui remained calm and explained, "The senior physicians traveling with me aren't my disciples, they're merely my assistants." At that, Tisun smiled faintly and said, "I don't think so. When I see older people flustered in front of you, it can only mean they're your disciples or subordinates. You look older in appearance, don't you?" He didn't argue when he heard that. After a while, Tisun finally picked up the teapot. "It's not easy to get the chance to learn my medicine." The more he heard, the more puzzled he became. Why would they study medicine from you? Moreover, the important thing is you're targeting my people. Honestly, you're not here to teach medicine. How good are the ingredients? He didn't expect Tisun to ask that question. Shin Yui suddenly felt delighted inside. Pass the test. Then he calmly replied, "What ingredients? How could people be used as ingredients?" You quickly retorted, "When did I say to use people as ingredients? I only asked if the ingredients were good." Now his face darkened. Tisun had crossed the line. After all, he had severed his meridians. Or should he just kill him? Suppose Tisun died during treatment and quietly faded into history. Then Shin Yui suddenly launched an attack. At the same time, a stream of force from somewhere struck back toward him. Shin Yui was startled and couldn't react in time, and the cord on his hat was cut off. At that moment, Tisun spoke calmly, "Worth a try, it seems. Martial skill is so-so, aside from medicine it has no use. So the best option is to kill him right." Shin Yui was thrown into panic when he saw the action. He also noticed something was off. Is there such murderous intent? Shin Yui couldn't help slamming his hand on the table and then screamed, "What is this trick?" After shouting, Shin Yui realized his own unusual reaction. Meanwhile, he said nonchalantly, "This affects me a great deal. After all, these are children I've allowed under my wing to care for me. But wouldn't it be very unpleasant if someone kept trying to take them away? I just want to live in peace." He stared at Tisun in astonishment. "This fear, I felt it once before." He suddenly broke into a creepy smile. "But someone has to take responsibility for this nuisance." Shin Yui began to feel frightened. After all, it seemed he'd come to a place he shouldn't have. Time passed like that, and soon it was late afternoon. Mujin couldn't believe it and asked, "You said you want to rely on the Golden Wall Manor." He immediately confirmed, "I want to work for young Master Tisun." On hearing that, he praised him. "You've thought it through. In the name of the Golden Wall Trading Guild, we will treat you well here." Now Shin Yui politely said, "No need, the young master has decided and will handle it himself." Those behind him didn't understand what was happening. One thing he hadn't expected was that although Shin Yui had lived freely for a long time, things would end up like this. The young master's treatment would last not just a month or two. It would require mobilizing all forces for at least several years. Shin Yui recalled the earlier scene and thought to himself, "This wasn't ordinary murderous intent. Lucky me. I almost died there." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chen Kyungwon anxiously asked the young master, "Are you really okay like that?" He heard that and asked what was wrong, then saw him quickly reply with Shin Yui's words. "I've ordered the 12 chief physicians banned, but Shin Yui still." Before Kyungwon could finish, Taesin cut in. I've already arranged it. He couldn't believe it and asked, young master. Taesin glanced at Kyungwon and replied, your skill still isn't up to par. Hearing that made him feel even stranger. Then why are the others? Taesin cut Kyungwon off again. I'm still a patient. Do you know how hard it is for me to exert myself even once? Zeoyin fell silent after hearing him speak like that. Taesin kept jabbering on, insisting those men weren't ordinary physicians. Just then, Shin Yui appeared and cleared his throat softly. He was greatly surprised and blurted, the divine physician came along too. Now Shin Yui calmly said, I always have the duty to care for the young master's body. If not me, who else would accompany him? However, she still felt worried. Is it okay for a sick young master to go to the courtesan house every day? Every time he goes, he stays up all night. Shin Yui was startled and alarmed by this news. Stays up all night, the young master's condition is already critical. May I examine your pulse, young master? With my skill, I can do it right here. He heard this and replied with disgust, fine, do it quickly, you're talking too much. He quickly took Taesin's pulse. Meanwhile, Shin Yui silently calculated, taking the opportunity to check the young master's condition. Seconds later, his eyes widened. No way. Shin Yui was still taking the pulse. He couldn't believe it and asked himself, is the young master really still alive? Kyungwon and Zeoyin stood frozen, wondering, you're alive. Taesin asked with interest, what is it? Do you find it strange that I'm alive? Shin Yui was astonished and stammered that there are many kinds of severed meridians. If all three main meridians are cut, it typically means death. Taesin remained silent and listened. Shin Yui was still gripping his hand to take the pulse. Seeing this, Taesin raised a question. He calls me a jiangshi, what should I do? Kyungwon wondered too whether they should place a sealing talisman to blow him apart. Hearing that, Shin Yui hurriedly explained, no, I mean the young master's condition is critical. If not treated immediately, it's very dangerous. Taesin withdrew his hand and asked, can you be certain of that? Shin Yui was dumbfounded by the question. Of course I can't be certain. I have the duty to treat the young master. The two others, seeing his attitude, wondered why he was so evasive. Shin Yui continued to follow behind as Taesin kept nagging. I'm not misdiagnosing. You just told me you're puzzled why the young master is still alive. You're bothered by him, hence your harsh tone. If you're not sure, be quiet and come with me, or you can go home. He hurriedly rubbed his hands and replied, of course I'll follow you, what other choice is there? Then he thought to himself, but I still find it odd, how does he move in that state? After thinking that, Shin Yui wondered again, young master, how did you know who I am? But Taesin replied curtly, I don't know who you are. Shin Yui wasn't satisfied. As he followed, he kept saying, you sure like to joke, could it be the young master is part of a sect? Taesin denied it flatly. I don't know the sect you're talking about. Kyungwon and Zeoyin fell silent, saying nothing. Suddenly, Taesin stopped mid-step. Then, with eyes full of killing intent, he turned and asked, but does that sect know you're babbling like this? Keep walking, I'm very curious to see how far you'll get with that loose tongue. Shin Yui's hand trembled from those words. His eyes were filled with horror. I'd forgotten this murderous intent, one slip of the tongue and I'm dead. Better stay silent for now. After that scene, Taesin left first. Kyungwon and Zeoyin stared at Shin Yui with puzzled, vague expressions. Cut to Shin Yui's room at the Golden Wall Merchant's Manor. Shin Yui sat at the writing desk reading, though his mind was elsewhere. Last night, after watching the young master, I'm certain he was doing that the whole night. What surprised me more was that, although not as many as at the Golden Wall Merchants, the pleasure house also had many girls possessing pure bodies, and all of them were courtesans who had slept with Byeok Taesin. Surely the young master knows of a great technique that can transform the body into a pure form. 3 watches is probably the time needed to cast that great technique. Honestly, I want to ask him everything. First, I need to win him over to extract information. His train of thought was interrupted when Soso entered. The divine physician summoned him and he replied he'd come right away. As he went, Shin Yui thought to himself, what scheme is he up to now? I can't possibly guess his thoughts. Over here, the 4 of them sat at the table, with Taesin in the main seat. As soon as he sat, Taesin asked bluntly, you say you're skilled in medicine. Shin Yui forced a smile and answered, though I'm young, I'm confident my medical skill is near its peak. Only 5 people in the world are better than me. Taesin, intrigued, asked, 5 people? He replied, no matter how talented I am, I can't surpass the likes of Poison Demon, Healing Immortal, Needle Eccentric. They're the pinnacle. Zeoyin wondered, do those 5 include the demonic cult? She received an affirmative answer. Shin Yui continued, the cult has a demonic physician and another divine physician equal to him, whose whereabouts no one knows. Especially now that the cult is in hiding, it's even harder to find him. Tisun was curious what the cult is in hiding. Sioyan answered in astonishment, "You don't know, even the Muram Alliance is abuzz about it. They've used an ultimate formation to conceal their whereabouts, completely cut off from the outside world. It's said to be an impenetrable formation without a key." Tisun guessed it must be the Mystical Heaven enchantment. The cult's signature formation, Mystical Heaven enchantment. Its trigger is the death of the sect leader, and the key to break it is the new sect leader. Only the sect leader can break the Mystical Heaven enchantment. If a new leader appears, then fine, but in my previous life I killed all the heavenly demon candidates, so no one can open the Mystical Heaven enchantment without me. Having thought enough, Tisun shifted topics. "With your skill, can you heal severed limbs or organs?" Shin Yui replied confidently, "Of course. If severed, they won't move as before, but if cleanly cut, I can reattach them perfectly." Tisun asked calmly, "So how far can you go?" He answered, "I can reattach limbs and most organs. As long as they don't die instantly, I can save them." Tisun excitedly cried, "Good, then train them." Kyungwon and Seoyin beside him were startled. Shin Yui looked at them with unease. "Those two, I'm skilled in medicine, not in martial arts, you know." Unexpectedly, Tisun didn't take it to heart. "You heard me, right? As long as they don't die, let them fight to the death and come back. Don't worry about broken arms or legs, just don't let them lose their lives." The two of them looked increasingly dumbfounded, not understanding his meaning. Only then did Tisun continue, "Real combat is the best way to improve strength. If they fight with the determination to kill, they'll learn a lot." Kyungwon and Seoyin's faces drained of color at his words. He set the goal for Shin Yui, "Your duty is to make sure they don't die," and he readily agreed. Kyungwon was uneasy. If they did that, protecting the young master would become problematic. Tisun replied sarcastically, "No problem, I won't go out for about a month. During that month, train them to be strong enough to protect me." Shin Yui accepted, saying he'll treat them no matter how badly they're injured as long as they don't die, so go fight with peace of mind. And it's a very effective training method. Their strength will surely rise quickly. I'm not lying, this training method has been proven because it comes from the heavenly demon sacred cult. A month passed. In the training hall, weapons clashed without pause. Kyungwon's eyes suddenly filled with astonishment. He swung his sword decisively toward Seoyin. She leaned back to dodge, but blood still spurted. The murderous aura was overwhelming. Then she regained the initiative, her expression utterly resolute. This time Kyungwon was startled by her momentum. A beautiful slash came down from her. Blood dripped down with a soft plink. She completed the cut, and Kyungwon seemed to fall into a frozen state. Suddenly someone appeared and applauded to get their attention. "All right, that's it for today." Both drenched in sweat glanced over. They only saw Shin Yui carrying a basin and cheerfully saying, "Time to apply the medicine for your wounds." At that they went pale with panic. Kyungwon stammered, "This small wound doesn't need ointment." But Shin Yui refused. "Nonsense, your whole body is full of injuries. Though it might sting a bit, it's very effective, so smear plenty on." Saying that, he scooped up a thick brown salve with 2 fingers. Just then Tisun entered from the door. "The wound medicine is really good." Seeing him agree made them even more upset, and they called out loudly, "Young master." Shin Yui weakly asked, "Young master, why have you come here?" He replied, "I said I'd go out after a month." He stammered, "Has your body gotten any stronger?" Unexpectedly, Tisun suddenly shoved him. Before his bewildered look, Tisun only said softly, "Let's see. If you're curious, take my pulse." Shin Yui placed his hand on Tisun's wrist, his eyes filled with astonishment, and he hurriedly asked, "Young master, how could you survive?" Tisun curled one corner of his mouth into a faint smile. Then he lightly recalled when he cultivated his chi. "Of course, I'd be different than before. I've reinforced the meridians that were just opened over the past month, but my spiritual power has changed. From wild and destructive, it has become enduring and resilient. Harder to control, but if I keep treating it this way, one day I'll have a perfect body." Tisun finished his thought and then spoke about the medicine. "Don't mix a salve that makes the wound hurt more and change the formula. Don't torture people just to vent your anger." Shin Yui trembled and asked, "How did you know I'd do that?" Over here, Kyungwon's face darkened as he said, "Divine physician, I have something to tell you." "Over there it's chaos." Tisun turned to Seoyin and said, "Tomorrow we'll go to Yon Manor." She asked, why all of a sudden?" She was thinking of one possibility. Could he be trying to stop the broken engagement? But his answer was that he'd heard the Zhongli clan had sent people here, saying they wanted to meet me. Tisun held the invitation mat in his hand for a long moment. He glanced up, a little disappointed. "That's all the information about the Zhongli clan." Shin Yui panicked. "We worked hard to investigate. It's very difficult to caught Jasa Hanu's information on a prestigious family." Tisun smirked, forcing a smile. His face darkened and looked terrifying. You've been idle lately, haven't you? He hurriedly denied it. Not at all. I still have to treat those two and concoct the golden elixir. I'm so busy I wish I could split myself in two. Tison glared and threatened him, then split yourself in two. Shin Yui, awkward, broke into a cold sweat. You really know how to joke. Every time you say that, I remember old times and get scared. Tison suddenly froze. He guessed the old times he mentioned were about the Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult. Since ancient times, the Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult has sent organizations to infiltrate everywhere to gather information. These groups operate under many disguises: post stations, merchant caravans, apothecaries. It seems this fellow lived under the guise of a healer. Has he met you before? Tison looked at him with curious suspicion. Tin Engia spoke up. Even the Zhongli clan cares about this. He laughed it off. Apparently Miss Yon is very beautiful. Hearing that, Tison fell silent. He didn't object because, to him, what was said was completely true. She was very beautiful. At that moment, memories of beautiful times with a woman kept surfacing in Tison's mind. The girl Tison always remembered was none other than Yon Haran. Just as he was lost in those pleasant memories, Shin Yui interrupted. He asked Tison's opinion. Should we bolster the guards for the young master's safety? Tison sighed. Just keep clinging to me like you're trying to kill me. He curtly refused, which made him very uncomfortable, but he had to endure it. Tison changed his tone, a calculating look on his face. He said confidently, the Zhongli clan is nothing. During the war between the Alliance of Houses and the Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult, when things turned bad, the Zhongli clan and a few others were the ones who fled. Tison had planned to pursue and annihilate them, but they fled, and after barely escaping with their lives, they hid for a while. Tison laughed wickedly. I want to see how arrogant they'll be. His attitude made Shin Yui shudder and find an excuse to leave. A few days later at Yon Manor, the Yon Manor master was utterly astonished when Tison appeared there. He awkwardly said, Dubhi Divine Physician is truly skilled. Your body seems much better, doesn't it? Tison replied nonchalantly, not fully healed yet, but I'll recover in the end. The Yon Manor master breathed a relieved sigh. Long time no see. You look very different, and this time the situation seems difficult. He said the Zhongli clan seems determined. They refuse to acknowledge your engagement with Haran. Why are you entangling with those people? It seems they want to use you to play a trick, humiliate you in front of Haran, for example. Their ultimate goal is surely to pick a fight with us and the Golden Wall merchants. Tison promised to handle it properly. He sipped his tea and thought, indeed the Zhongli clan wants to use me to stir up trouble. Tison wondered, will they seize both the Golden Wall merchants and Yon Manor? Whether then or now, their methods are still so despicable. A little while later, after greeting the Yon Manor master, Tison opened the door and stepped out. No sooner had the door opened than a large hand blocked the doorway. He was Zhongli Wung, the Zhongli clan's youngest son. He stood in the doorway and greeted with extreme arrogance, Are you Byok Tison? Tison was slightly startled, but after calming down, he recognized him. Zhongli Wung mocked him, I heard you're useless, are you deaf? Or shall I teach you some manners? His lackeys behind him immediately assumed attacking stances, ready to fight. At that moment, Zhongli Wung's henchmen faced off against Tison's comrades. Zhongli Wung arrogantly proposed a private conversation with him. I know a place very suitable for a private talk. Tison confirmed, just the two of us, no one following. Kyungwon cut in, young master, do not kill him. Zhongli Wung turned with a smug look. Even the guards are insolent. My men will receive you, and while we're at it, we can spar a little. Tison narrowed his eyes. Interesting proposal. I just finished training anyway. Saying that, Zhongli Wung turned to lead the way. Then come with me. The rest of you, make yourselves at home. His henchmen marched orders. Then one drew his sword to challenge. Though I said spar, I don't intend to hold back. He looked at Kyungwon and the other two and sneered, you're unlucky. Meanwhile, Shin Yui stood at a distance watching. He wore a sly smile. How interesting. Seems the Zhongli clan also sent experts here. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of their training. First I should avoid it. I hate fighting. Then he quietly slipped away. In another development, after some movement, Tison and Zhongli Wung arrived at the place. He stood with his hands on his hips, smug. How's this place, you like it? Tison scoffed, you're diligent, just arrived and already found a spot like this. He snorted mockingly. I've waited a long time for this moment, so of course I prepared carefully. I don't know, but I'm very good at torturing people. You'll have to praise me. Tison, unafraid, replied calmly, I'm looking forward to it. Curious, he asked, first tell me your real plan. You're not marrying Yon Haran just to possess her, are you? Zhongli Wung sneered, Yon Haran, she's truly a beauty. It's a pity to meet and leave, but she isn't worthy of me. My ambitions are too large to be satisfied with merely Yon Manor. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged forward with the sword on his person. But unexpectedly, the blade plunged straight into the trunk of an ancient tree ahead. Suddenly, a hand from behind pressed hard on Zhongli Wung's head. Tison threatened him, "Let's see how big your ambitions really are." Zhongli Wung froze. No, wasn't he supposed to have been crippled at the coup points? He panicked. He tried to reassure himself, "Don't be surprised, it's only a coincidence." But then Zhongli Wung gradually lost consciousness, and immediately a scream rang out loud enough that Xiaoyan and Kyungwon heard it too. Kyungwon worried, could he be trying to kill someone? Zhongli Wung's henchmen were smug. "Looks like the young master over there is in trouble. Should I go over?" Xiaoyan answered him, "Don't worry, just stand here." The group of Zhongli Wung's henchmen, upon hearing that, immediately straightened the swords in their hands, then charged forward one after another. "Very well, I'll play along with you." They were fired up when suddenly something felt off, freezing them. Seconds later, Kyungwon landed a solid kick to one man's face. Seeing their comrade knocked out, the other two leapt forward aggressively. This insolent brat got what was coming to him. Kyungwon was off guard and couldn't defend in time. He thought this might be the end for him. Then suddenly, something stopped Zhongli Wung's henchman in his track. A scabbard knocked his sword away and it tumbled across the yard. Xiaoyan, sword in hand, wearing a face full of killing intent. She wanted to test her skill too. Then Xiaoyan and Kyungwon teamed up to deal with them. Xiaoyan was resolute. She told herself she absolutely couldn't disappoint the young master. She had to show everyone the results of her training. At the same time, a fierce battle was raging between Tison and Zhongli Wung. He gripped his head tightly and taunted, "Where did that arrogant spirit of yours go earlier? Don't worry, I'll only take half your tendons." He sneered, "This time I won't kill you." That day, the allied manor was unusually noisy. The clash of swords and the sounds of combat never stopped, and one by one, Zhongli Wung's henchmen were taken down by Xiaoyan quickly and cleanly. Kyungwon stood behind, witnessing it in astonishment. There were no words to describe it. She spoke sincerely. "I was half in doubt, but I didn't expect it to be true." He smiled with some joy. "I trusted the young master." Xiaoyan turned her back, puzzled. "Who would have thought we could defeat Zhongli clan's experts? Who exactly is the young master?" Kyungwon replied that he himself didn't know. "But certainly without the young master, we would be the ones lying there." Before coming to Yon Manor, Tison had pointed out the weakness in the Zhongli clan's martial art. Tison seemed to know them very well. At first, Kyungwon was also worried, but during the fight he realized he could read every move they made. Kyungwon was sure this was thanks to Tison's instruction. Kyungwon continued to sink into admiration and worship of Tison, which made Xiaoyan look at him in bafflement. After several watches, evening fell. Shin Yui was leisurely whistling and enjoying the view, when from behind the bridge, Tison and Zhongli Wung were slowly approaching, which surprised him a little. He hurriedly asked, "You're here already?" Tison wondered, "Why are you the only one here?" Shin Yui laughed, "I'm useless, so I slipped away first," but Tison's expression was very calm. "I mean, why haven't you finished that business yet?" Shin Yui was a bit embarrassed. He forced a smile and stammered, "Even if it's nothing much, they're still people of the Zhongli clan." Tison, impatient, cut him off. "Enough. You're still lacking. When we get back, I'll train you twice as hard." Hearing that threat from his mouth, Shin Yui's smile died down. Despite Shin Yui still looking bewildered, Tison calmly walked off first. "I won't accept my people being weak." His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but then Shin Yui reconsidered and gave a faint smile. He clasped his hands and bowed, as if he had understood what Tison meant. That evening, the whole group dined together with the Yon Manor master, Zhongli Wung, and Harin. While Tison was enjoying a delicious meal, Harin grew a little flustered and awkward. She glanced up and looked toward the front as if trying to signal something, but Zhongli Wung seemed uninterested in her, leaving Harin deeply disappointed. The Yon Manor master sitting beside her perceptively noticed something. He glanced at Zhongli Wung and curled his lips into a sly smile. As if plotting something, he kept staring at Zhongli Wung without saying a word, making the young man turn pale. Unable to wait any longer, the Yon Manor master put down his chopsticks. He spoke up, "I hear you met alone with Byok young master today." At those words, Harin eagerly sprang to her feet in surprise. "Really? Are you all right?" Tison calmly countered her, "If I'm not all right, then what?" Her question left her frozen, unsure how to reply. Tison continued, "We had a very interesting conversation, a very deep one." He glanced at Zhongli Wung and asked again, "Isn't that so?" Zhongli Wung went white with fear. He stammered and confirmed, trembling, Seeing Zhongli Woong keep his head down at the table, Tison called out, making him startle and tremble. He warned in a low voice, "When you speak to someone, look them in the eye." Zhongli Woong broke into a cold sweat. He wanted to say something but fell silent, thinking for a long while. Then slowly Zhongli Woong lifted his head and looked straight into Tison's eyes. Before him, Tison looked terrifying. A light shone in his gaze and radiated an aura full of murderous intent. At the sight of it, Zhongli Woong's eyes widened, and he was drawn into that chilling stare. A bolt of electricity ran through Zhongli Woong, shooting straight down from his head to his abdomen. Zhongli Woong's body began to tremble. Haran and Shin Yui sitting opposite saw his expression and felt utterly disgusted. Zhongli Woong started screaming in furious humiliation. He knocked over his food and chair. A shocked scream rang out. Did he wet his pants? Good heavens. Seoyin quickly escorted Haran away first. Kyungwon and Shin Yui remained frozen in shock at the scene. The situation was utterly chaotic. A panicked voice hurriedly called out, "Quick, bring all the maidservants here." "Master, are you all right?" Regardless of the current commotion, Tison only smiled with satisfaction and leisurely enjoyed his wine. That very night, Zhonglichin was thrown into chaos as well. The master's screams kept echoing through the otherwise quiet night. At that moment, a large rough hand slammed down on the table. "What is going on?" Zhonglichin, the Zhongli clan patriarch, was furious. The chief steward hurriedly reported, "We're investigating. It seems their guards are stronger than we thought." Zhonglichin cut him off, shouting, "How were 11 of my men routed so miserably?" One Mungwang, the clan chief administrator, confirmed cautiously, "We're looking into whether Yon Manor had a hand in this." Zhonglichin, troubled, asked, "Where's Woong? How is he?" He hesitantly recounted that Woong was still in hiding, said to be mentally collapsed and unwilling to go out. Moreover, Mungwang stammered, "Also, his martial skill seems impaired. We can't find the cause. It's as if he's lost part of his memory." Zhonglichin sighed in helplessness, not only wetting his pants but also going senile now. He stared up at the ceiling, thinking, Byok Tison can't be just that dying man, something still feels off. Then Zhonglichin conceived a plan. There must be someone pulling the strings behind this, and at all costs they must be found. Mungwang bowed and obeyed his orders immediately. Zhonglichin couldn't accept it. "Our clan nearly perished because of father's mistake against the heavenly demon. I worked so hard to restore the family, and now we've been humiliated like this. I cannot let this go. Whoever dares touch the Zhongli clan patriarch, I will crush them." Even if it's the heavenly demon, images of Tison's past life kept flashing in his mind. The next day, back at Yon Manor, Kyungwon was strolling about at ease. Suddenly, the main gate burst open, and an old man with a band of guards stormed in. Kyungwon was taken aback and startled by their arrival. He said nothing and tried to calmly observe the group for a moment. Sensing something wrong, Kyungwon hurried back to report the situation to Tison. The Zhongli clan sent people here again. Tison felt a bit annoyed. Were they here for revenge? Kyungwon fretted, "I'm not sure, but there are formidable fighters among them." When Tison heard there were experts, he couldn't help feeling slightly interested. "How do you know they're experts?" He recounted seriously. "They deliberately revealed their identities, so it wasn't hard to tell." Tison laughed. "There are always show-offs like that. Those types need a good beating to sober up." Having said that, he left. Kyungwon was surprised. He thought the young man intended to meet those people, but Tison replied arrogantly, "Why would I go? I have other business." He looked bewildered and confused. "Now's the matter at Yon Manor." Tison said casually with a smile, "They'll be busy with that pissant, you just follow me." Kyungwon felt awkward at his indifferent attitude. Conversely, Tison didn't feel worried. He found the whole affair rather entertaining. After half a day's travel, Tison and Kyungwon finally arrived at the Blood Axe sect. They both looked up at the massive architecture. Tison judged that its scale was not small. Kyungwon asked suspiciously, "Young master, are you planning to make use of the Blood Axe sect?" Tison grinned slyly. "You're not that stupid either." He worried that although the Blood Axe sect is the largest underworld faction in Donghu, they still pay tribute to the Zhongli clan. Would they obey him? Tison put on a displeased expression. "They don't want to pay tribute either. They certainly don't want to cling to the Zhongli clan." That answer left Kyungwon very puzzled. At that moment, a breeze blew, making the flags above flutter and drawing their attention. Kyungwon sighed and voiced his inner thoughts. It's only because they lack strength that they must act that way. In the martial world, that's very common. But Tison disagreed. It's not that they lack strength, but that they lack overwhelming strength. They know that fighting back would be pointless. Do you know the fate of people like that? His question left him somewhat puzzled. Seeing Kyungwon's blank stare, Tison explained, "They will lose all will to live." As soon as he said that, Kyungwon's eyes widened in shock. He recalled his own horrific past, that uncontrollable blaze. His father's voice called out everywhere, and his father kept urging the steward to protect him and quickly take him away. Take Kyungwon and run, get as far away as you can, understand? Kyungwon was only a child then. He could do nothing but cry and call loudly for his father. He remembered clearly that his father's last words as he looked at him were, "Please, even if it's only you, survive. Kyungwon." He screamed in helplessness because there was nothing he could do to save his father. At that moment a voice rang out, "You sure know how to hide," you startled him. His father trembled in panic when he saw him appear. "Thunderblood Phoenix, why are you here?" He bowed and begged him, "My family has done no wrong, please spare the child. I beg you." Though shaking with fear, he still managed to grab his feet to plead. But he was unmoved, only looking at him coldly. "Someday that boy will come to me to avenge his father. We are bound by an inescapable fate. If that day comes, I can hardly do as you wish." With that, he coldly swung and beheaded his father. In that instant, Kyungwon could only scream his father's name in despair. That scene was also seared into his memory. The horrific obsession haunted the unfortunate child until he grew up. From that day on, Kyungwon was tormented by his weakness, his lack of power, and his helplessness as his loved one was slain before his eyes. Only now, hearing Taeson's reminder, he realized that without overwhelming strength, he was suddenly jolted by memories of that time. Back then, for a powerless child, it was as if he were guilty. Kyungwon squeezed his eyes shut, forcing himself to calm down and keeping his tears from falling. He clenched his fist, trembling. "No strength, so what? What about those without strength?" Taeson didn't hurry to answer. He only gave a light chuckle. He calmly stepped forward and pushed the door open gently. A loud sound rang out as the door before them opened. A blinding light poured in, and Taeson said with absolute confidence, "I'll give you power." Hearing his clear declaration, Kyungwon was stunned. He widened his eyes and stared at him in admiration. At that moment, shouts rose, "An intruder," and things grew chaotic. Someone on guard shouted, "Who is it?" followed by praises, "Not an ordinary sort." And finally, screams begging for mercy kept rising. After a while, the Blood Axe sect leader Chu Jogwang and his henchmen obediently bowed before Taeson. He stepped forward lightly, and the whole lot of them flinched in panic. Jogwang screamed and begged for his life, "Spare me, save me. I've committed a death-worthy crime, though I don't even know what it is." Taeson remained unmoved, watching their lamentations coldly without saying a word. He kept anxiously prostrating himself and saying, "I'll do whatever you command." Taeson was silent for a moment, then curled a smile. "I'll teach you something very interesting. Let's see what you can do." Jogwang looked at him dumbfounded, confusion written all over his face. Taeson laid down a condition. "From today on, you will no longer pay tribute to the Zhongli clan." Jogwang's eyes filled with tears. He whimpered and hesitated before finally daring to speak. "If we stop paying tribute, we'll die." Time passed like that. The sky was clear, the air crisp and fresh. A few days later, right at the Glai clan, a sudden scream of alarm shattered the peaceful atmosphere. "You say the Blood Axe sect refused to pay tribute." Moonwang confirmed the news. "This is the first time something like this has happened." Zhongli Chen snapped angrily at him. "So you dared to obey them and come back like that?" Moonwang cautiously explained, "They had a very fierce momentum. It seemed they were leaning on someone." He guessed they had hired some expert. Moonwang warned, "It looks complicated, better send the Flying Tiger squad to handle it." Zhongli Chen was worried, just as their funding was being cut off. He ordered, "Dispatch the warrior corps to remind them who the masters are." Where are Zhongli Sungrak and the warrior corps now? He was told they were dealing with the third young master's matter at Yon Manor. "I'll contact them immediately." Zhongli Chen ground his teeth in tension. What a disgrace, letting a scoundrel embarrass the clan. They must not be taken lightly. Crush them so they never dare oppose us again. Meanwhile, Taeson and Kyungwon were still very relaxed. Kyungwon watched his retreating figure with many thoughts in his heart. He shyly asked, "Second young master, though I took a risk, are you sure you'll be fine?" Taeson replied irritably, "What now?" Kyungwon continued, "If they keep cutting off the funds like this, the Zhongli clan won't let it go. Besides, if they learn you're exposing their weakness." Taeson sighed, annoyed at his nagging from behind. He reassured him, "By now their funding is probably blocked. They won't have time to bother with us. They're already stumbling." Kyungwon remained worried. After all, they are a noble lineage. If their elite troops arrive, can the underworld faction really hold them off? Taeson replied nonchalantly, "That's precisely why I came to meet those who can actually hold their own." Kyungwon stood there dumbfounded. Only then did he notice that in front of them was the Donghu bodyguard agency. Kyungwon began to feel extremely uneasy. He had no idea what Taeson intended to do with the bodyguard agency. After a moment, he quickly followed Taeson inside the bodyguard agency. A guard, curious to see the two of them, asked, "What business do you have here?" Taeson got straight to the point. "I'm here to see the owner." The guard was flustered. "See the owner? The owner isn't someone just anyone can meet." Before he could finish, Taeson snarled a threat. Do you take me for some ordinary bloke? With that, he strode in arrogantly and then ordered the guard to lead the way. Kyungwon behind him could only bow apologetically on Taesun's behalf. Then he hurried after him into the building. The guard watched them swagger in, bewildered and unsure how to react. He had no choice but to comply with the boy's demand and led the two inside to meet the owner. At the door of the room, the guard suddenly stopped. He turned and said, "Please wait here. I'll ask the owner, but who told you to come looking?" For him, Taesun cut him off. "Tell him to wait a moment. I still haven't fully remembered." So Kyungwon and the guard stood there like statues, waiting for him to recall whatever it was. The guard grew impatient, a bit annoyed with the boy. He couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "How can you meet the owner like this?" Taesun cut in again. "I remember now." Taesun pointed at the door and ordered, "Tell him I have a package to send to Mystical Moon." The guard looked puzzled and confused again when he heard the name Mystical Moon. And so the two of them stood outside, waiting for news from the guard. Kyungwon felt anxious and worried once more. He stole a glance at Taesun, about to stammer and ask who Mystical Moon was, when suddenly the door burst open and an old man hurried out shouting, "Impossible." He clasped his hands and bowed hastily. "Owner of the Donghu Bodyguard Agency greets the honored guest. Please come in." Taesun gave a light, sly smile. Then he strolled in coolly and composed. Kyungwon was somewhat astonished by his attitude. He couldn't understand, watching Taesun's retreating back as he entered the room, what on earth was going on. Inside, Taesun and the owner talked for a while. Then Taesun got to the point. "So how many personnel can be deployed immediately?" The old man revealed there were 6 captains and about 60 guards, sir. Taesun ordered, "Call them and get ready, gather the captains. I have matters to discuss with them." The owner immediately obeyed his command. Shortly after, Taesun met and handed over the assignments to the captains. As the old man had said, there were 6 of them in total, and every one of them listened intently to Taesun's instructions. Kyungwon watched from afar, endlessly pondering. He wondered, what exactly is the young master planning? Even if the escorts are experienced, facing the Zhongli clan still seems to leave far too many gaps. Taesun now spoke seriously. "Have you memorized all the weaknesses I pointed out? From now on you'll coordinate with the unorthodox faction to deal with the Zhongli clan." They all immediately obeyed his orders. When things were settled, Taesun turned to Kyungwon and signaled, "Let's move as well." Kyungwon asked, "Are you going to meet people from the unorthodox faction?" Taesun confirmed, "Yes, anyway they're one of the matters I'm keeping an eye on." But Kyungwon still felt uneasy. "The opponent is a prominent clan. If things get critical, shouldn't I step forward as well?" Taesun said nothing, only looked at him and sighed. Dusk was gradually falling now, the last rays of sun slipping through every corner of the escort bureau. Kyungwon asked, "So can the young master beat the agency owner?" Taesun answered vaguely, "That we'll only know when we fight, but his strength seems roughly comparable to mine." He remained worried. "And how do you assess our captains?" Taesun replied casually, "They seem adequate for this job, though there are still matters to watch." He was surprised, according to subordinates' estimate. Taesun suddenly cut in, "If you want to take on forces opposing me, it's not simple at all. What appears isn't necessarily everything." Kyungwon said nothing, only watched him quietly, his face still marked by unease. Unlike him, Taesun felt much more excited. He was confident because he knew they had all once belonged to the heavenly demon sacred cult. After investigating Dubhe Divine Physician, Taesun discovered that the demonic agents were spread across various awakened factions throughout the Central Plains. Digging deeper, he found they were hiding by masquerading as escort captains in bureaus nearby. Although they didn't yet know my true identity, if they hear the name Mystical Moon, they will certainly submit. He explained, "Their ability to conceal power is stronger than I thought. If they displayed too much while operating under the guise of escorts at a bureau, they'd attract attention." Kyungwon was surprised and asked, "When did the young master establish ties with the bodyguard agency?" "I'm truly astonished." Taesun answered lightly, "There are many things a young man like you can't fully understand yet. You may say yes with your mouth, but your heart thinks otherwise. Besides, I'm still older than you." With explanations finished, Taesun turned and left. "Let's go, training time." Kyungwon hurried after him, asking, "Didn't you say you wanted to rest earlier?" Taesun shrugged off the question. "Since when did I ever say I won't train when it comes to taking down their leader?" A few watches later, night had fallen. At the Blood Axe sect, the group dispatched by the Zhongli clan had arrived at the Blood Axe sect. Leading them was Zhongli Sungrak, an elder of the Zhongli clan. Zhagwang declared firmly, "In any case, from now on I don't want anything to do with the Zhongli clan, remember that." Sungrak reminded them, "Have you all truly lost your minds? Do you really think you can defeat us?" Zhagwang shot back angrily, "Who are you calling mad? I'd have to be crazy to submit to your orders like that." He frowned, "What did you just say?" Zhagwang repeated boldly, angrily, "I'd rather be killed by you than live like a coward bullied by you without the courage to fight back." Seeing him so agitated, Sungrak pondered cowardly. Could the one who drove Woong into this rebellious situation be the mastermind behind everything? Suddenly a streak flashed by. He realized something and suspected that the aura just now was not normal. From outside, Sungrak immediately ordered, "I'll leave this place to you. Let that one live. I have a few questions for him." As soon as he finished speaking, his subordinates fell into formation. Having said that, Sungrak hurriedly turned and left. As he walked, he pondered. Something felt strange. Though he'd survived hundreds of life-and-death battles, he'd never felt this before. When he reached the gate of the manor, he became even more alert. He felt his body screaming at him. Sungrak's body seemed to warn that he was in danger. At the same time, Taesun and Kyungwon were standing at a distance observing him. Taesun, a bit too excited, accidentally kicked a branch, making a loud noise and even muttered praise. Nice feeling. Hearing the strange sound, Sungrak glanced up warily. Taesun did not hide. He revealed himself before the elder, standing firm. Indeed, though a minor family, an elder is still an elder. Sungrak calmly said, "So you are Byok Taesun. Is all this chaos because of you?" He didn't hide it and replied arrogantly, "You already know. In any case, you won't remember it anyway." Sungrak threatened, bold words, "I'll saw off an arm and a leg, and you'll surely confess." Before he could finish, Kyungwon hurriedly denied it. "Not so fast." He clenched the sword hilt. Kyungwon replied crisply, "Perhaps you'll never have the chance to meet my young master." At that moment, Sungrak realized the aura he sensed earlier had come from this person. What a pity. He glanced at Taesun behind him with regret. That aura wasn't his. Suddenly, he drew the sword at his side and sighed. "Fine then. In a little while we'll see who actually moves first." Seeing him so roused, Kyungwon quickly drew his sword as well, ready to confront him. Taesun spoke frankly, "His aura also makes my body uneasy. I didn't expect an elder of a respectable family to have such strength." Kyungwon promised him, "Young master, rest assured I will do my utmost to face him. Facing someone stronger is the best way to improve, after all." Taesun snorted and taunted Sungrak, "Old man, you're full of words even when you're about to die. Let's see if you'll still be so talkative when your head falls." He was competitive. "Let's see who has the last word after this sword move. Let's see if you can block this mighty strike." No sooner had he finished speaking than he slammed his sword down toward Kyungwon. Luckily, Kyungwon managed to parry Sungrak's attack in time. Sungrak was stunned that Kyungwon could so easily read his attack. He saw it. The two of them then separated. Sungrak glared at Kyungwon angrily. "You, a mere guard, dare to." He immediately stepped back to gain momentum. Then he surged forward to attack him with fierce aggression. He launched moves so fast they were invisible to the naked eye, yet Kyungwon could swiftly defend against each strike. Still, his power was undeniable. Kyungwon was forced back by that strength. Kyungwon held the sword before him with trembling hands, thinking to himself that the elder's swordsmanship was indeed powerful. But Sungrak didn't give him time to think. He continued his assault. Their eyes met. Both gazes looked like they wanted to devour the other. He roared, "You're pretty good, but only up to this point." With that, he gathered all his strength, leapt up, and brought his blade down in a deep, powerful slash. As usual, Kyungwon was able to parry the elder's technique. However, this time fortune wasn't on his side. His sword suddenly became chipped. It made him flinch for a moment. "Not good, my sword's chipped." Sungrak seized the opportunity to attack frantically. "You think you can beat me? You're terribly mistaken." Kyungwon stayed calm, thinking of how to respond. Each exchange felt as if the line between life and death was only a step away. Seeing his stubbornness, Sungrak used another secret move. "Stubborn, are you? Fine, let's see if you can withstand this palm strike." He finished speaking and launched a palm strike right at Kyungwon's chest. It made him spit blood instantly, with no time to defend. Kyungwon lost his footing and collapsed to the ground, seeing the dire situation. His hand still clutched the sword tightly. The blade scraping the ground sparked, producing a piercing sound. That sound annoyed Sungrak, who glanced at him. After a moment, the dust settled. Kyungwon had managed to steady himself on the ground. His face was bowed and dust swirled, so no one could see his expression. Kyungwon stared fixedly at the sword Sungrak held. In that instant, he realized the key problem lay with that sword. Taesun watched the duel from afar with obvious delight. "Well done." Sungrak said nothing. He simply twirled his sword in his hand at high speed. While spinning it, he mused, "Who in that small clan could possibly stop my blade moves?" Then he suddenly stopped and lowered himself to praise Kyungwon. "I admit it, if you stayed a merchant you'd be wasting talent. Join my family." Receiving no reply, Sungrak glanced toward Taesun. Then he continued seriously, "I'll personally teach you martial arts. It's a pity such talent only follows that brat around." Kyungwon laughed scornfully at his words. "Who's serving whom exactly?" Sungrak was startled, a little surprised by his attitude. Kyungwon continued to mock him. Your sword isn't worth my young master's fingernail. He taunted as he forced himself up and gripped his sword. His swordsmanship. What is that? With that he surged forward to attack Sungrak. Humiliated, the elder flew into a rage and called him arrogant. But Kyungwon paid no mind to his words. Now he only wanted to finish the elder off by any means. Kyungwon poured all his strength into the sword to cleave off his opponent's head. But nothing is predictable. Before his blade could reach the elder, Sungrak quickly slashed his shoulder, even snapping Kyungwon's sword in two. Kyungwon cried out in pain after receiving Sungrak's cut. He couldn't defend and collapsed. Right now Kyungwon's face looked unbearably ugly. The blood on his body was slowly dripping to the ground. The pain made Kyungwon cry out once more. Sungrak fell silent at the sight. He thought to himself, this time I aimed for his neck, not that shoulder. Did he really see the path of my blade? Sungrak's hand unconsciously tightened on the sword. This wasn't just luck. Meanwhile, he kept wailing in pain as he pressed hard on the wound to staunch the bleeding. Seeing this, the elder said solemnly, "You look in terrible pain, I'll finish you off." Kyungwon glared at Sungrak and growled, "You won't get your way." At that moment, Taesin, who was there, suddenly spoke up, "Enough." He looked extremely alarmed. "I'm not done yet." Before Kyungwon could finish, he cut in, "That arm, you may never be able to use it again, give up." Hearing that, he didn't argue further, then heard Taesin praise, "But you're not bad either." His words left him very surprised. Taesin then walked over and picked up Kyungwon's sword. He then reminded him, "Now watch carefully, don't blink." He obeyed Taesin and stared fixedly at the scene before him. Sungrak sneered with contempt, "You're just a dying cripple and you dare duel me." Taesin heard that and replied confidently, "Sword, you think I need a sword to deal with you?" Seeing this, the elder immediately raised his sword. "You're arrogant, I will cut out your tongue first." Taesin replied without fear, "Do as you please." Sungrak fell silent at the boy's reaction. He stared at Taesin, assessing him. There was nothing remarkable. Why was he so confident? After observing for a while, he concluded there were flaws everywhere. It seemed I worried for nothing. A moment later, Sungrak suddenly sprang from the ground. He concentrated his force into the attack. This was a blow the boy couldn't block. Sungrak then furiously swung his sword toward him. Taesin remained standing motionless, not moving at all. Seeing this, the elder grew even more delighted. "It'll hit. You arrogant brat, still prattling about swords, all hot air and bragging." Sungrak's blade reached his chest, but in the end the elder's strike missed. Sungrak couldn't believe it and glanced at Taesin. When did he get there while the boy was tumbling in midair? "I told you so." Next, Taesin threw a punch. "I don't need a sword anymore." The elder took the full force of his powerful punch. Sungrak couldn't react in time to Taesin's action. The sword in his hand plunged deep into the ground, but Sungrak's body fell heavily. He stared at the boy in a daze. "I didn't expect to be taken down so easily. Who exactly is this kid?" Finally, Sungrak's eyelids slowly closed. He couldn't resist and collapsed to the ground. Kyungwon, witnessing everything, praised, "Beautiful. How can a human movement be this beautiful? I want to learn your moves. One day I definitely will." Cut to Yeon Manor, where everyone has gathered. At this moment, Shin Ui was seriously thinking, "Hey, no matter how you look at it." While Kyungwon sat silently with a sullen face, he shouted in irritation, "If it weren't for me, you'd have lost your arm already, understand?" Kyungwon kept his head bowed and didn't reply to Shin Ui. He meanwhile smugly said, "Just remember that." Suddenly Kyungwon bowed deeply, trembling as he thanked him. "I will never forget this favor." Seeing that, Shin Ui was pleased and said, Good humans are grateful animals." "Indeed, indeed." Seoyin beside them added, "Thank the divine doctor for treating Guard Chin." "Is this the 18th? No, the 19th time I've said this." He couldn't help laughing at that. "Too many ungrateful people. I've trusted you, so I'll stop here." He and the lady accepted that and replied in unison, "Thank you very much." Suddenly Shin Ui turned to one side, about to say something. But he stopped when he suddenly saw Taesin nearby. "Young master, you've come at the right time. Have you heard about the offer I received? They promised me a lot of money and rare medicinal herbs." You were walking and suddenly stopped. Shin Ui was very surprised by Taesin's action. He dodged a little in fear. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He glanced sideways at Tin Engia and said, "I'm not stopping you, go on." Receiving that, he forced a smile. "Where do you want me to go?" Only then did Taesin continue, "I told you to go to the Zhongli clan." Shin Ui suddenly brightened and said, "No, what do you mean?" "I never said I wanted to go, I only meant..." But you impatiently cut in, "Enough, have you dealt with the others?" Kyungwon immediately reported back, "Yes, the Donghu bodyguard agency's men have finished. The Zhongli clan certainly won't dare act for a while." However, Taesin didn't think so. They will act soon, but the Zhongli clan isn't the main issue. He and Seoyin couldn't believe it and exclaimed. Then they saw him calmly explain, "They won't act so openly. Someone is definitely pulling the strings behind them. We must find them, otherwise these troubles will keep happening." "Have you found what I asked for?" Shin Ui immediately smiled and replied, "Of course, we spent 3 days and nights too." Before he finished, Tisan cut in. Tonight take me there. I'm very curious who's pulling the Zhongli clan's strings. Cut to the Zhongli clan, deserted of people. The owner of the White Flower Courtesan house suddenly appeared here out of nowhere. She glided along the corridor with a dizzy grace. A subordinate outside reported, "Master, the owner of the White Flower Courtesan house has come to seek someone." Hearing this, Zhongli Qin immediately ordered them to admit her. The doors were opened and she entered inside. Zhongli Qin stood up at once and invited Madam in. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." On her hair, the white flower owner's ornaments sparkled brilliantly. Her hand touched the armrest. "I heard an elder passed away last night." He immediately confirmed that information was true. A man from the Crimson Dragon sect continued to demand answers. "What happened? He's just some merchant noble's son." Hearing that, Zhongli Qin hurried to explain that the men around him were no ordinary sort. "Tell the Golden Heavenly Alliance not to worry. This time I will definitely." She suddenly cut him off. "No, the White Flower Courtesan house will deal with Byok Tisan. Please support us with an elite troop. That young master will soon come to our parlor. We spread a rumor to lure him here." Zhongli Qin was astonished. A rumor. The White Flower owner quickly confirmed the intel. "Yes, regarding the ties between the Golden Heavenly Alliance and us, this time he won't be able to escape." Time passed until the next day, when Tisan softly uttered a sound. He sighed and complained, "If that's the case, why didn't we just stay from the start?" Shin Yui snorted with laughter and said, "Or shall we just leave him behind and go?" Kyungwon immediately burst out with murderous intent. "No, I must finish this properly." Seeing that, he remarked, "What's the point of you straining yourself like that? If so, we'll be discovered before we even strike. Use poison." He couldn't believe what he heard. "Poison? Are you trying to kill me?" Shin Yui calmly explained, "It's just a toxin that causes temporary relaxation and facial paralysis. There are minor side effects, so will you do it or not?" Kyungwon flatly refused. "No, at least tell me what the side effects are." Seeing the situation, Tisan left. "Forget it, I don't have time to wait for you two to babble." He panicked and spoke up, "Young master, I'll do it." Hearing that, Shin Yui was pleased. "Good then," but when Huan saw the instrument in Shin Yui's hand, he was terrified. "What, you're going to stick that into him?" Shin Yui quickly reassured them. "It's a needle made from concentrated toxin. Once inside the body it will dissolve, so don't worry." Still, Kyungwon was extremely uneasy. "No, it's not that, it's just the needle looks a bit scary." Wait. While Kyungwon tried to resist a little, Shin Yui set to work. He warned, "Be quiet now, let me do this quickly." Watching the chaotic scene, Seoyin could only sigh in exasperation. Kyungwon screamed in panic. "Oh no, seeing this, I despair of ever making them useful people." A moment later, Seoyin stared at Kyungwon and thought, could the side effect of that toxin be turning someone into an idiot? Cut to the evening at the White Flower Courtesan house. Tisan and the others were present there. Now Seoyin frowned at the scene before her. "Is the place you said we're going to a parlor?" Shin Yui suddenly smiled wickedly. "Do you think this looks like an ordinary parlor?" Seoyin still hadn't noticed anything strange about the place. He went on to explain, "This is a parlor established by the Golden Heavenly Alliance. She shouldn't be too surprised by that." The Golden Heavenly Alliance? Well, it's not unheard of for merchant groups to open parlors. The point was important. They'd been quiet for a while, and now suddenly they're expanding their operations, and all of it sits near the Golden Wall Merchants District. The gate guards looked ordinary, but they were all martial arts masters, so formidable that ordinary merchant caravans wouldn't dare come near to cause trouble. Seoyin found this information puzzling. Meanwhile, he continued to prattle on. Most importantly, rumors linking this place to the Golden Heavenly Alliance had begun to spread, as if deliberately trying to draw someone here. At this point, it's safe to conclude they're plotting something right. She suddenly felt uneasy. If that's the case, shouldn't they avoid coming? Leading the young master into the enemy's trap would be. No sooner had she finished than Shin Yui calmly replied, "What's there to be afraid of if you're with the young master?" Seoyin heard it and thought he had a point. Yeah, that's true. They quickly entered the White Flower Courtesan house. Tisan strode in with unabashed confidence. A girl came out to greet them. "Please come in, young master. We've actually been waiting. When will the famed Night King of the martial world visit us?" Shin Yui snorted with laughter. "The rumors have reached all the way here." Then he moved closer to the girl, theatrically. "Our young master must be received with the utmost ceremony. First we do this, then that." Meanwhile, Tisan was seriously sizing up the tavern's surroundings. He could sense the aura of the guards posted there. He judged inwardly, not bad, each one is on par with mid-rank fighters from prestigious families. The Golden Heavenly Alliance couldn't have supplied such masters just to guard a parlor. There must be a far greater power behind them. Who exactly are these people? Facing Shin Yui's banter, the girl stayed calm, pointed a direction, and said, This way, young master, will prepare other rooms for your companions. Shin Yui perked up with excitement. Right then Sioyin grabbed his shoulder. No, we'll wait out here. He didn't push and agreed. Fine, then I'll go in there with the young master alone. But before he could finish, she from behind glared. You go this way, don't go in there. Shin Yui objected immediately, unwilling. No, but Sioyin dragged him away. Stay right here, don't bother the young master. The three of them then stayed together in one room. Shin Yui, thoroughly bored, let out a small groan. She saw his reaction and fell silent, merely casting him a displeased glance. At present Shin Yui muttered in annoyance, no matter what, even I would. At that moment the expression on Kyungwon's face suddenly changed. Sioyin suddenly looked to the side and noticed something. She hurriedly asked the pale-faced Kyungwon, Warrior Chin, are you all right? You look unwell. Kyungwon forced out, I'm fine. In Kyungwon's mind, he was groaning. The drug was wearing off, and now the side effects seemed to be subsiding a lot. Lucky that it's almost worn off only after we arrived here. From Chin Kyungwon's viewpoint, Sioyin gently asked, if you're tired, young master, sit down and rest a bit, or would you like to go into the room to rest together? He blushed and protested at her puzzlement. No need, I'm fine. Kyungwon then watched Sioyin's beautiful, concerned face and said, are you really all right, or shall this little one come closer to check your condition? So he hurriedly avoided her. I'm really fine, nothing's wrong, truly. He even kept banging his head against a pillar. She sat beside him, helplessly staring. She couldn't tell what he was thinking. He looked absurd. Then she saw Shin Yui unable to hold back a laugh now that he understood everything. Sioyin thought to herself, so he already knew the side effects would make him like this. That damned medic. Kyungwon was pathetically insisting, I'm really fine. By the way, where is the young master? Sioyin hurriedly reminded him. He's bleeding, while Tin Engia explained. The young master is in a different room from us. A sudden noise from the next room made everyone start and become alert. One Moonwang, the current chief steward of the Zhongli clan, spoke up with a gloomy look. So it turns out this place is full of mere thugs. Behind him stood many soldiers armed with weapons. Shin Yui saw this and unfazed said, are you fighters from the Zhongli clan? So you really are all from the same lot. Moonwang replied calmly, you noticed us that quickly. Another reason you don't need to live. Then he gave the order, take him out. Seeing that, Kyungwon angrily swung his sword. You bastards, I've held back long enough. Now all of you get lost. He rushed forward and quickly cut down two soldiers. They couldn't defend themselves at all and immediately collapsed. Sioyin tightened her grip on her sword and thought, what exactly were you holding back that had you so irritable? Well, that's a matter for later. She watched the soldiers charging toward her. They all had the same objective, I will kill you. Sioyin barely moved a hand, then focused her gaze ahead. Very quickly, Sioyin easily dispatched two of them. As she sheathed her sword, they screamed in agonizing pain. Then Sioyin turned and reminded, we should get to work as well. Meanwhile, Tisun and the girl were together in a room. She said, young master, why are you still standing there? Come in and sit with me. He stood at the door and answered that it sounded a bit noisy outside. The girl exclaimed in surprise while Tisun calmly exposed it. It sounds like a fight. She feigned innocence and said, really, I don't hear anything. He fell silent after hearing her. In her mind, she thought, ah, right, today's the trap to lure that naive young master here. And she continued her little act. What was that odd remark? Then she couldn't help sighing. He really knew nothing. Such a handsome youth, what a pity. At that moment, the corner of Tisun's mouth slightly twitched. Then he suddenly asked, do you want me to gouge your eyes out so I can see clearly? The girl was stunned. Young master, what did you say? Tisun stood calmly and said, do you think I'm like the prey you captured before? She still pretended not to understand. Yes, young master. Now his face darkened. It looked like she thought he had come here cluelessly. Then Tisun shifted his foot slightly. He coldly struck the door hard. Someone in the next room couldn't help but cough loudly. Tisun glanced at the girl and warned, you dare look at me with that contemptible gaze. Tisun's eerie demeanor terrified the girl. Sioyin swung her sword and easily defeated the opponent. After clearing out a bunch of people, she looked to the side. Kyungwon nearby was wildly swinging his sword in attack. At that moment, a furious man raised his sword behind him. Die. He immediately twisted his body to dodge the strike. Kyungwon was startled as his body slowly began to fall. Sioyin rushed over in time and caught him so he wouldn't fall. He hadn't expected her to appear exactly when she did. A moment later, Sioyin suddenly shoved Kyungwon forward. He took advantage of the momentum and immediately swung his sword to take out the enemy. She seized the opportunity to strike the remaining foes. The attackers had no way to defend against the duo's techniques. In an instant, they lay scattered on the ground. Having wiped them all out, Kyungwon and Sioyin stood there panting. Luckily, they hadn't been injured despite being attacked by numbers. Moonwang, seeing the situation, mocked the useless lot. Then he slipped his hand into his sleeve and drew a sharp dagger. He readied his fighting stance. There was no other choice. He had to act. Both of them were astonished at the sight. Daggers at that range. Then Moonwang darted toward the two of them like a blade. Kyungwon and Seoyin hurriedly raised their swords to defend and realized his speed was terrifyingly fast. Moonwang slid in and his dagger grazed past their bodies. Both were stunned by what had just happened. Seeing he had missed, the old man wanted to launch another strike. They panicked and hastily raised their swords to counterattack, but they couldn't dodge entirely and took 2 slashes from Moonwang to the faces. Seeing things go wrong, they hurriedly fell back. The two of them immediately realized the difference in class. "We're not a match for him, are we?" The old man observed. "Your strength isn't bad, but not enough to defeat an elder. Your moves sync so well it's as if you're one person, very suited to a coordinated strike. But being beaten by people like you is a disgrace to a noble house. Now this ends here." Just then, there was a loud commotion behind Moonwang. Kyungwon and Seoyin stared in astonishment at the scene before them. Behind him was a ruined scene. Through the hole in the door, they saw Taesin standing there. Kyungwon and Seoyin were overjoyed to see him and both shouted in unison, "Young master." Moonwang glanced back and murmured, "So you're Byok Taesin. I thought you were a useless, dying cripple. Are you hiding your true power?" Taesin replied confusingly, "Hiding what? You only see what I want you to see." He sneered at Taesin and said coldly, "I didn't mean to kill you before." Taesin stood there unafraid, smiling. Then Moonwang produced many daggers from his garments and said, "But I've changed my mind." He held 4 daggers in his hands and took a fighting stance. A moment later, Moonwang swiftly hurled his blades toward him. His daggers all missed because Taesin lightly and easily evaded them. This puzzled him. "You don't intend to kill me." Meanwhile, Shin Yui, hiding behind the door, watched in horror as the blades whistled past his head. Moonwang stared in astonishment at the scene, while Taesin calmly said, "You're too merciful." And now the old man reached into his robe for something else. Taesin stepped forward slowly. After all, they probably wouldn't spill everything willingly. He suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Moonwang's hat. Taesin glanced at the old man and said coolly, "First, I'm taking you in to extract some information." Moonwang was caught off guard, wondering when he'd gotten there. A moment later, he cried out in surprise. Then Moonwang's agonized scream echoed throughout the brothel. Afterwards, Shin Yui was overjoyed, smiling with relief as he stepped back once the fight ended. Kyungwon couldn't help commenting, "You dodged that, lucky, the miracle doctor." He replied smugly, "Of course, if I were hurt, who would heal you?" He also realized Shin Yui was right. Then the lot of them addressed Taesin, "Young master, let's go finish this. This way, please." After Taesin drained Moonwang's spirit, he replied with a single sound of agreement. Behind him were countless corpses. As Taesin stepped out of the brothel, he spotted someone blocking him and felled the opponent with a single move. Kyungwon and Seoyin were stunned at his action. She couldn't believe it and asked, "Didn't you say the guards here were strong?" Shin Yui immediately told Seoyin to be quiet. Though she had many questions, Seoyin only dared to hesitate. Even so, he then explained, "This is the top floor of the building." Seoyin asked curiously, "Who are we looking for?" Shin Yui turned and answered, "The one behind all of this." Inside, the candle was still blazing fiercely. The white flower courtesan house owner remained calm, kneeling in obeisance. Taesin walked into the room at ease, intent on learning the truth. She slightly raised her head when she saw someone entering. The presence of the white flower courtesan house owner surprised him. "Was it you? Don't tell me the white flower courtesan house had nothing to do with this." She, still kneeling, immediately explained, "How could that be? I value my life too much." Yet Taesin felt something odd. "How could you be so calm?" Now the white flower courtesan house owner spoke plainly. "Keeping your life is more useful than killing you." Hearing that, he exclaimed, "Is that so? Then I'll ask a few questions." She, without hesitation, told Taesin to ask away. He voiced his question, "Who is behind you?" "I mean the one behind the Golden Heavenly Alliance." The white flower courtesan house owner fell silent and did not immediately answer Taesin's question. Meanwhile, he stared at her, eager to hear the answer. The white flower courtesan house owner closed her eyes and replied, "I don't know exactly who they are. They always hide their identities very well. I only know who gives orders to the Golden Heavenly Alliance." She revealed the intelligence she'd gathered, Bong Muok. Shin Yui was stunned at the revelation. Bong Muok, Black Lunar Swordsman Bong Muok. Taesin, seeing his reaction, grew curious. "Is he that famous?" Shin Yui confirmed immediately. "Of course, he's the one who killed the Blood Flame demonic general, one of the top 100 masters. But as far as I know, Bong Muok is dead." Hearing that, Taesin was very surprised. "Dead?" Shin Yui affirmed at once. "I didn't see it with my own eyes, but many people witnessed his death." Taesin pressed on with those details. "You say he's dead?" The white flower courtesan house owner immediately denied. No, he is Bong Muak. He stared at her sternly. Can you swear on your soul? The White Flower Courtesan House owner answered without hesitation. I can. For a moment, silence fell over the room. Teeson provisionally trusted her and spoke slowly. From now on, you're in charge of this. Investigate everything related to the Golden Heavenly Alliance and Bong Muak. The White Flower Courtesan House owner didn't refuse immediately but cautioned carefully. You may not find any crucial information. They absolutely. Before she finished, he cut in. Why, aren't we supposed to be on the same side? You were hired by the Golden Heavenly Alliance. The White Flower Courtesan House owner cried out in disbelief. You're saying that? Teeson calmly exposed her. You're with the Hao faction, aren't you? Her face immediately went pale when she heard him say that. Teeson pointed out the flaws. From your movements alone, you can be identified. There are very distinctive traces. For someone from the Hao faction, your acting is too poor. So I expect better from you. Shin Yui, stunned, asked incredulously if they'd really let her go like that. Teeson replied calmly, if you want to run, run, it's your limit. While he still didn't understand what was happening, Teeson continued, I know where the Shadow Stride manual is hidden. The White Flower Courtesan House owner froze when she caught the crucial keyword, Shadow Stride manual. She thought to herself silently, the lost technique of the Hao faction, even outsiders don't know it exists, yet She was driven into a corner, her hands clenched until they trembled. Finally, the White Flower Courtesan House owner said with full reverence, I will obey, young master, you will not be disappointed. Scene shifts to a land blanketed in snow. At this time, Bong Muak was moving along the corridor, dazed. He walked straight toward the resting pavilion in the middle of the lake. Bong Muak reached the spot and fell silent, saying nothing. The handsome man standing there seeing this asked, what's going on? Bong Muak got straight to the point. The situation in Wuhan seems unstable. Hearing that, the other man asked confusedly, Wuhan. He immediately confirmed. The Zhongli clan and the White Flower Courtesan House, those aiding the Golden Heavenly Alliance, were wiped out by a mysterious force in a single night. The man grew puzzled, and you still haven't identified who did it. Bong Muak explained why his mission wasn't complete. The situation was extremely serious. Just then, a short-haired youth with the same look as before commented, how are you doing your job, wanting to inherit the clan like this? The burly man immediately warned, don't underestimate Wuhan. It's the foundation of our plan. He gazed into the distance and said, this is the opportunity we've waited hundreds of years for. We must not make any mistakes. The time for us unknowns to appear is coming. The scene quickly shifted to a new day. At the same time, at the Donghu Bodyguard Agency, the first rays of dawn were welcome. Inside, it was breakfast time. The scent of tea wafted everywhere. At this moment, neither Shin Yui nor the elder spoke a word to each other. After a while, the elder finally asked, our meeting like this violates the rules, are you aware of that? He heard this and replied coolly, but isn't this a special situation? The elder raised an eyebrow and continued, special situation, are you referring to the mystical heaven enchantment? That's true, no one knows when the new Supreme One will appear. Hearing these words from his counterpart, Shin Yui only offered a faint smile. Then he said, speaking of the new Supreme One, shouldn't we be preparing? The elder immediately asked, what do you mean by that? Shin Yui replied nonchalantly, our young master, what do you think of him? The elder thought for a moment and commented, honestly, I'm not sure. He clearly used codes only high-ranking figures in the sect would understand, but I don't know any young person like that. Then he added, do you know his identity? Shin Yui hesitated and answered, I suspect he might be the son the Supreme One kept hidden. This stunned the elder so much he forgot to close his mouth, and tea dribbled out uncontrollably. Only after a long moment did he panic and confirm, are you serious? Seeing this, Shin Yui hurriedly warned, quiet, someone might overhear. Even so, the elder still mumbled in a daze, unbelievable. Taking the chance, Shin Yui speculated that the new Supreme One might appear sooner than we think. That said, he wasn't actually certain of anything. Shin Yui wondered to himself, what exactly is that person's identity? Meanwhile, Soso was bustling about preparing things for Teeson. Doing so, she curiously asked, oh right, that young master finally agreed to come. Teeson, hearing this, asked, who is it? Soso answered cheerfully, it's the famous miracle healer, the needle eccentric. Shin Yui went blank upon hearing this and murmured, needle eccentric, really? No way, why would he come here? He suddenly jumped to his feet. Soso explained, I heard the manor master went all out to invite him. After the healer arrived, the young master recovered a lot, so everyone was curious what else the needle eccentric could do. This displeased Shin Yui, I'm fine on my own, why do we need him? Hearing that, she replied, the healer may be skilled, but the needle eccentric is famous for curing any illness with a single needle. Shin Yui immediately retorted, that rumor sounds absurd, but she was met in kind. Still, people say a single needle can save someone, even from a dead channel. Just as the argument reached its peak, Tisun coldly said, "That's not it." His words stopped both of them, and they turned to look at him. Under their curious gazes, Tisun calmly said, "The needle eccentric isn't famous for medical skill." He, hearing this, asked indifferently, "Oh." Then Tisun began to explain, "He can kill with a single needle, that's what made him notorious. He wiped out an entire sect with one needle, don't you know?" Sosa hurriedly objected, "No way, this is the first I've heard of it. How could a healer kill people?" Tisun didn't bother to explain and said vaguely, "Fine, keep your innocence if you like." This almost drove her mad. "You say that again and I'm not as naive as before." Before long, the scene shifted to another location. As they walked, they suddenly noticed a crowd chattering excitedly up ahead. So they moved closer to eavesdrop and see what was happening. At that moment, a voice rang out, "You think I didn't notice?" All three were empty-handed. At that time, Danyang pretended to be carefully selecting fruit. But in truth, her attention was on the person shouting, "Clearly, I saw you hiding something from the start, and you meant to trick me." When he finished speaking, the eccentric physician stared intently at the other person, waiting for an appropriate answer. In that situation, could the other person remain silent? "Don't make excuses, it's because you're clueless you couldn't guess. Do you think I've survived in this trade for 15 years just by luck?" At that, the anger inside him flared even more fiercely. The eccentric physician continued to stare at his opponent. After calming himself, he proposed, "All right, then let's make a bet." The other party was startled and asked, "What?" The eccentric physician demonstrated and replied, "If there's a coin among them, I'll give you one of my eyes." Then he grabbed the man's wrist and said calmly, "If not, you'll lose an arm, how about that?" This made him begin to feel fearful, unwilling to decide rashly. Seeing this, the eccentric physician added, "You can choose left or right." The onlookers sighed with admiration. "Tough call, I'm not sure which one has the coin either." Danyang, watching from outside, couldn't help but exclaim, "How curious." At the center, the eccentric physician began to speak. "Is this some kind of scam? Open them quickly." This made him extremely displeased. "Why should I have to join this?" The eccentric physician was provoked by that. "If there's no cheating, there's nothing to fear." The other immediately retorted, "What would I do with your eye?" Then the elder answered, "If you're confident." Mid-sentence, the eccentric physician suddenly stopped. It seemed some premonition was warning him of something. The eccentric physician glanced at Danyang. She was also watching the contest. This left him utterly stunned, wondering purely a body. While everyone else kept their eyes on the man, the eccentric physician instead studied her closely. But very quickly, Danyang decisively turned and walked away. A second later, a pouch of money was suddenly tossed in front of him. As he left, the eccentric physician said coldly, "Charity for you, you're lucky today." Walking away, he thought happily to himself that it had been a long time since he'd seen something so entertaining. After a while, the eccentric physician muttered, "I just came in. If it's the Golden Wall merchants, that's likely where I'll stay for a while." No sooner had he finished speaking than he opened the door with unabashed attitude. Soon after, Ga Mujin appeared to greet him. "Welcome, it's our honor to receive you." The eccentric physician wasted no time and spoke plainly. "Before I arrived, a girl came in here." Hearing that, Ga Mujin interrupted, "You're talking about Danyang, right? She's the servant of our young master." He asked in surprise, "A servant?" Ga Mujin saw the astonishment in the eccentric doctor's eyes and explained, "Yes, the Dubby divine physician also thinks highly of her, but taking her as a disciple would be very difficult. The healer suggested so as well." Hearing refusal hinted in Mujin's words, he replied irritably, "Don't compare her to those unknowns. No one can refuse my offer." Then Mujin just smiled and said, "Please come inside. This is the entrance." Before long, the eccentric physician was settled in that room. Before him sat Tisun and Shin Yui. It seemed neither of them had much affection for the man before them. Faced with that, the eccentric physician was not nervous but rather dismissed them. "Tisun, is it? And the one beside him is the Dubhe divine physician. Turns out he's younger than expected. What a youthful rejuvenation act is it?" After a moment he spoke casually, "Judging by your expression, it seems you're paying attention to my servant." The eccentric physician didn't bother to contradict. "From my feeling, she has great talent, but keeping her stuck in the household would waste it. If she apprenticed under me for 10 years, she'd surely become a famed healer, and her martial skill would be no less impressive." He paid no mind to the tempting offer and calmly asked, "Martial skill? Doesn't sound particularly special. What about your medical skill?" This irritated the eccentric physician somewhat. "What did you say? Do you look down on my medicine?" Just then something suddenly lunged at him. The eccentric physician knew he couldn't avoid the blow, so he closed his eyes and waited. A few seconds passed and he felt no pain at all, so he opened his eyes in curiosity. At that moment Tissan's voice rang out, "Try taking my pulse." Then he added, "See how your medical skill holds up." The eccentric physician stared at his wrist with a pensive expression. He thought to himself, has some destiny been taken away by a youngster like him? Seeing the eccentric physician unmoving, Tissan taunted, "What are you standing there for? Can't you see?" Then he couldn't help but wonder aloud, if that had been a blade, the head would have fallen. There's absolutely no internal force. Could it really be a coincidence? But a second after sending internal energy to probe, the eccentric physician suddenly felt something. His face quickly turned grave as he said, "Your body is nothing but a pile of scrap." Confronted with that remark, Tissan casually asked, "Is that so? If I wanted to be healed, how long would it take to recover?" He answered without restraint, "A few major channels could be reconnected a bit, but it would take too much effort and be exceedingly troublesome. Better to live half alive until you die." Hearing the eccentric physician's words, Tissan slowly broke into a satisfied smile. Then he said, "See, I told you his medicine is nothing special." The man jumped up at once. What nonsense are you spouting?" Tissan replied, "The Dubhe divine physician said it'd only take me a few years to recover. Your martial skill is mediocre and your medicine ordinary, so what are you going to prove now?" As soon as these words rang out, silence fell among the three. After a long while, the eccentric physician finally spoke in a low voice, "Fine, then bet with me." His face suddenly showed interest. "A bet," he answered with fiery resolve. "If my martial skill is truly poor, pick anyone here to fight me and it'll be proven. But remember, if I win, I'll take all your servants away." Faced with that, Tissan calmly asked, "And if I win?" The eccentric physician replied decisively, "I'll wager my own body. There's nothing left for me to lose. Both the righteous and the underworld sects compete to have me under their banner." Tissan didn't rush to agree and calmly set a condition. "Is that all? Not enough? Put up your very soul as well." The eccentric physician didn't bother arguing and immediately agreed. "Soul, you want me to swear absolute loyalty? Fine, come here." At that he gave a knowing smile. It seemed Tissan had prepared thoroughly this time, and the scene quickly shifted elsewhere. The eccentric physician perked up and asked, "So who will fight me? Pick anyone." Tissan quickly snarled, "I'll go one-on-one with me. What do you say?" Hearing this, he asked in utter disappointment, "What, you weren't planning to win from the start?" Seeing the contempt in his opponent's eyes, Tissan replied nonchalantly, "Who knows?" At this point, the eccentric physician didn't even bother to admonish and fell completely silent. In truth, the old man quietly wondered what scheme he might be plotting. "When I took his pulse, I thought if he didn't die outright, it'd already be fortunate." Could it be that immediately after, the eccentric physician incredulously blurted out, "Are you planning to throw your own life away?" Tissan didn't answer but irritably wondered, are all great doctors so wordy? Shin Ui, standing nearby, replied, "Of course. As I said, building rapport with a patient helps treatment a great deal. Sometimes just pulse taking can't detect all early signs." Seeing he was about to go on, Tissan immediately signaled him to stop and said, "Enough, so when will you actually step in? Don't tell me you're afraid." These taunts started to annoy the eccentric doctor. "Fine, but if you die, don't blame me." Seeing that expression, Tissan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well." He added, "Just come at me and see." Across from him, the eccentric physician told himself that the man's arrogance would end here. Surely he's trying to exploit an emotional slip of mine. But when I bet, I never let my guard down. A second later, he took his first steps toward Tissan. As he launched his attack, the eccentric physician thought, "First toss 3 needles to draw attention." The needles, infused with inner strength, aimed straight at vital acupoints. "This is my inescapable secret technique. Take that." Immediately after, many more needles were hurled toward Tissan. Yet he stood there calmly, not dodging at all. To the eccentric doctor's astonishment, he wondered, missed. Not just 1 but 6 needles all failed to hit. On the other side, Tissan asked casually, "Is that all?" Hearing that, the man immediately brought his hand to his side to throw a few more needles. Unexpectedly, Tissan continued, "Not bad, at least it looks impressive, but this is the outcome awaiting you." For some reason, the eccentric physician on the other side could only stammer, "That is." Then Tissan's figure, which hadn't been far away, suddenly moved with startling speed. In less than a second, his body flickered in and out before him. By the time the old man reacted, Tissan was already right in front of him. Then he straightened and delivered a strike forward. leaving the eccentric physician no time to respond. Not stopping there, Tison prepared to follow with a kick, rendering the old man stunned and unable to react. Very quickly, the eccentric physician was felled by just a few of his basic moves. Not a routine defeat, but a decisive knockout that left him with no chance of escape. After rolling on the ground several times, dust filled the area. By the time he managed to react, his body had been struck in so hard it seemed caved in by several feet. Then the eccentric physician turned his stunned eyes toward the needles lodged in front of his chest. Quickly he spoke up, "I don't know what trick you just pulled, but this time I absolutely won't let you get away." Tison replied nonchalantly, "Looks like only your death will make you concede. Fine." His speed was so fast it made the eccentric physician doubt himself. "What? Disappeared again?" I clearly poured inner energy into my eyes to watch. Immediately after, Tison appeared behind him. He raised his hand to strike and said, "Just as I thought, your martial skill only goes so far." As expected, the eccentric physician was beaten senseless once again. Only when the moon rose high and the sky fell quiet did a strange sound break the silence. The eccentric physician gradually regained consciousness after being knocked out. When he woke, the first thing he saw was Shin Yui offering a greeting. "Awake now." Hearing him say that, the eccentric physician whispered to himself, "It was just from the head impact that you zoned out for a bit. Did I lose to that brat?" Shin Yui added, "I put a few restraints in place as a precaution." The old man asked in surprise, "Restraints?" He explained, "Better safe than sorry, right? After all, he's still not out of the young master's hand." After hearing this, the eccentric physician clutched his head and complained, "Is that so? This is the first time I've lost so embarrassingly." Shin Yui laughed and said, "Well, since that's how it is, let's cooperate well from now on, brother." The old man retorted, "Who are you calling brother?" And the two began bickering. Before long, the sky brightened and a new day began. This time, Tison's location had changed. He was slowly entering a room. Seeing him, the magistrate cheerfully said, "Your complexion looks better. Seems the divine physician and the eccentric physician live up to their names. I also heard the eccentric physician wants to accompany you long-term." Faced with his distant yet close attitude, Tison revealed no information. So Tisu had to admit, "Actually, I called you here because I have a favor to ask." Recently, news arrived from Yon Manor. The River Martial Alliance, Hubei's representative force, is preparing a conference for outstanding juniors, and Miss Sioyan has also been invited. Tisu couldn't hide his curiosity and blurted out, "The River Martial Alliance." He quickly confirmed that normally a merchant guild like theirs wouldn't be involved in such events. But coincidentally, the eccentric physician had just sent a similar proposal. Then Tison asked, "Is the needle eccentric going too?" Tisu immediately guessed that he must have decided to join before I arrived. Then Tisu hesitantly continued, "So." Before he finished, Tison could already tell he wanted me to go with him, which made him nervously ask, "Right?" Tison replied casually, "That's not hard, and I also have a few things to train." Tisu sighed in relief. "Good, I was worried you'd refuse because your body hadn't recovered." But the River Martial Alliance is the largest martial force in Hubei. From the standpoint of a merchant guild based here, we can't pass up such an opportunity. Tison pondered the River Martial Alliance. "Lately, I've also lacked sparring partners. Hope they're not too useless." Then the scene shifted to the Hao faction's Wuhan branch of the White Flower Courtesan House. Inside, the White Flower Courtesan House owner frowned and asked, "Has the Golden Heavenly Alliance still not responded?" A servant respectfully replied, "Yes. It seems they're still bewildered by the unexpected strength of the Golden Wall merchants." She thought to herself, "Of course, none of us expected such a monster to be hiding there. Who exactly is that young master? He even knows about the Shadow Stride manual, can't be underestimated." And so the White Flower Courtesan House owner ordered, "From today, investigate the Golden Heavenly Alliance. Start by checking whether they've recently acquired any martial manuals or elixirs. Be extremely careful, treat this like probing a famed martial clan, and under no circumstances approach Byok Tison, that second young master." This left her subordinates utterly stunned. Soon after, the White Flower Courtesan House owner corrected herself. "Whatever the case, I have a feeling the fate of our noble house is riding on this move." It was early morning at the Golden Wall Merchants. Sosa woke up and yawned, deciding to write to her mother. "Greetings, mother, are you well? Because I abruptly left the city to travel to the River Martial Alliance. I probably won't be easy to contact for a while. The River Martial Alliance, isn't that amazing? Even someone like me knows how great that place is. Our young master is truly extraordinary. Oh, recently 2 famous physicians came here with the young master. Both are skilled, yet they couldn't do anything for him." She recalled the 2 newcomers and continued writing. How strange. Soon the scene shifted to that evening. So tired, returned to her room and lay straight on the bed. She continued the letter. These past nights, the three of them have gone out every evening. It seems they're training in something strange. So sprang up and peeked out the window after seeing a strange light. She stared at the room that was flashing with light. She stood there dumbfounded, gazing toward it. In the letter, So wrote on, "The young master looks much healthier now, doesn't he? Strange, those two physicians even seem to have gotten younger, I think." She recalled this morning when Tison muttered while eating that the physicians looked brighter than even courtesans. Everyone at the table was shocked and broke into a sweat when he said that, and she continued writing that he then murmured some odd lines. "Anyway, I'm living peacefully with good people here. I used to feel a bit lonely, but now I feel like I have a new family, so it's okay." The crickets chirped loudly outside Soso's room. Inside, she kept diligently writing. "I'll contact you as soon as I return to the city. Mother, don't worry too much." Soso read the final lines of the letter and then blew out the candle. "Mother, please take care of your health until then." She couldn't sleep, so she sat up and added to the letter, "I miss you very much." That night, Tison went to the White Flower Courtesan house. He sought out the White Flower Courtesan house owner to get information. He coldly looked at her and asked, "Have you finished the investigation?" She hurriedly replied, "Yes, I have sent all the previous investigation results." Tison frowned, "Not that, I'm asking whether your inquiry into my background has made any progress." The White Flower Courtesan house owner fell to her knees, stammering that. He curled a lip and asked, surprised, "You think I really didn't know?" She trembled as she answered, "I am guilty and deserve death. Please spare me this once." Tai-san continued, "All right, get up. I'm only asking if the investigation is finished." She broke out in a cold sweat. "After all, better be careful. I didn't investigate the young master, I investigated the Golden Wall merchants." He then turned serious and asked, "So what did you find out about me?" The White Flower Courtesan house owner hesitated slightly and replied, "Nothing at all. Apart from the young master's secrets that I don't know, there really isn't anything else." He continued, "Do you have any information on the River Martial Alliance?" She hurriedly answered, "When it comes to information on famous martial organizations, no one surpasses our Hao faction. I'll prepare it at once for you to review." Tison curled a lip and said, "Good, pick a few useful ones to tail him. I have matters to attend to there." Then he raised his hand to signal for someone to bring a pen to him. He deftly took out a sheet of paper, spread it on the table, and quickly wrote a covert order. When he finished writing, he tossed it to the White Flower Courtesan house owner, signaling her to take it. The covert order fell straight to the floor right in front of her. Her eyes widened as she stared hard at the contents. Then she swallowed nervously, horror written all over her face. She thought to herself that even a glance made it obvious this was a real covert order. Tison spoke again, "Looking at you, you know this isn't everything, right?" The White Flower Courtesan house owner replied, "Yes, thank you, young master." After she answered, he said, "If you're grateful, then do it well. Show me how useful you can be. Seems you might even be fit to become a Hao faction leader." The White Flower Courtesan house owner thought in astonishment. Could I become a Hao faction leader? The sky had grown dim as if a storm were approaching. The clatter of carriage wheels approached Tison's mansion. The household servants had lined up waiting outside the gate. He and several others stepped out the gate, preparing to depart. Tisu watched contemplatively, following his retreating back with his eyes. Tison's people noisily prepared to board the carriage. He suddenly spoke up, "Finally this day has come. Chief Steward, I thought he'd always be a child. Not long ago he was still toddling about. Now to see him step forward and shoulder the family's affairs, it's hard to describe the feeling. Although he's much better, I still wonder whether Tison's health is truly alright." Mujin added, "Doesn't he have two famous physicians accompanying him? Please, don't worry too much." Suddenly, a heavy rain began to fall. It poured down in sheets, raindrops pattering onto the nearby carriage. The servants standing outside looked around in surprise. Then they quickly composed themselves and stood solemnly. Tisu smiled wryly and said, "I sent them off and now everyone's worried. Ridiculous. Let's go inside." Saying that, he and Mujin returned into the mansion. Before leaving, he anxiously watched the carriage fade out of sight. He thought to himself that, for some reason, he had a feeling something big was about to happen. The scene shifted to Seo Dagun's residence. A man respectfully reported to the troop that the ritual preparations were nearly complete, and the items the master had prepared were ready. He heard this and said, "Good, wake them at once if needed. You go and command those things." He performed the salute and withdrew. "Yes, subordinate will depart immediately." The commander muttered, "There I suffered a humiliation. The Golden Heavenly Alliance I painstakingly supported has become useless. If we fail again this time, the old master will punish us himself. If I die, I probably won't find rest. I'll be doomed to wander this world forever. Then he suddenly stopped speaking. He glanced over at the medicine shelf beside him. Then he continued, wait a bit longer, you will be freed soon. Tison closed his eyes to rest right on the carriage. Shin Yui and the eccentric physician sat beside him in silence, at a loss for words. Opposite the three of them, Soso also kept quiet, not daring to speak. Finally, the strange doctor spoke first. This carriage is comfortable. Our master is really thoughtful. Shin Yui beside him added, of course, who is our young master? He deserves such careful preparation, right? The two of them shot murderous looks at each other, as if to pop an eye out. Sioyan watched this and thought to herself that if things continued like this, something big would happen. The eccentric physician asked her, but wouldn't it be better to travel by water to Yicheng, where the River Marshal Alliance is? She hurriedly replied, I heard the master prepared carriages because pirates have been rampant lately. He answered, I think we should worry more about meeting pirates. I personally find traveling by carriage more comfortable. Sioyan and Kyungwon both blushed and said in unison, that's true. Shin Yui asked curiously, Miss Yeon is also going to the River Marshal Alliance, right? It would be nice if we could travel together. Sioyan answered him, the young lady went ahead by boat. She probably doesn't know where we're headed. He said again, by boat, didn't someone say pirates are on the rampage? She fiddled with her fingers across from him and hesitated. The thing is, she explained slowly, Yon Manor has many experts. Moreover, the young lady's martial skill is no ordinary matter. Though I am the young lady's bodyguard, there are very few female sworders in the family, so the young lady is probably stronger than I am. Shin Yui stared at her wide-eyed in astonishment, thinking, you don't realize your own strength. True enough, the people being compared are all monsters. Kyungwon had worn a sullen expression and said nothing the whole time. He glanced over at Sioyan. She lowered her eyes, her face showing deep melancholy. She recalled the past when the Yon Manor master introduced. From today, Sioyan will attend to you. You're the same age, so you can train together. She bowed solemnly in salute to her. Sioyan paid respects to the young lady. Harin, hearing this, stopped her movement. She had just finished sword practice and was panting. Sioyan, seeing her not respond, became flustered and didn't know what to do. Seeing her footsteps approach, Sioyan looked up in surprise. Harin greeted cheerfully, nice to meet you. I'm Yon Harin, let's become stronger together, shall we? The scene shifted to that evening. Tison's carriage was stopped for a rest. Sioyan and Kyungwon took the opportunity to spar and train with each other. She inhaled a cold breath and tightened her grip on the sword. Then she lunged forward, attacking him full force. A flash of resolve lit the depths of her eyes. He stared wide-eyed at the person before him. Then he quickly parried the incoming blade. Sioyan was knocked back, then swung her sword straight at Kyungwon. Seeing her wildness, he thought in surprise, what's gotten into her today? She shouted and kept launching reckless attacks. She barreled toward him, heedless of everything. Sioyan tightened the sharp sword in her hand. Seeing the blade coming, Kyungwon still managed to deflect it lightly. Then he quickly counterattacked her. Sioyan was slashed on the arm and bit her lip in pain. Kyungwon asked her awkwardly, you guard, are you all right? She was sweating and said, I'm fine, keep going. He hurriedly advised, it's a deep wound, you better see the divine physician. On the other side, Soso rapped to call everyone, dinner time, please come and eat. Hearing that, Kyungwon said, seems it's dinner time. Before he could finish, Sioyan had already left ahead. He watched her silhouette go with a contemplative look. That evening, everyone gathered around the fire to eat. Shin Yui and the eccentric physician kept teasing each other, which made the people around them laugh nonstop. Kan Hwan sat to one side, his face gloomy and thoughtful. Shin Yui noticed his expression and paused. Then he curiously asked, are you worried? He looked up at him doubtfully and replied, what do you mean? Shin Yui explained, if you're worried, why don't you go there? You'll regret it otherwise. The fire beside them still crackled and flared. Kyungwon hesitated, I don't know what's happening, and I don't know what to say to her. He continued, don't overthink it, just show that you care for her, with your slow brain. Even if you try to say flowery words, it's useless. Then he handed over 3 rice balls and said, take these. Kyungwon, a bit worried, still accepted the 3 rice balls. Over there, Sioyan was still diligently practicing her swordsmanship. Kyungwon walked over but didn't greet her aloud. He hid behind a tree trunk. He silently watched her earnest efforts. Sioyan solemnly swung her sword down forward. Then she used the momentum to spring up very high. Next came a beautifully executed spin. Her eyes were filled with determination. She locked onto the boulder right in front of her as the target. Kyungwon, worried for her, clenched his lips tightly. Sioyan swung with all her might toward it. The boulder right in front of her was cleft in 2 by her strike. Kyungwon stood rooted, astonished. Suddenly Tison spoke, surprising Sioyan. Nice stance. But your mind is full of wandering thoughts. So you didn't notice I was approaching. If it were an enemy, you'd be dead. Sioyan, hearing this, stammered, unsure how to reply. That. He went on, calm your mind and widen all your senses. She immediately retorted, who can really do that? He replied calmly, many. Just among those we know there are over 100, if you count those we don't know, even more. And anyway, living within the limits you set isn't so bad. His words made Sioyan suddenly understand. She thought in amazement about the limits she had imposed on herself, her mind sinking into a boundless void. Kyungwon beside them, having heard him, was also puzzled and thought, could it be that? In Sioyan's cloudy eyes, she stood dumbfounded in place, as if a single drop were slowly falling into her mind. She realized that what Tison was referring to was transcendent trance. Sioyan looked up ahead, her eyes wide with astonishment. No way, he defeated those 5 masters with only an instant kill, a single palm strike, and yet, I never expected we could beat Zhongli clan's top fighters. Who on earth is this young master? The scene shifted. Sioyan opened her eyes wide, a thought rising in her. Indeed, he's on another level. Surely the two of us aren't his match. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shone on Sioyan's face. On the leaf, a crystal-clear drop of water slowly slid down. The drop wasn't perfectly round, it looked just like a jewel. Her eyes widened, and she returned to reality, standing motionless before a rock. Over here, Kyungwon felt a bit unnerved. Wasn't that a transcendent trance? In the hazy night, Kyungwon quietly watched everything from behind a tree. Before him stood Tison, who just stared in one direction. Suddenly, Tison turned his head straight toward Kyungwon. When their eyes met, Kyungwon quickly realized. So you already knew I was here. Thinking that, Kyungwon almost snapped awake. Where's guard you? Without thinking, he ran forward quickly. A moment later, Kyungwon stopped right behind Sioyan. And only when he saw her did he breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, she's okay. Hopefully, she gained some insight. For an instant, Sioyan's body continued to emit spiritual energy. And before long, the sun peeked up from below the cliff. Her lashes fluttered slightly as the sunlight hit. After a while, Sioyan slowly opened her eyes. She looked up in puzzlement. Was this the transcendent trance? Then Sioyan unconsciously turned her head to look back, and saw Kyungwon bowed, holding the sword's hilt tightly. Seeing him, she was slightly suspicious. Why is guard Chin here? Sioyan's foot accidentally brushed against a cloth pouch beside her, and hearing the sound, Kyungwon immediately woke. He turned around with an awkward smile at the corner of his mouth. You're awake. Congratulations on reaching a new realm. Seeing the dark circles under Kyungwon's eyes, Sioyan asked worriedly, how long have you been here? He was momentarily silent, then hesitated and replied, I stayed to avoid disturbing you, so. Her cheeks flushed unexpectedly, her gaze wavering slightly. Finally, Sioyan bent to pick up the pouch. What's this? He gave an embarrassed laugh. I brought it for you, worried you'd be hungry. It's probably gone cold by now. She didn't complain. Instead, she stared at the rice ball intently. And Sioyan raised the rice ball as if to eat it. She bit off a small piece and chewed it happily. Sioyan held the cake in her hand, blushing as she said, It's really good, thank you. On his side, Kyungwon's cheeks glowed red with happiness. He grinned with delight. You're welcome. Sioyan kept eating the rice ball. Embarrassed, he asked, but can you help me up? My leg's numb. The scene shifted to a lush green forest. The group continued on their way. Tison squinted at her. It seems you've comprehended quite a lot. Hearing that, Sioyan couldn't help but startle. She hastily clasped her hands and bowed. Thank you, young master, for your instruction. He warned carefully, his voice grave. Don't casually enter a trance anywhere, it's dangerous. If you're careless, you could fall into demonic possession and be grievously injured, not just internal wounds. You might never awaken again. Sioyan bowed her head and answered in a soft voice, Yes, I will remember. Then Tison's tone shifted unexpectedly. But this time someone was watching over you, so I let you be. She unconsciously glanced toward Kyungwon, embarrassed. On his side, when their eyes met, Kyungwon looked just as shy. Soso sat between them, so angry she was trembling. Contrary to her, Tison smiled faintly. So that coward actually did something good. Meanwhile, the carriage continued along the bumpy road. In no time, they arrived at Yicheng, Hubei, where houses were piled close together. At that point, the carriage began to slow as it moved deeper in. Shin Yui hurried down the steps first, exclaiming excitedly, We've finally reached Yicheng. The River Martial Alliance is here. Today I can finally sleep well, eccentric physician scoffed. You talk as if you'll sleep soundly. Just then footsteps sounded nearby. Tison reflexively turned his head to look over, and saw a man bowing and paying his respects to him. Shortly after, the man stepped closer and whispered into Tison's ear. After speaking, the man quickly turned and left. Soso looked at him with curiosity. Young master, who was that? Shin Yui interjected, looks like someone from the Hao faction. What do you all think? Tison turned to announce, Yon Manor's boat will arrive in half an hour. Sioyan was momentarily surprised, so it's the young lady. He nodded, signaling, yes, protect her for a while. Hearing that, she couldn't help but be a little astonished. Me, Soso exclaimed. Oh, young master, did you time this on purpose to meet Miss Yon? Tison replied tiredly, purely a coincidence. It's been a long time since the two met. With that, he casually turned away. So put on a disappointed face. Our young master has grown up. Meanwhile, Sioyin couldn't help but curve her lips in a smile. Soon after, she clasped her hands and bowed deeply. At another moment, Harin appeared with a group of servants. She pressed her lips together. I miss Sioyin so much too, if only she had come along. Harin, lost in thought, took a step forward, when suddenly a familiar voice called out, Miss. She was nearly stunned, her eyes wide. Could that voice be? She was almost dazed, eyes wide. Could that voice? Harin looked up ahead, her face nearly frozen, then she cried out, Sioyin. When did she appear right in front of Harin? Harin rushed forward and hugged Sioyin tightly, shouting for joy. Sioyin smiled gently, young lady. Harin asked in astonishment, why are you here? I didn't expect to meet you here. She happily clasped Sioyin's hand. I missed you so much, I'm not very familiar with these people. Over here, Sioyin looked at Harin and beamed. Suddenly a voice like thunder boomed, who are you? Miss Yon. The Xiamen scholar slowly descended the steps behind her. Squinting towards Sioyin, it seems you know her, but she looks a bit. She quickly judged that the people accompanying him must be those ones. Harin snapped angrily, he's my guard and also my close friend. Sioyin hesitated and interjected, young lady. At that, the scholar sneered, a guard and a close friend. Miss Yon is so simple, though very charming. Being overly intimate with a subordinate will make you forget your station. A guard who abandons his master to wander off, and she looks weak. Who knows if she can even fight? She shouted in indignation, that's not true. Sioyin followed me because. At the same time, her anger made her clench her fists tightly. A scene from the past suddenly replayed. Harin demanded, why did you do that? Sioyin quickly explained, that man said girls shouldn't practice martial arts. From behind, a panicked voice called, young master, where are you? Seeing this, Harin hurriedly said, leave it to me. You should be quiet or you'll get beaten to death. Sioyin's face went pale for a moment. She spoke weakly, young lady. The sky gradually shifted to the orange-red hues of sunset. At the same time, Sioyin hesitantly asked, young lady, are you all right? She giggled, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt much. When did those bruises appear on her legs? Faced with that sight, Sioyin couldn't help feeling a little bewildered. Why are you like that? Harin didn't answer, she only smiled unconsciously. Then Harin looked at Sioyin and beamed brightly. I want to be friends with you. Returning to the present, her face showed a mix of anger and indignation. Just then a voice shouted, hey, what are you doing? The scholar casually looked toward the sound. Sioyin, hearing the familiar voice, quickly reacted. Harin reflexively turned her head back as well. From afar, Shin Yui waved and called, I'm swinging by because I had some business nearby. At that moment, Tison suddenly looked up and met her gaze. Harin's heart suddenly began to race. Young master. Right then, the scholar and Tison stared intently at each other. The scholar peered at Tison and asked curiously, are you Byok Tison, who was once Yon Harin's fiancé? He tilted his head slightly toward Harin. Did we break off the engagement? She was momentarily flustered, cheeks flushed, stammering, of course not. Tison gave a small nod, his eyes teasing. I see. Hearing that, the scholar's expression immediately darkened. He glanced around, stopping at the group behind them, and asked coldly, and who are you to be traveling with my fiancé? Harin hurriedly explained, voice trembling. They are from another noble family on their way to the junior gathering. My father ordered it so. We absolutely have no relation. Tison suddenly made a suggestion. Is that so? How about lodging with us tonight? After all, she's my fiancé. She hurriedly replied, lodge? Yes, lodge. He looked pleased. Fine, then let's go. Saying that, Harin and Tison turned and walked away as if nothing had happened. Behind them, the scholar ground his teeth. That insolent brat. The man beside him asked in panic, what are you going to do? He growled back, what else can we do? We have to find lodging too. Having said that, Xiaoman's anger only grew. He wouldn't even grant me a smile. Does she think I can't read that expression? In any case, she'll end up as my wife, not some lowly merchant of unknown origin. Meanwhile, Tison and Harin kept walking side by side. She glanced at Tison shyly, while his face clearly showed irritation. Then suddenly Tison turned and stared at Harin. She quickly slipped past him right after. A question stirred in Tison's mind as he silently watched Harin's figure. Why does this young miss cling to me like this? Did something happen in childhood? Ahead, she hurried her pace, her face showing embarrassment. He narrowed his eyes, studying Harin's features, and sighed inwardly. Upon closer look, she really did resemble. Something about it would be reached. A silhouette suddenly surfaced in Tison's subconscious. I will certainly reach the supreme realm, the thought declared. Then the scene shifted, her body collapsed, blood-red liquid spurted from her mouth, and she murmured, Supreme, I for you. Back in the present, Tison fell briefly silent. He continued to follow Harin's footsteps with his gaze. The scene shifted to Hamyuryeon, where Tison strode scout ahead at leisure. He smiled. Compared to what I imagined, this place is not bad. It's already equivalent to half a martial alliance. Shin Yui chuckled softly. Of course, this is Hamyuryeon. They call it the Hubei Alliance, but in scale it's really no different from a small martial alliance. Teason looked up at the sky and replied indifferently, "It's okay." With that, the group continued strolling down the street. Suddenly Soso exclaimed with delight, "Young master, this place is so vast." The hosts bowed in ceremony. "With honored guests visiting, we've been ordered to offer special hospitality." Shin Yui laughed contentedly with a hint of pride. "Indeed, even Hamyuryeon recognizes you. A life in the spotlight is hard. You can't live peacefully." The eccentric physician interjected sarcastically, "It's not because of you, it's because of me, you bastard." He retorted angrily, "Why blame me? It's obviously because of me." The old man wouldn't back down and lunged forward, insisting he was the only one to be credited. Understood. Immediately they angrily grabbed each other's collars, and the group looked on helplessly. Just then a call rang out, "Ah, you too." They both turned at once, voices answering in unison, "Yes." Teason turned and ordered sternly, "From today, go find some excellent physicians in the area for me. This is a major city after all, there should be many renowned doctors." Shin Yui felt a bit uneasy. Didn't the young master already have 2 miracle doctors at his side? Teason replied casually, "I've been using you too much, the medicinal efficacy is decreasing." His answer left both the young man and the old doctor nearly speechless. "Ah, that." Shin Yui sighed dejectedly. "I don't know the principles, but every time a treatment finishes the body does feel stronger, it's just unbearably painful." The eccentric physician wearily added, "And then they were sent off to find physicians. Besides, I don't even know them." He suddenly cheered, "I've got an idea. We'll stroll around and invite some master physicians back." "Invite them back," he repeated suspiciously. He added excitedly, "Go around every clinic and only invite those with real skill to treat him." The eccentric physician chuckled, "Kid, you've got some sense, huh?" Shin Yui answered quickly with a smug look. "Then get to work right away. Remember, half-baked ones are out of the question." The old man snorted with contempt, "My eye for physicians is far better than yours. Mind your own business first." Shin Yui growled in dissatisfaction, "Oh yeah. Then how about we place a bet?" The eccentric physician turned, startled. "Bet on what?" Shin Yui asked excitedly. "Do you want anything?" Having said that, Shin Yui grinned with self-satisfaction. The old man pondered for a moment, then suddenly pointed his finger straight at him. The eccentric physician quickly proposed, "I want to know your true identity." Shin Yui gave no reaction. He squinted at the old man for a long moment. The eccentric physician bit his lip, eyes fixed on Shin Yui. He frowned slightly and raised his voice, "Can you handle that?" The old man answered bluntly without hesitation, "You don't need to worry about me." Seeing that, Shin Yui shrugged lightly. "All right, I accept. If you stake the eccentric needle, then I agree." Hearing that, the eccentric physician almost exploded. He lunged forward. "Are you crazy? That's everything to me." Shin Yui retorted brazenly, "I'm not asking for martial skill, just the acupuncture art." The eccentric physician sighed in helplessness. "Having said it, I must accept. Fine, I'll choose the person who pleases the young master most as the winner." On receiving the answer, Shin Yui burst into a hearty laugh. "Excellent, needle eccentric will be mine from now on." The old man vowed silently that this time he'd uncover the truth the young master and this fellow were hiding. Meanwhile, he laughed manically, eyes nearly shut against the light. In no time, night fell. The sky was bleak and gloomy. The scene shifted to the dim rooms inside, where the eccentric physician silently pressed his ear against the door. On the other side, Shin Yui wore a puzzled expression. "Hey, don't you think they seem less pained than the others?" The old man replied quickly, "You only notice now. Normally they'd be wailing outrageously." He cautiously speculated, could it be? Then suddenly the door opened and Teason stepped out slowly. The two of them started and shouted, "Master." Shin Yui forced a smile. "At least put out a bit of presence, won't you?" Teason ordered coldly. "Take them outside, and also the results are unsatisfactory. From tomorrow each of you bring one more person for me," he asked in confusion. "Every day. This." Before he finished, Teason suddenly glared at Shin Yui. Seeing that, he quickly answered, "Yes, yes, of course that's how it should be." Over here, the eccentric physician hesitantly spoke up. "Ah, young master," Teason asked sternly, "what is it?" The old man probed curiously, wondering which physician the young master found more trustworthy. Why did Teason suddenly change his tone to ask? The eccentric physician spoke in a trembling voice. "This is very important." He cut in nonchalantly, "Important for what? It's for your wager." "Fine, keep bringing people, I'll decide myself." The old man burst into joyful laughter. "Thank you, young master." After a while, each had a famed doctor at hand. Shin Yui gleefully exclaimed, "Needle eccentric will be mine from now on." The eccentric physician protested angrily, "How can it become yours?" Turning back to Tisun, he squinted toward the corridor. A thought crossed Tisun's mind. Indeed, the effect wasn't as good as absorbing the souls of those two. Could it be because of the level of medical skill? Recently, while collecting soul spirits, Tisun discovered a few things. First, the spiritual power of each soul spirit varies depending on who it was drawn from. A physician's soul spirit can heal wounds, while a courtesan's soul spirit hides allure luck. When someone's soul is drained, they endure great pain and leave behind different effects. Not certain, but it seems the more tainted the soul spirit, the fiercer the pain and the poorer the healing effect. Thinking this, Tisun grew more anxious. So what I need most now is a pure soul spirit untouched by the dust of the world, right? A clear, timid voice sounded. "Young master, it's So-So." Immediately she bowed low. "Your servant pays respects." Tisun's gaze fell on So-So, a pure soul spirit. She bowed once more. "Good night, young master." His eyes lingered on that inexperienced figure, his voice low and bewitching. Perfect timing, someone is here. Before she could react, Tisun slowly reached out. He gently placed his hand on So-So's head and soothed her softly. "You won't feel pain, don't worry." Meanwhile, elsewhere, a light suddenly flared up in the pitch-black forest, revealing an old hunched man carrying a lantern walking off into the distance. The man showed impatience. "How much farther?" the old man croaked. "About an hour's path, we're almost there now." These haven't been aged the full 10 years yet, so they're relatively nearby. Deeper inside are types buried for 70 years, but only the Grand Elder is permitted to use those. Even the old men atop the remote mountain dare be cautious. "This is my masterpiece." The master continued slowly. "Even so, this shipment is extremely valuable. Ordinary fighters certainly can't handle it." I think we've arrived." The man said nothing in reply. He could only watch the old man helplessly. Then suddenly the old man let out a thunderous cry. "Here it is." "I haven't been here for ages, so I mixed up the way," he added. "Really getting old, huh?" The old man thrust the lantern into the cave's interior. "How does it look?" The man's face stiffened for a moment. The old man continued, his voice echoing, "Seems to have stopped then." Inside, a number of bodies drained of life were laid on stone slabs, their corpses nearly desiccated, with talismans affixed to their foreheads. At the nameless dwelling of Seo Dagon, where darkness covers like hell. Inside, the drumbeats never ceased. Meanwhile, the sorcerer slowly interlaced his fingers, murmuring incantations. At that moment, the man suddenly struck the drum hard with his staff, and the sorcerer's chant grew ever louder. On a stone slab above lay a lone body, beneath its feet written the word "Return" in red blood, and a jar was stuffed into its mouth above. Beside them, dark shapes suddenly appeared and slowly advanced closer. Seo Dagon spoke. "The soul spirits bound in the gourd have almost fully merged." The man asked curiously, "So will they become half Jiangshi too?" The old man replied coldly, "Not like them. A half Jiangshi is to poison and cripple the living, then pour corpse Ji in to create Jiangshi poison. In other words, they retain their original soul spirits. So unlike Jiangshi, they can act on their own to some extent and can even use martial arts. Of course, it's still a half-dead state, but these are bodies that have lost life and were then forcibly infused with someone else's soul spirit, almost like a full resurrection." The man looked doubtful. How could these resurrected ones be controlled? They mustn't be easy to deal with. Dagon smiled faintly, a blend of pride and fatigue. "It's a secret technique known only to the Hyokryun family's elders. It seems they place some kind of restriction on the soul spirits." His gaze halted, staring deep into the figure before him. "Perhaps you, resurrected one, understand this best. You are also devotedly serving the Hyokryun family, are you not?" Thinking this, Dao Jun slowly turned his head toward the ritual site, his eyes fixed on the distant scene, where the sound rang out plaintively as if consciousness was gradually nearing its end. At that moment, the drummers struck harder. The sorcerer tightened his hands with concentrated force, his mouth murmuring endless incantations. The space inside the cave practically quaked before the ritual. In a flash, the body on the stone slab trembled slightly. The sorcerer squeezed his eyes shut, his lips repeating the same passage of chant as movements around him seemed to halt. At the horrifying sight, the man widened his eyes in terror. Just then, the sorcerer suddenly pointed his fingertips straight up. Moments later, the entire cave fell into darkness. Dagon's eyes flickered with a glint of light. The lifeless bodies on the slabs lay motionless without a twitch. Then suddenly, they one by one sat bolt upright. The scene cut to the next morning. Over here, Shin Yui and the eccentric physician wore stunned expressions. Just then, the door opened and a voice called out, "Oh my, to witness such famous physicians, what an honor." The eccentric physician hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed. It's mere reputation, actually. We are the ones honored to meet such roaming heroes. Leop curled his lips slightly, his tone dry. What hero? Just someone doing their job, please, have a seat. The eccentric physician couldn't help but admire inwardly. This is Deputy Keeper Beak Leop, truly an imposing presence. After a moment he spoke slowly. I heard you two are at the Golden Wall Merchants, is that correct? The eccentric physician nodded in confirmation. Yes. Leop nodded slightly, admiration shining in his eyes. Indeed, beyond expectations. The two are famed and unaffiliated with any power. In fact, I know quite a few places once tried to recruit you. Shin Yui answered quickly. That's right, both the Namgung and Jegal families contacted us. The eccentric physician interjected, adding that both the Muram Alliance and the Black Lotus also sought them out. Hearing this, he exhaled softly, well deserved. Muram Alliance and Black Lotus? That makes me even more curious. What kind of place is the Golden Wall Merchants that made you decide to take refuge there? Shin Yui frowned briefly. I simply found someone who truly understands me. After saying that, Shin Yui's body trembled violently. He kept telling himself he mustn't reveal that he was being coerced. Just then the odd physician cleared his throat. I've been tangled in a wager. Leop asked in surprise. A wager? The old man replied calmly. But even without that wager, things might have come to this point anyway. Leop was stunned. So could it be that you two don't truly belong to the Golden Wall Merchants, but have submitted to that second young master? Contrary to expectation, the eccentric physician brazenly nodded. Exactly, actually, I don't much care what the Golden Wall Merchants are like. Leop said nothing, a thought stirred within him. They would be well worth recruiting. If we could enlist these two, my Hamuryeon might one day dominate the realm. He pondered for a moment. You say it's Byok Tisen. In any case, I must meet him at least once. Over here, Soso awoke from a long sleep. She stared wide-eyed at the ceiling as questions piled up. Is this my room? I think I was with the young master. Could it all have been a dream? In a fleeting moment, Soso vaguely recalled the warmth of Tisen's hand. She smiled brightly. It truly was a warm, pleasant dream, the young master's warmth. At that thought, Soso jolted upright. This was no time for daydreaming. She stared at a point in the air. A horrifying thought flashed. I've overslept. Immediately after, Soso tiptoed carefully toward the... She turned her head to look outside and saw only a strange purple light. Soso froze for a second. The light was coming from the young master's room. What's going on? Inside, Tisen sat in meditation, his hands clasped tightly together. He thought to himself, it's truly a pure and powerful source of vitality. The moment his soul spirit projected, it was entirely different from the others. I even felt my mind ease. Before I could only hastily link meridians to sustain life, but this time I felt those previous connections had become firmer. The more I learn about the soul fusion demonic art, the more novel it feels. This treatment will be a crucial milestone. To reclaim a whole body, Tisen must maintain a truly tranquil mind. At that moment, at the Hamuryeon descendants meeting, Harin walked slowly through the crowd. Murmurs began to rise. Indeed, the rumor had reached even Engyathian, not false at all. Another exclaimed, she's like a mortal goddess in the flesh. She felt a touch disappointed. The young master still hadn't appeared, staying in his room for 2 days straight. Seoyin suddenly leaned forward and casually asked, Miss, are you thinking of the young master again? No need to worry too much. Perhaps he's off refining his understanding of the way. Harin asked nervously, refining the way, you mean transcendent trance? Seoyin grinned. Yes, thanks to the young master, I experienced it not long ago. Suddenly Hei Ling nearly shouted, what transcendent trance? Seoyin scratched her head with an awkward smile. Yes, of course, thanks to the young master. Harin clapped a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Amazing, no wonder you seem stronger than before. I must train harder too. A familiar voice drifted over. Isn't that Miss Yeon? Harin turned her attention to look back. From afar, Scholar stepped closer, smirking. Why is the lady sitting here alone without her betrothed? Seeing this, Harin immediately bowed. You've arrived, the people behind murmured in surprise. Is he from the Siaman family? Scholar chuckled softly, perfect timing. Why not share a cup of wine with us? I've picked out a quiet spot already. Faced with the invitation, she fell silent, her face briefly wincing. He didn't stop there and asked tauntingly if it was because of her betrothed. After all, a merchant like him isn't worthy of her. Harin hurriedly cut in, I'm not feeling well today. But before she could finish, Scholar suddenly reached out toward Harin. He coldly glanced down at her body, the corner of his mouth curling. They say wine is a miracle cure for all ailments, so don't refuse, just 1 cup with me. She pressed her lips together, her face showing clear disgust. Scholar added, come on, bottoms up. Seoyin suddenly grabbed his hand and spoke to admonish him. That's enough. Scholar was momentarily flustered. What did you say? She gripped his hand tighter and in a stern voice warned, that behavior is not appropriate for someone who is betrothed. Scholar shouted angrily, how dare a mere guard, do you know what clan I come from? Suoyin replied coldly, I don't know, but judging by your character you don't seem to be from any great esteemed house. Haran behind quickly intervened. Suoyin. He demanded in fury, I am the heir of the Siamon family, Siamon scholar. How dare someone like you confront me? Her eyes narrowed at the unexpected remark. Siamon family. Scholar narrowed his eyes and stared at Suoyin. I ask you, do you have the qualifications to deal with me? She did not answer. A cold sweat appeared on her face and suddenly a voice rang out, and do you have the strength to face me? From behind, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder. The crowd was astonished. Good heavens, who is that? Another person speculated, could it be one of those Golden Wall merchants from the rumors, strolling about so casually? The moment they saw Tison, Haran couldn't help but cry out, young master. He bowed his head low, his voice coming out very bleak, the noisy fellow from before. Tison raised his head and looked straight into Scholar's eyes. Is it you? In the silent night, an ancient talisman caught fire, red flames mingling with purple smoke. The burning talisman flew toward the man lying unconscious. Suddenly, the flame poured into the gourd he held in his mouth. In an instant, the gourd shook violently and a red light flashed. Immediately after, he suddenly tightened his grip on the flask. The man jolted, eyes bulging, his whole body trembling as he let out a scream of agony. Around the cave, the people gradually sat up one by one, like Jiangxi. The man turned to look at his still-moving hand. Where am I? I was dead. Has my body changed? Has it been swapped? Dagan suddenly stepped closer. Monster of Guangdong, are you awake? The moment he saw the elder, the man immediately thrust his hand forward. The man fixed his gaze on Dagan and croaked, who are you? The old man replied calmly, I am Seo Dagan, the elder of Hyokryone. Bigwang saved you, you should be loyal to him. The half-dead Jiangxi shuffled toward Dagan one after another, as if hypnotized. Returning to Tison's group, Scholar brazenly hurled a sneer. That parasite, I've been looking for you anyway, so this suits me. You keep wandering and looking for me. He curled his lip in a sneer. So, how long do you intend to remain a burden to Miss Haran? Hearing this, Tison looked bewildered. Burden. Scholar couldn't help but shout, his voice full of accusation. You were expelled by the Golden Wall merchants, yet you still dare to ogle Miss Haran? His tone dropped, a cold glint in his eyes. You mean me, ogling Yon Haran? He said mockingly, if that's not the case, then why haven't you annulled the engagement yourself by now? Let go so she can find a more fitting match. Tison frowned tightly and spoke coldly. So the suitable match you refer to is yourself. Scholar exploded in fury. You really are testing my limits. A lowly merchant like you dares to insult the Siamon family. Seeing that, Tison lowered his voice and replied nonchalantly, why drag your clan into this all of a sudden? Don't tell me you're useless and can't do anything without your family backing you. Scholar trembled with anger. Without hesitation, he turned and strode away, signaling at the same time, fine, out you go. Tison smirked faintly, an intrigued glint in his eyes. After a moment, the two stood properly on the arena floor. He looked up at the man, so when do you plan to jump in? Actually, I'm a little looking forward to it. Scholar, already driven mad by Tison, tried to feign calm. Looking forward to it? Are you terrified enough to lose your mind? Tison bowed his head slightly, his voice echoing. Over the past few days, I've realized a few things, and I need someone to test them on. Hearing that, Scholar sneered and openly challenged. Fine, let's see what you can do. Saying that, Scholar sprang straight at Tison. Tison remained motionless, the corner of his mouth twitching. As the man swung his attack, Tison lightly sidestepped. He then grabbed Scholar's hand, his gaze locking onto him. Immediately after, Tison suddenly twisted Scholar's arm backward. In an instant, the man's body was hurled up into the air. Taken by surprise, Scholar's face went pale. His followers were nearly stunned by the horrific sight. A moment later, his body slammed down onto the ground. When it was over, Tison slowly turned his head to look back. A follower stared at the shattered ground where Scholar's body lay and stammered, impossible. At the same time, Tison lifted his foot and tossed his folding fan into the air. Then suddenly, Tison pivoted the tip of his foot in a direction. The man widened his eyes in horror as he looked toward him, and saw the fan fly straight into his face. Pain instantly spread, the man parted his lips and groaned. The other rushed forward anxiously. Are you all right? Scholar angrily demanded, bastard, you dared attack while I was off guard? Not finished yet. Tison smiled lazily and quietly repeated his words. Not finished. The two sprang up quickly and taunted. That's right, attack us again, this time we won't miss. They grinned maliciously. I don't know what tricks you just pulled, but this time I'll show you the true essence of Siamon martial arts. At that moment, he suddenly lunged at the two, a clear smirk on his lips. What did you say? It's over. They hastily grabbed Tisun's robe. One of them shouted excitedly, "Got you, you bastard." The situation abruptly reversed as Tisun seized a handful of the scholar group's hair. He gently slammed one man's head hard into another's. Afterward, Tisun calmly lowered his head to survey the group. Scholar slowly opened his eyes, groaning in pain. Suddenly, Scholar's face changed color, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. Before him, you were still standing motionless. Tisun abruptly turned to look at you, offering a cold smile. "You're awake." At that moment, Scholar kept making incoherent noises, feeling somewhat bewildered. "I can't speak." Tisun looked at him coldly and said, "Thanks to you, I discovered something interesting, so." The corners of Scholar's eyes unconsciously welled with tears. You slowly stepped closer and asked in response, "Should I test you one more time?" Turning back to Harin, she anxiously looked outside. The people in the room continued to whisper and murmur. When a piercing shout came from behind, the leader. Everyone turned their heads one after another, all stunned. "Impossible, why would the leader come here?" Harin quickly bowed her head. "Master." Leop glanced around impatiently. "I'm here to see Byok Tisun, where is he?" After a moment, Leop slowly stepped outside. Meanwhile, Tisun was also moving toward him. Leop's eyes brightened for an instant when he saw you. "Ah, there he is." With the lights tracking Tisun's every step. "He suddenly blocked your path. Do you know who I am?" Behind him, the crowd turned and whispered among themselves. Tisun pondered seriously. "I feel like I've met you somewhere before." The man exclaimed in amazement. "Wait, did he just speak to the master like that?" Another person interjected angrily. "Does he even know who he's talking to?" Leop raised an eyebrow and smirked. "You have met me before." Just then your eyes went wide, pupils dilating, and a familiar image struck Tisun's mind. You almost shouted, "Now I remember. It was at the Martial Alliance meeting decades ago, right? You were the brat who withstood my killing intent back then. Your skill was lacking, but your will was very tenacious." Thinking that, Tisun gave a faint smile. "You've improved quite a bit." After a while, you replied casually, "Looks like I'll get scolded by the steward again today." Leop loudly commanded, "Sit down, I want to talk a bit." Tisun froze, his eyes scanning the room as if weighing a decision. This should be done with someone genuinely interested. He emphasized each word through gritted teeth. "I'm here to speak with everyone, you'll be the first." You quickly pointed at the youth. "I don't want to, so you can pass it to the next person." That fellow, he looked puzzled and answered, "I do." Tisun nodded in confirmation. "Yes, you, congratulations." The youth looked skeptical. "Congratulate me for what?" You said casually. "Because you have the chance to converse with the strongest in Hamuryeon." Leop gave no reaction. Thoughts flashed through his mind. "This brat is arrogant. You dare to pass up the chance to network with me? You are just a junior. If you were the Martial Alliance leader, it would be somewhat acceptable." But Leop's gaze flicked quickly to the waiting youth, and something felt off. At the same time, Tisun strolled nonchalantly through the night sky. You frowned slightly, uneasy. If this kid suddenly blurts out some martial secret, it'll be troublesome. If Hamuryeon's leader is taken down, it'll be a big mess. In that moment, the moonlight shone down on the scene. At the black iron workshop, dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Inside, the clang of metal rang painfully, followed by flickering flames and choking smoke. All around, the craftsmen were intently forging a kind of weapon. The man suddenly froze as a plume of smoke rose from behind. He peered out in confusion. "Why is there so much fog here?" The man beside him urged, "Hey, if we want to deliver to Hamuryeon in a few days, we need to speed up. Why hasn't the guy who went for the tools come back? We've been swamped, damn it." Seeing the man still silent, he asked anxiously, "What are you doing?" Through the thin mist, a figure moved slowly. The figure wore a conical hat. He bowed his head, fiercely gnawing at the neck of a corpse. The man recoiled in horror. "What is that?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Jiangshi suddenly turned around. The two craftsmen spun to look through the mist. The man stared at the horde of Jiangshi in bewilderment. A trembling voice rang out, "Are those humans?" Their gazes slowly swept toward the two craftsmen. At the same time, the leader slowly reached his hand forward. Then he shook the bell in his hand with force. The Jiangshi immediately reacted, baring their jaws and growling. At the horrifying sight, the man shouted urgently, "Run!" Under the mist, the Jiangshi madly gave chase to the two of them. Suddenly, a hammer fell to the ground with a sharp, ear-splitting clang. In that instant, the Jiangshi continued their frenzied advance. After a while, they slowed, arms outstretched forward. At the same time, the man crouched low, his heart pounding. "Damn, there's nowhere left to run." Now the Jiangshi appeared smeared with fresh blood. He tried to reassure himself, "The horse is still alive. If I can mount it, I can still get away." His gaze fixed on the large horse. Silently, he watched them. "I have to buy some time." Without thinking, he sprinted toward the horse. It unexpectedly turned its head and stared straight into his eyes. He felt a chill crawl up his spine. Damn, they've turned back. In a flash, the Jiangshi slowly turned their heads, a strange red gleam lighting their eyes. At that moment, the man yanked hard on the horse's reins. It instantly spun and fled in a blur. Only then did the man dare to exhale in relief. Okay. But the Jiangxi's eyes glowed in an eerie way. They stared at the empty space ahead just beyond that doorway. Then suddenly, a Jiangxi appeared right in front of the man. It leapt into the air, arms reaching for him. The man glanced to the side. Moments later, blood sprayed everywhere, and the door was stained red in an instant. Elsewhere, human corpses lay strewn across the ground, only to see the Jiangxi hurry forward. They wore tattered cloaks draped over them. Then suddenly, the Jiangxi bowed their heads to the ground. At that moment, the trails of red blood began to move, like a serpent. It slowly crawled across the cold earth. The blood flowed and shifted with a graceful, undulating motion. On those streaks of blood were the desiccated corpses of people. After a while, the streams of blood converged at a point and began to move oddly, like an insect. Suddenly, the blood shot straight up into the air. Under the bright moon, it slowly rose into the endless void. In that instant, the youth stood suspended between spaces, absorbing the warm blood. He parted his lips and uttered a call. Elder, his eyes suddenly lit with a chilling red glow. The scene shifts to Hamirion, a building with eaves extending outward. Tison seemed to have figured out something. When he scorched the souls of those three, he discovered a new effect of the soul-augmenting demonic art. When he drew the souls out and singed them externally, countless stray thoughts rushed into his mind. Although their spiritual power was far weaker than that of the master physicians, it nonetheless seemed very useful for extracting hidden information. He smiled with excitement, a thought stirring within. The more he understood soul-augmenting demonic art, the more extraordinary this martial art seemed. A voice came from outside. Young master, we have brought the physicians as requested. The door immediately opened with a creak, a voice sounding. Shin Yui excitedly pointed at the two men. How do you feel? Not bad, the physicians I brought, right? Eccentric physician turned to look with a disdainful expression. He's at it again. Tison sighed. They were no better than each other. He shouted once, what? Then he added casually, if we must judge, both are incompetent, consider it a tie. Eccentric physician and Shin Yui replied in unison. What did you say? Tison stepped forward slowly, his voice low. I mean, both of you must fulfill the wagered condition. The disgruntled men shouted, what? This is outrageous. Tison suddenly raised his head and stared at them, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Really? The two involuntarily felt a shiver and pressed their lips together. After a moment of silence, he made an offer. I will personally verify it to the end. Also, if any of you dare to bet on me again, just wait and see what happens. The faces of eccentric physician and Shin Yui immediately went pale. On the other side, a man bowed his head to report. Alliance leader, Black Iron Smithy has disappeared. Leop looked skeptical. Disappeared. Black Iron Smithy isn't an object, be clear about what you mean. The man hurriedly explained, it's true, sir. Since it's time for settlement and there was no news, I sent people to check. Only the manor and halls remain, everything else vanished, including people and belongings. He anxiously asked further, all gone? I still have money to collect, what on earth happened? The man cautiously guessed. He couldn't be certain, but it seemed they were attacked from outside. Coincidentally, an epidemic began to break out near Black Iron Smithy. Hearing this, Leop calmly ordered, an epidemic, then investigate whether it's related. Go find Needle Eccentric and Dubhe Divine Physician, ask those two masters for assistance. He couldn't help feeling a bit flustered, suddenly needing those two. He grinned, I'll use this chance to build ties, ask for their help and reward them handsomely afterwards. Also include Byok Tison in the investigation team. The man trembled with surprise. Byok Tison, you mean the second son of the Golden Wall merchants? He quickly confirmed, yes, it's him. Fulfill any request he makes. The old man's face briefly changed, as if hiding something. After a moment, the man bowed his head and answered promptly, as you command. Meanwhile, a thought crossed Leop's mind. Byok Tison seems like a master, let's see how he performs. Later, Tison's group arrived at a location. He slowly moved forward on the balls of his feet. Tison suddenly came to a stop. His gaze flickered, he sniffed toward a direction. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Shin Yui blinked and sniffed. I don't smell anything. Tison coldly said, this isn't a scent for the nose. Everyone here is dead, exact numbers unknown, but at least 100. His voice trembled, that many. Suddenly Tison spun around. Do you know anything about poisons? Shin Yui hesitated. Poisons? I know a little, then Tison prompted. Compared to the poison demon, how about it? The eccentric physician sighed. Who in this world can use poison to beat the poison demon? But why do you ask? His voice dropped low. I smell the kind of poison the poison demon usually uses. He trembled and asked, face pale. The poison demon, so could that being have killed all these people? Tison replied tersely, voice almost casual. Whether that's true is for you to investigate, but besides the blood and the poison, I sense something else very unpleasant. investigate the poison and identify what it is. Both of them, without being told, shouted in unison, understood. Meanwhile, he traced the trail of the blood scent with his steps. Tison raised an eyebrow thinking, why do I sense an aura like the soul-augmenting demonic art here? At Black Iron Smithy, Shin Yui kept pointing ahead, his face anxious. Suddenly someone among them shouted, River Martial Alliance leader. The man who had just arrived was Leop, his face full of annoyance. The moment they saw him, Shin Yui and the eccentric physician immediately bowed. He stared at Leop, surprise making him nearly speechless. Why are you here? You must be very busy, right? Leop laughed heartily. No matter how busy I am, I can't ignore a request I personally made to the elders. Besides, I have a favor to ask this time. Shin Yui's expression changed. His voice trembled in shock. He muttered to the eccentric physician behind him, could it be? Are you asking us to investigate the people living in this area? Taken aback by the unexpected question, Leop exclaimed, wait, how did you know? After a moment, he carefully said, while investigating under Lord Byok's orders, we found traces of a poison. The effects seemed to have spread to the surrounding area. Hearing this, Leop couldn't help but be suspicious. Not a pestilence, but a poison. On the other side, Tison stood motionless under the open sky. As his hands fell, he thought to himself, it's been a long time since I performed Heavenly Earth Stride. Tison slowly raised one arm into the air. His other hand lowered, and then he spun around once, his robe fluttering. Tison's foot lifted off the ground, then he swept his leg back and his foot quickly came down. Tison continued to move by pivoting on his toes. His body suddenly hovered in the air and a thought flashed through his mind. Now that I think about it, I'm sure. That scent is the same poison the poison demon uses. Wasn't it about 3 years ago when I died as a heavenly demon? Back then, that arrogant fellow thought himself unbeatable. I just happened to encounter him. If he had run into the Martial Alliance leader instead of me, things might have turned out differently. But all celestial demons are immune to every kind of poison. Even 11 deadly toxins can't stand up to the soul-augmenting demonic art, a power that can burn even the soul. In that moment, Tison suddenly curled his lip in a sardonic smile. He couldn't help thinking the poison demon had been thoroughly subdued, and the punishment for him would be to follow me, revealing a different poison recipe each day to keep his life. Back in reality, a strange aura spread from Tison's palm. He half closed his eyes, the corner of his mouth lifted in amusement. After a moment, Tison slowly withdrew his magic and exhaled. It had been rather entertaining. But what mischief is that poison demon up to now? Just then, the eccentric physician's voice came from behind. Master Byok, we've completed our investigation into the poison you mentioned. Tison asked sternly, and the antidote. The old man bowed his head and replied softly, we can begin detoxification immediately. Hearing this, Tison looked pleased. Good, prepare a lot, soon we'll definitely need plenty. The eccentric physician answered firmly, leave it to us. He suddenly changed expression, his voice faltering. But Master Byok, Tison responded nonchalantly. What is it? The man hurriedly said, the more we investigate, the stranger it becomes. It seems this is not the work of the poison demon. Tison slowly turned back and asked suspiciously, not the poison demon. The eccentric physician added cautiously, yes, the toxin is highly dangerous, but its formulation is clumsy. Crude, if it were made properly, Yicheng would already be a living hell. Moreover, this poison's purpose isn't to kill. It only slows healing and drains the victim's life force. Tison had been silent for a while. His face suddenly changed color. The eccentric physician continued, if someone is poisoned for too long, even if they survive, they'll be nothing more than a walking corpse. We will continue treating the poisoned in this area. Also, we need to assist the River Martial Alliance leader. Tison frowned slightly, repeating the phrase in his mind. A poison that turns people into soulless corpses. At the same time, Shin Yui and the eccentric physician quickly departed. Tison walked on while thinking, it might be related to the soul-augmenting demonic art I sensed before. Thinking that, he silently devised a plan. I need more information. I must go to the Hao faction. Immediately, Tison ordered aloud, Shin Kyungwon, come with me. He didn't hesitate and stepped forward. At your command, Lord Byok. Suddenly Harin turned to Tison and couldn't help calling, young Master Byok. Harin hurried over to him, a smile on her lips. Where are you planning to go, brother? We were just about to go assist Dubhe Divine Physician and the eccentric physician. Tison coldly addressed the Golden Jade House. Sioyan widened her eyes, voice trembling with surprise. Golden Jade House, isn't that a pleasure house? Before Harin's puzzled expression, he replied nonchalantly, yes, it's the largest pleasure house in Yicheng. Hearing that, she snapped angrily, but you're right here beside me, Miss Harin. How can you do that? Tison spoke slowly, his gaze so calm it froze Harin. If you get bored, you may come along, but I doubt you'll find it interesting. When did she lower her head? Sioyan ground her teeth. How could you? Harin clenched the hem of her robe with force, her brows knitting, voice trembling as she said, how many times have I told you about this? Suddenly Harin turned and brushed past. Do whatever you want then. I'll go help W Divine Physician and the eccentric physician instead of wasting time there. Seeing that, Sioyan hurriedly chased after her. On this side, Tisun watched Harin's figure in bewilderment. He turned his head to one side and mumbled, what did she tell me to do again? After speaking, Tisun, as if unconcerned, said, she must be busy, let's go. The scene shifted to the River Martial Alliance's medical area. Inside, the old man slowly moved toward Harin. In a small corner, Shin Yui and the eccentric physician looked exhausted. He clicked his tongue. Why do I have to do this? I've never treated more than one patient a day. Shin Yui interrupted. Then how did you become a divine doctor with such little experience? The eccentric physician recounted. Before I got good, I used to see 100 patients a day. I struggled a long time to become a healer. He snorted coldly. Only 100? That's nothing. I once treated 200 in a day. He looked doubtful. You're making that up, right? How can you prove it? Shin Yui sighed. I'm telling the truth. I've got the scars to prove it. The eccentric physician lowered his voice, more serious. Really? But is treating that fast actually good for the patients? He replied, disgruntled, I don't want to either, but what choice is there? My master made me do it. Honestly, the only one scarier than my master is young Master Byok. Ah no, forget I said that. Regardless, he's truly terrifying. Then suddenly the eccentric physician's tone changed. He asked seriously, do you know Lord Byok's true identity? Shin Yui hesitated, his face hiding an unwilling memory. Not exactly, but I've met someone similar before. Hearing that, the odd doctor couldn't help shouting, this is maddening. We're on the same side now, so just say it. Who are you and Lord Byok really? Shin Yui didn't answer, he only gave a bitter smile. After a brief silence, Shin Yui suddenly said, Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult. The man's face went ashen. He muttered, damn, I shouldn't have asked. He smiled faintly. I told you, didn't I? The eccentric physician leaned in, lowering his voice almost to a whisper. Then who exactly is your master? Shin Yui suddenly turned to him, eyes wide. Wait, who are they? The eccentric physician grew annoyed. Why are you dodging my question again? Shin Yui abruptly sprang to his feet. Seeing this, the man looked briefly alarmed. What is it? Is this for real? He didn't answer, staring blankly at a point. Outside, the sky had somehow turned a blazing red. At the sight, Shin Yui was nearly stunned rigid. The eccentric physician stepped forward slowly, squinting as he looked out as if, we won't have a single moment's rest. The whole space trembled briefly at the sight of strange figures. Sioyan instantly went on alert. Who are they after all? Shin Yui quickly ordered everyone here to get into the safe rooms first. Harin wore a panicked expression, as if not yet recovered. He barked loudly, his voice like thunder. There's no time, hurry up. The eccentric physician gave a decisive command. The guarding martial artists here prepare to move. Sensing something was wrong, Sioyan signaled sternly, Miss, let's go. The air was thick now with the smell of blood from the jiangshi. Harin's group moved slowly, each person bowing their heads to avoid attention. In a brief moment, she couldn't help turning to look back. Young master. Turning back toward Tisun, she saw the white flower courtesan house owner sitting nearby, beautiful as ever, carefully pouring tea into the cup placed before Tisun. After a while, he suddenly spoke, I should have come earlier. The white flower courtesan house owner knelt hastily, apologetic. So rude of me, my subordinate didn't expect the young master to come here. I plan to inform you after clearing out the dark guilds nearby. Tisun ordered sternly, do your job properly, I don't want any more disappointments. She replied on the spot without thinking, I will remember that. Tisun's gaze was sharp as a blade as he looked straight at the white flower courtesan house owner. What are you doing all the way out here? She stammered briefly, eyes avoiding his. Well, recently things around this district haven't been stable, so I came directly to assist the young master. I also thought the Hao faction had disguised themselves within the Golden Jade House to monitor the situation. I sent people to investigate matters related to the Black Iron clan. Just then, a subordinate suddenly interjected, Ma'am, someone has come to see you. She signaled coldly, bring him in. No sooner had she spoken than the wooden doors were pulled aside. As soon as he saw the man, Tisun lowered his voice. What's the matter? The man replied quickly, W Divine Physician and the eccentric physician invite the young master there. Hearing that, he couldn't help feeling a bit suspicious. They invited me there. The man growled, emphasizing each word. They have something important to tell the young master. Tisun hurriedly asked, where are they now? He answered softly, a nearby brothel. Tisun frowned, his voice tinged with doubt and annoyance. A brothel? Weren't they treating and saving people? The man hurriedly replied, "Yes, that's right, but they have urgent business and need you there immediately." His voice dropped sharp enough to freeze the room. "How do you know to come here to deliver the message? I never told those two where I was going." The man bowed, stammering, his eyes suddenly dim. "As for that matter," Tison suddenly shouted, stopping him. Kyungwon quickly stepped forward and forcefully twisted the man's arm behind his back. In a split second, the man was pressed to the ground. He cried out in panic, "What are you doing?" The White Flower courtesan house owner grew suspicious. He might be a martial artist from Beek Leop's side. Kyungwon chimed in, though there were many suspicious points about him. One thing didn't add up. Dubhe divine physician and the eccentric physician inviting the young master to them. They wouldn't normally do that. The man screamed wildly, "What the?" Tison turned and ordered, "Quick, send people to check the nearby inn. Bring this one too. He might be a traitor." The man kept struggling. "What are you doing? Let me go." She lowered her voice, face shifting to panic. "So this is a trap meant to capture the young master?" He answered nonchalantly. "Maybe it's a plot I haven't guessed yet." After a moment, Tison stepped closer to Kyungwon and without hesitation gave the order. "You come with me. We'll go find Dubhe Divine Physician and the eccentric physician." Back with the eccentric physicians group, the Jiangshi still swarmed over the rooftops. They kept growling. The people below tightened their sword hilts, poised to fight. Shin Yui and the eccentric physician stared straight ahead. He raised an eyebrow, thinking, "This is bad. They're already surrounding us. There's no running out now, but why does the leader's aura feel so familiar?" At that moment, a mysterious figure suddenly pierced through the Jiangshi. Under the pale moonlight, the man's body was almost swallowed by shadow. At the sight of him, Shin Yui's face showed alarm. The man suddenly issued a command, his voice echoing in the night, "Sheathe your swords. I'm only here to speak with the healers." He couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. "Speak. If it's to talk, then you should withdraw. Bringing so many people is too dangerous." The eccentric physician sneered. Looking at the Jiangshi made him nearly sick with fear. Shin Yui quickly replied, "They're not exactly Jiangshi. I can sense both yang and yin qi on them." At that instant, the Jiangshi emanated two distinct airs. He fearfully guessed, "Are they the ghost soldiers of a demon?" "Seems not." The old man angrily snapped, "Spit it all out." His gaze paused at their chests, looking through the qi apertures into their bodies. Their weakness was an intersection of yin qi and yang qi. "Do you see it?" The eccentric physician quickly shifted his eyes. "I see it. Looks like you're right. Where's the bastard who wanted to talk to us? Say what you want." The mysterious man showed annoyance. Seeing the two debating, he said after waiting a moment, "If you join us, we'll offer benefits you can't imagine. Honestly, I value talented people like you." Hearing that, the old man curled a contemptuous smile. "You bring a pack of murderous Jiangshi here and call it negotiation. How poetic. Why should I believe you? Only a fool would do that." Contrary to expectation, the man fell silent and offered no rebuttal. The eccentric physician tilted his head and stared into the stranger's eyes, emphasizing each word in a rough voice. "We're not foolish enough to believe you." The man narrowed his eyes at the eccentric physician, though he didn't expect to persuade them. He thought the negotiation was effectively over after those words. Immediately after, he suddenly shook a bell vigorously. The Jiangshi let out sudden howls of lament. Startled by the unexpected scene, the group nearly froze. Before the group could react, the Jiangshi lunged toward them. Seeing this, the eccentric physician lowered his voice. "I can't protect all of you." He added thoughtfully, his eyes reflecting concern, "Do your best to survive." The eccentric physician tightened his grip on a bundle of throwing needles. "Since you've done that, I'll return the favor." He swiftly hurled the sharp metal shards at them. The Jiangshi, seeing this, grew furious. They let out deranged roars. The man suddenly charged forward, shouting, "Die." He swung his sword in a downward slash. The Jiangshi was unharmed. It opened its mouth and emitted a piercing screech. Then suddenly it reached out and squeezed his throat. The people couldn't help but feel unsettled. What kind of monster was that? At that moment, an object suddenly hurtled straight toward the Jiangshi. Seeing that, the eccentric physician shouted, "This is bad. If things keep like this, everyone will die. If you have any idea, do it now. We can't wait any longer." Shin Yui gritted his teeth. "I'm thinking of something too." After a short while, some of them collapsed to the ground. The eccentric physician barked a warning. "Careful, they're charging again." He darted his eyes around, panic rising. No matter how they struck, they wouldn't end. "Damn, we figured out their weakness, but there are too many of them. The young master might not arrive in time to help." Just then, one of them suddenly ambushed Shin Yui from behind. He quickly shot his hand toward him. Shin Yui reacted immediately, struggling with all his strength. Shin Yui kept groaning, "This is bad, they're swarming too many of them. I don't want to die like this." He gasped out a frantic cry for help. "Young master, save me." Just as trust was regained, a Jiangxi's head was suddenly cut off. Seeing that scene, his face went as pale as a banana leaf. Haran asked carefully, eyes fixed on Shin Yui, "Are you all right, sir?" Shin Yui hurriedly sat up, his voice trembling as he replied, "Thank you." At the same time, Sioyin rushed over, her face full of worry. "Master physician, miss, are you all right?" So the miss was here after all. "As instructed, I put everyone into the pharmacy to take shelter. I don't know how much longer we can hold out. But what exactly are these things? They don't look like the living." Shin Yui sighed wearily. Though he couldn't be certain yet, he guessed they might be half-living Jiangxi. Seemingly, they came targeting us. Sioyin widened her eyes in surprise. "Half-living Jiangxi? What do you mean?" He didn't explain, but urgently signaled, "There's no time to explain. If you want to kill them, you must cut off their heads or strike precisely at the Guanyuan acupoint." She repeated softly in confusion, "The Guanyuan acupoint." Then Haran and Sioyin immediately pointed their blades at the half-living Jiangxi. In a flash, the two of them lunged straight at the creatures. From behind, Shin Yui opened his mouth and shouted, attacking toward the Danshin. Her gaze flicked to Haran. "The miss has always sacrificed herself for me." The image of her shielding little Sioyin reappeared. As they grew up, Haran didn't hesitate to shout to protect her. Then the two embraced tightly on their reunion day. Back in reality, Sioyin hurried toward the Jiangxi. She silently vowed, "This time let your subordinate protect you." Needles flew crazily toward the Jiangxi. Only after the last one fell did the eccentric physician finally exhale deeply. Then suddenly his body bent over and he spat a mouthful of fresh blood. The eccentric physician croaked weakly, "Have I expended too much qi?" Shin Yui quickly reached out toward him, not forgetting to warn, "Or why don't you take this chance to find a way out?" The old man replied despondently, "The enemy has sealed the exits. How could I possibly escape?" Shin Yui said seriously, "I have one last move left. It's a gamble, but while I do it, you should hurry and flee." Hearing that, the eccentric physician looked at him, eyes showing panic. "You mean you want me to run alone?" Shin Yui shot back quickly, "Among us, aren't you the fastest runner?" The old man hesitated for a moment. Well, at last he let out a suppressed chuckle. "Besides, the lead role always stays behind until the end, doesn't it?" Shin Yui instructed softly, like laying down the law, "Go find the young master." Then without hesitation, he let out a roar. "You bastards!" The half-living Jiangxi immediately turned toward the sound. Seeing that, Shin Yui quickly hurled a vial at them. "Try tasting this." It shattered at once, and strange half-living auras wafted out from inside. They clamped their mouths shut, fresh blood streaming down without cease. At the sight of that, Shin Yui grinned. He had thought it might fail, so he was relieved it worked. In a flash, their faces began to contort. Then suddenly each of them exploded, flames spreading under the night sky. Seeing that, he shouted urgently, "It's now messy ones, chase after them. I'll hold them off, go now." The eccentric physician showed annoyance. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Before leaving, the old man shouted, "Survive." Shin Yui let out a soft laugh. "Don't worry, did you think I'd die that easily?" "Run!" As he finished speaking, the two of them bolted, vanishing through the thick smoke. On this side, the mysterious man glared down at the group. He reached forward again, and the bell began to ring madly. The Jiangxi's eyes immediately lit up at the call, as if summoned. It suddenly stretched out its arms toward Shin Yui and the eccentric physician, and a blinding light shot from within its eye sockets and mouth. The two couldn't help feeling unsettled. What was that light? The old man spun around in rage, swinging his hand forward. "Damn it, die, you monsters." Little streaks of light darted and embedded themselves into the Jiangxi. Beneath the black veil, many eyes suddenly flared. The Jiangxi's body slowly crawled back up. It opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, the Jiangxi writhed and rolled on the ground. At the same time, Sioyin swung her sword, fresh blood splattering her face. Over here, Haran collapsed to the ground. She clutched her wounded arm. Seeing this, Sioyin rushed over anxiously. "Miss, are you okay?" Haran bent over, voice weak. "I'm fine." She trembled as she added, "Stop the bleeding first." At that moment, a sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Sioyin's horrified gaze fixed on the Jiangxi. "There are still this many." Immediately after, they all howled in unison. The two briefly raised their brows, faces falling as if resigned to fate. Haran murmured painfully, "I accidentally lost my temper with the young master just now. Now I only wish to see him one last time." Sioyin called out in panic, "Miss." She gently reached out and touched her. Haran squinted and smiled brightly, "But with friends by my side like this, I'm content." In that moment, a thought flashed through Sioyin's mind. Just like then, Haran's childhood human-like face seemed to reappear. Thinking that, she unconsciously squeezed her hand tightly. They shared the same thought. Yes, as long as friends stand shoulder to shoulder, dying wouldn't be a regret. The half-living Jiangxi began to stir, stretching their bodies toward them. Haran and Sioyin simultaneously pointed their swords at them. At that moment, the blades flashed a dazzling light. That light swept across both Sioyin's and Haren's faces. The two glared at the creatures as if refusing to yield. Then suddenly the light shifted to purple. In midair, the jiangshi unexpectedly exploded. After the hazy light, two figures emerged, half concealed. They saw Tison clamp his hand around a jiangshi's throat. Haren's eyes lit up, a thought crept into her. Could it be? Meanwhile, he gently lifted his mirror toward the jiangshi. In an instant, they began to burn one by one. Tison looked displeased. Why were so many of the almost dead still refusing to die? The moment they saw him, Haren and Sioyin excitedly called, "Young master." Shin Yui and the eccentric physician spoke with trembling voices. At last you've arrived. After a while, the space fell silent once more. The mysterious man couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected it to turn out this way. So be it. He slowly removed the cloth from his mouth, then suddenly produced a pill and popped it into his mouth. He collapsed, mouth gaping as he growled. The mysterious man's body began to transform into a grotesque form. At the horrifying sight, Shin Yui stared up in daze. That was. The mysterious man's body suddenly elongated, his skin wrinkled. His hands revealed long curved claws. After a moment, the mysterious man lifted his head to the sky and let out an earth-shattering roar. The eccentric physician couldn't help but wonder aloud, what on earth is that? He spoke with a tremor. He's triggered dispersal force. He's abandoned his humanity. Tison's gaze fixed on the man. Not only that, what on earth? Has he attached to that soul after all? He stood motionless, observing every movement of the mysterious man. After a while, a sharp, white stream of energy explosively erupted from the roof of the building. Immediately after, the mysterious man appeared in a hideously monstrous form. His hands dug desperately into the roof tiles. His claws scraped down, producing a shrill screech. Then suddenly, the mysterious man lunged toward Tison. A streak of light flashed across Tison's hair. Meanwhile, the mysterious man wildly slashed with his hands, dust and smoke quickly enveloping both Tison and him. After a moment, two gleaming eyes appeared through the smoke. The mysterious man flung himself to the sides, growling. At that moment, Tison suddenly appeared, speaking coldly. It's getting too noisy. The mysterious man reacted instantly. He spun around, and immediately the mysterious man once more lunged at Tison. His gaze fixed on the man. On closer look, there was something else suspicious about him. That man's soul and body seemed twisted in a bizarre way. Meanwhile, the man swiftly threw a punch at Tison. The mysterious man's eyes suddenly flew wide. His pupils contracted as if he'd seen something horrifying. Before him, Tison's figure had somehow vanished. Haren on this side called out anxiously, "Young master." Hearing that, the mysterious man turned to look at her. Haren and Sioyin both shuddered in fear. She thought to herself, damn it, this is bad. The miss is injured, so moving is very inconvenient. What should I do? I don't have any strength left to move. No, must dodge this move or it's fatal. But he was too fast. At that moment, the mysterious man snapped his sharp hand upward. Then suddenly a cut flashed across his hand. Kyungwon appeared unexpectedly, grinning, "Die, you bastard." The mysterious man clutched his hand in agony as it bled nonstop. From his eye sockets a demonic red light radiated. Immediately, the mysterious man dashed toward Kyungwon. He nearly lost his mind, wildly swinging at him. Kyungwon could hardly defend himself. Blood began to well from his mouth. In that moment, Kyungwon thought briefly that he'd held him off for now, but the man was far stronger than he'd imagined. At the last second, the mysterious man gathered force and lunged his sharp arm at him. Suddenly, a figure shot in to block directly in front of him. Tison's voice rang out after that, "Even a freak like you gives me trouble." He reached out gently, and the mysterious man's body was shoved back. They watched the man's body pass clean through the solid wall. Not stopping there, the man's body continued through another wall. Tison stared at the two holes, looking bored. Seems my skills still aren't perfect. Tison couldn't help but wonder. He disappeared, yet just moments ago he could clearly sense his aura. Seconds before, a red light radiated from inside the mysterious man's chest. Witnessing the horrific sight, Haren couldn't help but call, "Young master." A thought slipped into her mind. "I expected you'd be stronger than before, but I didn't expect you'd reach this level." At the same time, the jiangshi lowered their voices, still emitting low growls. He glanced at them. "What about the rest of you?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the jiangshi quickened their pace and lunged toward Tison. Seeing this, he slowly reached his hand forward. Immediately after, Tison clenched his palm. They instantly transformed into purple specks of flame. He lowered his voice. "I had a bad feeling from the start. Why are so few of you monsters here? How come you lot are filled with such strange demonic chi?" Under Tison's imposing presence, the jiangshi trembled in fear, their bodies gradually sinking beneath the roof tiles. Seeing that, he called out loudly, "You all just stay right there. Death will come soon enough. I'm too lazy to chase after you bastards." After a while, the eccentric physician looked ahead and asked, "Are they really dead? Look at those wrinkled, desiccated faces. Doesn't their speech sound real enough to you?" Shin Yui answered, "Because they've exhausted all their internal energy. they traded their lives for power. The old man stared at him, his voice deep. When you first saw these, you felt the same, so you must know something, right? Don't be so evasive, say something. What exactly are these? What do you mean by half-dead Jiangshi? After a brief silence, Xin Yui said softly, that's right, they're people injected with death qi. The death qi gradually corrodes the body, turning them into Jiangshi bit by bit. The old man snapped angrily, an act the heavens and earth won't tolerate. He continued, of course you can't just inject it, you need a special great technique. First you must drain all life force, leaving only a trace of breath. The eccentric physician's eyes widened in fear. What could it be? Xin Yui replied quickly, his tone heavy as a boulder. Yes, that poison is exactly what's been used to create these undead. I should have recognized the toxin earlier when I first discovered it. What I tossed out earlier was an antidote to that very poison we developed. The balance between the two poisonous airs and the antidote was disrupted, making the body unable to endure. Hearing this, the eccentric physician grew even more suspicious. How do you know so much about this? He nonchalantly admitted they created the half-jiangshi and triggered internal energy. This was a practice their sect researched. Hearing that, the old man gasped in shock. What? The 4 words he blurted sent a chill through the air. The cult leader's eyes went wide. Heavenly demon, sacred cult. Xin Yui scanned the pile of corpses and spoke slowly. Their lust for power exceeded anyone's, yet in the end they could only be abandoned. The old man asked in confusion, why? Xin Yui bluntly replied, there are too many weaknesses and limitations. This isn't something humans should do. It seems someone intended to turn them into soldiers, but as you can see, it's only partially succeeded. He suddenly prodded the Jiangshi's mouth with his finger. Xin Yui squinted at the pill. Is it this? The eccentric physician, curious, asked what it was. He rubbed the pill between his fingers and mumbled, it seems to be a pill used to trigger full internal energy. You pull out a fang and implant it there to activate the toxin. Ah, we should report this to the young master. At that moment, a beam of light shot up, nearly filling the whole space. The eccentric physician turned his attention to Tison. Actually, there's one thing I'm most curious about. Xin Yui asked, bewildered. What's that? The old man hurriedly said. The moment the young master appeared, with his martial skill, he made them explode one by one. How on earth did you do that? Are you even human? He replied helplessly. Well, I've been thinking the same. He's not an ordinary person. At the same time, Tison quietly sensed it. The spiritual force was unusually pure, like he'd swallowed a spirit pill refined from pure spirit energy. I don't understand why these things were like that. When I used the soul fusion demonic art, the balance maintaining their bodies was broken, and all the spiritual energy inside them erupted outward, as if pouring spiritual energy into half-dead bodies to create them. Those who can freely manipulate spiritual force like that. Aside from the heavenly demon, could there really be someone else? Moreover, that aura clinging to the other guy earlier. The aura I sensed then was clearly very similar to soul fusion demonic art, though slightly different. Thinking that, Tison curled a smile. We must find out for sure. Then there are probably a few more of them over on that side. The scene shifted to Hamuryeon, an old-style house placed prominently in front. At the same time, Haran appeared, running hurriedly. She could be seen dashing urgently through the corridors. After a bit, Haran poked her head into a room. Young master, is it true? Tison looked at her skeptically. What is it? Haran faltered. The young miss heard the young master would be staying. Are those 2 physicians here? He replied coldly, yes, I do have something that needs further investigation. Haran continued, her face tense. The later stage contest has ended. All martial artists have been notified to return to their sects. Tison bowed his head and spoke in a low voice. Indeed, the current situation can't allow the contest to continue. After what's happened, it's far too dangerous. Meanwhile, Haran's cheeks flushed ever redder. She called out, her hands lightly clutching her garment. Young master, how do you answer? She hesitated, wanting to express her thanks. Tison looked doubtful. Thank you. Haran suddenly cried out because he had saved her. Thank you, young master. He didn't reply, his gaze fixed on her. In that instant, Haran's heart fluttered. Did you just smile at me? The corner of Tison's mouth lifted. A thought passed. After all, she'd always been by his side, a pure soul, someone I have always loved. After a brief silence, he lowered his voice to ask, so are you leaving today? Haran quickly answered, oh no, tomorrow actually. Tison repeated, tomorrow. Suddenly he rose from the wooden mat. Tison abruptly moved closer. Come to my room tonight. Startled by the unexpected invitation, Haran flinched. She immediately turned to Tison as if to confirm. He said nothing more, his gaze never leaving Haran. She bowed her head slightly and in a small voice whispered, so when may I come? Tison stepped past Haran and replied curtly, whenever you see fit. Hearing that, she turned back toward Tison. Yes. Then I'll come to visit you later. After hearing this, he unconsciously smiled, a rare smile. Night fell in an instant at Haren's manor. Inside, she paced back and forth incessantly. Seeing this, Sioyan asked anxiously, "Miss, are you all right? You look like you have something unsaid." Haren shook her head slightly, brows knit, her face clouded with a private feeling. "Ah, it's nothing," she thought to herself. "It's all because of you. Why won't you leave? Why do you just stand there?" She called out, eyes worried, "Miss." Suddenly Haren turned around, forcing a creepy little smile. "It's so late, you Sioyan. Why aren't you going to rest a bit?" Then Sioyan suddenly answered sternly, "No, what happened with those zombies before still hasn't settled." She said with determination, "I'll stay by the miss's side all night tonight." Haren spoke heavily. Could there be something unsafe in Hamyuryeon? "I already understand you Sioyan's intentions, so why not just go to rest, all right?" Sioyan didn't dare finish her sentence, anxiety in her eyes as she looked at her. "Miss, could it be?" Haren giggled, right, only now realizing. Suddenly she stepped closer and placed both hands lightly on her shoulders. Sioyan lowered her head, her voice rang out clearly. "Even if some things are inconvenient now that it's come to this, the miss can do it before it's too late. Please go quickly." Hearing that, she didn't hesitate and replied, "I understand." The scene shifted to Tisun's manor. At the same time, a hand reached up and touched the wall. Haren popped her head up from below to look. Immediately after, she quickly turned and jumped inside. A rustling came from a nearby shrub. After a while, Haren quickly readjusted her clothing. She bowed, moved quietly, eyes fixed on Kyungwon. Afterward, Haren exhaled a long breath. "All right." Standing before the door, she kept reassuring herself. "Calm down, I can do this. This time I absolutely must." Just as Haren reached for the door, Tisun suddenly yanked it open. He bent his head and stared at her face. Seeing Haren didn't react, Tisun signaled for her to come in. She felt a flash of embarrassment. "Did I look weird just now?" He pointed toward a bed. Haren suddenly slipped past. She thought to herself, "Never mind, I don't really know either." Haren casually lay down on the bed, the blanket pulled up over her body. Seeing this, Tisun smiled with a helpless expression. She hurriedly spoke, "Excuse me, please promise me one thing first." He repeated with a skeptical look, eyes teasing as he looked at Haren. "A promise." She said seriously, "From now on you mustn't go to the pleasure house anymore. You may only come to see me. Understand?" At the same time, Tisun slowly moved toward Haren. She shyly squeezed her eyes shut, cheeks flushed like tomatoes. After a moment, Haren nervously opened her eyes a little. He smiled faintly, "All right, after all I've already found something better anyway." Hearing that, she couldn't help feeling a bit flustered. "What, who?" Haren growled, stressing each word. "I don't know what you mean, young master, but in any case you've promised from now on." Before she finished speaking, Tisun suddenly reached out and touched her hair. He gently stroked Haren's hair. "You're not going to be heartbroken anymore, so don't worry." Not until the next morning did she stir, groaning after a long dream. Haren muttered, "Young master, no, you can't. I would be too embarrassed." Then suddenly she let out a shout, "Young master." Haren's eyes flew open, sunlight slamming into them. In that moment, Haren's inner world almost collapsed. Was it a dream? Could it be? At the thought, she hurriedly threw the blanket aside. Haren stared down at her body, which was still intact. She suddenly sat up, folding over awkwardly. Haren bowed her head, hissing under her breath, "Idiot, foolish, clumsy." She couldn't help but doubt herself. Did I really fall asleep like that? After a while, Haren wandered blankly around the courtyard, her face as pale as a banana leaf. Haren tiredly touched the door when Sioyan's voice suddenly called out, "You're back already." At that, her eyes widened in surprise. Haren nearly shouted. Sioyan asked seriously, "Miss, how did it go?" She hesitated, eyes slightly embarrassed. Seeing Haren's wet lashes, Sioyan flinched. She asked anxiously what happened. Could he have done something indecent? He is a bit odd, true, but he wouldn't have done anything too extreme to the miss, would he? She replied shyly, "No, it's nothing. I just slept. I couldn't do anything after all." The young master would surely be disappointed a lot. Sioyan unconsciously smiled, gently reassuring her. "It's okay, there will be another chance." Haren looked displeased. "But why are you smiling? Aren't you teasing me?" Sioyan smiled softly, mischief sparkling in her eyes. "How could I do that?" She paused to think, but why does the mist seem even more radiant? Perhaps someone has fallen in love. Elsewhere, the wind kept howling. Tisun stood motionless in the darkness, his foot pressing into the ground as a gust swept by. Tisun suddenly clasped his hands together, mumbling an incantation. An excited thought flashed through his mind. He'd crossed the mountain ridge. From now on, as long as he trained steadily, he'd gradually recover completely. Of course, if he encountered a good soul fragment, he'd take it. Yeon Haren's soul fragment was even more stable than Soso's, her spiritual power purer and far mightier. And this time he could confirm one thing. Surely within it was the soul fragment of that child, the soul of Seon Haryong. Surely it was no coincidence that Seon Haryong's soul fragment lodged in the body of the reincarnated fiancé. Could someone dare to toy with the heavenly demon? Or is there another meaning hidden behind it? Thinking this, Teason sneered, how interesting. Whatever it is, it doesn't concern me. I only hope to enjoy this life in peace. As for those who get in my way, I'll just crush them all. At that moment, a frenzied surge of spiritual power burst outward. That great surge of energy poured into a corner of the room. Hwaok glanced outside. But what on earth was that terrifying aura radiating from in there? From the sedan chair, a person wearing black clogs slowly stepped down. Teason sat solemnly in the great hall as the announcement came from the door. Young master, the White Flower Courtesan house owner and the Golden Jade house owner have arrived. You ordered them to be invited in. With that, the White Flower Courtesan house owner and Hwaok respectfully entered. Hwaok trembled uncontrollably and let out a long breath. The atmosphere in the hall was now suffocatingly tense. The White Flower Courtesan house owner and Hwaok simultaneously removed their hats, then knelt in salute. The White Flower Courtesan house owner bowed respectfully to the young master, relieved that nothing untoward had happened to him. As for Hwaok, she was sweating bullets. My name is Hwaok. Teason, seated above, merely looked at them without saying a word. The White Flower Courtesan house owner was puzzled to see Hwaok's face go pale. Why the sudden change? A man famed for an icy cold demeanor. Teason spoke, so what have you uncovered? The White Flower Courtesan house owner looked up to report. We've identified most of those involved in this incident, but they are all dead. There was one person captured, though. That person ultimately committed suicide, sir. And the two supposedly important figures at the inn from the start did not exist. They were also deceived. Teason was surprised. Suicide? At the River Marshall Alliance? She replied yes, despite strict surveillance, they don't know how he managed it. She pulled a roll of paper from her sleeve as she continued. And here is a list of suspicious activities that occurred around Yicheng in the days before the incident, with substantial assistance from the Golden Jade house owner. Hwaok squeezed her eyes shut, clearly under great strain. Teason lowered the roll of paper, his gaze settling on her. Hwaok glanced up timidly, with a coy manner. Teason praised her, well done, you've indeed found a great. His comment astonished both the White Flower Courtesan house owner and Hwaok. The White Flower Courtesan house owner wondered inwardly, is Byeok Teason praising me? She replied politely. That is the safest way to bring traitors under surveillance without being detected. Hwaok, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. The pirates' recent actions here have been strange. I've been investigating them and it seems I've had some luck. Teason snorted, quite useful, so the traitors might now be holding something belonging to the pirates, right? She agreed immediately. The circumstances indicate as much. Teason nodded, I want to meet them for a moment. The White Flower Courtesan house owner answered, just tell me the time and I'll guide you at once. He flatly ordered right now, which left her gaping. What? A murderous chill spread from Teason as his gaze sliced across the White Flower Courtesan house owner like a blade. As he stood, she panicked. I understand, I'll prepare immediately. Teason stood at the door warning, hurry up, I'm not someone with time to spare. A cold aura filled the space. Hwaok stared, too afraid to breathe deeply. As she left, the White Flower Courtesan house owner kindly inquired about her condition. Are you all right? Hwaok blushed and replied, I'm fine now. The woman asked, earlier did you feel something, didn't you? Hwaok stammered, that person, no, who exactly was that? The White Flower Courtesan house owner smiled slyly. You know, it's the second young master of the Golden Wall merchants who's been directing us. She was flustered, yes, but the White Flower Courtesan house owner quickly reassured her. As an ally, he's the most reliable, so don't worry too much. Hwaok shared, at first when I met him, he was the one who most strongly shut down the elders' unreasonable objections to me. You could say he's our current support. At the time I didn't understand, but now I see why. The White Flower Courtesan house owner agreed. Only by meeting him did one realize he was trustworthy. I'm glad to have an ally who understands me. Now let's get ready to go meet the pirates, because he isn't one to like waiting. Hwaok looked at her affectionately. Yes, let's go. She stood silently, her expression as if holding back something she couldn't say. Hwaok still had doubts in her heart, but in the end, what was that feeling I just had? The harbor receded behind them as the ship filled its sails and sailed out to sea. A girl stood on deck, staring into the distance. It was Haran. The sea breeze lightly kissed her hair. Memories of the farewell moment with everyone rose in Haran's mind. Seoyen looked at her with longing. Miss, must you really go? She reassured her, it's fine. The wound was healed by the elixir, and the best fighters of the River Marshall Alliance will protect me. Yet Seoyen remained uneasy. Even so, Haran took her hand and pleaded, please stay by the young master's side for me. It might be better for you. Then she stepped up to Teason and softly called, and young master. Haran slowly spoke, next time we meet, you must hold me okay. Her words astonished everyone present. Back in reality, Haran closed her eyes and pondered. Anyway, she didn't know when the young master had become so strong, but the situation was truly difficult now. She was lost in thought and didn't notice someone watching her. Harin smiled, but being beside the young master will be safe. And next time I'll definitely spend a night by the young master's side. The man still hadn't taken his eyes off Harin. That person was none other than Bikri Jangshan, a solemn figure under the eaves, as if she only had to turn around to see him there. Harin, sensing something amiss, turned around at once. But Jangshan was no longer there, like an illusion. She wondered, what was that? I definitely felt that gaze. The ship continued to glide silently across the silver sea, the water glittering, light like shards of broken mirror. Against the wide sky, flocks of birds slowly flew back to the mountains, their forms shrinking in the dusk. Amid the pale mist, eyes glowing like embers appeared. They were the half-living Jiangshi. The ship above drifted slowly toward them, like prey approaching a trap. Someone on the ship shouted, "Pirates." He yelled with all his might to warn, "Pirates have appeared." Everyone began to panic. What pirates? Harin found it strange. Only pirates would attack a River Marshal Alliance ship. Impossible. The half-Jiangshi leader stood above, slinging his blade over his shoulder. His blood-red eyes flared as if they could devour everything. On Tisan's side, he stood at the prow, silently staring into the distance, while overhead a flock of birds cut through the wind and flew by. Tisan suddenly had a bad feeling. Had they noticed Yon Harin was somehow different? Or was it just a fleeting sensation? The White Flower Courtesan house owner gently asked, "Young master, are you all right? You don't seem comfortable." Tisan replied sternly, "Hurry up." He privately wondered, why am I feeling so uneasy right now? The half-living Jiangshi had already surrounded the River Marshal Alliance's ship. Harin's heart filled with anxiety. The enemy outnumbered them. Could they break the encirclement and escape? She was surprised to see Jangshan standing at the prow. Harin stepped forward and politely asked, "Excuse me, what's the easiest way to get ashore?" The old man pondered and said, "In the current situation, breaking the encirclement to the left seems the least bad option." She objected, "But won't the two ships over there block us?" Jangshan nodded. "That's why someone needs to cross over there to interfere." Harin bowed in thanks. "Understood, I will head toward the left ship." He worriedly asked her, "I'll handle the right, but might this be too much for you, miss?" Harin smiled brightly. "It's not about whether it's too much, it's about someone must shoulder this responsibility." Jangshan smiled in satisfaction. Then he commanded, "You escort this young lady." The rest split into two groups and advance. The subordinates responded in unison. As ordered, Jangshan warned them, "Prepare yourselves, this looks to be a fierce, bloody fight." On Tisan's side, his boat drifted quietly over the sea, flanked by rolling mountains. Tisan suddenly called for Hwayak. She startled and confirmed, Are you calling me?" He gave a knowing smile. "You must have recognized me." Hwayak stammered, "I am not sure." Tisan continued, "So you vaguely suspect something, do you?" She denied it. "No, honestly, I don't dare guess anything." Tisan fell silent, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. As if he'd noticed something odd, the White Flower Courtesan house owner spoke up, "Young master, something's unusual. We've passed well beyond the waters where the bandits usually lurk." Tisan added, "Yet there's no sign of the enemy anywhere." She expressed that this couldn't be possible. Hwayak froze in place. Could it be that those at the River Marshal Alliance were in danger and had already been ambushed straight away? Tisan remained his composed self and led the way. They hurriedly replied, "Follow the river current and you'll reach it. I'll order increased speed." But he stopped them. "No, I'll use lightness skill to have the boat come close to shore." Tisan fixed a cold stare on Hwayak and said, "You'll be after them, then speak slowly and tell everything step by step." With that, the two of them jumped off the boat. They dashed forward at lightning speed. It was Kyungwon and Seoyen. Seoyen silently prayed, "Miss, I hope you stay safe." She blamed herself. "I should have gone with the miss." Kyungwon beside her thought inwardly that she bore none of the bearing of a martial artist. Seeing her a little worried, was it guilt? At that moment, a shadow streaked between them. Kyungwon and Seoyen were stunned, turning their attention to that figure. Their eyes widened. Wait, since when? Tisan clasped his hands behind his back and snorted. "Not paying attention. If you get left behind, be prepared to train extra hard." Kyungwon and Seoyen felt struck by lightning. No, absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, on the River Marshal Alliance's ship, the half-Jiangshi leader dragged his heavy blade, the clanking echoing menace. He bellowed arrogantly, "You nameless brats." Harin glared at him, her eyes full of uncompromising determination. The half-Jiangshi leader spoke proudly, "Judging by your faces, you already know something about us. Take my advice, surrender quietly. I don't intend to slaughter you all." Jangshan turned to Harin and said, "Don't overexert yourself. If it gets bad, withdraw immediately." she replied firmly. Understood, I'll remember. He loudly ordered, then moved the boat. No sooner said than done, the boat instantly changed course. The half-Jiangshi leader frowned, murderous intent thickened, weighing down the air. He ordered his men to seal the gaps, absolutely no letting them escape, stop them. Both sides lunged at each other, blades continuously striking at the half-living Jiangshi. Metal rang throughout the air, they twisted and screamed miserably. Haran vowed to herself she would not be defeated again so helplessly as before. She landed lightly, then Haran shouted, "Everyone this way, quickly." The sword flashed, her decisive slash immediately felled the foe before her. Haran turned and commanded the soldiers steering the boat, "Block them, don't let them close in." She put her full strength into spinning the helm. The boat instantly altered its course. Haran cheered herself on. "Okay, just hold on a little longer." The boat suddenly shook violently, startling her. What was that noise? The half-Jiangshi leader leapt down from above with thunderous speed, his red eyes brimming with killing intent. Haran was jolted and focused her attention on him. The half-Jiangshi leader cut down soldiers one after another. Haran ordered the two soldiers beside her, "Please hold on to this. Do not drop it until our boat gets past." With that, she drew her sword and rushed forward. Haran dashed like an arrow straight at the half-Jiangshi leader. He laughed arrogantly, "Up close this girl is not bad at all." The half-Jiangshi leader easily dodged Haran's strike. She yelled, "I'll handle this one, get the wounded to break through first." The soldiers were terrified, each of them trembling like bamboo in a storm. The half-Jiangshi leader swung his blade and threatened, "Even if I let the others go, I will never. I'll take you to serve me for life." He suddenly froze when a voice rang out from behind. "That guy." An object flew straight in, slicing through his wrist, severing it in an instant. The half-Jiangshi leader stared in shock at his wrist spurting blood nonstop. Tisen's gaze, brimming with killing intent, locked onto the half-Jiangshi leader. Haran joyfully called out to the young master when she saw him. Kyungwon and Seoyin leaped onto the gunwale. Seoyin asked anxiously, "Miss, are you all right?" She nodded, "I'm fine, but how did you know and get here?" She stammered about it. The half-Jiangshi leader bowed low. "Those bastards dare be so bold." He pulled an orange pill from his pouch. Haran quickly realized, could that be the pill that would unleash power, as the divine doctor mentioned? Seoyin froze, and Kyungwon was no less horrified. They had to stop him. The half-Jiangshi leader opened his mouth. "Kill them all for me." Triumphant, he shoved the pill into his mouth. But before he could swallow, that other hand of his was also cut off. The pill fell to the ground as the half-Jiangshi leader screamed at the top of his lungs. Someone stepped up to the pill, crushed it underfoot, and warned, "Don't go wasting your life like that." Tisen unleashed an aura. "I don't have a physician with me. I can't save you." The half-Jiangshi leader's face turned purple as he howled in bone-deep pain. Tisen sneered, "Such noise." He ordered him, "From now on, without my permission." Tisen pressed his foot over the man's mouth, then warned, "Even if you want to die, you won't be allowed to." Tisen turned and ordered Kyungwon to restrain the man. Only after Kyungwon and Seoyin held him fast did Tisen turn and leave. He smirked with satisfaction, so the magic medicine was over there. He told the two to finish handling this. He had other business to attend to. At that moment, the people trapped on the opposite boat and the gathered half-Jiangshi watched Tisen's every move closely. Suddenly, he took a running start and leapt high. With a single light jump, Tisen moved from this ship to the small boat opposite. Everyone who witnessed it was astonished. Even the half-Jiangshi stood open-mouthed. Tisen quickly landed on the gunwale. The moment his foot touched the edge of the boat, the half-Jiangshi on it detonated. It terrified those people. One by one, the half-Jiangshi he targeted exploded into eerie purple smoke by his magic. The big ship and the surrounding small boats, wherever there were half-Jiangshi, they quickly vanished. The men who witnessed this turned pale and dared not utter a word. They slowly turned to observe Tisen's demeanor. Suddenly, Tisen raised his hand and made some kind of gesture. Immediately, they all dropped to their knees, bowing their heads at his feet. Then he reached out once more, a streak of purple lightning flashing across them, causing one man among them to look up in terror. Tisen smiled lightly and explained, "It's a binding seal. If you try to run, you'll explode like the others, understand?" They all turned pale with fear and nodded frantically. Tisen continued, "Answer my questions obediently. If you don't listen, I'll make you explode too. Now gather on the riverbank." No sooner said than done, they quickly complied. Only an ominous purple aura remained on the boat. Tisen smirked, his sinister look was even more frightening. He lifted both hands lightly, as if savoring the dark energy before him. After a while, on the riverbank they had all assembled as Tisen ordered, and were being watched over. The situation before them was essentially resolved. Still, Haran wanted to handle things herself, but when her companions appeared, she couldn't help feeling reassured deep down. She glanced at the half-Jiangshi leader with unease, thinking he seemed very strong. Haran, mired in worry and self-reproach, was startled by Tisen's voice. What are you standing there for? At his words, Haran felt like bursting into tears. Her eyes welled up, but she fought to hold them back. Tison said coldly, if you want to cry, go cry somewhere else. I'm extremely allergic to that sort of thing. Haran blinked, forcing herself silent. You give the order to gather the boats. We must take them back to the River Marshal Alliance. Haran watched his retreating figure and couldn't help calling out to him. Tison stopped and turned to ask her, what's the matter? Haran, embarrassed, thanked him for saving her once again. I always end up taking your help. Tison didn't turn around, he only glanced at her. He was silent for a moment, then said, after this is settled, I'll leave. Once it's done, why don't you come with me? He thought there are still a few to deal with. Haran was surprised. Really? I could do that. Tison turned his face away. There's no reason you can't. Hearing his answer, she smiled happily, though Tison showed no emotion. Bikri Jangshin, elder of the Bikri clan, stood behind observing, unable to hide his admiration. Truly extraordinary. Just his presence here was enough to scatter the half Jiangshi. The elder wondered if it was some incompatible constitution. Now that it was clear the enemy aimed at the River Marshal Alliance, he would be an enormous asset. They must find a way to recruit him into the alliance. The more he watched the two of them, the more he pondered. He guessed Haran was Tison's fiancée, so she was likely no ordinary person. He hatched a plan to approach Tison through her. Jangshin felt a twinge of regret. He'd thought they'd be a perfect match for the Bikri clan. With some finesse, he could catch two rabbits at once. Tison was on guard. He sensed the elder's improper gaze and shot him a warning glance. Jangshin flinched reflexively, frozen in place. He saw a terrifying aura radiating from Tison's eyes. The aura was so terrifying that the old man bowed his head in fear. Jangshin immediately dropped to his knees behind them. His breathing grew rapid. He kept emitting agonized groans. Jangshin was baffled. What just happened? Was I overwhelmed by the aura of someone in late-stage cultivation? He refused to submit. After all, I'm the River Marshal Alliance leader's older brother and an elder of the Bikri clan. At that moment, Tison smirked inwardly. Were you ogling something? How audacious. Everything around me is mine, always has been. Elsewhere, the leader of the half Jiangshi over there seemed like he wanted to say something. Shin Yui was surprised the man wasn't dead. The eccentric physician frowned, but it was clearly the young master's doing. No mercy needed to see that. Seeing the two of them, Kyungwon and Seoyin hurriedly bowed. The eccentric physician spoke. We came as soon as we heard. Where is the young master? Shin Yui noticed something. Someone's coming over there. No sooner had he finished than Tison and Haran were approaching. The four of them immediately clasped hands and bowed. Young master, are you all right? Tison didn't answer. He ordered them to wake that man. Kyungwon obeyed and plunged a needle hard into the back of the man's neck. In an instant, the man bolted upright, coughing violently. Shin Yui snorted. At this skill level, I could do the acupuncture better myself. The eccentric physician admonished sternly, enough nonsense. Then the two of them started bickering like a pair of children. Tison ignored them and stepped in front of the half Jiangshi leader. He interrogated, you still have some of the spirit medicine and you know where it is, right? The man feigned ignorance. Tison merely sneered and acted coldly. No need, you'll make me find it myself. He decisively grabbed a fistful of the man's hair, causing him to scream in pain. Shin Yui and the eccentric physician fell silent, their argument halted. The others were also mute, not daring to look. All one could hear was his screams. After a while, he cried out once more and slowly collapsed to the ground. Tison coldly dusted his hands. He signaled everyone to set off, then turned and left first with a satisfied smile. He had to retrieve the remaining spirit medicine. A few watches later, Tison and the others boarded the boat to return. The White Flower Courtesan House owner recounted. After questioning the pirates, we suspect they belong to a group called the Guangdong Four Fiends. There are 4 in total, including the one who led the attack on the brothel. We believe the other 2 are at the place we're heading to. But strangely, they were active around 50 years ago. Haran stood at the rear, silently observing and listening to their conversation. Watching the 3 of them walk away, she felt a twinge of loneliness. Lost in thought, Seoyin asked after her. Haran blinked and replied, where are we going now? I thought we'd return to the River Marshal Alliance. Seoyin asked in surprise, you didn't know, we're going to clear up the remnants. Haran was stunned. She wondered aloud, aren't we getting reinforcements? Seoyin awkwardly explained, we only came to assess the situation. If it's too much, we'll pull back. Though she says that, she certainly won't. At that moment, Haran snapped awake, realizing something. and turned to see Kyungwon leisurely enjoying the breeze while Shin Yui and the eccentric physician slept soundly. Harin noticed everyone seemed pretty relaxed, carefree, seeing Tisun's steady, confident figure. She guessed it was probably thanks to him. She glanced and saw Hwaeok and the white flower courtesan house owner looking at him with admiration. Harin boiled with jealousy. Who are they? I've never seen them before. Seoyin fumbled. They're just branch leaders of the Hao faction. Harin wondered. She'd never heard that name before. Seoyin replied that they serve under the young master. Only then did she look at Tisun with admiration. Our young master truly is extraordinary. Their boat drifted along the water. They finally reached the shore before sunrise. Ahead of the forest, 2 of Tisun's subordinates were waiting. This is the place we found from the young master's intel. Shin Yui spoke up. Don't tell me we have to sneak in there and at night like this. The guide nodded. Just go in a little way. I'll make sure everyone stays safe. He gestured for everyone to follow this path. Shin Yui and the eccentric physician froze, their faces darkening. They knew something unpleasant was coming. After a while, both of them were panting and sweating. They complained, showing no respect for their elders. Thus Tisun and the others pushed far deeper inside. The white flower courtesan house owner reassured everyone. Bear with it a bit longer, we're almost there. Hwaeok warned, young master, someone has been tailing us. Should I try to shake him off? Tisun replied calmly. Ignore him, he's probably just waiting for a chance to butt in and show off. Hwaeok lowered her head and replied, clearly understanding. Shin Yui in the rear kept whining. How much farther? Are you sure we won't get lost? Hwaeok crisply reiterated, it's definitely in there. Shin Yui, surprised, asked, how can you be so sure? The white flower courtesan house owner in front answered his question. Branch leader Hwaeok has the ability to sense auras. At that moment, Tisun, walking ahead, suddenly stopped. He spun and glanced back at Hwaeok with a probing look. She frowned, uneasy and worried. That feeling again, clearly a familiar aura. The white flower courtesan house owner noticed her trembling and guessed, seems he sensed something again. Should I ask about it? Hwaeok spoke cautiously. Young master, I see the enemy base. Hwaeok confirmed they had indeed established a proper base here. Tisun looked ahead coldly and ordered Kyungwon, clear the way. Immediately, she swung her sword repeatedly at the wooden door ahead. With just a few strikes, the door splintered. Kyungwon and Seoyin stepped forward with their swords to lead the way. The guards clamored, shouting to alert their comrades. Enemies, it's an ambush. Kyungwon said nothing. He was cold, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Immediately, Kyungwon moved swiftly and took care of the roadblocks. A few men, seeing things go south, tried to slip away. But Seoyin spotted one and quickly swung her sword to finish him off. In the blink of an eye, the place was quiet again, as if nothing had happened. Kyungwon and Seoyin exchanged proud glances. Harin, watching from behind, was astonished. So fast she hadn't even seen them move. Was that really the Seoyin she knew? After fighting the half-Jiangshi, she had truly grown stronger. Seoyin was beginning to gain confidence in her own power. Suddenly Tisun spoke, startling her. My body feels sluggish. I'll need special training when we get back. The word special training sent chills through Kyungwon and Seoyin as soon as they heard them. Harin noticed and wondered curiously what kind of training could scare him just to hear about it. Suddenly a group of guards rushed out. Who are you? How dare you barge in here? Kyungwon and Seoyin took defensive stances, shielding Harin. A voice rang out unexpectedly, startling everyone. They hadn't expected them to be chased this far. The leader complained that cleaning them out wouldn't be easy. Tisun said irritably, they refused to hand over the spirit pills. He said it while glaring at them. The leader panicked, bewildered. I never heard there was a cursed one here. Tisun sneered, judging by that reaction, you've hidden it nearby, haven't you? He flinched, guilt showing. His hands clenched the weapon in tension. Tisun continued to bully Kyungwon and Seoyin. Hang in there a bit longer. It might be tough for you. I'm seriously considering how much I'll make you suffer in the next training session. The two of them worriedly stammered back. We can take it. No one can break our defenses. Tisun didn't care. He replied coldly, we'll see about that. Then he vanished into thin air. The leader and the guards gaped in confusion. Tisun transformed into a purple mist and darted toward the wooden house ahead. He was excited. I can sense the spirit pills. Tisun shoved the house door open. Inside were countless half-dashed Jiangshi. At the sight of him, they all recoiled in alarm. In an instant, Tisun blew them all to dust. Tisun's eyes were now full of killing intent and a strange glint. He grinned, savoring the eerie energy before him. The more he fed on that bitter energy, the more elated he became. Wonderful. Outside the house, the leader began to panic. Where did he disappear to? Taking advantage of his distraction, Kyungwon and Seoyin set up an ambush from behind. But he reacted quickly and managed to block their attack. The collision shoved him hard backward. Kyungwon and Seoyin shouted in unison. we are the ones who will face you." With that, the two of them charged forward to attack, and the leader swung his staff and leapt into the fight. He glanced at them coldly, "Focus up." Then he launched himself into a powerful and hurled himself toward the two of them at breakneck speed. The leader sneered, "Insolent brats." His counterattack was so fast that Kyungwon and Seoyin couldn't react in time. He put on a threatening face, "If you're begging that badly, I'll send you all to." Kyungwon and the others suddenly felt a chill down their spines. The atmosphere began to change. Kanhon and the others also suddenly felt a cold shiver. The air started to shift. At that moment, another man's voice rang out, "You're wasting time dealing with these minnows." The leader was surprised. "Big brother, I was planning to finish this soon anyway." The boss glanced with murderous intent. "Then finish it quickly, there isn't much time left for the next phase." The leader obeyed, then took a pill from his pocket and decisively swallowed it. A few seconds later, he collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. After several harsh coughs, he rose up, his vacant eyes glowing. Sure enough, his strength surged. He bellowed orders to the guards, "Go kill those dogs for me." Then, leading the charge, he barreled forward to the surprise and alarm of Shin Ui and the others. The leader seemed to go mad. "Try blocking this move," he snarled. He roared like a mutated monster, gripping his staff and thrusting it straight ahead. Kyungwon and Seoyin were stunned by his speed. They put up their best defense but were wounded one after another. Seeing things go bad, Kyungwon hastily fell back. He panted with worry. Because of the special training he'd endured, he kept throwing himself in, but this guy was much stronger than he'd expected. He watched with dismay as the soldiers charged in ferociously. Shin Ui, the eccentric physician, and Haran could only stare in bewilderment. Kyungwon struggled to wonder if they could hold out until the young master arrived. The battle raged fiercely. He and Seoyin kept forcing themselves to fight on. But the leader was too strong now, his attack speed too fast. He smugly set a trap, "You little rats." At that moment, the lieutenant from behind swung a knife, preparing to ambush. Haran sensed trouble was coming and shouted a warning to Seoyin. He struck coldly, his eyes filled with ferocity. Suddenly something whooshed by, startling him. Something hurtled straight at him, stopping him from striking Kyungwon and Seoyin. The obstacle thrown at him was a sword. A familiar figure was steadily approaching. Fortunately, Jangshin had saved them, a passerby who happened to see it and figured he should lend a hand. Haran was unexpectedly a bit relieved and pleased to see the old man arrive. The old man reassured them, "That one is likely beyond your strength, leave it to me." Kyungwon was deeply grateful, thanking the senior for coming to their aid. Jangshin stepped forward and pulled the sword stuck in the ground. "I came because I heard you dared to ambush the river martial alliance of mine, so kneel down obediently. Doing so will at least spare your lives." With that, he tugged the sword free. He gripped it tightly, ready to fight the two men before him. At the same time, Teeson was still lost in ecstasy. It was wonderful. The spiritual power was indeed overwhelming. This long trip was truly worth it. A few guards suddenly spotted his location. "We're too late, report to the Guangdong Four Fiends that everyone has been wiped out." Teeson sneered when he heard that. The spirit medicine this time is unusually potent. It had to be hidden well. The guard panicked. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who exactly are you? Who are you to keep targeting us again and again?" Hearing their noisy babble, Teeson grew a little annoyed. He raised his hand, gathered energy, formed a small orb of power, then squeezed it tight. Instantly, the two of them exploded and vanished into vapor. He remained coldly silent, his face expressionless. Teeson stared at the rising smoke and chuckled softly. "I am the heavenly demon." "Oh no, it's Byok Teeson, that's more like it." Back to the situation with Jangshin and the leader. Faced with his power, the old man had to admit he was truly too strong. Even as one of the River Martial Alliance's top 10, he could spar evenly with him. He was curious what kind of people they really were. On Kyungwon and Seoyin's side, things weren't much better. They'd exchanged dozens of blows already. Too much blood had been spilled, and their spirits had reached the limit. Yet with determination, he wouldn't give up. He absolutely couldn't allow another lapse. The half-Jiangshi leader panicked. "Don't you know what fatigue is? Fine, then I'll finish you here and now." He unleashed a move that shook the heavens and split the earth. Kyungwon and Seoyin stood helpless, unable to dodge the dreadful move. Thinking they would fail, suddenly some force struck down the leader. The attack's power seemed to tear his body apart. Kyungwon and Seoyin were stunned by the scene. As predicted, Teeson advanced from afar. His skill was still immature. He walked with unnerving calm. His force wasn't well controlled. He needed to learn to rein in his emotions. As for the leader of the half-Jiangshi, Teeson had flung him, slamming him hard against a nearby rock face. The man's condition looked utterly pathetic now. "Big brother, maybe I should have faked my death from the start." He who once shouted and commanded across the land now fell flat so mundanely. After that final wail of denial, he no longer struggled. Teeson glanced at him with a cold, slightly disdainful face. then shifted his eyes to the remaining leader. He turned pale, sensing something bad about to happen to him. Tison spat out a blunt line that stunned everyone. Facing people like you, the River Martial Alliance is truly disappointing. Jiangchen looked at him with cold sweat. Could such a freak even exist? I completely misjudged him. I must return to the River Martial Alliance and report at once. But when will he actually step in to help? Suddenly Tison turned and walked away, startling the old man. Just leave like that, something felt off. He sensed something, and only when he saw the cunning look and smile on the youth's face did he become certain. Jiangchen was shocked. You bastard, do you think it's no concern to me if I die? In that moment the youth's heart chilled. If he struck, I wouldn't stand a chance. Looks like retreat is the only option. Where on earth did this monster come from? Then he suddenly slashed fiercely into the void. A grinding curse escaped from Jiangchen, that bastard. Meanwhile Tison moved slowly, his body never once turning back. Harin ran over worriedly. Young master, is it okay for us to just stand by like this? The moment he turned with that icy stare, she unconsciously trembled in her voice. That's not what I mean. Then suddenly Tison opened his mouth and blew out a stream of cold air. Jiangchen's eyes flickered. What lion's roar? A hidden weapon? Whatever it is, hurry and help me. Contrary to expectations, Tison only shouted once. Go for it. Hearing that, the old man's body nearly froze. He let out a dry sound. What kind of madness is this? The people there went rigid. At the same time, the youth crazily thrust the tip of his sword toward Jiangchen. In that instant, metal clashed with metal, making a ringing sound. The sword in his hand decisively chopped down. The old man hurriedly dodged backward. Jiangchen stared at him. First, calm down, haste kills. Our strengths are separated by a thin sheet. There must be some weakness somewhere. Meanwhile, the youth raised his sword again. I can hear you racking your brains. Well, give up your life. At that moment, a column of light suddenly streaked across the night. He instinctively turned his eyes toward the source of the noise. Seizing the chance, Jiangchen hastily rushed over. Without hesitation, he swiftly glided toward him. Jiangchen let out a quiet sigh of relief. He'd narrowly escaped danger. That needle just now was. The eccentric physician turned around, sneered with a wry smile. Keep it up. Just then Tison's voice rang out, making the space seem to tremble. You just did something pointless. The eccentric physician hurriedly bowed, his voice shaking. My subordinate apologizes, but he is dead. This will cause trouble. Is there any reason you didn't save him? He glanced at the eccentric physician, unable to conceal his dislike. The man looked briefly flustered. That's it. Having said that, Tison coldly ordered, there are 2 more, prepare yourselves for the return. Kyungwon and Seoyen's faces went pale in an instant. Harin couldn't help feeling puzzled from behind. Why were they trembling so badly? She stared at Tison, a thought creeping into her mind. This can't go on like this. I've always been the one to receive help, but I don't want to become a burden to him. Now I must stand proudly at his side. Harin's face visibly fell. Her eyelashes drooped slightly. After a moment of silence, she called out loudly, young master, seeing Tison not respond. Harin hurriedly chased after him. Now she carefully reached out toward him. Harin lightly tugged at Tison's sleeve, her voice squeaky. I want to train together too. Tison suddenly changed color. He asked sternly, what did you say? Without thinking, she replied at once, I want to join that special training too. Before Harin's determined gaze, Tison softened. In an instant, his face relaxed completely and the corner of his mouth curved up. While the others were still stunned, Tison unexpectedly gave an order. All right, when we return, I'll teach you the infinite stride technique. If you train diligently, both your bones and internal power will become firmer than before. It'll hurt a bit though, so brace yourselves. Harin's eyes lit up and she smiled. Yes, sir. Kyungwon and Seoyen couldn't help shouting, why on earth would the young miss do that? She'll regret it for sure. She lowered her head, a thought stirring. No, I've always been like this. To become stronger, the young miss is always willing to endure any suffering. The eccentric physician opened his mouth to complain. I don't understand why one must suffer so much just to get stronger. Shin Yui interjected, lucky I don't cultivate that infinite stride technique. The old man growled back, shut up, who knows, maybe he'll make us train at the same time, don't be so flippant. He shouted in displeasure. What, you say I'm being flippant? For a moment the two started bickering again, one mouth contradicting the other. Suddenly Hwaeok turned to warn them. Someone was chasing from behind. Without speaking, the two simultaneously turned alert. From behind, a thick plume of smoke rose without cease. The eccentric physician clicked his tongue. Probably that troublesome old man from before. Shin Yui snorted coldly, right, old age, just try to live out your days quietly. The old man roared angrily, what did that fellow mean looking at me like that? He replied nonchalantly, can't I look at your face? I looked because I wanted to. At the same time, footsteps drew ever closer to the group. Shin Yui kept taunting. Besides, isn't that old man about your age? The eccentric physician nearly yelled, I'm much older. He chuckled softly. You must be drinking something good. He looks a decade older over there. He let out a suppressed chuckle. I don't drink as much as you do. Shin Yui, unwilling to be outdone, shot back and slandered. I'm actually younger than you. At the same time, when did Jiangchen arrive? His face was practically steaming. Jiangchen's gaze pinned to Tisen's retreating back. That bastard is hiding over. Thinking that, his face burned even fiercer. A resentful thought rose. Hey you, let's see how long you can run. I'll get you immediately. The eccentric physician suddenly called out, are you alright? Jiangchen's body, which had been accelerating, abruptly stopped. He spun around, his eyes meeting the group of Shin Yui and the eccentric physician. Jiangchen immediately bowed. Thank you for the help. Thanks to you I escaped death. He stepped closer and patted Jiangchen's shoulder lightly. Being alive is good. I only did what a physician should do. Shin Yui showed a generous air. Come on, it's over now, let's go have a drink, I brought good wine. The eccentric physician opened his mouth with a chuckle. Just now I gave a little prod. He didn't forget to signal, leave this to us, please come inside. Tisen's gaze paused on the group. Bakery Jiangchen, right? Looks like I need to keep a closer eye on him. In another development, a squad appeared cautiously, the old man slowly moving forward. Before him were large bodies, each gripping a wooden club tightly. At that moment, Seo Dogon stepped in carefully. Just then a bewitching voice rang out, come in. The man bared his teeth and let out mad snarls. Inside, Seo Sing's eyes were fixed on the squad. You're a bit late. At that time, a horde of women crowded beneath Seo Sing's body. Facing that orgy, Dogon sighed helplessly. He finally spoke. Did things at Yicheng fail? Tell me plainly, where did it start to go wrong? Dogon's face went pale. He replied cautiously, we took the Black Iron workshop, but everything after that failed. Seo Sing asked sternly, and the half-dashed Jiangxi? He answered quickly, they're all gone. Hearing this, Seo Sing frowned sharply, his voice low, all gone. Dogon collapsed, trembling uncontrollably, his voice choking with fear. I deserve to die, please kill me. Seo Sing looked at him, a red gleam flashed within his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he gave a short command and stood up. Investigate the cause of the failure, then review the plan from the start and check the next steps carefully. Dogon hung his head, dared not argue, and replied immediately, I'll do it right away. Seo Sing didn't forget to warn him, remember this is your last chance. Dogon shouted, I will never disappoint you. When finished, the women quickly clustered around his body. She crooned in a syrupy voice, Elder. The woman beside him reached out cautiously to stroke Seo Sing's face. Come here. At that moment, her eyes suddenly bulged, blood vessels standing out visibly. A dark red liquid gushed from her mouth. The women clutched their throats as they vomited mouthfuls of fresh blood. Despite their screams of pain, Seo Sing calmly turned and left. After a while, sprays of blood spattered the curtain. Next came the spectacle of fresh blood running down the wooden floor. In that instant, a sinister red gleam lit Seo Sing's eyes. The scene shifted to the River Martial Alliance, bathed in day. The form currently being practiced is the infinite stride technique. It's a set of steps done in place, sounds easy enough at first glance, but with each step the body aches more and more fiercely. In contrast to the group, Soso enthusiastically swung a wooden sword forward. Meanwhile, Tisen leisurely scanned each face with his eyes. Kyungwon gritted her teeth, her mind nearly screaming. The problem is I've been doing this for 3 watches already. How much longer must we go? My whole body aches unbearably. Just then he suddenly stepped closer. Don't stop now, your body might burst apart. It's all for you. Once you get used to it, your sinews and bones will harden and become more flexible, and your body will develop an internal resistance to poison. Isn't that the true meaning of the infinite stride technique? Harin froze for a moment upon hearing that. Her eyes looked at Tisen with confusion. She pressed her lips together, reproaching herself. Does everyone endure training like this? Truly, I've been a fool sitting at the bottom of a well. I must persevere at all costs. From now on, I absolutely cannot fall behind. In a fleeting instant, Tisen watched Harin silently. He couldn't help smiling to himself. After a while, Shin Yui slammed his arm hard against the wooden door, only to see 2 pairs of feet step forward with heavy, labored strides. Stepping outside, he sighed, I'm done for. What did that old man drink that's so strong? The eccentric physician clutched his head and complained, indeed, my head feels split in 2. Sudden bizarre sounds rang out, drawing Shin Yui's attention. He couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled. What is that? At that moment, the group fired up, trained with eyes alight with a spark of determination. Then suddenly a voice called out, Little Lee, young master. Tisen immediately turned his gaze toward the 2 of them. The moment they met his eyes, the group involuntarily trembled. Shin Yui hurriedly spun and fled. Brother, let's go, my memory's fuzzy, but I'm sure we must brew some kind of pill. The eccentric physician nodded in agreement. Yes, I just remembered that too. In another scene, Jiangchen lay motionless on the sickbed. Leop gazed at him thoughtfully. He still didn't seem fully awake. The imperial physician beside him soothed. According to the healers, his body has no major obstruction. He'll wake up before long. More importantly, today Byok Tisen will set out to return home. The issue is that once Byok Tisen leaves, the Dubhai divine physician and the eccentric physician will go with him. Saying that, the old man exhaled. We still very much need those two right now. Leop looked skeptical. Haven't we yet learned how to deal with the half Jiangshi from Byok Tisen? The imperial physician lowered his voice. He said he wasn't entirely sure either. What else can I do? He suddenly recalled two extremely bizarre figures. Leop's eyes flashed with reluctant resolve. If so, on the way back those two must accompany him. Even Byok Tisen himself would find it hard to refuse that. Just then Jiangchen groaned, his face creased as if remembering something unpleasant. Byok Tisen, that damned fellow. He bent over, eyes widening with a mix of joy and worry. Brother, you're awake. Jiangchen's body trembled violently, his complexion pale. After a while he slowly sat up, muttering, "Is it you? Ryonju, this has truly embarrassed me." Leop asked anxiously, "No, what exactly happened last night? What made you end up like this?" Jiangchen tried to act calm. "Nothing serious, I just drank a bit too much." He repeated this, though his eyes shifted toward suspicion. "Drank too much?" He recoiled in shock. "That thing?" "Ah yes, I went to deal with the drank." Leop asked suspiciously, "You mean after repelling the rage you went on to hunt for the drank?" Jiangchen widened his eyes, remembering dimly. "Didn't Byok Tisen say so?" "That's right, afterward the Dubhai divine physician and the eccentric physician arrived. And we drank together." The eccentric physician madly poured the wine bottle straight into his mouth. And then before anyone knew it, Jiangchen was completely plastered drunk. His face was flushed bright red like a tomato. In a fleeting instant, Tisen's figure suddenly appeared. He gave a sinister smile, his hand shooting quickly toward Jiangchen. Back in reality, the old man clutched his head, his eyes pleading for help. Seeing this, Leop grew worried. "Big brother, are you all right?" Jiangchen did not answer immediately, then suddenly shouted no. A painful scream broke out as Jiangchen's body convulsed again. At the horrifying sight, both Leop and the imperial physician were terrified. The scene grew more chaotic. He trembled as he said, "Ryonju." He calmly concluded, "It seems the recent battle took a heavy toll on Big Brother's health. Take good care of him." The imperial physician's voice shook. "Yes, I obey," Jiangchen screamed wildly. "Ryonju, that's not how it is." In the final moments he nearly went mad, yelling that it wasn't like that. The scene shifted to the Golden Jade House. The lamps inside were still lit. Inside, Hwaok bowed and reported that the River Marshal Alliance had asked them to send 2 physicians from the Murim Alliance to accompany their return journey. "It seems they want us to share our research findings on the half Jiangshi." Tisen did not reply. He pressed his lips together. She hesitated and added, "Also, they're interrogating the prisoner caught with the Guangdong 4 fiends. Strangely, he seems to know almost nothing." Tisen reacted at once, repeating suspiciously, "Knows almost nothing." Hwaok nodded in confirmation. "Yes, they don't even know why they seem youthful now or who they work for." Tisen asked sternly, "What was their purpose in attacking the River Marshal Alliance?" She quickly answered, "They said their goal was to capture the later stage actors." He curled a lip, a cold spark of interest in his eyes, blindly following orders without knowing who commanded them. "Fascinating, investigate further." Tisen suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, what exactly did you see in him?" Taken aback by the unexpected question, Hwaok faltered but voiced her doubt. "At first I thought you saw clearly, but the more I considered it, the less certain I became." She bowed her head. "Actually, I can glimpse a person's nature through brief images." He looked up and stared straight at Hwaok. "Briefly, so what did you see in me?" Hwaok hesitated, her face contorting. After a moment, she answered cautiously, "It was a pitch-black monster devouring the world, as if it wanted to monopolize everything." When did Tisen creep closer, he let out a soft chuckle. "A pitch-black monster, huh, intriguing." Then suddenly Tisen issued an order, "Bring the master of Juma crew here. From now on, you will be my 10th handmaiden." The next morning, a large sailboat plowed through the deep blue sea. Under the blue sky, Tisen and Hwaok walked side by side along the deck. At the same time, Shin Yui squinted. "You say they're quack doctors from the Murim Alliance. I don't like them." "Wait, there are 2 renowned physicians here. Why rely on people like them?" The eccentric physician remarked nonchalantly that it's probably because he doesn't trust you. He ground his teeth in anger. "What nonsense are you talking about?" On this side, Hwaok's face went pale. She pressed her lips together, recalling the previous night. Tisen decisively ordered, "Find someone else to be the master of the Golden Jade House." Hwaok stared in surprise. "What?" He replied curtly, "From now on you are my 10th subordinate." Back in the present, she stared at Tisen, her eyes flickering with thought. I have no other choice but to temporarily submit under Lord Byok, but from now on, I really don't know what to do next. Suddenly, Hwaeok turned her gaze and saw the physicians chatting seriously. She narrowed her eyes at them, her mouth twitching slightly. Hwaeok promptly reported, "Lord Bitch, those two are from the Thousand Medicine Hall." Tison repeated, his gaze sharpening. Thousand Medicine Hall. She answered sardonically, yes, since they know both medicine and martial arts, they're typical physicians of the Thousand Medicine Hall. He asked suspiciously, has the Thousand Medicine Hall been absorbed into the Murim Alliance? Hwaeok hurriedly shook her head. I'm not sure about that. I'll investigate when we return. Tison glanced at her. You're quite useful. Your talent will surely shine in the Hao faction. Hwaeok quickly thanked him, then suddenly remembered something. Thanks for the reminder. A few of your comrades look rather odd. He was slightly puzzled. Odd? She said rapidly and seriously. Yes, I can see your image in each of them. They all smile. Having said that, Hwaeok hurriedly bowed her head to avoid Tison's gaze. The corner of his mouth lifted higher. Interesting. She turned to look at Shin Ui and the eccentric physician who were bickering loudly. Hwaeok couldn't help feeling useful, though those two were a bit different. Suddenly, a physician stepped forward. Excuse me for interrupting, but we're approaching the pirate's base, sirs. She forced a smile. I'm no longer the master of the Golden Jade House. Where did you get this information? The physician admitted, I used to be a pirate. I know many of them. Some have escaped. Tison turned, frowning again. Escape. He hesitated, saying they were supposed to be tightly guarded, but they claimed they were lucky. Shin Ui suddenly cut in. Lucky, or was the surveillance too lax? This makes me uneasy. Don't get your hopes up about finding half-Jiangxi there. The physician snapped back fiercely. No, I didn't mean that. I said the surveillance was strict. There must be half-Jiangxi. He stared into the man's face, his tone full of doubt. You speak as if you witnessed it yourself. The physician hurriedly protested, his voice trembling. What? No, I mean I only heard it from others. Hwaeok and Tison stared coldly at him. Then Tison suddenly turned as if signaling. She spoke in a trembling voice. Sorry, I should have checked him more carefully. Hwaeok's heart fluttered. He doesn't suspect me, does he? Without hesitation, she grabbed the physician's hand, and Hwaeok pressed a few acupuncture points on his hand. The physician collapsed in pain. What are you doing? She demanded loudly. Why would you betray us? The physician wailed pitifully like a wronged spirit. I didn't betray you. In a fleeting instant, the man suddenly slumped to the ground. Shin Ui couldn't help but exclaim, so the scouts actually got all the way up to the camp. How deep have they embedded themselves? Hwaeok cut in. This guy's been in the Hao faction for over a year. Who would have thought he was a spy from the start? Looks like the enemy set a trap to capture Lord Byok. The physician stammered in desperation. I'm sworn not to be a spy. Tison cut in coldly. I don't care whether you're a spy or not. He couldn't help feeling a bit unnerved. What do you mean by that? The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Trap me, did you? At Tison's unusual demeanor, the physician trembled violently. He narrowed his eyes and spoke in a chilling voice. Interesting. Before I crush your soul and turn you into a useless, dumb husk, spill everything you know. After a while, the sky was covered by black clouds. Shin Ui sighed. Their force is larger than I thought. The eccentric physician added with admiration, with a group this big, their leader must be no small fry, otherwise they couldn't keep them in line. He sneered, mocking, sounds like you once were a pirate. The old man snarled in anger, not again, I only picked up a bit of knowledge quickly. Tison looked into the distance, his mind drifting back. A trap? Huh, it's been a long time since I last saw one. Back when I was the heavenly demon, the great sex set countless traps to catch me, yet none ever succeeded. I'm really curious to see what stunt they'll pull this time. At that moment, a sudden surge of energy shot up. Tison turned his attention to the building opposite. What's that aura? He moved slowly along the ship. Tison signaled back, I'll charge in alone, you handle the rear. Kyungwon hurriedly blocked him. No, Lord Byok, it's too dangerous. He turned, his voice cold. Dangerous for whom? Kyungwon answered quickly, his eyes showing clear worry. For you, sir. Tison sternly warned that if I get into trouble, it means the two of you must work harder at the back. Also, that one is not someone the two of you can handle. His gaze settled on the gloomy building like a little hell. Inside, Yangdu was watching furtively. He sneered, then a loud shout rang out, the enemy's here. Tison shouted from his side, do it well. The pirates surged out, shouting the enemy's here. On the other side, they suddenly froze, panic showing in their eyes. Right before them, Tison's body suddenly dissolved into nothingness. The people on this side were already used to the spectacle unfolding. Shin Ui sighed helplessly, so this is what he meant by handling the rear, so it ends up like this. The eccentric physician clenched both fists, there's no choice but to take them out quickly. At the same time, he slowly approached the towering building. Teason thought to himself that, as expected, this aura was completely different, far above those he'd encountered before. He then quickly pushed the wooden door open with a light shove. Teason glanced inside at the danger lurking within. Yangdu grinned, turning around. "So you've come." You didn't answer. He strode up the stairs with composure. Teason's eyes watched intently through the window frame. After a moment, the door creaked open. Before him stood Yangdu. He leisurely surveyed the scene. Yangdu clicked his tongue. Pathetic trash, unable even to unleash their strength freely because their life essence has been shortened. Had I known, I would have told them to self-destruct from the start. He frowned slightly, eyes locking onto him. Yangdu continued, "Your teammates fight pretty well. They rush like wolves while the rest are sheep. Clearly someone trained them by hand." Speaking of which, he slowly turned his body to the rear. The corner of his mouth lifted as Yangdu's gaze settled on him. "Are you Byok Teason?" He still didn't answer, his eyes glued to him. Yangdu stepped closer, not forgetting to introduce himself. "I'm Gok Yangdu." Yangdu smirked, staring deeply at Teason. "You've probably never heard my name. I'm not one of the top 10 masters or from a great sect." He slightly knitted his brows, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "So he means mid-tier masters don't bother him." After a moment of silence, Teason asked sternly, "Quiet life, I'm jealous of that life. Enough of that, what exactly are you?" A chill rose as a decisive, unhesitating answer came. "Unknowns. We don't need names, so people call us that." He repeated indifferently, "Unknowns. Never heard of them. At least you're different from those dogs who only follow orders." Yangdu affirmed again, "No, I am exactly that. I was raised that way, and I live that way." Teason lowered his voice, "So you're the type who knows a lot, huh?" At the hint, he sneered contemptuously. Then suddenly a blue aura burst forth from Yangdu's body. An invisible current wrapped tightly around the two of them. The chi slowly moved behind Teason, as if trying to engulf his body. Seeing Teason's composed expression, Yangdu frowned. He had released his chi, yet couldn't gauge Teason's level. Then abruptly Teason taunted, "I've already got enough to do. Finish this quickly. I have something else to take care of." Yangdu's hand flew to his sword hilt. A thought flashed, seems powerful but oddly insincere. Yangdu suddenly swung his sword, roaring, "You really are a weirdo." A large wave of spiritual force suddenly surged toward Teason. He twisted his body to dodge, voice ringing out, "In my eyes, you're the weirdo." Not stopping there, Yangdu lunged again. He rushed forward, his cold voice slicing the air like a blade. "You really think you can dodge from that stance?" Having said that, Yangdu decisively chopped down in a strike. He froze for a moment, eyes widening in surprise as he looked in a direction. Teason suddenly leaped into the air, his toes snapping toward Yangdu. Only a powerful burst of chi shot forth. In the critical moment, he hurriedly bent down. Yangdu paused half a beat, heart pounding. Damn. That move exceeded his expectations, but all his previous actions were designed to force the opponent into this blind spot. At that instant, a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Teason lowered his center of gravity, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Time to end this. Suddenly, a beam of light struck his face. Yangdu squinted and glanced toward his chest. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. "This is exactly the move I planned the moment you stepped in here." No sooner had he finished speaking than an explosion erupted violently, accompanied by a deafening sound. After a moment, 4 swords suddenly drove straight into the wall. Teason's silhouette vanished into smoke in an instant. Yangdu's eyes widened, unable to believe the technique he just witnessed. Wasn't that phantom shift? He darted his gaze around, confusion briefly showing on his cold face. "Where are you? Did you run away?" Teason suddenly appeared, his voice soft. "I wanted a strong opponent to spill some blood against." Having said that, he didn't hesitate and launched a palm strike at him. The man facing him was immediately flung back, his mouth gaping. Yangdu's body slammed into the ground, dust and debris spraying in a cloud. Teason walked up slowly. I thought you'd at least be enough to dull my bloodlust a bit." He hissed from a distance, his voice bitter and angry. "Bastard." After a while, he suddenly reached his hand into the air. Teason suddenly brought his hand down and slapped Yangdu across the face. He grinned widely, eyes bright with combat excitement. "Yes, this feeling, my blood's boiling." His body sank into the ground once more. Teason clenched both hands, hissing through his teeth. "Now I'm really getting fired up. This is truly fun. It's been a while." Then Teason suggested, "Now let's go check out those half-dashed Yangshi." Shortly after, he casually hoisted Yangdu and carried him outside. Xinyui's men rushed toward Teason. "Lord." Kyungwon asked anxiously, "Are you all right? Who's the person you're carrying?" He smiled faintly. It seemed none of them were seriously injured. Teason suddenly froze. "What is this? Since when did I start checking on things like this?" "When I was the heavenly demon, even before becoming the heavenly demon, I survived countless life and death battles. But I never checked on my subordinates right after those deadly fights." Thinking that, he couldn't help but smile. What a strange feeling. Teason called out quietly, but his voice carried authority that made the group straighten up instantly. You lots. The men felt a bit unsettled. Wait, he's not planning to increase training, is he? After a moment he nodded slightly. Well done. The rare praise left everyone wide-eyed. Did Lord just praise us? Tison casually tossed Yongdu down hard, then ordered sternly, begin treating him, keep this one alive. The eccentric physician eagerly volunteered, leave him to me. I'll take care of him with the utmost care. That night the group stretched their limbs together. Over here, Shin Yui and the eccentric physician wore exhausted expressions. He reported that the man's energy couldn't recover, but he might live a few more years. Shin Yui thought to himself, we only need him for information, that's enough. Hearing that, Tison merely nodded perfunctorily. Hwayuk hesitated, those half Jiangshi, should we spread out to search for them? He smiled crookedly, no need, I already know where they are. Having said that, Tison turned in one direction, a light flickering in his eyes. He stared intently in that direction, they have a very distinct aura. And after a moment, Tison slowly followed the flow of qi, and saw the spiritual force concentrating on a piece of wood. Seeing that, he set his face stern and ordered, open it. Kyungwon quickly swung his sword up from behind. He lightly slashed down a few times with the blade. Immediately, the piece of wood fell away, revealing a dark void. Below dozens, no, hundreds of bodies stood motionless. Shin Yui excitedly leaned in to look, there's a basement. The eccentric physician added, I thought this place was just a building on the water, who knew? The half Jiangshi suddenly lifted their heads and looked up, red light glowing from their eyes. The eccentric physician nearly shouted, what a surprise. Suoyin pushed in and asked, so many, are these all the half-Jiangshi they have? Tison assessed carefully, about 300 in total, around 50 with internal power and martial skill. In other words, he suddenly revealed a strange smile. A full banquet indeed. Suddenly, Tison leapt down into the dark basement. The half-Jiangshi looked up at him with blank faces. At the unexpected sight, Harun cried out anxiously, young master. At the same time, Tison had already landed swiftly. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual force burst upward, filling the basement. The half-Jiangshi immediately reacted, their mouths opening in howls. At that moment, he calmly walked over their bodies. As Tison reached the end of the basement, the half-Jiangshi fell one after another. Around him, waves of qi surged up like a tsunami. Tison grinned. The spiritual force here was of a completely different level than before, trapped in a deep pit, so the concentration grew ever denser. He raised his head, sensing all the spiritual force around him. Tison let out a wild laugh. This is truly overwhelming. Meanwhile, the others wore expressions of disdain. Harun forced a smile. What exactly are you doing? After a while, the ship's hold continued to speed across the sea. Suoyin looked ahead, finally returning. She smiled faintly. Yes, so many things happened at the River Martial Alliance. Harun thought to herself, we're about to be separated from the young master again. She shyly turned and spoke softly, Suoyin. It seems you still have things to learn, or maybe even after we reach Wuhan you should stay by the young master's side. She quickly replied, no, I'm fine. Suoyin thought inwardly that returning meant more of that training again. Shin Yui suddenly interjected, a clock that doesn't tick is against nature, isn't it? Harun looked enthusiastic. Is that so? I still think Suoyin staying with the young master is best. She cursed inwardly, oh no, not this again. He glanced at Kyungwon. Why the look? Isn't being with Suoyin fun? When we return we'll train together happily, right? He looked embarrassed. Why drag Suoyin into this for no reason? Shin Yui teased, pretending not to know. At that moment, Tison straightened, his gaze fixed intently ahead. After eliminating Gok Yongdu at the river camp, they encountered another figure, one with a grotesque appearance. His martial skill was negligible, but the problem was what came after. The aura felt from the soul that had been extracted from him was completely different. It was the same kind of qi he had sensed from the Guangdong Four Fiends. Both the soul-like qi and the body seemed twisted and contorted. Upon questioning Hwayuk, they learned this man had also been active 50 years ago. Back in the present, Tison pondered. 50 years, if it were true rejuvenation, his strength would be too weak. Could it be they merely grafted a soul onto a young body because full restoration was impossible? Even the Byoke body I'm using now, though well suited to the heavenly demon soul, still can't perfectly match the timing and expression. Some neural level hasn't been fully harmonized by the spirit. If not for the remnant spiritual energy of the heavenly demon, I wouldn't have been able to fuse it. I'd have backfired and died on the spot. I feel like I've touched on a clue, but it's still vague. Just then Shin Yui excitedly reported that the investigation into the medicines was complete. Tison asked sternly, so did you find anything? He curled his lips in a smile. Indeed, they're pills used to trigger latent power, but when we checked the ingredients they're no common stuff. A single pill costs a whole amount of gold. Tison gave a quiet cold chuckle. Whoever lost those must be grieving terribly. Shin Yui replied quickly, yes, the river camp held not only valuables but unexpectedly large quantities of medicinal materials like that. Finding the exact method to refine that pill is nearly impossible, but I think we can create another formula to counter it. The activation of latent power comes from an herb in the pill called the blood drop flower. The name comes from its blooms, which look like drops of blood, an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. The other components mostly just serve to slow the onset of effects. So if we can greatly accelerate the reaction of the blood drop herb, it would be an extremely effective countermeasure against them. Hearing that, he raised an eyebrow. Would making the latent power explode faster just make them stronger? Shin Yui tilted his head, a cruel little smile playing at his lips. No, trigger it remotely so it explodes before they get close. Normally it takes half a moment to exhaust them, but with this method they'll be burnt out before the fight even starts. Tison exhaled a long breath after hearing that. Indeed. He suddenly ordered, first, once we arrive, try to synthesize it. If improvements are possible, all the better. He bowed and replied quickly, yes, I'll entrust it to the subordinates. Also, all this information was uncovered by me, young master. Elsewhere, the eccentric physician clutched his stomach and moaned. What is this? That creepy feeling like someone's stealing my discoveries in my dreams. What's going on? Back with Shin Yui, he continued with a tone of pride, as if this were his life's greatest achievement. Plus, the method is incredibly cheap. Just combine a few common herbs. In that moment, Tison looked ahead toward the approaching Wuhan, yet his gaze was distant, carrying an indescribable feeling, still feeling too unfamiliar. At the same time, Dogon shouted, what? Even the river camp was wiped out. A subordinate's voice trembled. Most of the men were killed or captured. Gok Yangdu's whereabouts are unclear. The old man swore, damn it, he's not the sort to be taken down that easily. So the whole gang of those half-Jiangshi is basically gone too. The man replied quietly, yes, though it still needs further verification. It seems this was Byok Tison's trick. The trap failed, and the punitive blood pills stored at the stronghold were also looted clean. Dogon scowled, his gaze dark as an abyss. That's the biggest problem, if trying to fix the mistake ends up causing even greater losses then. After a moment, he decisively ordered, first, dispose of the evidence. Keep only the proof that shows Byok Tison was deceived and that the trap worked. As for the rest, make it look to outsiders like it has nothing to do with us. I'll try to arrange it that way. I know it's not easy, but we must do it. Otherwise, we'll end up living lives worse than death. On this side, the moment Mujin saw the familiar figure, he blurted out, young master, you're back. Thank goodness you returned safely. Tison remained silent, his face radiating a cold demeanor. Shin Yui thought to himself, it's rare to see him act so pleased, isn't it? And he's even brought a bunch of strangers. The group behind Mujin let out tinkling laughs at the same time. An idea flashed through Shin Yui's mind. Indeed, someone should step forward now. He strode forward. Being greeted is something to be grateful for, but your attitudes now are so different from when we left that I'm curious. I wonder what happened while we were gone. He hurriedly bowed and offered respectful greetings to both the Dubhi divine physician and the eccentric physician as well. The two stared, unable to believe the flattery. Wow, this old man is shameless to the end. Mujin quickly protested, there's no change in attitude, absolutely not, sir. Come, please step inside first. I've prepared everything for you to relax after the long journey, warm baths, restorative dishes, and even fine wine. Tison smiled slightly. Quite the boasting, isn't it? He forced a smile. Boasting about what? Ah, but young master, why not try visiting the sect leader once today? He paused mid-step, his eyes flickering. The leader. Mujin spoke grandly, yes, the sect leader truly values the young master. Mujin repeated it inwardly, a strange feeling welling up, the leader. The words slipped out and fit perfectly. Whether it's the imprint carved into this body or lingering echoes of Byok Tison's soul, either way. Contrary to expectations, he unexpectedly nodded. All right, I'll do that. Afterward, the man hurried after him, reaching out as if to pull him back. The young master's chamber isn't in that direction. Tison replied nonchalantly, his gaze indifferent yet firm. Meeting my people comes first. Shin Yui put a hand on Mujin's shoulder and smirked. Anyway, he will go meet, so don't be too disappointed. By the way, where's that fine wine you said you prepared? So seeing him turned and visibly brightened. The young master has arrived. Her gaze landed on Hweok, she seemed to light up. The people swallowed and couldn't help admiring. Another newcomer. The young master truly is an extraordinary man. In a blink, a shy woman stepped closer. Young master, another pushed in, young master tonight. Those behind couldn't help but be curious. What sort of person is this young master? Shin Yui loudly ordered, you lot, return to the herb room at once for me. On this side, Tisun looked off into the distance and unconsciously smiled. At last, we're back. Tisun suddenly signaled, all right, then get to your work. The people replied quickly, yes, young master, but you look even more handsome than before. He bellowed once, quiet now. Mujin looked at Tisun and smiled with satisfaction. The young master really is very different from before. Or perhaps his illness has eased, so his old temperament is gradually returning. But if the madam were to see him like that. Murion quietly watched the group and she asked suspiciously, the sect leader said he wants to meet Byok Tisun. The subordinate replied quickly, yes, he just sent someone here right now, ma'am. Murion grinned, everything is getting more and more interesting. What a show this will be. The retainer cautiously reminded, perhaps the Lord wishes to ask for opinions about the proposal from the River Martial Alliance. Immediately, Murion's face darkened and she let out a soft snort. For the River Martial Alliance to suddenly make such a proposal is really hard to accept. It's not just about building an infinity branch for the River Martial Alliance, but also monopolizing the supply of paper for all the important documents of the River Martial Alliance. On top of that, they want me to supply the organization's alcohol. Are they planning to have their hands on everything? Saying that, she shouted in fury, but why must all of that be handled by Byok Tisun? Does he dare to set such unreasonable conditions? What on earth is that fellow? The old man immediately cowered, mumbling, Josio Pavilion is secretly investigating. It won't be long. Murion cut him off without hesitation. Mere investigation alone isn't enough. Not only the relationship between Byok Tisun and the River Martial Alliance, but also his weaknesses and who his enemies are. Whatever can be investigated must be investigated completely. First, plan based on that information so that my eldest brother can secure one of the cooperation projects with the River Martial Alliance. And the next goal, of course, is to become the master of the Golden Wall merchants. Under Murion's terrifying gaze, the retainer trembled slightly. Yes, she didn't forget to remind him, remember this clearly. Only by doing so can Byok Tisu and Byok Sangul push those two father and son out and climb to the head of the heirs of the letter house. The old man answered plainly, yes, I will remember. Murion's face darkened further, murderous intent lingering. Byok Tisun thought he was just a weak man without lasting influence and not worth worrying about, but since he keeps popping up and annoying me like this, I can't leave him alone anymore. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Golden Wall merchants, a crowd of merchants hurriedly surged forward. Young master, you're finally here. A man grinned, young master, please entrust me with building the River Martial Alliance's infinity branch. I'll recreate it perfectly like this model. Another cut in mockingly, don't be dazzled by these silly models. Give the chance to me. Tisun didn't bother to look, his brow slightly tensing. Suddenly being welcomed so warmly didn't make sense. So that's why. It seems the River Martial Alliance commissioned something to the Golden Wall merchants. Before leaving the charity dock by boat, could it be? A merchant bowed and reported, right now we're pushing several deals with the Kim Bitch Trading Group. When you return to Wuhan, you might be a bit busy. He thought to himself, is this what the River Martial Alliance's steward meant? How annoying. Just then, Tisun raised his hand as if giving a signal. He angrily turned to look back. Steward, don't you have anything to say? Mujin only bowed his head with an awkward smile. Please wait to see the manor master first. Hearing that, Tisun sighed in helplessness. In the end, he had no choice but to give in. Fine. The people behind flustered and ran after him. Young master, please wait a moment. Hyungwon and Seoyin unexpectedly pushed forward. They turned to look back, their gazes burning with murderous intent. Seeing this, the man forced a smile. All right then, waiting here a bit longer is fine. While the one beside him sneered, these people really look like they're arguing with their eyes from the outside. Shortly after, the two trailed behind Tisun, as if playing the role of escorts. At that moment, he suddenly lowered his voice, stopped by the white flower courtesan house. Not only those men, but have people sweep out the useless ones from the Golden Wall merchants for me. The bigger an organization, the more excess growth creates things that need to be cut away. Of course, even the manor master is no exception. The owner of the Golden Wall merchants, also the steward of Golden Wall Manor and Byok Tisun's elder brother. The previous master of this body, Byok Tisu, couldn't guess what exactly he was plotting. After a moment, Tisun's voice called out, may I come in? As soon as he heard him, Tisu sneered. You're here. Thanks to your deeds at the River Marshal Alliance, even this big cooperation offer has come our way, making things troublesome for me. Have you been living well lately? The body seemed more recovered than before, lucky indeed. A puzzled feeling suddenly crept into Tison. What is this? What is this strange feeling? Am I glad because we haven't met in a long time? A vague emotion, neither clearly affection nor worry, rose from the bottom of his heart. Those thoughts slipped into his head. Before he died, Byok Tison seemed to have always worried about Byok Tisu. After a while, he smiled. This deal is entirely thanks to you. Everyone thinks you should officially take over the trading group's affairs. What do you say? Tison thought for a moment. What else? Everything is just a hassle. After all, the wealth seized when overthrowing those rebels is already more than enough. He replied politely, leave everything to my eldest brother to decide, as always. Hearing that, Tisu couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy. Do you really want that? Tison affirmed. Yes, he feigned helplessness. This kid, you really have no ambition, that's a problem. So how about this? Instead of assigning the work to you, I'll give you 10% of the profit line from deals with the River Marshal Alliance. He replied nonchalantly, anything's fine, up to you. Tisu could only laugh. How can he be so indifferent? He'd been clever since childhood. He certainly knows that sum is enormous. He asked suspiciously, are you planning to split off and do business on your own? At that moment, Tison's gaze was as sharp as a blade. He unconsciously repeated in his mind, split off. Meaning don't care about anyone else's gaze here. Although if you do that now, it's pretty much no different. Everything here is decided by you, even matters of life and death for me. Still, the offer to split off and do business is the most valuable thing I've heard. At the same time, somewhere in the unknown, with every step the stench of blood rose up. Dagon appeared with a pale face, as if walking into death. He thought to himself, one small slip and losing your head wouldn't be surprising, yet he called me here. In the depths of the Supreme Demon Hall, Dagon hesitated and said, you called me, sir. Right before him, the youth slowly turned around. Why are you just standing there? He stared at the old man with blood-red eyes, beckoning with his hand. Come here. Seeing that, Dagon's face went pale. He hurriedly replied, I can still hear clearly down here. Then suddenly a cord of blood coiled tightly around Dagon's body. The youth suddenly closed in, his voice cold. So you can joke, can you? The youth waved his hand lightly to the rear, and a stream of hot blood surged up. He sneered, do you see this? This is the jar that once sealed the crazy blood demon. The other souls all return like that. But the crazy blood demon did not return. At that moment, the internal demon army grew even more panicked. Yes, it's empty inside, so could it be that after Byok Tison defeated it downstream, its soul was taken away too? He questioned suspiciously, are you saying the crazy blood demon might still be alive? The youth suddenly growled, no, it's dead. The color on the jar has completely changed. Dagon flinched, his face turning ashen. Then he ordered, find a usable body, one strong enough to withstand the possession of a more powerful soul. The old man quickly replied, yes, I'll go find one immediately, if you just need this removed right away. Suddenly the youth grinned, whatever happens, happens. As for you daring to deceive me, you'll have to accept punishment, won't you? Dagon cursed inwardly. Damn it, does he know I plan to fabricate evidence of my misconduct? He hurriedly begged, please don't misunderstand, I had no intention of deceiving you. Before the retainer could finish speaking, a red cord suddenly tore into his body, the scene shifting to a manor still lit by lamps. At that time, Shin Yui lowered his voice, all right, how are preparations for the mission? Chungsum bowed and reported, we've subdued all the underworld forces around the Donghu bodyguard agency. But is this really okay? If our actions are seen as unilateral without his permission, the Donghu bodyguard agency fears it will lose standing in the Merchants Guild. He let out a faint laugh. What do you still worry about? I've long been an indispensable arm beside him. Trust my judgment and act accordingly. The man replied quickly without thinking. Yes, I understand. Shin Yui smirked. Now everything truly begins. We just need to make that person the nominal head and then seize the entire Golden Wall merchants. Second son of the Golden Wall merchants, Byok Tison is certainly the son of the late Heavenly Demon. 2 days had passed since Tison returned to the River Marshal Alliance. In other words, he'd been holed up in this room for 2 consecutive days. During that time, Tison reorganized the new information in his head while accelerating his recovery using energy drawn from the water cellar. At this moment, a large amount of spiritual energy was erupting around him. Tison silently calculated, perhaps because the energy was condensed, its effect was astonishing. If he continued like this, he could restore his body to perfect condition much faster than expected. After a while, the door to the room opened with a soft click. The moment Hwayak saw Tison, she immediately bowed, young master, you're awake. While you were resting, many guests came to visit. As you instructed, I refused most of them. Seeing her pull out a large sheet of paper, he slightly frowned. Guests. Hwayak quickly reported, first is young Master Zymen Diok, patrol captain of the River Marshal Alliance. He accompanied us on the return journey. You surely know him. Tisun replied in a low voice, I remember him well. She continued, the 2 physicians from the 1000 Medicine Hall have also come to visit more than 3 times a day. I guess they'll come again today. And people from the Donghu Bodyguard Agency also dropped by. For a moment, Tisun froze. Donghu Bodyguard Agency. Hwayak confirmed softly. Yes, they said the mission you assigned has been completed. At that, he gave a cold, thin smile, his voice growing harsh. These people, what the hell do they think they're doing? The Donghu Bodyguard Agency is the covert unit of the Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult. I borrowed them temporarily when eliminating the Zhongli clan. The Heavenly Demon Sacred Cult strictly forbids acting without orders from superiors. Thinking this, Tisun grew even angrier. Yet they came to see me directly, which means someone who knows about my ties to the Donghu Bodyguard Agency is behind this. Suddenly he raised his hand. Hwayak asked anxiously, Young Master, is something wrong? Tisun fell silent, not answering. He glanced at Kyungwon. Only 3 people know about that. That idiot couldn't possibly know, and Seoyin isn't that kind of person either. A flicker of doubt rose in Tisun's mind. Then it could only be that one bastard. Thinking that, he let out a small sigh. It's been far too peaceful lately. Just then, Tisun suddenly ordered, that's enough for today, get ready, we're going out. First I want to meet the one from the Donghu Bodyguard Agency. Hwayak nodded without hesitation. Yes, I'll prepare at once. Tisun cut in, emphasizing each word. One more thing, don't forget him. Call him Divine Physician. Hwayak was shaken by his manner, her voice trembling. Yes, sir. A sense of unease rises. I feel that same aura again. What on earth did the Divine Physician do wrong? After saying that, Hwayak spun and ran off so fast she didn't leave a second to catch her breath. Tisun narrowed his eyes at her, the corner of his mouth lifting into a sly smile. He thought to himself, even when I throw out a casual line, she gets it. Quite useful. The scene shifted to a sky-high inn. Tisun called out loudly, we're here, this is the inn. He looked up, staring at the building. Let's go in. Then Tisun suddenly glanced back. You haven't forgotten what I told you, right? He replied softly. Of course not, young master. Shin Yui couldn't help feeling a bit suspicious. Did he give separate orders to Chen Kyungwon? Never mind, what matters is they found the Donghu Bodyguard Agency on their own before I intervened. This might go more smoothly than I expected. After a while, Tisun's group slowly stepped inside the inn. Chungsum suddenly rushed forward toward him. Welcome, young master. I am Ma Chungsum, head of the Donghu Bodyguard Agency. Honored to see you, he added, not forgetting to order. What are you waiting for? Perform the salute. The group glared at Tisun with full hostility, muffling their greetings in their throats. Greetings, young master. Seeing that, he flashed a smile. You brought these people. Shin Yui flinched. Since they're from the netherworld, they're a bit rough around the edges. Still, the most important thing is our loyalty to you. Young master, that much should be clear. Chungsum quietly reassured, indeed, divine physician, I trust you. You once said you're like the young master's hand and foot. He smiled faintly. Exactly. Let's go to a quiet room and continue. Contrary to expectation, Tisun suddenly ordered, forget it, start now. Shin Yui's face momentarily changed. He hurriedly asked, start what? What do you mean? Confronted with the charging figure, the group was almost frozen in place. Opposite them, Kyungwon accelerated and shot toward the group. He didn't hesitate and dropped down with a punch. Chungsum looked around in panic, his voice trembling, young master. Hwayak stared wide-eyed ahead. What on earth is going on here? Was this his plan from the start? Tisun glared at Shin Yui. You still don't understand why I brought you here. You still haven't realized. Faced with the accusation, he forced a smile. Right, why did I come here again? Over here, Chungsum raised a huge question mark. What did you just say? Didn't he turn into a child? He slowly turned back, the corner of his mouth curling. Really? I get it. Your fingers are still too soft. So Chen Kyungwon needs harsher training, does he? Kyungwon's face briefly went pale. He hurriedly punched the man's face hard. Man. Seoyin shouted, hey, are you trying to kill us with hits like that? If the training gets any harsher, we could actually die. Turning back to Kyungwon, he decisively unleashed a kick toward the group, only to see Kyungwon swing his leg backward. Tisun continued to question, you still have no defense? Chungsum almost screamed inwardly, really, at this rate the kids I've gathered will all be dead. At the same time, Kyungwon suddenly accelerated with lightning speed, and flat out kicked hard into the opponent's jaw. At the horrifying sight, Chungsum hesitated and spoke up, wait, actually we. Suddenly Shin Yui lowered his head and shouted, I'll explain everything myself. First, please understand that everything was for the young master. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, the man who bragged about being his right hand. What are we supposed to do at the Donghu bodyguard agency now? Meanwhile, Kyungwon sprang up, sending the group's bodies flying. And after a moment, they tumbled to the ground. He turned to look at them with an expressionless face. Seeing that, Seoyeon breathed a sigh of relief. We're alive, we survived. On this side, Taesin coldly turned. Looks like I need to speak to you privately. Take him to the prepared room. Shin Yui cried out fearfully, yes, sir. Afterwards, he couldn't help but feel a bit doubtful. So you thought I was the son of the heavenly demon? Shin Yui bluntly admitted, his voice cautious, yes, that's right. Seeing Taesin sigh, he nervously asked again, not true. Taesin replied wearily, of course not. He sighed inwardly, it's not hard to see why one might think so. Shin Yui then asked, so why do you look so much like him? Taesin froze. What? You're saying I look like the heavenly demon? He spoke seriously. Yes, at first I didn't notice, but the more I look, the more the aura, appearance, personality, voice, everything is shockingly identical. Rage quickly flared in Taesin. You're saying I look like that soft, flirtatious fellow? Ah, a man above all is shocking. Could a soul even affect appearance? After a moment, he quickly signaled to change the subject. Enough, that's it. How far have you taken this plan? At the sudden question, Shin Yui trembled violently. Sir, we dispatched people to seek agents hiding around Wuhan. We've identified a few. Taesin suddenly cut in, stopping, shocked. What? He repeated once more, I said stop here. Shin Yui interjected, but young master. Taesin had lived a noisy, chaotic life. Now he only wanted to live peacefully. He warned sternly, and you dare stir that up? No, don't cause more trouble. Taesin suddenly leaned forward, his eyes locked onto Shin Yui. And you, bastard. The moment he met Taesin's gaze, the man's body almost froze. Meanwhile, on the Yangtze near Wuhan, Dagon quietly made a vow. We're almost at Wuhan. I'll do everything I can to survive. Afterward, Dagon turned to look at Zhengquang. Are you very busy? The man replied indifferently, can't you see? The Golden Heavenly Alliance was strong-armed by the Golden Wall merchants. The plan to control the Golden Wall merchants has completely collapsed now. The Zhongli clan I backed has also utterly fallen. Some madman is consolidating the entire sect, and I can't predict who it is. Dagon mused. This was the first time he'd seen Go Zhengquang so agitated. Originally an unknown, he was a loner to me, but the situation is urgent now. With no other choice, he unexpectedly made a proposal. Do you want to join forces with me? Zhengquang still looked tearful. What? Dagon replied seriously. I don't know who that madman is, but why don't you deal with him alongside me? He demanded loudly. So you want to force? Back to reality, he smirked, of course. An old sturdy body to hold a soul in the gourd vial. In Dagon's mind, criminal plans flashed. Those stirring infinite chaos surely weren't ordinary. There must be a suitable body here to house a soul. Find the right vessel first, then act. Maybe just use the Golden Wall merchants. Need to see if anyone inside them can be exploited. The scene shifted to Golden Wall Manor, a hall built entirely of precious wood. Inside, Taesin squinted at the bead. Is it this? Shin Yui replied excitedly, yes, this is the heart elixir I poured all my effort into inventing. It's called the Dubhe Divine Elixir. Contrasting his excitement, Taesin casually remarked, how rustic. So before that happens, Shin Yui's ambition to expand his power, built on coercing ties with the Donghu Bodyguard Agency through the young master, has ended. The Donghu Bodyguard Agency returned to its original position, and he was pulled back to the Golden Wall merchants. Loyalty inside him nearly screamed. The young master ordered a new pill made and demanded I finish it in 2 days. Isn't that exploitation? Taesin stared at the coarse powder, sneered. You didn't just rush it because you only had 2 days, did you? He clutched his aching shoulder and complained. Rush it? This pill is for someone who had the flu before meeting the young master. It requires an extremely harsh crafting process. My ears are ringing like mad. Remember, it exists entirely from my absolute loyalty to the young master. Saying that, Shin Yui froze, watching intently. Did you eat it? Taesin simply stared at the pill for a long moment. In that instant, loyalty grew firmer. Even if the young master says he's not the remaining bloodline of the vanished throne. The atmosphere absolutely forbids anyone from refusing him. The overwhelming power doesn't match his age, and no matter how you look at it, there's an inseparable deep bond between them. So, right then, Taesin without hesitation tossed the pill straight into his mouth. He vowed inwardly never to let the young master look at him with disdain. For that, I poured my soul into forging this heartfelt spirit pill. Immediately, a fierce surge of spiritual force erupted through Taesin. He smiled in satisfaction, quite useful. The chi and essence contained in this spirit elixir were fully unleashed, causing his internal skill to boil through the body, truly deserving of the name Dubhe Divine Elixir. Pity it doesn't help someone cultivating pure demonic arts like me, but it'll be very useful for the disciples following me. After a brief silence, Tison evaluated seriously. It's really good. He looked up, his tone casually cruel. Then make another 700 of them for now. Shin Yui went pale hearing that. He repeated in panic, what 700? That's impossible. Tison glared at Loyalty. What? Because I'm too generous you have nothing to say? He hurriedly replied, yes, I'll start right away. Of course, just pour your soul into it, right? Loyalty burned fiercely. That moment replayed. I'm going to lose my mind. Tison added casually, just order the physicians of the 1,000 medicine hall. At worst, drag Needle Eccentric in to help. Shin Yui's body instantly froze at the familiar name, Needle Eccentric. He replied exuberantly, yes, at once. Shin Yui secretly schemed, I'm alive and I even have an excuse to boss around Big Brother Eccentric Physician. A blessing fallen from the sky. Elsewhere, Eccentric Physician's body suddenly trembled. He couldn't help but wonder, why do I feel chill and so emotional all of a sudden? Before leaving, Tison glanced back. He'd made a clear judgment. This one, if it were before, would have been beaten by me already. Stepping outside, he unconsciously caught sight of Hwayuk's figure, only to see her smiling radiantly, as if she were glowing all around. Seeing that, Tison let out a soft chuckle. Ah, I almost forgot about you. Hwayuk immediately turned to him. Young master, you've arrived. He didn't answer but briskly walked toward her. Tison stepped close and ordered, tonight come to my room. Witnessing that, the two women couldn't help but flush. In that moment, Hwayuk's heart pounded wildly. In no time it was morning, and the sunrise began to appear. In a corner of the room, Hwayuk sat up straight. She stared blankly in one direction. Her body rigid, Hwayuk's face was frozen, a flash of panic crossing her. Last night I can't clearly remember it, though it was so vivid. The image of Tison suddenly replayed, and he unexpectedly reached out toward Hwayuk. Thinking of that, her cheeks blazed like ripe tomatoes. She silently realized it. The feeling was gentle, tender, like being cared for. Hwayuk remembered that feeling very clearly. It was the way he held her tightly. Hwayuk touched her chest lightly and was sure something inside her felt shattered. Hwayuk possessed abilities unlike ordinary people and kept them hidden, living withdrawn. But all those barriers vanished after one night with the young master. Hwayuk found herself asking, have I ever had a morning like this before? But now I must get up. From now on it's time to work for the young master. After a while, Hwayuk pressed her hand hard against the wooden door. A determined thought flashed in her mind. First, go to the White Flower Courtesan house. At that moment, Tison's figure flickered behind a screen. He looked at Hwayuk with satisfaction, indeed quite useful. Tison thought to himself that the aura the soul possessed was not ordinary. It seemed to have the power to see through people's natures. Moreover, since last night, something in me changed. The innate power I had was affected to some extent. The scene shifted to the White Flower Courtesan house, which was magnificent and splendid. As Hwayuk stepped inside, a voice rang out, who's this? Could it be the former Yicheng deputy branch who betrayed and abandoned us? At that, she glanced forward. The person was. Tiju smiled. After not seeing each other for a while, she looked even more beautiful. Must be eating well following Byok Tison, huh? Hwayuk pressed her lips together. I really don't want to get involved with him. Why must I run into the face I least want to see here? He continued, you're no longer of the Hao faction anyway. What brings you here? Hwayuk didn't answer and swept past coldly. She thought briefly that Zhou Tiju, though once the top candidate to succeed as Hao faction leader, had become nothing more than a nuisance clinging to me. How dare you even mention the young master's name? Seeing that, he snorted inwardly, impudent indeed. The White Flower Courtesan house owner and Hwayuk were far too arrogant and insolent, and the moment Byok Tison favored them a bit they put on airs, didn't they? But I'll make you bow yet, for I have plans for everything. Tiju smiled faintly. Who would have dared to ignore the next Hao faction leader and turn their back on us? Hwayuk could only turn back. I'm here to collect the latest information on Wuhan that the young master requested. Isn't that enough? He suddenly gestured to one side. If it's that, I personally gathered it and left it on the table, take it. Even so, the information obtained doesn't look particularly special. She hurriedly picked up the scraps of paper. Her face changed in an instant. Hwayuk slammed them down on the table. What is this? This can't be called information, it's all rubbish. Could it be that you hid the important intel? Tiju hinted, important information must be paid for accordingly. for example, the Shadow Stride Manual, for instance. Or else hand over that beautiful body. How about it? Hwayuk frowned slightly. You planning to make enemies with the Golden Wall merchants? He clicked his tongue. What a scary joke. I'm making enemies with you. As for Byok Tison, I must get even closer. So I'll go see him immediately. Better to hand over useful intel than this useless bickering. Hwayuk's face tightened. She couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled. Is that so? His trick is to embed emotion into his words to increase persuasion. Once someone falls for it, they're swept along and can't break free. He wants to divide me and the young master. With his venomous tongue, he intends that no one but him may be beside the young master. After a while, Teju turned and said, "All right then, I'll set out for Golden Wall Manor first. See you there." Hearing that, Hwayuk's inner turmoil increased. No, absolutely cannot let him meet the young master. She didn't hesitate and bolted after him. She was seen using her body to shove open the main door. By then, crowds had already gathered outside. She put on a helpless expression. The whole street was packed. Could this be a plan to stop me? On the other side, Teju chuckled. I anticipated this. How faction is full of teeth now. On her way back, she'll meet plenty of trouble. Now it's time for some sweet talk. Soon after, Hwayuk suddenly broke into a wild run. Suddenly, a herd of pigs chased after her, grunting loudly. At the horrific sight, Hwayuk panicked. Pigs. Then her toe caught on a pebble in the ground. Hwayuk's body suddenly flew forward. Her shoe tip sliced past pig after pig. Afterward, Hwayuk collapsed onto the ground. She curled a mocking smile. Despite how it looked, I was never part of the Hao faction. At this point, Hwayuk's gaze stopped at a carriage. The people nearby seemed to notice something amiss and turned around. She angrily spat out a curse. "Jo Teju, you damned name." At the same time, a servant's voice reported inside, "Young master, there are visitors from the Hao faction." Hearing that, Tison felt a twinge of unease. The Hao faction, Hwayuk should have gone there already. Without hesitation, he ordered them to be admitted. No sooner had the sound died than a figure slowly entered. Teju bowed slightly. First time greeting. "Young master, I am the Hwawoon Merchant Guild leader and also the son of the Hao faction leader. My name is Jo Teju." Tison's gaze flickered. He asked suspiciously, "You are the son of the Hao faction leader?" He narrowed his eyes at him. "Yes, the successor to the Hao faction leader. I personally brought the information you requested to meet you. Also, I have important news about the former Yicheng deputy branch leader. He shouldn't trust Hwayuk too much." Tison frowned slightly and asked loudly, "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, Hwayuk slapped at the door. She was panting heavily, having wasted half an hour. "Jo Teju, that bastard." The angrier Hwayuk got, the crazier she became. Of course, he'd delayed to buy as much time as possible, and then used the stolen information to win favor. Meanwhile, Tison grinned with satisfaction. In contrast to him, Hwayuk looked worried. Could it be that she had already fallen into his schemes? Just then, Teju acted familiar. "Oh, perfect timing. The former Yicheng deputy branch leader is here. Long time no see. Truly glad to see you." She politely bowed in response. "Ah yes, long time." Hwayuk felt her insides almost burn. Damn, it was so natural that she unconsciously replied. She withdrew her smile with cold eyes. "The servants have returned, young master." The moment Tison saw Hwayuk, he asked sternly, "How did things go at the White Flower Courtesan house?" She hung her head, her voice thin. "That matter is." Teju looked pleased. "All right, then tell the truth." "While you were wandering the market, I told him plenty about your incompetence. Now Byok Tison knows clearly. The one worthy to sit beside him is not someone like you, but me." Seeing her flustered, he grew even more self-satisfied. A cold light flashed in Hwayuk's eyes. She thought to herself that if she were her old self, she would have fumbled to hide that she couldn't handle a simple task. But after last night, she's different now. Even if behind the young master there is only a black wall, she still trusted the young master with whom she'd been through so much, someone she knew would never be swayed by a liar's words. Then Hwayuk frankly admitted, "At the White Flower Courtesan house I was groped and only received worthless scraps of information." Teju immediately changed color and forced a laugh. "And now you're boasting about that." Tison sneered and asked coldly, truly bold as a tiger, "Who did that?" She glared at Teju and spoke clearly. "It was him." He couldn't help feeling flustered. "Huh, you mean to go all the way with this? Fine, I'll show you my extraordinary acting skills." Teju waved his hand to deny it. "Wait, Deputy Branch Leader Yicheng, what do you mean? I haven't met you today. Are you mistaking me for someone else? Besides, the timing doesn't match. If that were the case, you should have arrived here before me. Did you actually go to the White Flower Courtesan house?" At the same time, Tison turned to look at Hwayuk. "All right then, you suddenly moved closer. Do you see that I'm a little different than before?" She looked excited. "Yes, that's right. How did you know?" His gaze darted quickly to Teju. "So what do you see in that man?" Someone I've never met barged in and badmouthed my people. He spoke with a trembling voice. Young master. Teason mocked. I'm wondering what could be in his head that he lost his own sword like this. Hearing that, Teju cursed under his breath. Didn't this bastard ignore everything I said from the start? Are my tricks completely useless? Impossible. On the other side, Hwayok's eyes lit up and she grinned. Just as you said, young master, what I see instead is exactly the thoughts he's having right now. Hwayok moved her lips. What's in Joe Tiju's head is a grandiose ambition to unite the world, and a sneering mockery that he can bend the young master to his will. Tiju went pale as a banana shoot and said in a trembling voice, what did you just say? She spat each word out with emphasis, and filthy desires were aimed at me. Tiju couldn't help but shout, why couldn't I do that? Do you really believe such nonsense? Teason didn't bother to argue and reached out toward him. So should I believe you? You saw him place a hand on Tiju's head. He cried out in pain, please spare me. Seeing that, Teason smirked, you dare enter my house, mock me, and harbor lecherous thoughts about my people and still hope to live. Sensing the danger, Hwayok bowed, speaking both urgent and cautious. Young master, if you kill him now it'll cause trouble. After all, he's the son of the Hao faction leader. Tiju quickly interjected, yes, the Hao faction leader certainly won't let this pass. Teason tilted his head slightly, a vague smile appearing. I won't kill you, but it will hurt a bit. He trembled and screamed, breath coming in ragged bursts, his face ashen as if about to faint. Witnessing that, Hwayok was nearly frozen. Just then he slowly turned toward her. Hwayok stood stunned, eyes wide, unable to believe what she saw. Young master, what did you just take out from his body? He raised an eyebrow slightly, showing surprise mixed with interest. You can even see this. She didn't bother to hide it and nodded in admission. Teason's eyes went wide. He hurriedly suggested, interesting, would you like to try cultivating demonic arts? Hwayok looked bewildered, her face flushing with panic. Why would I? Teason gave no explanation and coldly gestured. I'll explain later, first deal with this one. After a while, the sky shifted to a pale orange. After some time, Tiju kept moaning, his cries choked and full of pain. He squinted at him with a look of disappointed contempt. Someone like this as the Hao faction's successor looks like the Hao faction is heading for extinction. Teason suddenly announced, I will replace the Hao faction leader. Hwayok was full of astonishment. Did I just hear that right? He turned around and smiled slowly. As it happens, I know someone very suitable. Turning back to Hwayok, she wore a bewildered expression. Who is that person? Teason turned, his voice trailing with implication. It's someone you also know. By now she must have returned to Wuhan. 2 days later, a carriage was seen approaching a docked ship compartment. The white flower courtesan house owner appeared unexpectedly, her face covered by a veil. A subordinate bowed respectfully. You have arrived, shall I take you to the white flower house? The white flower courtesan house owner smiled. No, first I must call on the Golden Wall merchants to pay respects to the young master. He replied quickly, yes, understood. After a moment, she hesitated and said, forgive me, young master, I should have prepared more thoroughly regarding Joe Tiju's matter. Teason replied calmly, forget it, even with preparation the outcome wouldn't have changed, he won't bother us anymore anyway. The white flower courtesan house owner answered quickly, very well, many thanks, sir. The documents you are reading are compiled reports from the Hao faction's branches. Teason's eyes flickered. Even the Muram Alliance, Black Alliance, Namgun Clan, and Yeagle Clan were quietly paving the way into Wuhan. She exhaled softly. Yes, we're scrambling to respond, but shaking the hollow leadership of the Hao faction won't be easy. Teason's gaze sharpened as he suddenly proposed, enough beating around, do you want to be the Hao faction chief? At that, the white flower courtesan house owner was momentarily stunned. Hwayok looked at Teason in shock. Even if our power isn't what it used to be, would the white flower house accept the chief position being flung around like some promotional perk? After a brief silence, she suddenly roared, if the young master permits. The white flower courtesan house owner bowed deeply. I vow to become the Hao faction chief. Hwayok rolled her eyes toward her, a flicker of movement in her gaze. Teason narrowed his eyes slightly. You're asking permission already, as if you've been waiting ages for this. He spoke slowly, merely taking a seat isn't enough. If our forces are depleted during the power struggle, that will be a big problem. She stated plainly, showing determination. I will need assistance to reach the level you desire. Teason's eyes sparked with interest as he asked loudly, how much? State it clearly. The white flower courtesan house owner outlined the situation. The Hao faction members' martial arts aren't high, but the chief's guards are on another level. Like the bandit leader who once ambushed late-stage masters, stronger than expected, there's one man at that level, the others are several ranks weaker. Teason nodded slightly and smiled. Good, you've assessed thoroughly. At this, Teeson regarded her pensively. I knew you were ambitious, but I didn't expect you'd aim straight for the chief position, White Flower Courtesan House owner. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door, shattering the tense atmosphere. Shin Yui's hesitant voice came, carrying urgency. Young master, may I come in? The moment he saw him, he couldn't help but sigh. That face made him think of a few suitable candidates. I'll write you a letter and deliver it to the Donghu Bodyguard Agency. That will be enough. Fearing Teeson might change his mind, the White Flower Courtesan House owner bowed and replied immediately, Young master. She smirked, her eyes blazing with ambition. Finally, the moment for my efforts to bear fruit has come. With the young master's backing, this time I'll surely seize the Hao faction chief position. Nearby, a loyal follower chuckled awkwardly. Sorry to bother you, but about what you mentioned earlier. The 700 Dubhe Divine Elixirs are finally completed. Of course, I poured all my effort into them. The eccentric physician complained quietly, why does my soul always feel worn down by these things? Teeson squinted suspiciously. Really? You didn't skip any steps just to meet the quantity, did you? The White Flower Courtesan House owner reacted at once. Dubhe Divine Elixis, that name sounds ominous, don't tell me it's. Shin Yui let out a faint laugh. Oh please, of course not, this is the best pill I've ever refined. She asked nervously, Young master, may I ask what exactly the Dubhe Divine Elixis is? Shin Yui suddenly grew alert. Why are you asking that? His expression darkened. Damn it, could it be her? The White Flower Courtesan House owner forced a smile, trying to sound casual. If it's a pill made by the divine physician, it must be unrivaled in the land, that's why I ask. Seeing that, Teeson stated nonchalantly, Ah, I see. If you handle this matter well, I'll reward you with 1 Dubhe Divine Elixis. After saying that, he looked at him and added, Now go and refine another 200 more. Shin Yui was completely stunned, his face going pale. What did you say? The White Flower Courtesan House owner hurriedly bowed. I will never forget the young master's great favor. Nearby, the eccentric physician reeled backward, constantly grumbling, Damn, this is absurd. When finished, Teeson waved his hand casually. We're done here, right? Then all of you get out. From the center of his palm, an invisible gust of wind flew out. The eccentric physician's body was suddenly shoved backward. He couldn't help feeling a bit unsettled. What is this? Shin Yui wore an incredulous look. No way, Phantom Grasp. The eccentric physician slapped his hands together in delight. When did you master Phantom Grasp? Congratulations, popping in to flatter now. At this level, you could even rank among the 10 great masters of the world. Teeson cut him off coldly, his voice decisive. Shut up and remember to close the door when you leave. A pressure burst out, silencing the whole room. The crowd was hurled away. They were seen tumbling to the ground, dust spraying everywhere. Shin Yui lunged forward, knocking rhythmically on the door. The door. Teeson exhaled softly. Too noisy, now I can have some peace for a while. Just then, Hwaeok hurriedly reported that the young master mentioned in the White Flower Courtesan House owner's news had one worrying matter. Upon hearing this, Teeson raised an eyebrow at her. What is it? Hwaeok cautiously suggested that we still haven't identified the force behind the Golden Heavenly Alliance. It's a massive organization. Given the situation, I think it might be the same group in Yicheng. He asked suspiciously why she thought so. Hwaeok's voice trembled, because Bong Muok, the one thought dead, reappeared in Yicheng along with the Guangdong Four Fiends and the Crazy Blood Demon. And in Wuhan, it's the Black Lunar Swordsman Bong Muok. After a brief pause, she snarled, emphasizing each word, the dead know how to walk again. Elsewhere, a man screamed in panic. The leader, the Black Lunar Swordsman, has arrived. He hurriedly ran outside. What Bong Muok, damn it, just when we're collapsing. Dogun suddenly appeared right behind, curling his lips in a smile. You're annoyed I never showed up, yet today I appear all of a sudden. The master's voice trembled. No, you are. Dogun lowered his voice. Are you well? To the leader of the Golden Heavenly Alliance. The master of the manor forced a smile. Now even you have come. Do you think you can wipe us out so easily? Seo Dogun. At the same time, Muok scowled, his body radiating dense killing intent. He uttered something cryptic. I'm not a reckless killer now, I've come just to talk a bit and to make you an offer you can't refuse. The manor master couldn't help feeling unsettled. An offer he couldn't refuse? What did you say? Later the two of them found themselves in a warm room. Dogun suddenly spoke up. You should know better than anyone. The Golden Heavenly Alliance has no hope now. You've been crushed by the Golden Wall merchants and are collapsing. On the other side, he looked anxious. What do you want me to do? Dogun didn't hesitate to command. Paint the Golden Heavenly Alliance in a flattering light, then approach the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance, and do the same with the Namgun clan and the Yeagle clan. The Manor Master almost shouted, "What Murim Alliance and Black Alliance? What are you talking about?" His tone suddenly shifted to one of ruin, as if he were blind and deaf. "All the forces I mentioned are targeting Wuhan, and what's the first thing they need to do to set foot in Wuhan?" He hesitated and answered, "They will fabricate a legitimate reason, like the River Marshall Alliance did." Dagon looked pleased. "Exactly, the Golden Heavenly Alliance will become their justification. Ally with them and strike at me. Meanwhile, I'll cooperate with the Golden Wall merchants. So the Golden Wall merchants and Byok Tisen will become enemies of the whole world. Wait until everything falls into chaos and the Golden Heavenly Alliance can simply reap the benefits amid the disorder. You get my meaning, right?" The Golden Heavenly Alliance leader was hesitant. The danger was real, but at this stage destruction seemed inevitable. In the end, he decided to consider it. "I will make it work." Dagon chuckled with satisfaction. "A wise decision. While we're at it, we should eliminate the thorn in our side, the Golden Wall merchants and Byok Tisen." At the same time, at Golden Wall Manor, Tisen was utterly bewildered. "What are you planning to do?" Harin said excitedly, "From now on I'll stay here too, right beside the young master." Soso stood in the doorway and called in, "I heard the luggage has already been moved here too." Tisen was flustered. "I think you should reconsider. Important matters can't be decided lightly." But Harin protested, "I've thought it through and discussed it a lot." She spoke sincerely, refusing the betrothal and holding firm was the wise choice. "If I'd listened to my father back then, I'd surely be regretting it now." Seeing her earnest attitude, Tisen fell silent. Emboldened, she continued to justify herself. "Besides, I don't intend to just live here idle, I will work too." Tisen gave a wry smile. "So what work do you want to do?" Harin suddenly grew bashful and replied shyly, "That should be taught by the young master, anything the young master assigns." She said this while striking a devastatingly seductive pose she'd practiced tirelessly, likely to make the young master weak at the knees. But Harin overdid it. Tisen bluntly exposed her. "That posture is off. You must always keep proper posture, otherwise it will affect your martial training." Harin was a little embarrassed but brazenly persisted. "So I have to train here with the young master, of course. I mean the kind of grueling practice that Kyungwon and Seoyin are doing on their own." Tisen asked sternly, "Are you talking about the infinite stride technique?" Harin confirmed, "I'll become much stronger than I am now, so I want to protect the young master." Hearing her want to protect him, he sneered with a crooked smile. Suddenly, Tisen's face turned serious as he recalled the past, when he was the heavenly demon. The one who had risked his life to protect him then was the heaven-protecting squad, far weaker than him. Protecting that love wasn't just about strength after all. Now, looking into Harin's eyes, Tisen finally realized why she felt so familiar to him. Because Yeon Harin and the child back then had once risked their lives to protect him. Tisen reluctantly agreed with her. "Do as you wish." Harin, excited, hurriedly bowed to thank him. Suddenly, she had an overbold thought. In this moment, if only the young master would hug me once, how wonderful that would be. Harin lunged to grab Tisen for a hug, but he quickly dodged to the side, ruining her plan. Missing the hug, she lost her momentum and was propelled straight toward the door. But the moment she opened the door, she froze in place. Before her lay Kyungwon and Seoyin, training vigorously with each other. Both of them were practicing martial techniques on a rope bridge suspended in the air. They were both panting, utterly exhausted. Harin was surprised to see them training with heavy-weighted packs on a swaying suspension bridge, with major meridians blocked, each movement bringing unimaginable, excruciating pain. Tisen asked with concern, "Even so, do you really want to learn the infinite stride technique?" Kyungwon and Seoyin turned pale with alarm when they heard it. "You insist on enduring training that's like hell." Both of them tried to stop Harin, pleading, "Please go back, for heaven's sake." But Harin was determined. She replied confidently, "I'm a martial artist too." Kyungwon and Seoyin shouted in vain, trying to dissuade her. A few days passed, and one clear morning, the sound of footsteps clashing echoed without stop. Harin was beginning her martial training journey. Even though she was only starting on the ground, every movement racked her body with terrible pain. She looked up at Kyungwon and Seoyin struggling above and felt more motivated. "I will surpass them. I'll definitely overtake those two." Tisen watched from afar. Everyone was diligently training. It was heartening. Perhaps it's time I should go search as well. Maybe remembering Yeon Harin suddenly made him recall the existence of the soaring squad. Ma Chung-sam hurriedly opened the door to greet him. Tisen had ordered him to investigate suspicious locations that might hide the soaring squad. He stammered in report, "I ran here as fast as I could, my eyebrows are practically flying off. From the places the young master told me to check last time, I've narrowed it down to a few locations." Teason smiled excitedly. "Is that so? Then today we'll visit them all." The man begged permission to accompany him. A few days earlier, Teason had investigated that they used dark arts to resurrect the dead for exploitation. The forces pulling the strings behind the Golden Heavenly Alliance are the same organization. Hwaok confirmed it was possible that the ones eyeing entry into Vohan bore their traces as well. He had a flicker of doubt and curiously asked her, "What do you think their goal is?" Hwaok answered honestly, "In my subordinate's opinion, perhaps they want to quietly dominate the whole Wuhan region." Teason felt uneasy, irritated at the thought of them wanting to rule Wuhan. At that moment, Chungsum's voice returned him to the present. "We've arrived, young master." He introduced to him, "Before you is the vagabond market of Wuhan. This place is where vagabonds from all directions gather. They come here to trade, accept, and place various commissions. The market is divided into 10 zones, each controlled by a zone chief who recruits vagabonds under them to conduct business. Rumor has it that Zone 1 is where the most experts congregate. Their strength dwindles the further down you go. By Zone 10, it's all trash, so first I'll take you to Zone 1. Teason fell silent, pondering the old man's words for a moment. Then he scanned the place, his gaze fixed in one direction, watching them. Their ability to hide strength is considerable, an actual soaring squad captain disguised as a vagabond in the market. Teason snorted. Pampering them was like brushing off a mean little creature clinging to a strong man's heel. Chungsum was awkward, thanked him in a perfunctory way, then changed the subject. "Then I'll lead you to Zone 1. But Teason suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to go to Zone 6, and Chungsum had to oblige. Watching the old man's attitude, Teason whispered to himself that he still had some value to exploit. Sooner or later, he'd recruit him under his banner. Chungsum behind him was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He trembled. He stammered, "What you just said was really terrifying." After a while, the two arrived at Zone 6. There are about 30 vagabonds here, of whom maybe 5 truly know the soaring squad. At their arrival, one vagabond noticed and called out, "Boss, looks like customers have come." The leader turned and said, "If it's a commission, just tell me." Teason said sternly, "Bring me the name of the zone chief here. I have a few questions about the mystical moon." Upon hearing his request, the leader went pale. At the same time, somewhere in Wuhan, Dogon curled his lips and greeted an old acquaintance. "Long time no see, friend." The man bowed. "It's an honor to meet again here in Wuhan." Dogon looked at him with deep, mysterious eyes. His identity was Jung Jaeyup. Though only a subordinate of Go Jungkwang, he was a rare genius in the world. If he'd served under that army back then, Yicheng wouldn't have suffered such humiliating losses. Jaeyup spoke up. "This time I brought something to make the old master happy. It's a gift Go Jungkwang personally sent to support you." Then he took out a tray holding countless blood pills. Seeing that, the man's eyes widened. "With egg blood pills like these, Wuhan is practically in our hands now." Jaeyup grinned wickedly. All plans were proceeding smoothly. The Golden Heavenly Alliance is now in contact with the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance. On our side, we're about to move as well. Dogon was pleased. "I've also contacted people inside the Golden Wall merchants. The underworld lost ground. I intend to take it back. Which side will you join?" Jaeyup sneered. "The Black Lunar Swordsman and I will act first. First, we'll swallow up the vagabond market in Wuhan." Late that night, right at the vagabond market, Teason and Chungsum were still strolling through the zone. Besides the Donghu Bodyguard Agency, there was another new soaring squad, an unexpected gain for Teason. For now, he'd handled this side satisfactorily. His plan remained. Teason asked the agency leader, "You were escorting, right? Have you returned?" Chungsum was surprised. "Yes, we've returned, but why do you ask? Is there something else you need us to do?" He replied coldly, "Did you think you could get away with tricking the Dubhe divine physician and act on your own to avoid punishment?" The old man hurriedly bowed, apologized, and denied it. He cursed, "Damn, I shouldn't have trusted that sly old fox. How did things end up like this?" Teason began to get angry. "Don't blame others, it was you who caused this. I'm thinking about how best to punish you." Chungsum turned pale with fear, crying out, "I deserve to die. Please kill me." Then he collapsed to his knees and begged him. Teason looked at the old man trembling at his feet with a cold, killing gaze. He clicked his tongue and sneered, "It seems you've been out in the Jianghu for far too long. And yet you dare say the thing I hate most. Chungsum won't be punished to the bone by me." Only then did he remember something he had forgotten. The most basic doctrine of the heavenly demon sacred cult. Members of the cult must not casually speak of death. The lives of believers belong to the supreme leader. If one commits a capital offense, someone will grant you death. That is the rule of the heavenly demon sacred cult. Tison warned him, if you want to die, die fighting the enemy. Don't beg me to grant you death. The old man immediately obeyed and repeated after him, I will die in battle. Tison spared his life, that was enough. Stand up and go. What's done is done. First, let me see if the underworlders you gathered have any special traits. Suddenly Chungsum remembered that when he was consolidating his underlings, he'd heard a strange rumor. Tison listened with some interest. He said someone once mentioned a drug that multiplies strength tenfold. They worshipped the Golden Heavenly Alliance because they wanted that drug. Hearing this, Tison had his answer to his curiosity. He'd finally found it. Interesting, tell me more, he said. A few days passed, and today an incident occurred at the tavern near the Donghu bodyguard agency. Dagon confirmed with his subordinate, are you sure it's that tavern? His subordinate was very certain. According to the investigation, lately that place has been managing the entire underworld force in Wuhan. The agency leader watched from above. He was somewhat alarmed. Chungsum, who are those people? Chungsum also didn't know their identities. Dagon remained calm below, noting that a few of them had quite strong auras. Seems we've come to the right place. Conveniently, controlling this spot means seizing the underworld power of Central Plains. He grinned slyly, arrogantly. What are you waiting for? Swallow the blood-boosting pill quickly. At his order, all his men took out the pills in turn and put them into their mouths. As soon as they swallowed, they quickly felt a surge of overflowing power in their bodies. They all kept coughing and wheezing, and their eyes became more terrifying. With everything ready, Dagon ordered them to charge forward and wipe them out. Immediately, his men rushed forward like they were flying. They moved so fast the eye couldn't track them, their gazes vacant and filled with murderous intent. The agency's guards were terrified. Pale, who dares charge in here? The agency master was also momentarily panicked. He was stunned when he realized the leader of the strange attackers was Dagon. He hurriedly ordered Chungsum, go inform the young master, tell him that the one we cannot defeat even with all our strength has arrived. Seeing Chungsum still dazed, he barked, we stand no chance against their strength. I'll stall, meanwhile you withdraw. Once the young master arrives, there's sure to be a way to turn this around. Then he grabbed Ma Chungsum and jumped down in a hurry. Come on, go die with honor in battle. The agency master spat at the ranks of that ragtag army, making them all cough and gag. Their coughing grew longer and longer. Their expressions dulled and their eyes gradually turned red. What is Dagon bewildered about? What is this suspicious powder? After thinking for a moment, he began to suspect something. He glanced up and the underlings in front suddenly turned around. They looked back at him with eyes like they wanted to eat him alive, then went insane and lunged at Dagon. Dagon flinched in panic. No way, have they all gone mad all of a sudden? He fought desperately to defend himself in utter confusion. The very troops he had painstakingly gathered were now being felled by his own hand one after another. Looks like I've been hit with a trick, well played. Dagon stared straight ahead and asked, what is that red powder? The agency master didn't answer directly, only replied, we heard you used pills to burst out latent power, so we prepared a countermeasure. Seems it worked. Dagon hadn't expected they'd prepared a counter for the blood-boosting pill. The raid on the humanitarian outpost leading to this outcome made him wonder, who are you? You don't look like ordinary underworld thugs. The agency master declared loudly, we are enforcers. Hearing that, he laughed. Could they be the world's top agency? Perhaps the man behind you is Byok Tison. The agency master was startled. His guess had been spot on. Seeing the agency master's reaction, Dagon sneered, knowing he had guessed correctly. He went mad and charged to attack. Byok Tison, you bastard. He slaughtered the agency's people frantically, thinking angrily, should have dealt with that guy first from the start. I should have killed him already. Dagon wiped out the guards and then turned to the agency master, intending to finish him off too. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. Can you kill me? He glanced back and saw Tison and his subordinates had appeared behind him before he noticed. Seeing Tison arrive, the agency's underlings hurriedly bowed and paid their respects. Tison was brimming with momentum, his face supremely confident and arrogant. Dagon hesitated slightly. So you're the one, the annoying name Byok Tison. Shin Ui from behind retorted, you dare call out the young master's full name, you trash. Be careful or you'll wet your pants. He snorted, so it's just you left. If you're all inviting death together, why not head to the vagabond market instead? More convenient. Dagon flinched when he heard that name. You even know that place. Shin Ui grinned slyly. You're just unlucky. It's about to be finished off there too, since I have someone useful over there. I deliberately hit both spots. A few days earlier, Jaeyip had appeared with his men, greeting the vagabond market friends of Wuhan. Sorry, but you must cooperate with us. Hearing such a sudden proposal, everyone was confused and didn't understand what was happening. But Yuktagu standing behind wasn't very surprised. As a result, everything is now meticulously planned by Tison. Alright, so where would you like to taste the first blow? Jae-yup smugly affirmed, I am Jung Jae-yup. You may feel uneasy, but I guarantee you won't regret being here. A man shot back, I don't care about your name, but what exactly do we gain that makes you say we won't regret it? Jae-yup opened the pill box as he introduced it. What if your martial power and strength increased tenfold? Just take this strength-boosting divine pill. The group cursed in irritation. Ridiculous, wasting time drinking only to meet a pill-peddling con. The ringleader scoffed, aren't his guards just golden heavenly alliance cannon fodder? They made a show of disdain and sent the guest off. Then a clear hearty laugh rang out, 10 times my foot. Yop curled his lip, exactly, their strength is only about that much, but once these trash take the strength-boosting divine pill, you'll witness them massacring each other with your own eyes. No sooner had he finished than the guards went berserk, slashing forward at the group. The air thickened instantly with the smell of fresh blood. The others stood frozen, dead in their tracks. A man ground his teeth. No, impossible. Some low-ranking fighter from the Golden Heavenly Alliance could actually overpower our vagabond market guards. Jae-yup chuckled with pleasure. Well, this is the power of the strength-boosting divine pill. Will dominate the martial world and you can be part of it. He signaled to Bong Muok standing behind him and warned, if you dare refuse, we'll keep our secret by other means, namely, killing you all. On the signal, Bong Muok drew his sword at once. The faces of the group went pale, everyone was drenched in sweat, the murderous aura was terrifying. We can't withstand this level, what is this? So they were hiding this chi? Jae-yup ordered with satisfaction. Good, glad you've seen the truth, now line up and swallow 1 pill each. He schemed cruelly, once their spirits are crushed, give them the blood-boosting pill. When their potential erupts, this fear will be etched into their bones. And they'll become obedient dogs, no longer daring to resist. Everything is going according to plan. A sudden voice rang out, startling him. Are the young masters people you mentioned those ones? Jae-yup's eyes widened. The aura just now I couldn't sense at all. Then the others quickly recognized Tagu, the district steward. We were warned you'd come, so we prepared, he said, frowning. Tagu stood ready in a fighting stance and called out, show yourselves. A strange series of sounds echoed, causing everyone to stop and look toward the source. Jae-yup tossed a pill behind him and ordered, eat. Bong Muok vaulted up and snatched the pill cleanly with his mouth. He bit the pill immediately and used the momentum to lunge forward. Jae-yup slipped his hand into his pocket and let out a soft sigh, so that's how it is. Then 4 darts flew from his hand. If only they'd obediently swallowed the pill, it would have been easier. The darts struck the group directly. They had no time to react. Tagu's blade met Muok's, the clash of metal ringing sharply. The space seemed to hold its breath as their blades simultaneously aimed straight at each other. A gulp sounded as Muok swallowed the pill. Tagu quickly realized he'd taken it. Muok exuded a brutal force and attacked toward Tagu. He leapt up to dodge. The space behind him exploded. Tagu threw a bomb at the opponent and asked, do you know what this is? Immediately, the 3 men all hurled themselves forward like bombs. The space erupted violently, smoke, fire, and debris flying everywhere. The dust slowly cleared, revealing eyes burning brightly. Jae-yup instinctively raised his hand to cover his nose. Chinese letter, 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 Chinese letter. Could it be he just blew smoke to trick us and run away? Muok lowered his head, his body trembling with each labored breath. His face wrinkled like that of a corpse. His eyes glowed red. Jae-yup froze. What is this? He panicked and turned to flee as Muok lunged at him. Not poison, but a violent stimulant from the blood-boosting pill. The guards Jae-yup had brought also lost control and attacked him. They went mad, their hacking coughs sounding chilling. In the end, they collapsed from exhaustion. Jae-yup was stunned. Did Bong Muok really die so miserably? Tagu swept in like a gust of wind and whispered in his ear. A type like you only needs his dantian crippled. With that, Tagu's elbow smashed hard into Jae-yup's chest. He was utterly felled, lying motionless on the ground. Thus, Jung Jae-yup's plan collapsed into foam. At the same time, at the inn near the Donghu Bodyguard Agency, Dogon realized surviving and leaving here wouldn't be easy. Shin Yui taunted him, no, you won't die. Those who know too much rarely die young, you get it. Dogon pressed his lips together, his eyes full of resentment as he glared at him. Shin Yui sneered, we'll pry information out of you until you beg to die. How about that? He stood in a readiness stance. Yes, the outcome will be the same sooner or later. Just bring one of them along. Shin Yui's face went ashen. Could that person be me? Dagon lunged forward while scolding him. If anyone's to blame, blame the one who opened their mouth. Shin Yui flinched in fear and instinctively took a step back. Kyungwon spun, his sword flashed bright as lightning. Seoyin moved in perfect coordination with him, their force channeling in the same direction. Without difficulty, Dagon evaded the attack from the two of them. Kyungwon and Seoyin stood frozen for 2 seconds, too fast. Dagon, bristling with killing intent, aimed the tip of his sword at Shin Yui. The razor-sharp point was only 2 centimeters from his neck. A palm slammed into Dagon's face with terrifying force, sending a jolt through him like electricity. The attacker was none other than Tisun. Dagon was flung far away. He spun in midair and landed on both feet. Dagon's face was bruised purple, blood pouring steadily from his mouth. Tisun looked at him coldly. He suddenly paused, a soul. What Tisun wondered about was a stream of blue energy rising from Dagon's body. Dagon glared at him. You, who exactly are you? Tisun remained silent. Dagon, furious, charged up. I ask you, what the hell are you? Tisun remained still in place, letting the furious old man attack him. When Dagon was a single arm's length away, Tisun slapped him with tremendous force and growled. So it really is you. Dagon gaped in shock. Tisun kept striking his face and questioned him. You've been bothering me all this time, harming my people. He swung his arm and the whole force flew away like a kite with a cut string, then crashed to the ground. Dust billowed everywhere like a sandstorm. Tisun snarled, it's all because of you. The man with the black face scarf hauling the guards onto a cart remarked, you mean you're from the Golden Heavenly Alliance, right? Seems you meant to sample Wuhan, but unfortunately ran straight into young Master Bio. By then everyone had gathered at the Golden Wall Merchants. The force had been beaten and lay face down on the floor. Tagu carried Jay up on his shoulder and stood at the door, announcing in a clear voice, I am head of District 6, Yuk Tagu. He respectfully reported, the young master's orders have been carried out. Those present were stunned, thinking the man must be the new captain of the soaring squad, recently arrived from the vagabond market. Indeed not someone ordinary. Tisun sat on the upper step and said, yes, with you I know this will be handled well. And besides, he smiled in praise, everyone did very well. Those seemingly simple words brought the group to tears. Being praised by the young master moved them to tears. Each of them was deeply touched. Tisun sighed in exasperation. One compliment and they act like that, how bland. Dagon's body trembled with each labored breath. Tisun's expression turned stern. All right, first you quietly examine these ones. Although I could burn out their souls directly, doing so might wipe some memories. They were hard to catch. How could I let that happen? After thinking, Tisun ordered, Yuk Tisu, it's up to you, extract everything they know. He confidently accepted the order, rest assured and leave it to me. I'll extract memories from their birth onward. Dagon, forcing out his last strength, spat, Byok Tisun, you bastard. Tisu kicked him hard. Dagon was flung into the air, a painful cry ripping through the air. Tisu caught him with crossed arms and placed him on his shoulder, the motion decisive as cutting wind. Tisun smiled with relish and instructed, don't kill them, I have more work to do later. He replied crisply in obedience. Then without hesitation, he leapt up and departed. The eccentric physician wondered aloud when the young master had tamed such a savage beast. Shin Yui nodded, agreeing it was indeed so. Tisun thought to himself that the nuisances that had bothered him for so long were now dealt with. But what exactly was that unpleasant feeling emanating from them? From the last time with the Guangdong Four Fiends and Gok Yongdu until today, that vague, unpleasant stench from them kept nagging at me. He flared with killing intent and declared it seemed best to crush them all. Tisun stood and questioned, hey, you two, why didn't you react in time to that guy's attack just now? Kyungwon's voice trembled, that matter is on you to continue. Also, I see you all were not unscathed either. The agency master loudly denied it at once. No, young master, it's just a few scratches and bruises, sir. Tisun observed, to me it looks like your heart, chi, and body still haven't reached harmony. The old man was stunned. Do you mean you're solemnly declaring that from today you'll personally oversee our martial training? Everyone must practice the infinite stride technique. You'd think we'd rather die, but that's how training is. The agency master sank to his knees in despair. No, no way, at our age we have to train the infinite stride technique. Cheongsam stood nearby to reassure him. No, agency master, you mustn't collapse like this. Tisun pondered quietly, thinking back, had he ever directly taught them martial arts all these years? It seemed he had grown far too lenient. A few days later, at Golden Wall Manor, the agency master blushed furiously and shouted with all his remaining strength. He spun around and bellowed to rally the people behind him. There are still 30,000 more repetitions. Absolutely do not fall down. Harun sighed, well, at least you're not alone anymore, and that's good. The eccentric physician bent over, straining to pull the heavy cart behind them. Behind him, Shin Yui pushed and urged the old man. Come on, brother, try a bit harder. Will we even be able to carry all these materials today? The eccentric physician cursed in anger. It's all your fault. Why invent that nonsense about Dubhi Divine Elixis, healing balm, and even crimson beads? Shin Yui argued that if it weren't for that, neither he nor his elder brother would be stuck at this age doing sacrifice-like training and backbreaking labor. He turned and yelled again, you there, I'd rather train my body than work myself to death. As he finished, someone suddenly fell straight down from above. The eccentric physician's face went pale with horror. He forced himself to keep hauling the creaking cart forward, keep moving, the number of medicines to brew keeps increasing. Shin Yui, helpless, then suddenly remembered and fretted aloud that he hadn't seen the young master around, which made everyone uneasy. Meanwhile, with Tisun, he folded his arms and ordered, open it and have a look. Hweok froze. Young master, this book is. He replied with a bright smile, Shadow Lunar Demonic Art. Her eyes widened in shock. Demonic arts, Tisun hurried to reassure her. Don't worry, it's not the kind of demonic art that requires drinking blood or wallowing among corpses to cultivate. It only has strict conditions. You must train under the moonlight. Hweok breathed a sigh of relief, so that's it. He continued to instruct that the feeling is also very important. Until now, those who learned this art seemed not to fully understand that, but you now can. Hweok beamed and said, I absolutely will not let you down. Tisun smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, this child had begun to open the boundary with his own power and would likely reach the highest realm among the line of lunar shadow squad leaders. By then, a sudden announcement came from outside. Young master, it's Yuk Tisu, please respond. No sooner had the words finished than Tisu burst through the door. He'd finally tracked down the trail of the half-Jiangxi gang. Hweok gaped in surprise. Even just the blood-clotting herb was a big haul, and now the half-Jiangxi as well. Tisun sneered, Seo Dogun, looks like that guy already prepared the spirit elixir for me. Lead the way. Cut to a forest near Wuhan. Tisun, Tisu, and Hweok followed a narrow path through the woods. The crunch of dry leaves underfoot sounded faintly. Hweok suddenly spoke up. By the way, you're really incredible. Tisu replied, what do you mean? She expressed her admiration. How could you extract that information? Even the Hao faction once used drugs to throw those two into madness. And in the end, they failed to obtain any information. Tisu explained there was such a technique, a method that dissolves the human mind like mist, shattering the defensive walls of the psyche. In fact, it's not merely a technique, but a kind of demonic art called the soulless demonic art. Thanks to the soulless demonic art, Dogun easily divulged that the place where the half-Jiangxi were hidden was. Tisun suddenly raised his hand to stop them. Hweok, surprised, asked, what's wrong, young master? He cast his eyes around and said, it seems there are still remnants of the faction lurking nearby. Tisu gaped, what? But my men didn't sense any presence at all. Tisun closed his eyes. This distance lies outside your range of perception. As he moved forward, Tisun said, if that's the case. He slid past the two of them like a ghost. Hweok froze for 2 seconds. What was that? He literally passed right in front of me, yet I felt nothing at all, as if no one existed there. Tisu turned pale. The realm that conceals breath, even I, who am skilled at masking my chi, absolutely cannot emulate it. I know he's powerful, but to what level has he truly reached? Tisun instructed the two of them, I'll be right back. Deep in the forest, an array had been set, and a voice rang out, are we really doing the right thing by this? Another answered only by silently watching. With Lord Seo and Lord Jung's fates uncertain, if we, the rest, don't try something, won't we face severe punishment? From the formation, a strange aura spread everywhere. The half-animated Jiangxi, after absorbing that aura, immediately had their eyes glow crimson. The fat man grinned wickedly. See, it's a success. I've gained control over the half-Jiangxi. The man beside him sighed in relief. Thank goodness, at least if we bring them back, we might avoid terrible blame. Tisun appeared like a gust of wind and stood between them, mocking, well done, thanks to you I get to enjoy the show. The fat man panicked, guessing, could this be Byeok Tisun? The other man was equally terrified. He emitted no breath at all. How on earth did he do it? They shouted orders, half-Jiangxi, kill him for us. Tisun curled a lip, then I'll give you a show too. Tisun unleashed his aura and lunged into the swarm of half-Jiangxi. they all reached out to grab him at once. He dropped his stance and delivered crisp strikes, knocking many of them out at once. Wherever Tison swept, they toppled like being caught in a whirlwind. The fat man gaped, "Impossible, the half-jiangshi are falling on their own." The man beside him went pale. How could this be? Tison laughed haughtily. "Well, fun, isn't it?" Amid the scattered corpses of the half-jiangshi, he slowly turned to the two men and ordered, "Don't kill them, there's more to extract." Tisu threw a punch and promptly replied, "Yes, sir." He struck lightning fast at the man's neck, leaving him paralyzed and unable to react. Then he spun on his heel and kicked the fat man in the face, sending him flying backward. Both of them collapsed flat in a single breath. Tison curled his mouth in a cold smile, as expected. The strange aura rising from the half-jiangshi grew denser and denser. Tison began absorbing them. A pleasurable sensation spread through his limbs. The spirit elixir truly was exquisite. Hwayak and Tisu stood frozen, momentarily speechless at the sight before them. The news quickly reached Zhengquang. He flew into a rage. "What? Seo Dagon and Jung Jae have been defeated." His subordinates prostrated themselves and replied, "Only about 20 people returned alive." Zhengquang loudly confirmed, "Were they all defeated by someone called Byok Tison?" The subordinate then reported, "Those who couldn't escape were wiped out by the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance after their covert preparations to control Wuhan were discovered." Zhengquang seemed stunned, asking, "The Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance, did you tail them here?" The subordinate stammered, "That matter." Just then soldiers came running in, out of breath, reporting, "Big trouble, the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance have learned this location." Jin Sahang is leading the Murim Alliance forces, and alongside them the Black Alliance led by Jiak Jolmyeon. Moreover, the Namgung clan is also participating in this battle. Soldiers urgently reported to Zhengquang that the Namgung clan together with the Yeagle clan have joined forces and are already very close. After a moment's thought he ordered, "Prepare quickly, abandon this place immediately and move elsewhere." The soldiers answered at once, "Yes, sir." Zhengquang spat curses under his breath. "Byok Tison ruins our plans every time because of this guy, damn it. But how do we make up for these huge losses? We must take his head." "Absolutely." A blast rang out as the Great Gate was breached, blown free and ripped from its hinges. 4 masters and their troops stood in formation before Wuhan's main gate. Yet the interior was strangely quiet. No one appeared, only dim light streamed through the doorway onto the empty ground. Go Zhengquang and his remaining followers vanished, disappearing from Wuhan, but using this event as a pretext, the 4 strongest martial forces officially entered Wuhan, and what drew their particular attention was the space that led to the Golden Wall merchants. Under the clear sky, Tison stood facing Kyungwon on the arena. The air tense as a drawn string. Kyungwon thought inwardly that today the young master would personally critique each person. Earlier, he had claimed he'd rather die than endure this lesson. Tison stared at Kyungwon with an expressionless face. He found it odd to see him holding a spear. Why suddenly use a spear? He hardly ever uses one. Tison suddenly lowered his body, swung his arm back, assuming an attacking posture. It turned out the newcomer had been steadily training the infinite stride technique. If so, for today's training, he concentrated strength in his wrist and hurled the spear hard toward Kyungwon. Kyungwon immediately drew his sword, eyes full of caution. "So it really is a spar." Kyungwon suddenly halted as the spear's tip flew in a graceful arc, then drove straight into the ground with force. Tison illustrated with his hand and said, "Slice down the length of this spear and split it in 2. Kyungwon blinked in bewilderment. "Really just do that? No need to perform any other martial technique." He gave a faint smile. "Yes, if you cut accurately, that's it for today's training. You may return to your room to rest." Kyungwon's cheeks flushed with emotion. "So the young master used the excuse of private instruction to give me a chance to rest," such deep meaning behind it. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, raised it high, and declared clearly, "Then I will cut right now." He aimed straight at the middle of the spear and brought his blade down. But immediately Kyungwon's whole body convulsed as if struck by lightning. A strong hand struck his waist, making his ribs crack with a series of snaps. A sharp stabbing pain spread throughout Kyungwon's body. He stood stunned. What is this? I didn't even see him move." Tison's strike crashed into Kyungwon like a tsunami, sending him flying backward. He grinned triumphantly. "Who said you could lie down and rest?" Hwayak asked with concern. "Chin Kyungwon, are you all right?" Tison warned sternly, "Don't rely only on your eyes, widen your senses." "And you, what's wrong?" Kyungwon finally understood, so that's what he meant by "rather die than this," was it? Hwayak answered with a start, "Young master, guests from the Murim Alliance, the Black Alliance, the Namgung clan, and the Yeagle clan have come to pay respects." Tison looked briefly surprised. "Guests?" At that moment in the Golden Wall Manor reception hall, Namgung Jun clasped his hands in greeting. "Young Lord Bitch, I am Namgung Jun of the Namgung clan, honored to meet you." From the Yeagle clan, Yeagle Guan respectfully said, I am Yeagle Guan. It is an honor to have audience. Next came the Murim Alliances Jin Sahung and the Black Alliances Jiok Jeolmyeon. I am Jin Sahung of the Murim Alliance, here to establish a base in Wuhan, and I am Jiok Jeolmyeon of the Black Alliance. Tisen's face was ice cold as he replied curtly, Byok Tisen. He judged silently, seems passable enough. Tisen's gaze swept over the four, but then a girl standing behind him spoke up, we will take our leave. The young master replied coldly, thank you for your trouble. The beauties chatted with interest, who will he call tonight? I already met him last week. Namgung Jun's eyes and mouth widened. No way is that Than Nin elder sister, each of them is breathtakingly beautiful and exceptionally talented. I want to take them back as disciples immediately. Even if not disciples, that'll do. Ichweok stood outside quietly observing them. As she stepped out, she shone, drawing everyone's attention. Jin Sahung's eyes revealed lust. Oh my, like a celestial maiden descending, truly beauties who could topple a kingdom, we must take them, just sweet-talk Byok Tisen a bit. Tisen, feeling like he was watching a play, thought to himself as he looked at them. He raised a murderous aura and said, I thought you came to see me, but it seems not. Then Tisen loudly ordered, guests, please step aside, escort them out immediately. He gave the command before anyone could react. Those nearby were bewildered. What? We haven't even taken a sip of wine yet. Yeagle Guan asked quietly to Tisen, young Lord Byok, why are you doing this? The maids beside him dared not disobey and complied, escorting the guests out. After a while, all four were driven straight out by Tisen's men. The doors that had just seen them out slammed shut mercilessly. Yeagle Guan was taken aback at that. Namgung Jun stepped outside, still stunned, wondering, are we being kicked out now? Jeolmyeon angrily retorted, how disgraceful. Then Yeagle Guan asked everyone, but hasn't something felt off this whole time? A green young lord like him dares to chase us out, yet no one spoke up to object. Hearing that, Namgung Jun suddenly realized it. Thinking back, the entire reception hall had been staring only at young Lord Byok's expression. Could there be some formation set up? Yeagle Guan replied, hard to say. From what I saw, there was no formation at all. They all agreed with him, right? How could we have failed to notice such a crude formation? Just then Namgung Jun suddenly went pale and stammered on, so then could it be that they forced us into submission purely with presence? That Brackle Byok Tisen. As soon as he finished, everyone was shocked, yet the old man sounded somewhat doubtful. But his inner energy doesn't seem particularly profound. Yeagle Guan agreed, adding, I don't sense that level either. Could there be a supreme expert hiding in the shadows? At that moment, a derisive chuckle echoed from behind a nearby door. Ridiculous, really. You absolutely shouldn't judge my family's young master by appearances alone. Shin Yui smirked as he turned to look at the four of them. Jeolmyeon, surprised, asked, could you be the Dubhe divine physician? Rumor says you're here, but I didn't expect it's true. On hearing that, Shin Yui pursed his lips and said slyly, that's right, but besides that, do you really want to know more? If you win the favor of my young master, there may be a way to return the maidservants you just lost. No sooner had he spoken than the others blushed and cried out, how could that be possible? Shin Yui only chuckled and said, how would I know, but your faces give it all away. When I first came here, I thought the same. Inside, a maid quietly asked Tisen, young master, why are you acting like this? He didn't hide it and answered her, a bit pensive, I don't know why. I have a premonition something will happen that will make me uneasy. Scene shifts to another place filled with jars labeled with talismanic tags on the outside. A cold voice rang out, to return in this state, how shameless. A man stood before the jars with his back to Zhengquang, who trembled in fear behind him. The latter's face went ashen. He hurriedly knelt and cried aloud, please give me one more chance, just one last opportunity. This time I'll succeed for sure. In his heart, Zhengquang vowed that whatever it took, he would finish what Seo Dagon had botched if he wanted to survive. Hearing that, the man finally turned his head and growled, this is your final chance. Immediately after, jars fell from the wall and flew toward them with no visible force acting on them. He ordered the jars to fly at Zhengquang, speaking slowly as they moved. The jars shot straight into his chest. Zhengquang paled and looked down at his chest, thinking to himself, these spirits, could it be? The jars in his hands were not ordinary jars, but each contained some kind of soul. Then Zhengquang bowed deeply and respectfully to the man. I will surely take Wuhan. Scene shifts back to the Golden Wall merchants. The White Flower Courtesan house owner bowed low in a respectful greeting. Long time no see, young master. Tisen sat in his chair and smiled. Now I should probably call you Hao faction leader, she agreed diplomatically. It's all thanks to the young master's favor. The documents you're reading record everything that has happened recently. Saying that, Tisen unfolded the mat in his hands and skimmed through it. Inside, the White Flower owner recounted many things, slowly telling, With the help of the escorts from the Donghu bodyguard agency acting on the young master's orders, we easily subjugated the Hao faction leader. She recalled the furious look on the man's face as he roared, "White flower owner, how dare you seize my place?" At that time, she stepped forward and plainly said to Chungsum, who was handling matters, "Please wait a moment, won't you? That incompetent lout, I want to deal with him myself." She ground her teeth and snarled at the old man. Immediately after, the white flower courtesan house owner sprang forward toward the group. She leapt up and unleashed a flying kick straight into the man's face. Tisun folded the mat back up and laughed in approval. "Well done." Right after, a thick book was tossed down in front of the white flower owner. Tisun snorted and explained, "Take it, good work deserves a reward." Hearing that, her eyes lit up. She looked down and thought, "At last the moment has come. Could it be that I now possess the complete Shadow Stride manual, the lost art of the Hao faction?" Then the white flower owner suddenly planted both hands on the floor and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you, young master. The Hao faction leader swears eternal loyalty and devotion to you." He smiled and said, "Very well, I'll be watching." At that moment, Shin Yui ran over with a box in his hands and said softly, "Young master, by your order I have just delivered the reward 300 Dubhe divine elixirs to the White Flower House." The owner wondered aloud, "Delivered? Has that fool gone mad again?" Hearing this, Tisun frowned slightly and replied, "I won't stop you. But don't let me catch you doing any more pointless antics." No sooner had he spoken than Shin Yui went pale and stammered in alarm, "Pointless antics? Have I ever done anything meaningless?" Afterwards, Tisun glared, secretly smirking as he muttered forward, "Today I'll need the physician, go fetch him quickly. Someone has been training obsessively and their body is suffering." Scene shifts to another place where Haran is gripping her sword and bringing it down hard. A hand suddenly shot out and pushed a gust of chi forward. Instantly, Haran's blade was halted by that hand. She startled and stepped back several paces, yet the hand continued lunging toward Haran's flank. The person's thumb reached out and touched the side of her ribcage. Immediately, Tisun swiftly struck the hand and shoved Haran forward. She was pushed, head dipping forward, then nimbly checked herself. Afterwards, Haran panted heavily and bowed to catch her breath. Behind her, Tisun stood calmly. He looked at her and thought, has she internalized it too deeply? Then Tisun spoke, "Stop it, will you?" But Haran replied determinedly, "No, I'm fine." Having said that, her eyes widened and she shot him a glance. Tisun paused for a beat, thinking inwardly, the killing intent is terrifying. Immediately after, Haran grabbed the heavy sword again, her entire body brimming with killing intent as she lunged at him. She moved her body with practiced skill and charged forward swiftly. But Tisun remained standing in place, head bowed, showing no reaction. Just before Haran's blade came down, he managed to dodge to one side. While dodging, Tisun thought to himself that this feeling exceeded ordinary mastery, as if her soul had been possessed. It's the soul of Sion Haryeon. Wait, could that be possible? Like I'm reincarnated inside Byok Tisun's body. Could Yon Haran actually be the reincarnated soul of Sion Haryeon? At that moment, his index finger extended, using his chi to block the tip of Haran's sword. Then he asked her in a low voice, "Have you nearly died recently?" Haran was startled by his abrupt question and blurted out in confusion. Tisun heard that and thought to himself, looking at her innocent face, clearly knowing nothing, was I overthinking again? So he replied, "It's nothing, carry on." Hearing this, Haran obediently answered, "Yes, young master." Meanwhile, at the moment when people from the Murim Alliance, Black Alliance, Namgun clan, and Yeagle clan were expelled, to appease them, the Dubhe divine physician had secretly met and schemed behind Tisun's back. Shin Yui said cheerfully, "Our young master was very ill before and only recently recovered, so his temperament is a bit cold. Please forgive him, great heroes." Namgung Jun and Yeagle Guan narrowed their eyes suspiciously. Still, they thought inwardly that among the four powers ruling the world, few truly surpass us in ability. We spend our lives solely to become stronger, and as a result, none of us have heirs, nor have we found worthy disciples. And yet, the talents we've searched for so long, those so extraordinary, appear here as if fate arranged it. We must take them away. We cannot let these girls waste away in such a mundane place. Thinking that, Jin Sahung spoke up, "But I still can't believe it. A Dubhe divine physician serving under that young master." Zinyi immediately blinked in surprise. A young master. Then Namgung Jun and Yeagle Guan chimed in one after the other. Indeed, someone like a divine physician should showcase their talents on a larger stage. To be honest, I don't find Byok young master's abilities particularly special. After saying that, he added, "Actually, I even clandestinely probed Byok young master's inner energy. But I couldn't sense any aura at all, not even basic inner energy." At that, Namgung Jun and Yeagle Guan murmured. Clearly they'd heard he was a renowned figure recently, yet he seemed ordinary beyond belief. If you share their thoughts, that was Jin Sahung's follow-up. Could it all be just exaggerated rumors? Shin Yui, witnessing the scene, thought with delight, look at these people. They completely misunderstand my young master. And it's true, by appearance he's just an ordinary young master. At first, I and the eccentric physician thought the same. After all, without me nothing would run smoothly. Then Jin Sehung couldn't hold back and asked, at this point, is there any way I could take that girl who guided me as my disciple? It would be such a pity for her talent to be buried in a place like the Golden Wall merchants. Shin Yui, annoyed, thought he'd been nagging too much and had crossed a line. Then he retorted, just because it's the Golden Wall merchants. If that's the reason, then no, sorry, but compared to joining your mediocre Black Alliance, under Byok Young Master's banner she'd gain far more. This made Namgung Jun and Yeagle Guan, who shared the old man's view, start to reconsider. What, is he belittling the Black Alliance, a force to rival the Murim Alliance to this degree? On the other side, Jin Sahung, having been argued with, began to bristle. Really? Then ask the girl where she wants to go, what she intends. Does he think she'll see it through? He then calmly replied, fine, but I don't want any unfortunate incidents during the process. After a while, the sound of the blade chopping came repeatedly, while the eccentric physician was nearly furious to the point of losing his mind. Shin Yui paced back and forth in thought. He kept asking himself, what should I do now? This made the old man shout uncontrollably. Damn it, this brat knows I'm suffering because of someone and still won't work. You're just making me more annoyed. What else are you going to do? Shin Yui replied fearfully, it's not like that, it's just that after doing that, I felt a little scared. After all, the opponent is Jeolmyeon of the Black Alliance. Maybe I went a bit too far. After a second of panic, the eccentric physician sullenly spoke. That's why I asked, what were you doing standing around? How many medicines are still being brewed? He gloomily answered. Ah, the young master was too cold, so I planned to coax them a bit. Even if they're old, those kids won't leave. But if by chance you really have to face Jeolmyeon, can you win? He might kidnap Danyang if things go badly. The eccentric physician answered honestly, if he's that skilled, I'm afraid it won't be easy. Lately my internal energy has been blocked too. Shin Yui began to feel uncertain. Then we should probably bring Kyungwon and Seoyin along, who else could come? Just then Teeson spoke up, what if I come along? Which made him jump and exclaim, young master, you've arrived. The cold young master reminded him, I told you not to do pointless things. What scheme are you plotting now? Shin Yui stammered, young master, scheme? There's no scheme, nothing at all. Teeson calmly added, well, it's been a bit quiet lately anyway. Then he casually added, want me to show off my withdrawal trick one more time? At that, he turned pale and replied, no, following that brother's idea, he planned to have Danyang meet Jeolmyeon directly to make him give up taking a disciple. The eccentric physician snapped, this madman dragging me into it again. Teeson then asked in surprise, meet directly. Shin Yui immediately answered, yes, I will closely supervise so nothing happens. With the eccentric physician coming along, there surely won't be a problem. Teeson said nothing and merely nonchalantly released a bit of internal energy. The eccentric physician, sensing it, was utterly stunned. Don't tell me. The youngster saw it and asked, what is it? The eccentric physician honestly replied, oh no, it's nothing. Just now I suddenly felt from the young master a stream of internal energy I've never felt before. Teeson fell silent at that and didn't answer a word. Then after a while he said, you saw correctly, I just tried producing a little to check. Shin Yui was stunned and confirmed, what? So the young master had no internal energy until now? The eccentric physician couldn't help but add, impossible. We thought his realm was so high we couldn't sense it. Teeson released a massive surge of internal energy and asked, so high that it can't be sensed is like this. This left Shin Yui and the eccentric physician completely agape. On the other side, he released his inner strength and asked with unexpected concern, wasn't that a bit much? Soon after, Teeson spoke gently, all right then, erase it. After saying that, he calmly added, what's so important about it? Then the eccentric physician panicked and guessed, could that be the reason I've always been blocked before reaching the threshold of the upper city? To take another step forward, one must discard everything accumulated and then refill it again. Teeson observed the old man's attitude for a moment, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's settled. After finishing, he said, just wait and see. Shin Yui hurriedly replied, yes, young master, please rest assured. Thank goodness, I thought you'd siphon me off again. He turned back to seek his teammates' approval, when he suddenly noticed something strange. Nearby, the eccentric physician was struggling with his cultivation. Seeing that, Shin Yui asked, are you all right? Meanwhile, the old man thought to himself, it's starting to open. This is the sea chi inside my body. When this oceanic current is drained, an even greater wave will surge forth, and in place of the calm surface, I will become an immense ocean. In the end, the upper city's barrier blocking me will be broken. After some unknown time, Shin Yui suddenly spoke up. Awake already. The eccentric physician said, if you're sleepy then go to sleep, why sit there half a day? He replied, a fly buzzing by would be enough to make you panic. How could I leave? And half a day? Brother, you've been sitting here for 2 full days and nights. Hearing that, the old man was astonished. What? So you've been watching over me for 2 days? Why are you so adorable today? No sooner had he spoken than the strange fellow suddenly realized. Wait, if 2 days have passed, the faithful one hesitated, then continued, that's right, today is the day to negotiate with Jeolmyeon. How's it going? Have you made any progress? Are you strong enough to face him? The eccentric physician confidently replied, yes, by now I should be ready to try a match. Hearing that, the loyal man was filled with zeal. Then let's go, bring the whole lot of them in case things go wrong. Cut to another place. At that time, Danyoung was utterly confused. Seoyin couldn't help but speak up, but hey, is it really necessary to be this serious? Kyungwon answered, after all, the opponent is the Black Alliance. Have you gotten the young master's permission? Meanwhile, at the Golden Wall Merchants, Teeson sat alone in his room, silently cultivating. Then he sighed inwardly, it's been a long time since it's been this quiet. Teeson thought to himself, the elixirs have been fully taken, so then, it's time to start treating the final meridians. With that, he focused and began deploying his internal energy for the treatment. Then Teeson recalled the training session from a few days ago, where it felt as if Seon Haryung's soul had been reborn inside Yeon Harin. What if that could really happen? What if his soul had also been reborn inside Teeson's body? Then what is dwelling in this body? He hesitated for a moment, then decisively guessed, could it be the heavenly demon? The dark and mysterious body gradually revealed itself. Teeson reminded himself that when he was the heavenly demon, he burned and devoured every soul he encountered without exception. Thus I gathered that vast spiritual power, compressing it all into my body, continuously accumulating the store. As a result, I reached a realm no one in the world could touch. But in return, the body couldn't withstand that power and gradually collapsed. The moment his eyes flickered to black was also when Teeson continued. However, thanks to being reborn in your body, I have come to understand the true meaning of the soul-augmenting demonic art. And thanks to that, I can fix the mistakes I made as the heavenly demon. This body can finally fully heal us. He said in a low voice, it's all because of you. And today, Teeson will complete the entire treatment process. In less than a second, he summoned his power again. Now then, let's begin. Teeson then carried out the treatment. Streams of potent energy continuously emanated within his body. At the same time, at the White Flower Courtesan house, 5 people were already waiting. Each face was taut as a drawn string, as if someone could strike at any moment. Just then Shin Yui spoke to reassure her, Danyoung, don't be too nervous, just decide as you wish. She replied softly, ah yes, I understand. Then Seoyin asked, first wipe your sweat and then talk. W divine physician, okay, he answered. Ah, well, if it's just talk alone, that's fine, but what if they drag the whole crew to pressure me? No sooner had he finished than the door in front of them suddenly burst open. Kyungwon saw it and exclaimed, already here. He then confirmed, yes, it's Jeolmyeon of the Black Alliance. Jeolmyeon entered and coldly assessed, more people came than I expected. But it seems young Master Byok still hasn't shown up. I hear he has many concubines. Losing 1 or 2 probably wouldn't trouble him much, right? Those words greatly annoyed Seoyin and the others, but for now they had to hold back. Then he suddenly thought it might be a good thing, though weak, it could make one cautious. Truly a strange man. While Jeolmyeon was still pondering, Shin Yui spoke, welcome, sir. I didn't expect a Black Alliance expert to come alone like this. He sneered in response, at a meeting like this, why bring an entire team of fighters? Besides, the target is the Golden Wall Merchants. Shin Yui was irritated, thinking, this bastard provoked me last time and now this. The eccentric physician over there is no exception. Does he mean one man is enough? How arrogant. Meanwhile, Jeolmyeon stared ahead and murmured to himself, even so. Suddenly Danyoung spoke up, I am Danyoung, I heard you wanted to meet me. Her gentle face and sweet demeanor made it impossible for Jeolmyeon to look away. He thought inwardly, truly beautiful enough to leave one speechless. If I could bring her under my command, I'd teach her all my martial arts. With that thought, Jeolmyeon asked, did you hear what I said? Danyoung obediently answered, yes, I heard you want to take me as your disciple because you value my ability. However, Before she could finish, Jeolmyeon anxiously interrupted. Wait, did you come already intending to refuse? She replied, yes, that's right. I accept your sincerity, but I already belong to young Master Byoke moreover. Right here and somewhere within Golden Wall Manor, I have no intention of leaving the people of the Golden Wall merchants. Hearing that, the eccentric physician smugly thought, as expected, that's my Dan Ann, what a hateful smile, you bastard. Then he lowered his voice to warn, but remember this, think carefully, for this matter doesn't only concern you, it will decide the future of those around you. As predicted, Danny Young immediately hesitated. What do you mean? Shin Yui quietly judging from nearby. He's even using the person beside me as leverage. Are you really going to play that game? Jeolmyeon said little on his side, and immediately unleashed his intent to strike a preemptive blow. Kyungwon gripped the sword hilt and told himself, damn, he really is the leader of the Black Alliance. His presence is so overpowering that even drawing a sword becomes difficult. Danny Young on the other side was also so overwhelmed by those surging auras that she was at a loss for words. Jeolmyeon watched the scene with satisfaction. Well, how about it? If you become my disciple, you'll gain not only great martial skill but also status within the Black Alliance. I'll ask again, will you leave the Golden Wall merchants and come be my apprentice? While Danny Young was struggling to utter the word I, another cool, pleasant aura swept in, making her breathing much easier. Immediately after, the eccentric physician spoke up, hey, at least let the person catch their breath before demanding an answer. Seeing that, Jeolmyeon was stunned and wondered, can this guy actually block my murderous pressure? With only the martial level of a physician. Shin Yui on the other side went pale with fear but still hastily called out, are you all right? Seoyin thought to herself that they'd already dispelled the oppressive aura. Compared to the young master's special training, this pressure was nothing. Jeolmyeon was extremely surprised. All of them dispelled my pressure. The three of them over there stared at him challengingly, making Jeolmyeon admit to himself that he had utterly underestimated them. Kyungwon and the others were also ready to fight, waiting only for the order to rush in. Then Danny Young spoke up, you see, these are our Golden Wall merchants. So long as they remain here, the place I belong to will never change. Hearing her words, Jeolmyeon's resolve began to waver deeply. After a tense back and forth, he could only sigh and retract his intent. Next, Jeolmyeon said coldly, it seems staying any longer is pointless. I hope you'll hold fast to what you just said to the end. Faced with the situation, the eccentric physician said nothing and calmly observed everything. After realizing he couldn't change Danny Young's determination, he turned and left. I take my leave. A second later, Shin Yui exclaimed, all right, that's one hurdle safely passed. The eccentric physician collapsed face first on the table and complained, oh dear, 2 days without a bite and then more gas control. I'm exhausted to death. Kyungwon and Seoyin muttered, seems the young master's special training really does work. Well, who expected he'd do that? Outside, Jeolmyeon slowly stepped out of the room. A subordinate, puzzled, asked, Master, why did you come out alone? He replied, it's nothing, seems I mistook the person. If Teeson were truly useless, why would such talented people follow him? With that thought, Jeolmyeon ordered an immediate reinvestigation from the start about Teeson. What was his business entering Wuhan? The Black Alliance responded quickly, at your command. He told himself that although there had been delays and failures, it wasn't all for nothing. One day I'll wash away today's shame, and to do that I must uncover the truth. Teeson, what is your true identity? Meanwhile, he was still passionately treating his final blood meridians. Unaware of the events outside, Teeson, bathed in light, closed his eyes as a thought echoed. The treatment is nearly complete now. At that moment, another man was directing his intent straight at the center of his forehead, thinking to himself that he still hadn't found the final blood meridian. Where on earth is it, that final blood meridian? The more he thought, the more frantically he searched. Just then, the light suddenly intensified and shifted to a pale purple. He seemed to sense something, like a branch finding its root. Found it. No sooner had he thought that than he pressed down hard, thrusting his hand onto Teeson's chest. His knuckles tightened firmly against Teeson's chest. While squeezing hard, he suddenly startled as he realized something. At that moment, Teeson also snapped his eyes open and looked straight at the man before him. It was me, the heavenly demon, and the one connecting the blood meridian, dissolving himself into the body of Byoke Teeson. Immediately after, he was sucked into the blinding light on Teeson. Quickly, he was pulled deeper and deeper into that light, as if two branches had both found and connected to the same source of power. The spiritual force sealed within the heavenly demon's soul. The spiritual force sealed within the heavenly demon's soul was now spreading throughout his entire body. Teeson folded his hands low beneath him, and his whole body radiated a deadly oppressive aura. One of the leaders of the Wuhan organization opened his eyes wide and looked forward. At last, the heavenly demon's soul had encountered its lost flesh. It had met Byeok-Tisen's flesh. The soul, death, and life were now fused as one. Finally, after a long time in the darkness, the treatment was complete. Both opened their eyes and sneered as they looked ahead. Dawn rose again to signal the start of a new day. Tisen rushed to his desk, thinking to himself how invigorating it felt. If so, then today. He picked up his pen. A blank sheet of paper was already spread on the desk. Tisen fluently wrote a line, and soon the sheet was filled with his handwriting. The pen in his hand darted across the paper, producing flowing characters. The desk was now piled with fully written pages. The morning light gently shone on the hair at Tisen's crown. The sun climbed higher. It now seemed like midday. Tisen slapped the desk and said slowly, "This is fine." Beside him was a high stack of papers. Tisen stretched, leaned back, and murmured, "Today will probably be a rare, pleasant day." He thought to himself that now, at last, he truly felt reborn as Byeok-Tisen. The scene shifted to Golden Wall Manor, the place where everyone's training ground was held. Tisen stepped slowly, majestically into the training yard. He entered with the bearing of a leader. Suddenly, Tisen noticed to one side that Black 2 and Black 3 were trying to prop up a tree. "This tree is too heavy. I'm about to be crushed. Where did that guy disappear to?" Just then Black 1 from who knows where grabbed a spear and leapt over, shouting, trying to hold on a bit longer. "I'm coming. Top of the world," he yelled, and then jumped straight up to the top of the tree. Immediately after, the tree straightened and planted itself firmly into the ground. The other two shouted. The tree fell down. Tisen, watching from the side, slightly smiled in approval. "You all seem to have trained quite hard." Hearing his voice, all three were startled and greeted him. "Young master, you're here." Then Tisen swung his hand and tossed a book toward them. "Then try learning this as well." Black 1 and Black 2 grabbed the book and asked excitedly, "What's this, young master?" Tisen replied coldly, "Just read it and you'll know, no need to ask." At that moment, Soso passed by and complimented, "Young master, you're so kind." Unexpectedly, the one who had been up in the tree mischievously explained to him that they'd been causing trouble everywhere since they were kids and didn't know much about reading. Tisen sighed inwardly, thinking, "What's there to be proud of, you idiots?" Tisen then clasped his hands and walked off, asking Soso to read it to them. Black 1 was overjoyed, thanked him, and squealed. Soso stepped forward and read to the three of them. The book was titled Black Iron Art, and it seemed to be about martial techniques. Afterwards, Soso quietly murmured, "Now that I think about it today, you look particularly cheerful," and the others agreed with her. "Indeed, it seemed you even smiled at us just now. And somehow you look even more handsome than before, right?" The scene shifted to another room, where a man was slowly enjoying a rice cake. Mujin ate and sighed, remarking that Bang family's rice cakes truly lived up to their reputation. Suddenly, mid-swallow, he paused for a beat. Mujin seemed to have swallowed too quickly and choked. He turned pale and couldn't speak. Just then, a hand reached out from somewhere, accompanied by a voice. "Since when did you get so weak that you choke on a single rice cake?" The hand smacked his back hard, ejecting the cake from Mujin's throat. The rice cake hadn't even reached his stomach before it was thrown back out, spinning on the floor. Mujin, still pale, rubbed his throat and gasped, "Oh, it's the young master." Before he could recover, the young master handed him a book. It was Essence Absorption Art. "This manual is excellent for restoring stamina and chi. Practice it every night from now on. But if you skip even one day, the rebellious chi will make the body explode. Be careful." Having said that, Tisen walked on, leaving Mujin behind bewildered, thinking, "What? Explode? So I have to practice daily." A moment later, Tisen reappeared and handed Shin Yui another book. Seeing it, he cried out in horror, "What? This is my master's secret style, Corpse Blood Demon. Isn't this phantom demon art? Very few in our sect know this." Then the eccentric physician gaped at Tisen's book. "What? Golden cultivation art? This is the martial art once used by the demon physician. How does the young master have golden cultivation art?" The scene returned to Golden Wall Manor's training grounds. Two people stood and greeted Tisen. "Young master, you're here?" He replied, "Yes, my condition has stabilized. No need to continue chi recuperation. As for Chen Kyungwon, starting today you will train Thunderstrike Sword Art. Yu Seoyin, you will train Chain Sword Art. If anything's unclear, ask me immediately." Seoyin took the book and thought, another cultivation method. What grueling practice is this now? Kyungwon asked, "Young master, are you planning to set out? I'll make preparations at once." Unexpectedly, Tisen smiled and said, "No need. You focus on your training. Today I'll go out alone." Seoyin, curious, asked Kyungwon, "Are you sure we don't need to follow?" He answered awkwardly, "It's fine. Look, the young master seems really happy today." With that, Tisen stepped out the door. He came and went like a gust of wind. Stepping outside, Tisen thought to himself that it had been a long time since he'd gone out alone. The feeling was fresh, like spring wind after a long winter. Outside, people were bustling with trade. There were crowds everywhere. Tison walked calmly through the crowd, completely at ease. Suddenly, he felt something and exclaimed that life energy was so abundant. Then Tison looked at the farmers with their arms around each other, smiling as they went about their lives. Sometimes, children piggybacked on shoulders, laughed with delight. Tison smiled at the scene around him. A little noise and bustle were also precious. Just then, a crowd was coming the other way, and quickly a young woman's hand brushed past Tison's. As she passed, he caught a scent. Was it medicinal herbs? Tison thought to himself and turned his head to watch the three figures, including the girl. At that moment, a soft voice sounded. "Excuse me, this suddenness may be a bit rude." Hearing that, Tison stood there curiously and stared at her. "May I take your pulse a moment?" she asked, turning to him. She was Cho Seorin. A thought flashed through Tison, no matter how fine a day it was. He said nothing and coldly walked away. Seorin, surprised, called to her attendant to remind her that Golden Wall Manor was just ahead. "Miss, you'd better hurry." Seorin nodded. "Okay, that's right, then let's go." A strange feeling welled up in her. She clearly sensed an unusual aura. Could she have misperceived it? Tison stopped in front of the White Flower Courtesan house, and a girl reflexively said, "Excuse us, we're still preparing. Please wait a moment." The girl beside her shouted in surprise, "It's young Master Byok." At the sound of that name, someone hurried down from the upper floor. The White Flower Courtesan house owner bowed respectfully. "Welcome, young master's honored presence. Your visit is an honor for us lowly women." She lowered her voice. "The young ladies here, and even this humble woman, are always ready to serve the young master, at your command." Tison sneered. "All right, I only want to chat for a bit. Today I intend to live more slowly for peace and relaxation." The White Flower Courtesan house owner replied crisply, "Understood, but where are Guardian Chin and Guardian Yu?" When Tison said he had come alone, she was astonished and asked, "You came alone without guards?" The White Flower Courtesan house owner thought to herself, what's going on? Why does the young master seem so different today? He seemed more dignified and composed than before. "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." As soon as he sat, the White Flower Courtesan house owner presented the report. "This is the dossier on the investigation into the Golden Wall merchants that you ordered previously." Tison studied the dossier for a long time, as if trying to piece together all the hidden truths. He spoke. It included Mrs. Byok Tisu Ki Muryeong and her son Byok Jaeok, names he hadn't heard in a long time. "Do they want to seize the Golden Wall merchants? If so, then I must be a thorn in their side." Ki Muryeong's sinister face appeared in his mind. The White Flower Courtesan house owner recounted that those two had shown increased activity recently, so her subordinates investigated high-ranking associates close to them in the merchant guild. There's something interesting. Most of Ki Muryeong's faction among the Golden Wall merchants have lately been frequenting the fragrant flower house almost daily. They dine freely, talk boisterously, and all wear happy, excited faces. She found it strange, but when she arrived, they gave no special orders and were only busy playing. Tison pondered, just for amusement. Visiting that often must cost quite a bit of silver, right? The White Flower Courtesan house owner accused them of secretly siphoning funds from the merchant guild for personal gain, yet the fragrant flower house acted overly generous, letting them indulge for cheap and apparently giving them special treatment. When Tison asked why, she sighed heavily. "I haven't been able to investigate that yet. I deserve death." Tison chuckled, "But you must have some guesses, right?" The White Flower Courtesan house owner replied hesitantly, "Wild guesses can distort the truth, but if you allow me to speculate, perhaps they're luring those people." Tison involuntarily repeated the word luring. She reasoned they use desire and pleasure to corrupt and easily manipulate them. In the process, they may learn many weaknesses and even gather evidence of embezzlement. Those missing funds were likely recorded somewhere, and the unpaid amounts would be turned into debt. The Golden Wall merchants think they're simply being treated well, but if the fragrant flower house denies it, they can't do anything. Therefore, I've sent spies to infiltrate the fragrant flower house more deeply. Soon we'll have solid information. Tison praised her for the work and asked, but since Fragrant Flower House was the tale left by unknown in the martial world, could the Hao faction be in danger? The White Flower Courtesan house owner answered, "Indeed, as you say, the Fragrant Flower House is an intelligence organization disguised as a pleasure house set up by the Golden Heavenly Alliance and unknown to manipulate Wuhan. Although we've dismantled most of the nameless forces in the area, they must not be underestimated, especially the Fragrant Flower House owner. She's an unpredictable and dangerous woman. Nevertheless, I'm consolidating forces through the Shadow Stride manual so I can still hold out," she confidently corrected. No, not just hold out, I will stand firm. Tison smirked. Good, it seems leaving the fragrant flower house alone was the right decision. We can use them to extract information while conveniently strengthening the Hao faction. He tossed her a book and ordered, take this, it's the light reflecting sword art. If combined with the Shadow Stride manual, which specializes in assassination, it becomes a formidable technique. The White Flower Courtesan house owner accepted it and bowed in thanks. Thank you, young master. I will train hard and not disappoint your expectations. Tison slammed the dossier on the table. Also, investigate the one called Jiak Jolmyun of the Black Alliance. Not only him, but investigate everyone around him, everything. As he spoke, he used his aura to destroy the dossier. The act made her panic and sweat. Could aura alone make paper tremble? How on earth did he do that? Tison snapped his fingers and his aura swept the dust away. He grinned with pleasure. He'd heard that the man had threatened people from Golden Wall Manor. Then he needed to be taught a lesson. Who did he lay a hand on? The White Flower Courtesan house owner flustered and replied, at your command, I will clear out his entire nest. She cursed inwardly. How dare he touch the young master? Seeing Tison stand to leave, the White Flower Courtesan house owner startled and asked, you're leaving, at least have a meal first. He replied, tonight I'll dine with my family. At the same time, at Golden Wall Manor, a loud invitation rang out. Come on, please dine this way. Zin Engia cheerfully ordered, Medicine King, 1000 Medicine Hall Master, quickly bring out wine and food to entertain. The eccentric physician marveled inwardly, long time no see, he truly looks the part of a hall master now. He turned and called to Sioran, come over here first, the young master will surely be late, let me arrange for someone to present tomorrow. Sioran doffed her hat as she greeted, eccentric physician. Cho Sioran is the 1000 Medicine Hall Master, Medicine King. After everyone was seated, Shin Yui leaned forward to ask, I heard the Medicine Hall truly allied with the Murim Alliance. She agreed with him. The eccentric physician admitted frankly, I'm a bit surprised over the years you've managed on your own, never needing to rely on anyone. Sioran shared that it wasn't anything major, just that things have been difficult lately, so she had to ask for help. Shin Yui felt as if he'd been slapped. What, even the medicine hall is in trouble? She replied sadly, once bad luck hits, everything goes haywire. A string of incidents has made operations no longer run smoothly as before. After hearing her account, Shin Yui and the eccentric physician were left speechless. The medicine hall, long renowned as the premier school in medicine and herbs, was once bustling with visitors and its doors hardly ever closed. And now they claim they're facing hardship. Sioran hastened to say, but it's not that we've fully bowed to the Murim Alliance, so you can rest somewhat. It's merely a cooperative arrangement. Shin Yui guessed inwardly, judging by her expression things weren't going well. Is some force targeting the medicine hall? What kind of favor is this, exactly? Sioran froze and asked, an acquaintance of yours? Shin Yui and the eccentric physician jumped and cried out, young master, you're here. Since when have you been here? Sioran turned her gaze that way, wondering, is that young master Byo? Tison kept his face cold as ice. Sioran's eyes widened and her mouth dropped. It's him. Were you on the road earlier? Pulling out a chair, Tison questioned, you lot finished your business and now you're just chatting? Shin Yui hurriedly explained, of course not. It's because the medicine hall master came to discuss cooperation with the Golden Wall merchants. Sioran blurted, what? Cooperation? The eccentric physician thought to himself, what trick is he plotting now? He grinned smugly, look, she's so surprised she's visibly pleased. Tison asked curiously, you are the medicine hall master. Sioran's face drained of color. No matter how young I look, I'm the medicine king. Am I to be looked down on? Besides, even those two famous physicians wouldn't dare act up before me. She stammered, I'm Sioran. Indeed. He glanced coldly at her, but why is she staring so intently? Does she have something to tell me? Sioran jolted and remembered. Right, I almost forgot why I came. I came to establish ties with the Golden Wall merchants and seek aid for the medicine hall. The main purpose is. Sioran held out her hand meaningfully. I've heard the young master's health is frail. May I take your pulse? The two physicians beside you are skilled, but my specialty differs. Perhaps I can help in some way. The eccentric physician's cheeks flushed. Why has the atmosphere suddenly turned so sweet? Shin Yui slyly replied, brother, looks like the medicine king is about to be pulled to our side. Sioran thought to herself, how does it feel? Having the nation's medicine king take your pulse by hand, surely he'll be grateful. though her manner irked me a bit for the future of the medicine hall. Sioran still couldn't take her eyes off him. Sioran blushed scarlet, and also, why does he keep staring at me? Could he be interested in me? But all of that was just her infatuation. Tison, however, emphasized 2 words: he doesn't like her. Sioran reached out and said, I heard your health isn't good. May I take your pulse once? Those other physicians are excellent, but my field differs. I'm confident I can be of some help. She thought secretly, how about it? Being examined by the famed maiden of the land, he must be overjoyed and at a loss. Though his actions vex me somewhat, I can't act otherwise. It's for the future of the medical world, after all. The 2 of them flushed. What is this? Why suddenly so sweet? Tison just gave a cold sideways glance. He curtly refused. I don't like it. Sioran hadn't expected Tison to be so curt. Yes. The 2 at the table murmured, in all my years, it's the first time I've seen Miss Sioran, the one called one of the 3 flowers of Mirim, be flat out rejected like that. Across the martial world, probably only the young master would dare do such a thing. Sioran wanted to demand an explanation. Why, even if you didn't know who I was earlier, I am the 1000 medicine hall master. He slammed the table and stood. Well then, I wish you safety and good health. Sioran tried to stop him. Wait, please hold on. I'm truly a capable physician. I can help in ways different from those 2 great doctors. He turned his back and left. His body was fully recovered, so what use is pulse taking now? Sioran stood in a daze, watching the opportunity slip from her grasp. Shin Yui rose to smooth things over. Don't worry, miss. Our young master is just a bit awkward. His reaction was actually quite good. She was surprised. That's called a good reaction. He coaxed further. Since we're here, why not discuss medical doctrine with the physicians present? Thinking to himself, brother, this is a good chance to pull the young master in. Must try anyway. The eccentric physician was stunned. He had to admit her scheming mind and knack for dragging people into things. He conceded, not a bad idea. I'm also concocting a remedy. Want to take a look? Inwardly apologizing to her. Sorry, Sioran, I must save myself too. Sioran made up her mind. All right then, let's go take a look. Both were excited, agree so quickly. No hesitation, wise decision. Medicine King. With Sioran's mind made up, no matter how much time it took, she wanted to give it a try. She thought inwardly, young Master Byeok Tison is so talented, isn't he? Looking at the pill in her hand, Solan exclaimed, amazing, how did you come up with that idea? Shin Yui added, indeed the Medicine King has recognized the true greatness of the Dubhe divine elixirs. She smiled, saying she only used the most common, easy-to-find ingredients yet achieved an effect nearly like a spirit pill. But if you add a little of this. Sioran's hand lightly tossed the pill into the air. Before the 2's astonished eyes, her hand quickly grabbed the teapot handle on the table. Her foot reached the drawer pull of an herbal cabinet. A few herb drawers were pulled open. The pill began to fall. Sioran sprang up into the air, humming a little tune as she moved. Shin Yui was stunned. Could she not only know the herb's locations, but also how to improve the remedy? The eccentric physician added, did you think the title Medicine King at that age was just empty renown? The pill fell at high speed. It landed perfectly into Sioran's teapot. A purple vapor rose from the teapot. It wafted to the 2 of them. Just the scent told them the medicine was far superior. What on earth had she added? It felt like this pill had become a commercial miracle cure. Sioran asked their favor. In the future, she hoped the 2 great doctors would instruct her further. Thus, Sioran's group joined Golden Wall Manor. The 2 accompanying physicians busily stirred the medicine. Master, please stop, or shall we return to the medicine hall? A few days later, Shin Yui observed that by following her suggestion and swapping just a few herbs, the pill's effect on enhancing internal energy had noticeably increased while the other effects remained the same. Sioran confirmed, yes, and if we replace them with these herbs, it could also cut material costs. The eccentric physician praised from behind, truly impressive. By the way, why don't we take this opportunity to visit Golden Wall Manor for a trip? He turned to the 2 people carrying the luggage, not her, those 2 over there. They both begged for mercy clearly. Master, spare us, we beg you. Sioran inquired about their condition, apologizing. Consider it practice in medical arts. By the way, how has young Master Byeok Tison's health been lately? Shin Yui picked up the pill and tasted it. The pulse was already excellent at first, but surely it's much improved now, right? She was surprised. What, a perfect pulse? She thought inwardly, a perfect pulse. This is the first time I've heard of that. Actually, the reason I came to take young Master Byeok's pulse was the rumor that someone could defeat a half-zombie with a single strike, and that the person with that unusual constitution was him. But a perfect pulse, that was completely unexpected. Could that constitution be related to neutralizing half-zombies? This won't do, given the situation. No matter what, I must take young Master Byok's pulse. Seorin went to find him. Good morning, young master. She smiled brightly and moved close. Since you're in such good spirits, may I take your pulse to start the day? Tison maintained that cold demeanor and refused. She persisted, young master, your answer is always the same, refuse. While Tison was eating, someone appeared. One of his subordinates pressed a sword to the newcomer's throat. Tison turned and left, saying, I said no. It's been several days now, you're really persistent. Seorin followed, sighing, you must be persistent. Because I am a healer, one who uses medicine to save lives. He thought to himself, not bad, sounds suitably noble. Tyson turned and asked her, do you really have to make a deal with the Muram Alliance? Seorin was stunned, yes, you mean. His expression grew serious. Earlier, Hwaeok reported that the medicine hall's situation has become chaotic, seemingly due to someone deliberately pulling the strings. He speculated that someone might be trying to take over the medicine hall. She confirmed, yes, according to Hao faction leader, the most suspicious force is none other than the Muram Alliance. Although they initially helped put out the fire, Medicine Hall's debts have only piled up. Tison ordered the Muram Alliance. They don't usually stoop to petty tricks. Suspicious indeed. Investigate thoroughly. Hwaeok noted it. Yes, sir, understood. Do you need additional information? Anything else? Can you guess why the Medicine Hall master insisted on taking my pulse? Hwaeok reported that it seems the master is very interested in the young master's unusual constitution. You can defeat a half-zombie in one move, but why is unclear to this young lady. He smiled coldly. Why? Before those bastards can swallow it whole, I'll be the one to take control of the medicine hall. Back in the present, Tison finally extended his wrist. Seorin shyly asked, will you really allow me to take your pulse? He withdrew his hand. If you don't like it, then forget it. She quickly grabbed Tison's hand. No, then I'll begin right now. They fell silent. Seorin concentrated on taking his pulse. She felt the beat at his wrist. Seorin was astonished inwardly. What is this? What kind of pulse is this? Tison smiled and asked, well, after taking a look, how does it feel? She replied, normal, utterly normal. She thought to herself that, aside from the unusual constitution that could fell a half-zombie, this body was completely ordinary. There wasn't even a trace of a perfect pulse. He teased, it seems my overly ordinary body has disappointed you. Seorin denied it. No, it's just that your condition is nothing like the rumors. Hwaeok stepped forward to report, young master, Zyman Diok, patrol captain of the River Martial Alliance, requests an audience. At the square, they report a pack of half-zombies has swarmed across the plaza. The horde of half-zombies is quite large in number. Seorin panicked, what, a pack of half-zombies in the square? Tison ordered preparations to head to the square, and you will go right beside me. Hwaeok obeyed. Understood, young master. He continued, Half-Jin Kyungwon and Yu Seoyin plus a few maids prepare to go as well. The other replied, I will arrange it at once. Shin Ui and the eccentric physician hovered by the door listening. Young master, when you go to the battlefield you must bring physicians. Mandatory really, especially on-site treatment is extremely important. What, bringing along those acupuncturists again? Is he trying to drag me to my death? He warned. Understood, both of you come with me, and also, you come along too, okay? Seorin was puzzled. Me, he explained, because you want to see me defeat them. She hesitated, and that was reasonable. But Tison cut her off, then get ready to go. Let's hurry there together, there's about to be some entertainment to watch. Night fell and the Yicheng River Martial Alliance was lit up. 2 guards stood outside the gate. These 2 were very lazy at their duty, yawning one after another. They were gossiping with each other. Since the Black Iron Clan incident, everything's been so quiet it's boring. My friend, what could we do then? Young Master Byok handled it all alone. Well, if that half-zombie or whatever fell into our hands, someone would suddenly notice what's in front of them. What's that? Looks like 7 wolves. In the faint skeletal mist, a few silhouettes began to appear. Their numbers gradually revealed themselves as the bones cleared. The 2 gate guards were terrified. What is that? Do you know where this is to be so brazen? The pack of half-zombies with blood-red eyes charged forward. Before them was a scene drenched in blood. The 2 gate guards had been seized. The entire pack of half-zombies plunged deeper and tore them apart. From the city gate, 2 sentries looked down and saw this. What is this? Half-zombies quickly locked the city gates. The gates were shut in time before the pack of half-zombies swarmed in. Behind that pack, someone coldly said, what are you still standing there for? A distinguished guest is knocking at the door. The 2 guards turned pale with fear. Who are you? You look like a child. A sinister chi appeared in Hyokryong Jaeon's palm. Knowing won't change anything, he said as he aimed it forward. Then let me show you. That aura shot toward the gate. Cracks began to appear on the wooden gate. Before long, the pack of half-zombies had burst inside. The gate splintered to pieces and couldn't withstand a single blow. The first few half-zombies were slammed to the ground by a powerful force. The soldiers inside were stunned. What is this? Are they dead, or could it be? They suddenly got back up. They only just recovered their wits and fled. They're still alive, clear out quickly. The half-zombies attacked, but their speed couldn't match them. Before long, they were bitten at the neck. A thick cloud of dust and smoke began to spread. Some parts of the compound caught fire, black smoke billowing upward. He formally introduced himself. Hyokurion Jayan, that is my name. News reached Golden Wall Manor, and thus the River Marshal Alliance turned into hell in a single night. The half-zombies completed their objective and then vanished leisurely. Patrol Captain of the River Marshal Alliance Zymen Diok continued, the biggest issue is that the half-zombies' attacks are clearly organized. Not only the River Marshal Alliance, but other sects in Yicheng were also devastated by these strategically military-style attacks. According to Hwayok's knowledge, half-zombies were thought to be mindless puppets, yet they're acting strategically. Clearly someone is controlling them. Zymen Diok confirmed, yes, we're racking our brains to find who's controlling them, but they're too cunning and elusive. Moreover, in these incidents they've been using blood-boosting pills, so there's no way to stop them. She was surprised. Didn't we guard against that by using red amanita? He replied that the red liquor helped reduce damage to some extent, but recently its effectiveness has waned. Surely they've found a countermeasure. Teeson faintly smirked. A countermeasure? Interesting, so there's a new medicine? Even though the perfect pulse was healed, I still need a lot of spiritual power. Compared to the heavenly demon era, this amount is truly meager. All right, at first light I'll set out. He thought, if they sit still and wait, I'll root them out myself. So on the second day, it was decided the group would go to Yicheng. First there was Hwayok and 2 senior maidservants. Hyungwon and Seoyin would of course go. And the 2 old seniors leaving the dispensary were the divine physician and the eccentric physician. And finally, of course, Seorin could not be left out. Harin was meanwhile crazily practicing her swordplay. She only stopped when she shadowed the training target. He called from outside, it seems there's still a gap in your training. Practice hard until I return. I thought I might be allowed to come too. Seorin followed right behind him. Her eyes showed astonishment. Harin couldn't understand why he would go with an unfamiliar girl. What on earth for? Someone curiously asked who the young lady was. Young master, why are you so beloved by women? Teeson didn't answer the sideline questions. Let's go, we're running late. The group began to depart. Hwayok asked curiously how the young master would travel to Yicheng. The boat is ready, horses and a carriage are prepared, just say the word, he interrupted. Enough. If we use lightness skill, we'll arrive tonight. Why go so slowly? Seorin frowned. How's that? Hyungwon and Seoyin chimed in. So hell begins immediately, huh? I was wrong to think we'd get a little rest. The eccentric physician felt tricked. The bastard said leaving the dispensary would bring happiness. Shin Yui fired back. Do you think I have to run 1,000 miles on foot? He reassured, don't worry too much, I won't let you die. Later we would often recall that march like this. The young master appeared to be strolling along leisurely. Yet however hard anyone tried, no one could catch up. At the moment their internal energy was about to be completely exhausted and they were about to faint. A surge of chi washed over them. Seorin was surprised. What is this? Their internal energy had clearly run dry, yet it was gradually restoring. Teeson, who was ahead, had transmitted extra strength to them. They felt, for some reason, their internal power kept replenishing itself so they couldn't faint. Shin Yui began to go mad. Why is my body suddenly full of energy? I only wanted to faint. What's going on? The eccentric physician barked. Are you transferring internal energy to me or what? He retorted, do you think anyone can do that? It must be the young master. What seemed like an endless march later became known as the journey to Yicheng, the lightness skill infernal run. When they reached Hubei province, Yicheng, the whole group could finally rest. Some vomited, some collapsed. Hwayok only then dared to believe it. He couldn't imagine crossing 1,000 li in a single day. But where exactly are we? Teeson looked around. Isn't this the old Black Iron Clan place? She stood and continued, yes. After the half-zombie attack, this place was taken over by the River Marshal Alliance. But not long ago, when Yicheng began to fall into chaos, they withdrew. He asked, so what about now? Hwayok answered, it's currently vacant. However, the River Marshal Alliance only withdrew about 5 days ago, so probably nothing has happened yet. Are the 3 red beads in your hand empty? How should I put this? Then Teeson threw it forward. An explosion burst out inside. He became serious. All right from now on. A deep hoarse groan rose from within that compound. The faces of the two near Shin Yui turned ashen. Tison solemnly announced, "If any of you have even a single wound on your body, you will die by my hand." After those words, the half-zombies suddenly appeared. Sioran was bewildered at the sight. The gate had been destroyed by the half-zombies, and inside countless blood-red eyes hungrily fixed on them. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Shin Yui felt the command impossible. "No scratches at all. That's like telling us to die, young master." Before Tison could answer, the half-zombie surged forward. He lifted his robe to shield them from the thick dust blowing in. Sure enough, those beads did nothing. These ones moved even faster than before. At least they're acceptable as practice targets. Tison faintly smiled. "All right, then begin." Just as they were about to charge, his figure blurred and then vanished. They carried on charging regardless. Shin Yui turned pale with fear. Where did the young master slip off to again? "Brothers, think of something they're surging in right now. You'll have to face them. There are too many. I don't want to die by the young master's hand." The eccentric physician had to charge forward to rescue them, making a fuss. "Shut up, get up and fight." He swung a palm and sent a few flying. "I don't want to die by the young master's hand either, you brat." The whole pack collapsed backward with a thud. After the first clash, the elder immediately sensed something odd. One nearly latched onto him, but he managed to bring it down in time. Yet these seemed different from before. Just as one group was wiped out, another was waiting beyond the door. The eccentric physician was astonished. "There's more." Their howls rang out in the stillness of the night. The half-zombies surged out en masse. Shin Yui had a flash of inspiration. "Right, everyone, throw the prepared beads." They followed his command. The beads were thrown accurately. Each person poured everything into this confrontation. Shin Yui shouted excitedly, "You bastards, you've fallen into the trap. Taste what this main red medicine is like." He and the eccentric physician coordinated their throws toward the targets. The area before them began to explode. But these half-zombies were still alive. Shin Yui trembled. Something's off about this. On Tison's side was a scene of contrasting calm. He stepped forward into the interior. Seeing the crowd before him, Tison exclaimed, "Of course, they're all gathered here. No wonder the aura felt so unusual." But something was wrong with these ones. Surely you can sense the soul fusion demonic art aura, so why don't they collapse? The zombies with talismans on their foreheads all drew their swords in unison. They charged toward Tison. He observed carefully. This movement was by no means ordinary. As the blade came down, Tison leaned aside to dodge, feeling a significant internal energy. Like a great master had been turned into a half-zombie. The ones outside had been upgraded a level compared to before. Why aren't they dying? I distinctly remember throwing another bead. Those who call themselves unknown, who knows what their power really is? He alone was surrounded by these high-level zombies. A gleam flashed in Tison's eyes. He snorted coldly, saying good medicine often tastes bitter. With that, he stamped his foot. Internal energy spread out and sent the zombies flying. He continued releasing internal energy. Any that tried to approach were knocked away. A sharp stream of chi shot toward their necks. Tison fought quite enjoyably. It turned out you had indeed brewed a decent drug. It's been a long time since I've felt this interested. I'll put your spiritual power to very fitting use. The spiritual power from those people was drawn upward. At Yicheng, the River Martial Alliance subordinates reported to the River Martial Alliance leader. A subordinate reported the investigation of the half-zombies in the Black Iron clan was complete. Leop is waiting for the results. What did they find? Were those half-zombies really people from the old Black Iron clan? The steward replied that charred bodies were hard to identify, but the rest were indeed the missing fighters of the Black Iron clan. Leop guessed those weren't ordinary men. If not for Byeok Tison, we'd have suffered more losses. The elder responded, would our men just stand and await death? It would just be a bit noisy. He denied it, no, while still reeling from the previous intrusion. Imagine if those things swarmed out again. Just the thought sends chills down my spine. That's true enough. After all, we owe Byeok Tison a favor. Prepare a comfortable place for him to rest. The steward reported back that it seems Byeok Tison's group is currently staying at the Black Iron clan. Leop was surprised. What? Staying at the Black Iron clan? He replied. He said it's more comfortable here. He jumped to his feet, unbelieving. Wait, comfortable? In that place that was once piled high with corpses. That place had been stacked with half-zombie corpses. The steward reported back that the bodies had all been neatly collected by the River Martial Alliance. And I heard they called How factions ritual sculptors to clean up the mess in the hall. But what can they do with such a large space? Leop didn't want to dig deeper. Let them handle it themselves. It should be fine. Over at Mount Tai, Kyungwon finally laid down on a bed to rest. Zeoyen beside him was so exhausted she promptly fell asleep. Zeoran was still sitting, circulating his chi. Truly a horribly long day. The eccentric physician shot Shin Yui a sideways glance. Everyone's been through hell dealing with those half-zombies. Rest up and recover your strength except for one of you." He chased after him. "Brother, where are you going? What if a half-zombie jumps out while you're sleeping? Are you planning to use that flying head of the half-zombie from earlier as a blanket?" The elder irritably scolded, already a headache and now spouting nonsense. "Please, brother, sleep with me a bit, I'm begging you." Tison sat quietly meditating. Spiritual power emitted a faint blue light that enveloped him. It flared. He sensed this was the purest, most refined spiritual energy he'd absorbed so far. The healing was complete. From now on, he only needed to accumulate this spiritual power into his body. It was no longer the old, failed soul fusion demonic art, but an improved cultivation method. No matter how much spiritual power is gathered, the body won't choke or distort. The power of my own will allow full absorption. When Tison opened his eyes, his pupils shone silver. He felt changes in his body, the spiritual power growing stronger. Tison smiled in satisfaction. Step by step, I will completely remake the soul fusion demonic art that once failed when I was a heavenly demon. And then one day, I will reach realms that other heavenly demons have never seen. Elsewhere, a subordinate burst the door open and reported, "Master, something big has happened." Zheng Quang, who was sitting inside reading letters, said, "What's all the commotion?" "Calmly report," the subordinate replied. "Last night Byok Tison appeared in the mausoleum hall." He froze. What? Byok Tison was clearly still in Wuhan just yesterday morning. He thought to himself, I knew he'd come sooner or later, but not this fast. Zheng Quang was about to cause trouble. First, we must deal with those half-zombies. The subordinate reported that the moment he set foot there, Tison had swept through the Black Iron clan, wiping out all the half-zombies inside. He slammed his fist on the table in fury. What the hell? He added that he'd heard Tison was using that place as a residence. Zheng Quang couldn't swallow his anger. What kind of half-zombies were those? Do you realize? Those are the ones I poured my heart into, gathering masters to train them. He swore that Byok Tison couldn't be allowed to live any longer. By any means, he must be killed. Zheng Quang's gaze flicked to the charm-covered jars on the shelf. Perhaps it was time to use the soul essences the old master had entrusted. Because these creatures were too dangerous, he'd always avoided this method. A red-hot aura pulsed from one of the jars. He approached the jar. "All right, you hear me. I'll free you soon so you can thrash about again. Just wait a little longer. Tonight will be the last night you sleep peacefully, Byok Tison. This time I will definitely finish you off." Meanwhile, Tison slept. The others also fell into sleep after a long day of travel and fighting off the half-zombies. Tison's sleep was shallow. He immediately sensed danger. At the Black Iron clan, dawn was breaking. The place was covered by a dense layer of bones. Shin Yui peered out from behind the door. It's morning, yet the place was still eerily gloomy, like a ghost could leap out any moment. Sioran asked curiously, "But where is young Master Byok planning to go this time?" Ichwea came to report. "Young Master Byok, we've received a message from the River Martial Alliance. The River Martial Alliance leader wants to meet and invited a day to drop by." You asked about the situation. Does he still have that proud habit, summoning people like that? If he wants to see me, tell him to come here himself. And what about those half-zombies? She replied, How Faction is actively searching for them, but it seems they're still uncertain due to lack of information. Tison ordered, I'll go myself and find out. Lead the way. They halted before a row of tightly packed houses. Hwaeok explained this was a slum. Even How Faction had difficulty confirming deep inside information, so accurate intel was hard to get. Tison agreed, indeed it's complicated. He thought to himself that the narrow alleys crisscrossed like a spiderweb, perfect for hiding half-zombies. Those masked ones were clever. However, for someone who can sense half-zombies like me, it's useless. But rummaging through every alley by hand would be tedious. Behind Hwaeok was another person. A subordinate had specially brought someone from How Faction. This person grew up in the slum and knew the streets better than anyone. The other, face veiled, said it was his honor to serve young Master Byok and that he would guide the master through every alley. He smiled at the arrangement. It would likely help. Inwardly, he praised her. Not bad, I didn't ask, and yet she did it herself. You're getting more capable every day. Tison ordered, then lead the way. Yoongyal, you've received orders to guide. Yes, young master. They moved through the winding alleys. Yoongyal flung open the door to a house. This way. Tison followed and sensed something unusual. His gaze focused intently in that direction. Seeing the small door closing there, Tison thought to himself, as expected. Not finding him following, Hwaeok hurriedly called, Young Master Byok. Tison had already approached that room. He threw the door wide open, and a stream of spiritual power radiated from his palm. Inside was a squad of zombies lined up neatly. Their eyes flashed red. Tison rejoiced, so you were here, my little spirit pill. After clearing this place, Yoongyal led the way. Next is this alley. Seeing him leave on his own, Hwaeok called, "Wait, young Master Byok." So Tison successfully added to his collection today. Two of them. Young Master Byok vanished like that, and each time he returned, he wore an even more satisfied smile. Finally, at dusk, they returned. "Welcome back, young Master Byok." Sosa went to ask Danyang, who was tending the hearth, "Is the bath water for young Master Byok ready?" She replied, "Yes, it's all ready. The fire's strong." Soso poured the water into the tub for Tison. She asked, "How's the temperature, young Master Byok? How does it feel to you?" Tison asked bluntly, "So what's going on with the River Martial Alliance?" Hwaeok reported, "Young Master Byok, while you were in the slum, they were attacked again." He exclaimed in surprise. "Attacked?" She recounted, "Yes. About 30 martial experts led an assault by those half-zombies. They quickly targeted the fighters, subdued them, set fires, then withdrew. It seems How faction handled the aftermath, but they're still on high alert against further ambushes." Tison realized it. No wonder he'd come looking for me. Leop went there to beg for help. "Please save us, young Master Byok." Hwaeok inquired, "Do you intend to go to the River Martial Alliance?" He listened to Hwaeok's opinion. "Hard to say. What do you think?" She replied, "I will follow young Master Byok's decision, but if you go, I believe we should bring everyone here along." Tison observed that their actions were too blatant. Hwaeok agreed. "Yes, those masked ones keep harassing How faction clearly to pin down their manpower and attention there. Which means their real target is." Just as you predicted, Jungkwang gathered people. Byok Tison, we're going to attack the Black Iron clan where he's staying. You were eerily perceptive. Maybe they'll attack this place where you are. Tison wanted to hear more, so when do you think they'll arrive? Hwaeok guessed they can only distract How faction for a limited time, so probably soon. Seeing him rise from the water with solid muscles revealed, she thought privately, "Is young Master Byok always this impressive?" Tison shared the thought, "Soon." "I think so too." Hwaeok's cheeks flushed. "So what will you do?" He answered nonchalantly, "What else? If they come here to fight, we should wait and greet them. Tell everyone to gather at the training yard early tomorrow morning." She obeyed, yes, though she had a bad feeling. Whenever young Master Byok smiles like that. Night fell over the courtyard. Outside, the eccentric physician was training endurance by lifting a heavy log. Shin Yui had to follow. He deeply regretted it. "Knowing this, I should have just stayed in the pharmacy. Why do I have to suffer?" Sioran also gritted her teeth as he transmitted spiritual power to her. "I said I'd participate, but this is hell. Do people always endure training like this?" He urged them to train. "Do you call this hardship? Only you can protect your own life, so you must constantly temper yourselves." During the meal, Tison continued to lecture. Eating is part of training. If you feel nauseous, it means your body can still endure more. When you can rest well. That's important too. Muscle and bone growth always occurs during rest. At dawn, he had already woken them. "How long do you plan to sleep? It's time, get up and continue training." And so a long day passed. The moon rose. Tison gathered them. "Is everyone here?" The whole group's eyes were ringed with dark circles like pandas. Shin Yui sweat profusely. "Young Master Byok, is this a night training? You said rest is important." He officially announced, "This isn't training, we're about to be ambushed." No sooner had he finished than the group arrived. They formed a long line outside the gate. Kyungwon drew his sword in astonishment. "What?" Sioran looked around in panic. "Where's the ambush coming from?" He revealed they were coming from all directions and their numbers were considerable. "But I believe with your current strength you can handle them." Tison's order was to hold this position to the end. Hwaeok worried, "Young Master Byok, does it have to be here? This place is too open. Defending against enemies attacking from every side will be very difficult." They looked up. He repeated, "You must hold this place." She understood. If young Master Byok said so, there must be a reason. Everyone prepared, understood, no matter what happens, we will hold this position. Tison warned, "Because their numbers are large, I'll thin them out a bit, but don't die or get seriously injured, or I'll be angry." In the sky, their numbers were immense. Tison led the charge to deal with the first wave. He cut through the assassins. The whole sky was drenched in fresh blood. When Tison landed on the roof, someone stepped forward and spoke. "So you're Byok Tison. It's not easy to fell even small fry like you. Impressive." He replied, "That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I've been tracking that unpleasant energy for a while now. And you, I'm very curious to see what you're like." He laughed at the attitude. "My goodness. How arrogant. This man is the former 10 great martial master's fist, the divine demon Ma Jingwen." Under the bright moon, they silently sized each other up. He continued. Ma Jingwen is my name, someone a brat like you probably never heard of. Tison sneered. Divine demon Ma Jingwen, wasn't he one of the 10 great masters of old? Still alive and surviving, you're lucky to have a lot of luck. Jingwen snorted coldly. You know me, you have some knowledge, but your tongue is too insolent. He cut in. Enough, aren't the cowardly tree-dwelling rats going to introduce themselves? I don't want to waste time on those about to die. Jingwen glanced slightly to the rear. The hidden ones were astonished. When did he spot that person? The bloody demon sword was exposed so quickly. Jingwen was provoked. That dog anyway, I'll break your smug look right now. Tison mocked. Not yet. That attitude drove him mad. Shut up. Jingwen condensed murderous intent and lunged. Seeing you dodge, he pressed the advantage, chasing like a rat. How long do you think you can keep running? The bloody demon sword also leaped out from its hiding spot. Tison thought to himself, planning a coordinated attack. Interesting. He unleashed the sun god fist strike. It's over. A blow that shattered the roof tiles into fragments. His hand clamped onto the opponent's wrist. Tison was calculating, should I create a small opening then? The bloody demon sword men seized the chance to strike from behind. It was at that moment, the blades aimed to kill him. Byok Tison. His finger pressed on Jingwen's wrist. The man froze. It was as if an acupuncture point had been struck. He couldn't move. Then Tison flipped over. He landed on the ground, his hand still gripping his wrist and pulling down. And Jingwen just happened to become a flesh target for the bloody demon sword men to stab. Only then did Tison release his hands. The bloody demon sword men froze. Ma hero, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain. You useless vermin. Tison taunted, gathering together to take the hits. How quaint. He lifted his foot and kicked straight toward Jingwen's body. A blast of internal energy sent them flying. Their bodies exploded at that moment. Tison spun and delivered another finishing kick to them. He said calmly, as I thought I knew it. Tison turned his back and landed on the roof, while they fell below. Seeing souls emanating from their bodies, he immediately recognized them as like the Guangdong Four Fiends or the Crazy Blood Demon, forcing their souls into others' bodies, which is why their souls lost direction and spilled out. Tison waved his hand and collected them all. His hand grasped that source of chi. Did the souls vanish completely instead of being captured? Jingwen collapsed beside him and blurted, this guy. How can he perform this kind of martial art? Clearly it's here. Tison knew well, you must have set up a formation to suppress my internal energy, right? Jingwen exclaimed in shock, this guy already understands the formation. Seeing the red chi covering the area, he guessed, I wondered what you were busy with before the attack. Turns out you were frantically laying formations across the Black Iron clan. Your effort is commendable, but when many streams of chi converge at a point, a very small gap appears. If you fight within that gap, you won't be affected by the formation and can unleash your full power. The team down below is fighting with everything they've got. Tison continued, don't get me wrong, I was fighting outside that gap. Otherwise, how could dealing with you have taken so long? Jingwen, furious, snapped, bastard, you recklessly rushed in. What on earth are you? He indulged this man, if you want to die that badly. Tison raised his hand high. A wave of power radiated from above. With his bare hand, he severed the opponent's head. The body fell down. Xin Yui panicked, another headless corpse. Jingwen's heavy body dropped. A thick cloud of dust rose and obscured their vision. Sioran asked, Divine Physician, are you okay? He tried to shove the corpse away. Do I look fine? Hurry up and get this thing cleaned up. Hwayak reassured, hang in there a bit longer, it's almost done. Kyungwon is utterly exhausted, isn't he? Suoyan replied, seems like it. Tison descended from above. He inspected the results, looks like that's about it. Anyone injured? The group glanced at one another. Kyungwon covered a wound on his abdomen with his hand. Sioran's arm had a small cut. The eccentric physician glanced at the blood seeping from his shoulder. Shin Yui hurriedly covered it. We're fine, everyone's only got a few small scratches. Tison declared he only suffered scratches facing these guys. It's hard to know where to even start training again. Kyungwon bowed his head and admitted fault about that matter. The eccentric physician explained, these ones are really no joke. They used blood-boosting pills, so their power is enormous, and on top of that they supplemented with formations. There were formations too, so haven't we held out pretty well? Young Master Byok. He said coldly, you weren't affected by the formation at all, and even if you were, do you intend to blame the formation after you die? Hwayak fell silent when he heard that. Tison decided they might need to change their training direction. From now on you will train inside this formation. Only by continually facing danger can you grow stronger. They all went quiet, faces downcast. He encouraged them in any way. I praise you for not dying, well done. Just those words made them happy. Young Master Byok. Tison ordered, go tend to the wounded and clean up the corpses. Hwayak replied, yes, young master. They complained, so many corpses, how long will it take to clean this up? Another sleepless night, I guess we should call people from the Hao faction. He observed the red chi, and as expected, his guess was right. This familiar chi stream was definitely a formation of the heavenly demon sacred cult. But why would these nameless grunts use a heavenly demon sacred cult formation? Only a few people in the world can deploy a formation of this level. Teasen's steps halted. He suddenly thought of that name. Could that guy still be alive? At the Black Iron Clan in the fierce battle ended, and the group enjoyed a good rest after a long time. The eccentric physician was acupuncture treating Kyungwon. Damn it, focusing with that man's formation is difficult. He's afraid the old man will prick too hard. Wait, sir, you can't be jabbering while holding needles. Of course, the formation covering the Black Iron Clan remained in place. The next morning at the River Martial Alliance, Liup was astonished. What? The Black Iron Clan slipped away while we were off guard. We have no face left to meet Byok Tisen, the manager replied. We had no choice. They prepared everything too thoroughly. He asked further, is there anything unusual over in Wuhan? After drawing our attention, the unknown seemed to be aiming elsewhere. The manager reported, the reconnaissance leader is capable, so don't worry too much. Subordinates have received reports that the advance into Wuhan is proceeding smoothly. Compared to that, I'm concerned about the Murim Alliance, Black Alliance, and the 5 great clans. Liup was puzzled. Why bring that up now? He answered, their actions are somewhat unnatural. It seems they're hiding some plot, not merely advancing into Wuhan. He was surprised. Another plot. The manager confirmed, yes, this is just my speculation, but it seems unknown has influenced their internal affairs. Liup rubbed his aching head. Your guesses are almost never wrong. If that's true, this is a big problem. The manager suggested, so I propose this. Shall we more actively support Byok Tisen? If we win his favor and recruit him, he'll surely become a major force. Liup pondered the proposal. He was surprised. What, you agree? He barked, if this guy wants to recruit people, he should at least cooperate. Do you know how much humiliation I had to endure when I went to meet that fellow? So Liup came to find Tisen. Young Master Byok, we're counting on you, he replied. Yes. The manager admonished. Still, please try a bit harder. Liup sighed. All right. So what is that guy doing now? The elder continued. Yes, it said Byok Tisen is currently relocating to where Tisen is. He stood on a high cliff looking down over everything below, where a red chi was enveloping the place. Tisen felt this familiar chi. It was definitely a formation created by the heavenly demon sacred cult. But why would the unknown use it? If we track down the formation master, we'll learn the truth. A subordinate ran up in haste. Young master, I've found him. He was quick, impressive indeed. Tisen thought to himself, thanks to the Shadow Stride manual, the Hao faction has improved a lot. Now they can be compared to the old soaring squad. The man reported, formation masters at the level you mentioned. There are only 3 currently in Yicheng. 2 have lived here over 10 years, and another, Seung Do-hyung, arrived just 3 months ago. Tisen ordered to start with that one. The man obeyed. Yes, I'll take you there immediately. The 2 sped off, and he suddenly remembered. Right, I recall now, Seung Do-hyung, so you're still alive. The man led Tisen to a courtyard. This was his house, and he carefully pushed the door open. Inside was a scene thick with dust, but it seemed the house was empty. Moreover, there were rips and tears everywhere. Tisen could tell at a glance, this was indeed the formation master's home. The whole house had been set up with formations, and when it's like this, it usually means something is being hidden. He stamped his foot hard on the ground. A surge of internal energy spread out. From inside the house, mechanisms activated and a shield rose, timely protecting them from the incoming poison darts. The subordinate was bewildered. What is this? He asked. Tisen replied calmly, in any case, formation masters have always been cunning like this. There will surely be differences, search carefully, he remembered. Yes, young master. Glancing around, the subordinate noticed something odd. Over there, the floor that had been intact just moments ago was now shattered, and he went over to inspect it. When he pried up a tile, he found a medicine vial, and he stammered, this. Tisen picked it up and examined it. It was a tracking fragrance, a special incense used to track locations. So this was what the formation master had hidden the whole formation for. But why bother? Most people wouldn't even know what it is. And moreover, this tracking fragrance is used only by the heavenly demon sacred cult. So that man must have been in this house. Tisen's expression grew grim. That meant Seung Do-hyung was in trouble. And that man had anticipated this. He may have left traces for rescuers. He had secretly hidden this tracking fragrance. Tisen hurriedly concluded Seung Do-hyung had been kidnapped. Given how faint the scent was, he'd likely been taken quite some time ago. He rushed off at once, there was no time to waste. A subordinate chased after him to report, "They're almost out of Yicheng. Continue this way and you'll reach the main road, young master." Tison looked down at the city below in surprise. Had they already left Yicheng? Night fell in Hubei on the main road. Zhengquang was hastily packing his things. He slammed his hand angrily on the table of corpses. Damn it. With Jingwen and the bloody demon sword, they should have easily been able to kill the River Martial Alliance leader. So why couldn't they even catch one Byok Tison and had to retreat? The old 10 Great Master Ma Jingwen had power surpassing even Gok Yongdu. He should have been deployed for Unknown's big plan. Moreover, even after committing nearly their entire force and giving them blood-boosting pills, not only did they fail to kill Byok Tison, they lost their whole army. If they return, they'll certainly die. Old man, it's only a question of whether they die painfully or peacefully. If you want to avoid a painful death, bring back whatever's left in good shape. He stepped outside and looked down at the lined-up corpses below. Their eyes glowed red in the night. Zhengquang said smugly, "There's still one who will suffer a more painful death than me. That formation master dared betray us. I'll make him taste the most tragic end. And no one knows you're here. The scent you followed led to this manor. It seeped inside the estate." Tison followed the scent step by step. His footsteps stopped. The scent stopped here. "Luckily, we arrived in time. Besides, I sense the strong presence of the half-zombies." Tison exclaimed, "Indeed, a quiet life like mine must be blessed by heaven. Is this destiny?" A subordinate was surprised. "Wait, young master, do you intend to enter that manor?" He turned and asked, "Is there a problem?" The man replied, "It could be dangerous. Should I call more people from the Hao faction?" "You worry needlessly. Dangerous. Are you worried I'll be in danger?" He apologized, "My fault, I'm overly worried." Tison dismissed it, but thought maybe he really did need more people. "From now on, mobilize all nearby Hao faction disciples. If anyone escapes from there, pursue them, don't leave a single one." He obeyed. "Yes, young master, I understand." "You asked how long until we can go in." He answered, "Give me a moment. I'll set up nets and traps to sweep the area." Tison agreed. "Good, don't delay for even a moment." The subordinate left at once. Patrol orders. Zhengquang's side was also mobilizing people to clear things out. Everyone hurriedly prepared. "I have a bad feeling. Act quickly before Byok Tison's side detects us." Tison had learned of their plan. If they could escape, they should try to run. After all, they'd be killed anyway. He timed it just right. It was time. The subordinate led people over. All preparations were complete as ordered. He praised, "Good, then now. Let's go inside." Zhengquang had been urging everyone on before. All hurried up. There was a very strange feeling. Act quickly before Byok Tison's side notices. His premonition was indeed accurate. The main gate was kicked open, and the group of half-zombies inside appeared before them. They all turned their heads to look. Zhengquang panicked. What's going on? The one who kicked the gate and stepped forward. It was the person he always feared would come looking. Tison. The spiritual force from him had subdued the half-zombies. Zhengquang was sweating with fear. Impossible, absurd. Tison opened a clear path and strolled inside. The man was shocked. Were all those numerous half-zombies already taken down? So Zhengquang had guessed it, then that person must be. Tison spoke, "You the owner of this place. Thanks for preparing such a lavish feast." Zhengquang ordered, "What is Byok Tison still standing there for? Go up and kill him for me." His subordinate surged forward all at once, while Zhengquang took the opportunity to flee. "Damn it, I must get out of here fast." Those he captured were of unknown fate, surely hauled off to the Hao faction for torture. Better to be released to commit suicide than be caught. Tison turned, lifted his leg, gathering force into his feet. Tison raised his foot high, then stomped down hard. A powerful surge of spiritual force erupted. The force spread out and blocked the advancing subordinates. Their heads flew off as if by wings and they all collapsed. He counted carefully, 1, 2, 3. The 3 who rushed in first immediately sensed something was wrong. Tison swung his arm, 4, 5, 6. A stream of internal energy like a slicing strike severed their heads. Fresh blood sprayed wildly. "You chase after Zhengquang while his subordinate is dying slowly and you plan to run away alone?" He panicked terribly. "No." Tison's silhouette behind him began to vanish. He instantly teleported to stand right behind Zhengquang. His hand landed on the man's shoulder. A palm strike hit Zhengquang squarely. The man thudded heavily to the ground. Tison sneered, "What a coward, don't expect to die whole. You're planning to self-destruct anyway." His gaze flicked to one side. "I sense the scent of tracking fragrance coming from below. Could there be a dungeon underground?" The scent was leading to where Do-hyun was confined. Formation Master Soon Do-hyun. He could only hope they would find him. The noises from outside raised Do-hyun's hopes. Could these sounds be? The prison door opening. Tison entered and gave the other a cold glance. The latter wondered curiously, "Who is that? Aren't they one of them?" "You ask Soon Do-hyun directly." He hurried to the bars. Is it true? Are you from the cult? Tison denied it. Do-hyun changed his question. Then you're from the association, right? He thought to himself, association, what game are these people playing now? He didn't bother. Anyway, it's good they've come. Hurry and free me. I don't know why I'm stuck with that Go Jungkwang and suffering like this. He thought to himself, first off, you're a very noisy person. Do-hyun praised, but you are truly lucky. I'm directly under the elder. I'll support you fully in the future. You stepped closer and asked, what is the association and who is the elder? Do-hyun was astonished. What, you don't know the association? Aren't you from the cult? Tison reached his hand inside. I told you I'm not. Grasped by his head, he was shocked. Wait, why are you doing this all of a sudden? Tison replied, as expected, you have to pull it out once before we can start talking. Do-hyun felt as if his soul were being drawn out. This is the first time since I was born that I felt pain like this. No, my sphincter is about to. He blurted out, stop, we're the Heavens Changing Association. Tison had his answer, Heavens Changing Association. You know this organization? Heavens Changing means changing the sky within the heavenly demon sacred cult, the only sky being the heavenly demon, so it means changing the heavenly demon. So the attempt to kill me when I was still the heavenly demon was arranged by these people. Back then, I only thought it was the work of fools blinded by power. But thinking it over, even allowing for side effects of the soul fusion demonic art, the nearly invincible heavenly demon body was destroyed far too easily. Have these people actually found a way to kill the heavenly demon? You asked coldly, was it you, the ones who killed that heavenly demon? Do-hyun gaped and denied it. No. There was no such thing, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We've only been planning, we haven't actually carried anything out yet. You sneered, asking if you should believe a group called the Heavens Changing Association. Looking at this situation, the old master you worship must be an illusion demon. Do-hyun was shocked. He said they weren't from the cult. How did you know that? He stood dumbfounded like a statue. Tison warned, spill everything before you get so scared you soil yourself. Do-hyun sensibly told all. Yes. You interrogated? So the Heavens Changing Association was formed around the elder illusion demon within the heavenly demon sacred cult to consolidate their position, right? He answered, yes. But while planning, the Supreme One suddenly died and everything was thrown into chaos. The old master illusion demon also ordered us to lie low for a time and said he'd contact us later. Only then did Tison let go. The heavenly demon was dead. He intended to wait for a chance to seize real power, right? Predictable. That's enough for today. Push it any further and you'll offend my eyes. Do-hyun nervously asked, wait, may I presumptuously ask your name? Thinking inwardly, who on earth calls the illusion demon so familiarly? Is there someone this young among their followers? You left the name Byok Tison. Then you ordered your subordinate to lock this man up in the Black Iron Clan first. They obeyed. Yes, young master. The name stunned Do-hyun. Byok Tison. When he was dragged away, he still didn't know the name. He had never heard it before. A piercing scream rose from the Black Iron Clan. Do-hyun flinched, his face going pale. What is that? Why does it sound like a pig being slaughtered? What on earth is happening here? A groan echoed again. Tison was manipulating Jungkwang's soul. The man's face contorted as he screamed. Old Master. That image appeared and made you suspicious. Tison speculated, Old Master, the familiar metallic scent of blood, if so this person is. The aura in your palm had turned red. Jungkwang could no longer bear it. Old Master, please kill me. You smiled coldly, finally found you. The true master of these people, Tison sought out the place he had discovered within the man's soul. Right now you're standing on a mountaintop. Tison looked down at this very place, the mansion I saw in Go Jungkwang's spirit. Below is a manor house. You stepped toward the entrance. The whole estate was covered by a fairly advanced formation. If one weren't skilled, they'd probably just see an empty plot of land. But such a large estate without a single gatekeeper. Tison's hand touched the gate, thinking that because outsiders couldn't sense it, no guard was necessary. The gate quickly shattered. You realized there was nothing to sense beyond the gate. A formation that could block my perception to this degree. Interesting, it's even getting me a little excited. Tison entered without hesitation. You passed straight through that formation. Upon entering, Tison realized something was off. A gloomy aura surged in. You used the Law Shield to protect yourself. This vast aura nearly matched the mystical heaven enchantment of the heavenly demon sacred cult. If it weren't for me, I doubt anyone could have stepped in. Moreover, there was a strong stench of blood, the familiar scent of blood concealing spiritual power. Now Tison stopped in front of the cabinet with the talisman-adorned jar. You asked directly, is the revolting stench of blood that shakes the air because of you? The other stood with his back to Tison. Your gaze showed caution. Tison glanced at the wooden gourd. What I saw in Go Jungkwang's memory was clearly a different gourd. which means this place isn't the location from that memory. The person ahead began to stir. When Big Wang turned, his face was gaunt, his eyes blood red, and his voice a chilling gloom. So you've finally come all the way here, Byok Tisen. You casually exposed the manor like that, how could you not be found? Even though the formation's not bad. Big Wang asked puzzledly, there's no grudge between you and me, so why do you keep interfering with us? Tisen replied calmly, isn't there? Because of you I can't live in peace. And you, what are you doing there, hiding behind that puppet? He answered, so you already knew. Very good, then what is your identity, Byok Tisen? You retorted that I should be the one asking you. It's not the type of putting a spirit into a corpse like Gok Yangdu or Ma Jingwen, but linking a spirit to a living body to control it like a puppet. If so, where's the original self? A long chain appeared from the top of his head. It began to shoot out from the mansion, then concentrated on one courtyard. At that place someone was standing. One end of the chain was connected to that person's head. You asked straight out, tell me your name, since sooner or later we'll meet again. He said fully, Hyokrion Bigwang, my name is Hyokrion Bigwang. Now that you know my name, you should pay the price. Try taking this hit. Streams of power shot toward Tisen. You stamped your foot hard into the ground. That surge of aura was knocked backward. Bigwang thought to himself, in an instant he had twisted the formation's power to neutralize it. Someone who can do that, there are probably no more than 10 people like that in the whole world, right? Your expression was very serious. He was intrigued. Indeed, you are an interesting fellow. Today I will withdraw for now, but we will meet again soon. With that, Bigwang stamped his foot and took off running. The chain was also severed. Bigwang's hand reached forward, veins of blood visible in his eyes, when he no longer saw the trace of the flash of light. You sneered, he's run off. That name is like a pack of little rats. When returning to his original body, Bigwang felt a slight headache. He wondered if the connection had been cut too hastily. Bigwang asked the subordinate behind him about the loss of the main stronghold just now. The man confirmed. Yes, sir, what kind of person was guarding there as your stand-in? He guessed we had underestimated Byok Tisen. No wonder Seo Dagon and Go Junkwang were taken down so easily. Perhaps the puppet is already dead by now. Just as Bigwang predicted, at that time the puppet was fighting Tisen. Your hand grabbed his head tightly. Then the puppet's head was snapped off. Fresh blood splattered toward your face. Bigwang ordered pull back from Wu Han and Yicheng immediately. A subordinate asked again, sir, do you want to withdraw right now? There are still enough replacement forces for Seo Dagon and Go Junkwang. He said coldly again, I said withdraw the troops. This one follows orders, the subordinate overstepped. I will obey immediately. Bigwang waved to signal the man, exhausted. A maid opened the door for him to enter. Inside, 3 young women were waiting. The subordinate reported, I guessed you would need it and prepared in advance. Please rest, sir. He was thinking about the appointment with you, how interesting. I will wait for the day we meet again, Byok Tisen. The door slammed shut quickly. The subordinate turned back to look that way, his brows slightly furrowing. A piercing scream rang out from inside the room. Meanwhile, at the Black Iron Clan, upon seeing your return, the subordinates went out to greet you. Young master has returned. Soso asked curiously, young master, you've been out all day. Tisen confirmed, yes, I'm a bit tired, you know. Very well, I'll prepare a bath then. Sioran, standing behind, asked, shall I take your pulse, sir? You glanced back at the newcomer. She waited for Tisen's approval. Sioran thought to herself that although many things happened suddenly and plans were disrupted, she must quickly win young Master Byok's favor as soon as possible. To do that, you teased, take my pulse, what could you possibly find from that? Sioran replied, if it's the kind of pulse taking the young master wants, anything is possible. Despite my appearance, I'm a medicine king, you know. She snorted coldly, thinking men want all too clearly what they want. Tisen answered, anything, fine, come to my room tonight. Hearing that, she blushed, yes, right away, sir, that one. But when she went to find Soso called her Sioran miss. Yes. Looking at the folded towel Soso brought, she was stunned. Soso handed it to Sioran, have you remembered everything I taught you? It's nothing big, so don't worry too much. Sioran froze and said it's nothing big, thinking to herself, nothing big my foot, I'm only pretending to know what I'm doing, this is my first time. All set, Sioran stood up and began walking toward Tisen's room. She stood outside blushing and called, young master, Sioran is here. You inside ordered her to come in. As the door slowly opened, Sioran was still flustered. What do I do? Am I really doing this? I'm going mad. Who knows what will happen? Tisen reminded her, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and come in. You glanced at the girl standing at the door. That look made Sioran even more embarrassed. Spiritual energy flowed from the tip of Tisen's finger. I won't eat you, so don't be scared. It coiled around her body. A strong force pulled Sioran closer. The two pressed tightly against each other. Tisun reassured her, don't tremble. She grew even more bashful, thinking how could she not tremble? Their lips were almost touching. Tisun's hand reached out, just relax your body and leave it to me. You gently stroked Seoran's hair, even without you saying it, I already. Her eyes grew hazy, unable to bear it any longer. Seoran's hair fluttered. She fainted into Tisun's arms. You were at a loss. Lately I haven't deliberately absorbed the souls of the living because their spiritual quality and quantity are far inferior to half Jiangxi. But this morning Shin Yui asked a favor, asked me to check on the medicine king. He confirmed. Yes. Actually, she's been hitting a wall in her medical skill lately and seems to be suffering because of it. But with a little guidance from you, in no time she'll become a great doctor on par with me or the eccentric physician. Faced with this suggestion, Tisun pondered. You asked, but do you know what I'll do? Shin Yui replied. The same thing you've done with the maids and us, soul extraction. Tisun, reminded by his words, remembered you should let me extract yours once too. Shin Yui hurriedly ran off, and suddenly I felt like training again. You felt that was the beginning, but when you tried extracting the spirit. A lifetime of selfless care for others and pure enthusiasm for medicine had condensed over time, creating a spirit even more wonderful than a spiritual elixir. The medicine hall, these people must definitely be kept close by. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Seoran was awakened by that light. She recalled last night, young master, wasn't that a bit too close? Actually, this was the young lady's first time. Seoran dreamed of his hand, gently touching her shoulder. Tisun's hand gently tucked her hair back a little. The outer robe was slipped down to reveal her delicate shoulder. Tisun's lips drew near. No, stop. Seoran jolted awake and sat bolt upright. She was dazed. Was it all just a dream? Her clothes were exactly as before. You must be disappointed, young master. I actually fell asleep. Seoran stepped down from the bed to leave. She opened the door awkwardly. No, I'm the one who's disappointed, actually. Seeing Tisun outside, Seoran went blank. Young master, you gave me an invitation I was very pleased with. Come again next time. She shyly replied, why yes, sir. Curious in her heart, she wondered, after all, did we actually do anything? From that day, it felt as if the long blocked wall in her medical skill had been cleared. What mysterious power does that man actually have? When Seoyin came for a checkup, Seoran professionally adjusted her shoulder blade. She asked after her, all done, do you feel any pain anywhere? She replied, no, I'm fine. Internally, Seoran marveled, how did she become so beautiful? My young lady is going to be anxious again. Seoran instructed, that's good, but in the coming period, please don't overexert yourself. Shin Yui came over to gossip. Looks like her medical skill has broken through, huh? It's because I mentioned it to the young master, no need to thank me. The eccentric physician grumbled in disgust, always taking credit. When will this guy ever live for anyone else's soul? He was angry. Why are you talking like that? If I'm not a person, then what am I? She helplessly argued back. But what did he say to the young master anyway? Seoran's foot accidentally touched a floor tile. Seeing it move, she was surprised. What is this? When she saw a head emerge from under the tile, Seoran panicked. Someone's buried here. Shin Yui went pale. Oh my god, what is that? It looks like a frog. She wondered why someone would be buried in a place like this. They crowded around to look. The weird doctor guessed, did Seung Do-hyung dismantle the formation? It seemed a secret spot had been revealed. Curious, is he dead or alive? And this guy looks exactly like the eccentric physician, doesn't he? Suddenly the person's eyes snapped open. The three of them, terrified, kicked the door open and fled. The eccentric physician, though old, ran fast. He blamed the young man. Why would that madman say something to wake him up? Shin Yui protested, feeling wronged. I only spoke the truth bluntly. The guy behind shouted at that bastard, I'll kill you. He leapt up to dodge the projectiles being hurled at him. Jukshin behind prepared to pounce. Got you, you're done for, kid, he shouted in panic. Help me. The two ahead turned and called out, this troublemaker's causing a scene again. Divine physician. Tisun's cold voice rang out. What exactly did you say to him? What did you say to make him chase and try to kill only you? Your hand tightened on his throat from behind. Shin Yui blurted, young master. Tisun's hand squeezed the man's neck tighter. You said coldly, his soul is too mudded, useless for medicine. Prepare to interrogate him. Shin Yui turned pale. He was nearly killed. Why yes, young master. Jukshin was pinned down. Tisun's hand reached out. How long are you planning to sleep? A strike landed, scorching the side of the man's cheek. You asked coldly, the man replied, it's Jam Jukshin, sir. Tisun frowned. Jam Jukshin, Hwaeok from behind answered. Among the recently active people, there's no one by that name, however. About 50 years ago, the real name of the one nicknamed the Crazy Blood Demon was Jam Jukshin. He confirmed, yes, Crazy Blood Demon, that's me. A life stained with blood, the Lord of Fear, a legendary master whom even fighters feared, called the Crazy Blood Demon, that is me. Hwayuk added he was known as a great villain who didn't make the list of the 10 top masters of the time, instead lost himself in bloodshed. Jukshin lowered his head and admitted, that's true. You stood up and asked, so this guy was also someone who died, she added. I heard the Sword King of that era cut his head off. The man yelled, don't talk nonsense, when did I die? I'm very much alive right here. Tison said calmly, do you remember anything? Jukshin now realized he naturally had no memories. I don't remember anything. He spoke up, wait, clearly. A memory of a map flashed into Jukshin's mind. He mumbled, treasure map. Apparently after waking up, I had a treasure map showing the hiding place of an extremely rare spirit medicine given to me by someone. Thanks to it, I found the spirit medicine and drank it right away. And then after that, he felt a pain spread through his body. The radiant cord around him had been severed. What did you do to me after that? Why can't I remember anything? You slapped him too noisy, shut up. It seems the treasure map was a trap they set to lure him into taking a blood-boosting pill. That stash probably holds clues about the unknown. Hwayuk acknowledged the order. I will transfer it to the Hao faction immediately. Tison added, also arrange everything in Yicheng. We're returning to Wuhan. She memorized it all, orders acknowledged. Thus, combat experience and special cultivation finally came home. Bonds of comradeship grew from having faced life and death together. They chatted among themselves. On the return, surely you won't make us run that hellish route again, right? Probably not. And a few spoils of war were taken. The schedule at Yicheng ended. Do-hyun wondered, where will we go next? They set off along the road home again. Meanwhile, at Golden Wall Manor, Harin was diligently practicing her swordsmanship. She confidently said, young master, now you can't not acknowledge me anymore. A refreshed Harin had advanced a step, no, 10 steps in both body and spirit, so hurry back, young master. The servants whispered among themselves, lately the mist seems strange, maybe from too much cultivation. Tisu is also waiting for your return. Yes, hurry back. Tison, perhaps it's time I tell you about the true secrets of our Golden Wall merchants. Their ship was out on the sea. Someone remarked, finally, we're heading back to Wuhan. Sioran watched the distance. Traveling by boat, enjoying the scenery was so relaxing. Shin Yui complained, it's so relaxing I'm sore all over. Will this be okay? He was warned, stop flapping your gums. What if the young master changes his mind? Lightly humorous. Tison stepped forward and asked, who said that? They denied it. Nothing, sir, we were only joking a bit. You snorted coldly, your gaze looking into the distance. Tison asked Hwayuk, where are we now? She replied, passing near Hong Lake, about 200 miles more to Wuhan. Sunlight sparkled on the sea surface. You estimated 200 miles would be just right. She didn't understand. Pardon. Tison revealed, from here we'll leave the boat behind and travel on foot. Everyone turned to look at you at once. Leave the boat, you mean we have to swim back to Wuhan? The eccentric physician reminded them. I've already said it, sit tight. You can choose to go under the river if you like, up to you. I won't let you die, so stop worrying. Shin Yui joked, the boat's fine as it is, why do that? The eccentric physician, annoyed, please shut up. You put both hands on the railing and pushed, so if the boat's no good anymore, is that okay? The whole boat began to tremble. A violent explosion erupted. Everyone was hurled into the water. The eccentric physician scolded him, that madman told you to stop already. I only asked a little, Shin Yui protested, feeling wronged. How was I to know he'd do that? The boat was destroyed. Hwayuk surfaced from the water. Shin Yui clung to the elder brother. Help me, save me. The eccentric physician struggled. The one stuck to me like glue. Stop clinging to me. Get off. Kyungwon stared at you in astonishment. Young master. Contrary to their struggle, Tison was standing on the water. Shin Yui was shocked, walking on water, kicking ineffectually at the surface. Had he reached some supreme realm? Are you challenging us to dunk ourselves in the water for dinner? Who's lagging behind me? When we get back, there will be a special training course, so be prepared. Everyone dove headfirst into swimming. After all this, today turned out like this. I'm furious, and I'll make sure it gets done. Tison smiled wryly and led the way away. You understood well, probably feeling indignant, but by passing through such death doors, you'll naturally grow stronger, like me and those who once cultivated at the heavenly demon sacred cult. Meanwhile, my compassion has grown a little more. That night at Golden Wall Manor, a gentle breeze blew through the drying garments. Their sighs rose. I'm exhausted today, Danny Young's sister. Yes, it's worse than training in the hellish lightness art, but I think we're getting used to it a bit. The long, bone-weary expedition had ended. Some recalled past events with steely resolve. Kyungwon practiced swordsmanship to become stronger. He must become strong. Others enjoyed the first night's rest back at Golden Wall Manor, namely the eccentric physician who declared, today I rest, I don't hear anything. On Tison's side in the meeting, had they found those who wanted to swallow up the medicine hall? Hwayak replied, yes, first. The center of the incident is Bang Dulib of the Murim Alliance. Shin Yui was surprised. Bang Dulib, that swordsman, she confirmed. Yes, he's the captain of the Heavenly Sword Corps under the Murim Alliance, famed for his superb swordsmanship. You asked curiously, is he the mastermind targeting the medicine hall? She denied it. No, he only plays a certain role. The one truly targeting the medicine hall is none other than the greatest merchant group under heaven, the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. Shin Yui stroked his chin thoughtfully. Golden Moon Merchant Guild, right, they'd be capable of this. Teeson asked about the situation, so how did you handle it? Hwayak answered, first we transferred all the medicine hall's debts to the Hao faction. In the process, due to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild's intense interference, we discovered their presence. Shin Yui added, I'm also arranging for the medicine hall to sever ties with the Murim Alliance and guiding them to move to Golden Wall Manor. Sioran seems very satisfied with life here and is about to decide, though I have one concern. Teeson continued, what is it? He raised the question, if Sioran moves to Golden Wall Manor, will she be safe with Haran? You replied coldly, what do you mean by that? He answered, nothing sir, it's just that I've heard Haran's martial skill has reached a frightening level, so I'm only worrying ahead of time. Teeson was surprised, what Haran? You went a look and heard the sound of training coming from her small courtyard. Teeson's hand pushed open the door. As expected, Haran was still practicing with her sword. You remarked, not bad fighting an imaginary opponent, indeed a level that makes others wary. It seems she trained very hard while I was in Yicheng. Haran's sword path had become stronger. Teeson immediately noticed, wait, that sword path just now was the soul-destroying demonic art of Xian Haryong. That image flashed in his mind, matching perfectly. Haran stopped when she saw you arrive. Young master. Teeson quietly watched her. He thought to himself that she had likely merged more with Xian Haryong's spirit. Could that influence make their martial arts similar? What on earth had happened? Haran was eager. Young master, since when have you been like this? Why didn't you tell me? If I'd known, I would have washed up properly to come greet you. Teeson knew he had to stop that right away. A half-hearted fusion with Yon Manor's martial art would be dangerous. Seeing him approach, Haran stepped back. Wait, I'm soaking with sweat, let me bathe first. Teeson advised, no need, you'll just be dripping again anyway. Seeing him come closer, she blushed. Yes, what did you mean by that? Haran puckered her lips. I understand, I'm fine with anything, but here, Teeson reminded her, pick up the sword again. She froze and opened her eyes. Huh. You placed the sword into Haran's palm. From now on I'll teach you the soul-destroying demonic art. She was stunned. The soul-destroying demonic art. Teeson confirmed, yes, its power is tremendous, but the training process is extremely grueling. If you don't like it, say so, there are many other easier martial arts. She noticed the issue. It'll be weaker, right? You replied. I understand, then let's begin. Haran blushed deeply upon hearing that. Her voice rang throughout the small courtyard. Young master, it's only the beginning, endure it. Yes, I can still do it. No, I will definitely do it. At Byok Tisu's office in Golden Wall Manor, he pondered and glanced at the letter in his hand. Tisu turned to you and said, so that's it, you plan to leave Golden Wall Manor after returning from Yicheng? I had a feeling. If you want the entertainment house, I'll transfer all the entertainment houses owned by the Golden Wall merchants to you. Teeson replied, I remember we agreed on 1,000 taels of gold, a villa, a few taverns, and an entertainment house only. Tisu's tone left no room for refusal. That was left by father. How could I, as your brother, let you leave like this? I'll add more cash, don't refuse. Teeson still refused to accept. Keep it, maybe I'll need it later. He was exasperated. Why does this guy have no greed at all? Outside, someone reported, Manor Master, the young Manor Master has arrived. Tisu turned to look. He's arrived. The person outside replied, yes, father. Byok Jaeok stepped in from the doorway. He cupped his hands and asked, has uncle not returned yet, Tisu? If you're late, just talk to me alone. You continued from behind, what's the use of telling only me? Jaeok bowed his head in greeting. Uncle, you've arrived. You returned the greeting, long time no see. Big brother, Tisu replied. All right, come in, I'm tired and I called you here, sorry to trouble you. Jaeok bowed low to you. Inwardly, he was annoyed, a thorn in his eye. What's the age gap anyway that he acts so grown up? Tisu announced the reason he had called the two of them. It was important. His voice paused. There was a mechanism hidden beneath the floor where a foot stepped. A cabinet door slowly slid to the side. From inside, a room was revealed. Both of them were astonished. Tisu turned and said, about something passed down from long ago. The secret of our Golden Wall merchants. Teeson suddenly felt, could this aura possibly be? He led them forward into the interior. Jaeok looked around. Father, what exactly is this place? I didn't expect a secret passage in the residence. he replied. I'll tell you everything once we get there. Teason thought to himself, and there are so many precious night pearls attached. Moreover, the deeper we go, the more familiar this aura becomes. It's definitely the soul-augmenting demonic art. Tisu stopped when they reached the place. Inside the cave was a large rock engraved with characters. Jaehyuk curiously asked, Father, what is this? Tisu reminded them, this golden wall is the origin of our Golden Wall Merchant Guild. The existence of this wall is only passed down to the mature direct bloodline of the family. Our family's duty is to guard the wall until the guest in the promise arrives. Jaehyuk was surprised. Someone will come to the wall. How will we know who that guest is? He continued, the owner of the different pattern on the wall is the guest we await. Of course, if that guest doesn't request to see the wall first, then there's no need to show it. This rule has been passed down through generations of the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. He had guessed it, but father, that pattern, could it be that Tisu confirmed it? Yes, mystical heaven is the symbol of the heavenly demon. Teason in the rear frowned darkly. He thought to himself, these people, what on earth are they up to? Meanwhile, at the same time, Do-hyun was trembling as he prepared to draw on the paper. Hwaeok couldn't patiently count each step. 3. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek. When he reached 2, she pointed the tip of her sword forward. Do-hyun gritted his teeth and was forced to draw it. The blade in Hwaeok's hand rose. Spiritual energy emanated. At 3, the formation was completed. She thrust her sword toward Do-hyun's formation. The barrier enchantment activated, and he quickly blocked a descending sword strike. Do-hyun was overjoyed. It worked. Who would have thought a barrier enchantment could be created with just one piece of formation paper? I thought it wouldn't work. She remarked that indeed his strength had improved a lot in a short time, but the sword tip pierced through the paper on which the formation was drawn. Hwaeok commented that it's still too weak. What the young master wants is a formation that can surpass even an illusion demon. If you don't break through further, next time the young master will come in person. You understand my meaning, right? The paper was burned to scraps by spiritual power. Hwaeok threw it to the ground. Focus more, Do-hyun obeyed. Yes, focus. Damn, what the hell is this Golden Wall merchant? Just a maid and she reached that level. So how powerful is that Byeok Teason guy really? And anyway, those two are definitely that kind of relationship. She's so beautiful. He recalled Teason's look and Do-hyun decided, it's terrifying, but what can you do? If you don't want to die, you have to work at it. If there's an opportunity, I'll bolt. I'm not the only one who would willingly stay in a place like this. On Seoran's side, she announced, everyone, during our time in Yicheng, I thought a lot. She asked everyone's opinion. What if we move the medicine hall to Wuhan? Someone interjected, that's a wise decision. Hall master. Seoran replied, really, I was worried people wouldn't like it because there's so much to handle here. He spoke to Shin Ui, of course, thanks to someone's blessing we've been exploited to the point of sleeplessness. But following young master Byeok's advice, after distributing the produced medicines to Wuhan, cash flows started pouring in unbelievably. Another added, actually I've been thinking we might settle permanently in Wuhan. Seoran realized, so was it what the young master said back then? It was the first night back from Yicheng to Golden Wall Manor. Seeing you arrive, she was shy. Young master, so late at night and you still looking for me? Actually, since that day you haven't come by, so I felt a bit sad. Right, to you I was just a passing amusement, wasn't I? After several sleepless nights full of such foolish thoughts, finally, Teason spoke up, if all of you want to come here, come anytime. However, do not neglect martial training and medical practice, just follow that and it's fine. She felt that at the time, out of regret, she thought it was just nonsense. Now Seoran ordered, prepare a letter to the Murim Alliance immediately. From now on, our medicine hall will relocate its base to Wuhan. The two promptly obeyed. Hall master Shin Ui, hidden outside eavesdropping, asked the eccentric physician, well, big brother, how is it? With your persuasion skill like that, we can even control the medicine hall's healers now. The old man replied, that brat, the young master laid the feast out and you just sit down and take credit. But it seems they won't sit still. Shin Ui asked curiously, do you mean the Murim Alliance? The eccentric physician confirmed, exactly, the heavenly sword core of the Murim Alliance. On Dulib's side, he rushed over to check. He flung the gate wide open to look. Inside, it was deserted. Dulib was surprised. The medicine hall people, they really left in a single night like that. The captain of the 7th team bowed his head to report, sorry, leader, it happened too suddenly. Our subordinates had no proper reason to stop them. Dulib doubted, I remember they were in considerable debt. He revealed that, according to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, someone had paid off their debts for them. Bang Dulib, Heavenly Sword Corps commander of the Murim Alliance, said coldly, Then I'll ask who funneled money to the merchant guild." The captain was stunned. "Sir, it was the second young master of the Golden Wall merchants, a man named Byok Tisen." Dulib gave the order. "Byok Tisen, right, I remember. I've heard Jin Sahung and Wuhan mention him, if that's the case." Seventh team, immediately get close to the merchant guild, escorting the convoy to Wuhan under the pretense of escort duty. Then monitor their every move for me. Find out what relationship the merchant guild has with the Golden Wall merchants and whether they have any schemes. And investigate who this Byok Tisen really is that everyone talks about so much. I will make him pay for this affair this time. That name Byok Tisen. Jaehyuk on the side asked, "Is the heavenly demon real? If this truth leaks out and the prefect finds out, of course the Golden Wall merchants will be wiped out." He thought to himself, "In front of me, the one who used to be the heavenly demon is the reason the wall was built for the heavenly demon. Interesting." He instructed, "I trust you'll keep this secret and of course tell your mother as well. Do you promise?" Jaehyuk. He thought to himself that if his mother learned the truth, she'd surely try to exploit it. No, that would lead everyone to ruin. Jaehyuk obeyed. "Yes, honored father." Tisen stood to the side silently and didn't say a word. He thought to himself that when he was the heavenly demon, he had never heard of this wall. He didn't know why it was made, but that meant. Jaehyuk was surprised to see Tisen step forward. Uncle Tisu was curious. "What's the matter, Tisen?" He stepped up and placed his hand on the wall tile. Tisen declared, "So that means I can just break it, right?" A stream of spiritual power radiated from his palm and spread across the wall. They gaped in astonishment. In no time the wall shattered. Fragments of stone fell to the ground, glittering with golden light. Tisen stood there looking extraordinary. The father and son were dumbstruck. How could it be destroyed? "Tisen, what on earth are you doing?" He reassured them, "It's fine. Maybe even the heavenly demon would praise that. Besides, the heavenly demon isn't going to show up here anyway." Jaehyuk doubted. "Wait, how can you be so sure? Uncle is the heavenly demon for sure. Is he the real heavenly demon, or how do you know? Now that Tisen has admitted his identity here in our family. It must be that I am the heavenly demon." The father and son froze. They began to stammer. "A heavenly demon? Father, are you mad? Tisen, what exactly are you talking about? Wait a minute." He thought to himself that, stunned by the wall's destruction, he'd temporarily forgotten. Simply placing a hand on the wall had reduced that solid golden-clad barrier to pieces, a level no ordinary master could imagine. If so, then the person standing there really isn't Tisen, is he? Tisu gasped, "Could he really be the heavenly demon? Then is our Tisen dead?" Tisen denied it. "No, we've already fused into one. After the heavenly demon's life ended, I woke and found myself as Byok Tisen. At first I thought my spirit had possessed Byok Tisen's body, but living longer I realized that's not the case. I'm not the same heavenly demon as before, wholly and entirely." "Did you suddenly have an odd feeling? This strange emotion is." Tisen continued, "Because I've miraculously fused with Byok Tisen's soul, I can see and sense things that, as the heavenly demon, I couldn't before. At that time, I decided that meeting my people was my top priority. So the current me is both the heavenly demon and Byok Tisen." A tremendously powerful aura radiated from him. Meanwhile, the medicine hall group was proceeding toward Wuhan under Cho Seoran's orders. "No, Jugang," the steward of the medicine hall spoke. "We didn't expect the Murim Alliance to escort us like this. We are greatly indebted and can only offer our thanks." The captain of the 7th Heavenly Sword Squad of the Murim Alliance replied, "No need for formalities. Haven't we had ties for so long? But steward, it seems there are also people who aren't from the medicine hall." He was surprised. "Do you mean those folks? They are vagabonds our master sent to guard you." Those people were dressed in concealing garb. The captain doubted. "The medicine king sent vagabonds. Vagabonds aren't very trustworthy." Jugang laughed. "I thought so too, but you can't ignore the master's goodwill." He thought to himself, Cho Seoran dared call vagabonds instead of trusting the Murim Alliance. Looks like she wants to cut ties with us. Still, those vagabonds gave me an uneasy feeling. A few of them look rather dangerous. His gaze flicked over them. Suddenly, something shot toward them from afar. The cavalry started charging. They struck over there at the medicine hall, killing. Jugang went pale with fear. "What is that? Horse bandits? Are they aiming for the precious medicinal supplies? This is bad, block them." The guards immediately moved to fight the horse bandits. The clash of blades rang out, sharp enough to make your ears sting. The captain thought to himself that this should be enough now. He urged his horse, "We'll intercept them, don't worry, steward, mount up." The horse bandits saw them charging and retreated. "Damn, it's the Murim Alliance. Fall back for now. They won't let this go. Squad, pursue them. Do not let them escape." The Murim Alliance group obeyed orders. Soon their figures faded away, leaving only a dense cloud of dust. Jugang stood dumbfounded. Was it necessary to pursue them that far? For some reason, they were overly enthusiastic. Someone in the horse bandits unit halted. They all turned to look back. The Miram Alliance contingent had arrived. One of them removed his mask and said, "You've had a hard time. From now on, leave it to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild." The captain replied, "Hard work, it's nothing. But is your force truly prepared? I see the vagabonds accompanying the medicine hall don't look ordinary." The horse bandits added, "They're just vagabonds anyway. Our people aren't pushovers. We'll clean them out in half an hour. And while the Heavenly Sword are busy chasing them, the irregular squad will strike, making it hard for the medicine hall to pin the blame." He reminded his men, "Good plan, come back in half an hour." The subordinate obeyed. "Yes, we need to coordinate with the irregular squad, so we'll go ahead." The captain replied, "Fine, good luck." When that mounted group left, he smugly thought, "Once we return, that lofty medicine hall is finished. I'll show you the fate of betraying us." But the horse bandits' leader could not escape his fate and was killed. No mercy given. Fresh blood spattered right before Jugang's eyes. The masked guard said to leave one alive for interrogation. The man beside them confirmed, "Yes, I severed his tendons so he can't run away." Tisu removed his face cloth and coldly said, "Wouldn't it have been better if these idiots had just moved on? Why bother turning back?" Jugang looked in one direction, his whole body trembling. Demons. Seeing them take out all the horse bandits, he felt these people must be demons. The captain's squad had returned. Tisu raised his hand to signal. The leader of the horse bandits was hauled up. He gaped at the scene. Tisu reminded them, "Just getting here now. We've already cleaned up here. You're a bit late. Even those who were chased off have returned." On hearing that, he fell silent, his face drained of color. And at Golden Wall Manor, someone was also utterly shocked. Jaeok was in shock. "Impossible. Father is the heavenly demon. If that's true, what am I supposed to do? Now our Golden Wall Merchant Guild." Muryeong was surprised to see him return. "Jaeok, is that you?" "Son of mine, why do you look like that? What did you talk to your father about?" Jaeok froze. "Why did I come to my mother's place worried? Don't tell me he's planning to divide the assets to that Byok Tisun." "Don't worry, son, I'll handle everything. He should have died long ago. Let me deal with him right away." Jaeok was aghast. "What, kill him?" "Kill who? That person, the heavenly demon." He shouted, "Absolutely not. Mother, don't go near father. Do you understand?" Jaeok thought. "Yes, the reason I came is that instinct told me mother is the most dangerous factor, so I came to stop her." He urged, "The merchants are already ours, so what does that entertainment house and that person even matter?" "Absolutely not. Ignore him. I'm begging you, mother." Muryeong, taken aback by that tone, was a little frightened. "All right, okay, I'll do as you say." Still, she couldn't help but wonder why he suddenly acted that way. What really happened between the two of them? Meanwhile, in Byok Tisu's study, he still stared at him thoughtfully. Tisun calmly asked, "What's wrong? Because I'm the heavenly demon you feel unsettled. Just treat me like before." He replied, "I understand, but if Tisun's soul has merged, do you remember anything at all?" Tisun recounted memories, not all of them, but fragments of emotions and memories remain from the fusion. "Though I can't recall everything." "But how Byok Tisun looked at you, and how you looked at Byok Tisun, if it's those things then." Tisun confirmed, "Yes, I remember." Tisu gradually accepted it. "Is that so? Then you're both the heavenly demon and truly my younger brother." "That's fine, my brother has recovered. It's like finding a precious fate, we should celebrate." He continued, "By the way, it seems you've been diligently practicing the martial art I taught. Train well and you won't be afraid to go anywhere or get beaten up." That art is a blood-sucking demonic art called the blood-devouring demon art, though it's been modified to use spirit elixirs instead of blood. Tisu stammered, "Demonic art, if it devours blood, what then?" Tisun revealed his temperament might become a bit more ruthless, but using it once or twice in an emergency is fine. He sighed in relief, "Then we should avoid emergency situations." He praised, "Right, that's sensible." Inside, Tisun quietly felt a very strange sensation and indescribable comfort. Is this what family feels like? And so the two brothers talked for a long time. Both Byok Tisu and the heavenly demon were talking with someone for the first time for this long. At first awkward, their faces gradually relaxed as they soaked in that precious experience. The next day in the city of Wuhan, Jugang and Tisu returned. Xiaoran stepped forward to greet them, "Old steward." Jugang's eyes glistened with emotion. "Young miss, no master." She chatted as she walked. "You must be tired from the road, steward. I heard you were ambushed by horse bandits. Are you all right?" He reassured her, "We're fine. The vagabonds here took care of them. but our finances aren't exactly flush. Who could afford to rent a manor like this? Sioran blushed. That's because of the person I serve. He's arrived. Tison approached to greet them, his hand touching that horse bandit, and asked, "You brought the whole tail with you, huh?" Jugang flustered. "Yes, what do you mean?" Tisu bowed his head low. "Forgive me, sir, for being so focused on those who accompanied you that I lost track. Please pardon me." Jugang thought to himself, I can't believe those devilish types are utterly terrified. What on earth is happening? He ordered a thorough investigation into who that man was and special training during this period. Understood, young master. That form of address stunned him. Young master, so that person is. Sioran introduced them. Come over and greet him. The person the medicine hall and I will serve from now on is young master Byok Tison, the strongest alchemist in the martial world. The medicine hall has finally joined the Golden Wall merchants. Jugang didn't understand. Serve, what are you suddenly saying? He stood there while they explained for a while. The shackle on the horse bandit's wrist loosened little by little. All right, no one is watching this side. This is a godsend chance. He slipped off the shackle and quietly dismounted. The horse bandits watched them and crept about. Please, just let me get away from here. Tison immediately noticed the man's movements. Jugang froze when he saw the person in front vanish, as if he'd escaped already. The horse bandit quickened his pace. He silently prayed, please, as long as I get away from here, it's fine. But the snap from him was waiting up ahead. A snap shot straight at the horse bandit's forehead. The man's body was flung far backward. A faint swirl of spirit force spread through the air. Tisu was shocked to see the horse bandit fall beside him. No, this one is. He said coldly, bringing the whole tale here wasn't enough, and you even fail to watch one unruly man properly. Have you been training too leisurely lately? He and his subordinates bowed their heads in apology. Forgive us, young master. Seeing Jugang bow as well, they were surprised. Steward, what are you doing? He forced a smile. I don't know why, but I felt I should bow too. So really, from now on we must serve that person, so the medicine hall will fall under him. Shin Ui and Sioran laughed. What's there to be surprised about? Even the world's top doctor like me serves him. It may be confusing now, but you'll understand in time. The eccentric physician patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, our young master is a great figure. Consider serving him an honor. Jugang stammered at that. Thinking to himself, Needle eccentric, famed for being odd across the land, would actually say something like that. On the surface, he's just a spoilt young master. There must be something I don't know. Night fell and the lamps were lit. Hwayok reported the work. The investigation is finished, young master. Tison replied casually. That wrapped up quickly. She recounted that Yuk Tisu, wanting to punish someone for this mistake, seemed to have interrogated a bit too roughly. Tison continued, so what's their identity? Hwayok answered, first, the one who tried to flee is a spy from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. It seems he intended to disguise himself as a horse bandit to ambush the medicine hall. He was surprised their clothes are the same, aren't they on the same side? Hwayok confirmed. Yes, he's one of the mercenaries privately raised by the Murim Alliance. His master is Yo Chungang, vice commander of the Heavenly Sword Corps. The investigation shows he's already positioned many mercenaries near Golden Wall Manor. In summary, this incident was orchestrated by the Murim Alliance and the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. It seems driven by resentment toward the Medicine Hall and Golden Wall merchants, maybe some wild ambition to seize the Medicine Hall if given a chance. Tison thought to himself, these guys are targeting my new elixirs, aren't they? He ordered that each of them be roughed up first as a warm-up. Hwayok understood Tison's intent. Yes, I'll prepare right away. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the two apothecaries were carrying goods, waiting for Sioran to assign tasks. Where should this be moved? She replied. Leave that over there for me, please. In a distant corner, someone was hiding. This person was Chungang, watching Sioran closely. Not long since they last met, but she already looks fresher. If she weren't the woman the Corps commander fancied then. Still, it's a bit odd, because the old Corps commander is suspicious. I had to come to oversee Squad 7 and the Medicine Hall. Previously he ordered, you go supervise Squad 7 separately. Looking ahead in surprise, Chungang found it deserted. Where had the planted spies gone? He cupped his hands to his mouth and blew. These guys slack off for a moment and they skip work right away. All assemble at the stronghold. The wave of spirit force that transmitted the order spread all around. Chungang waited. I've used inner energy to send the signal. They should arrive at the stronghold soon. Useless lot, time to replace the whole batch someday. Suddenly the sight before him froze him in place. As soon as he opened the gate, someone inside stood waiting for Chungang with a sword. You're here, are you? Tisu pointed the tip of his sword at him. You're the one who sent the signal. I've been waiting. Shingang drew his sword and sneered. No idea which wandering rat you are, but recognizing my signal is not bad at all. Without more words, the two of them lunged at each other. Their sword auras bit out fierce and decisive. Shingang swung, blocking Tisu's blade. Vice Corps Commander of the Heavenly Sword Corps, huh? Seems he's not a small fry. He's annoyingly loud. Could you zip it and just fight already? The two continued their battle, the sounds reverberating beyond the tower rooms. In this clash of blades, Shingang took a punch from his opponent. He was in such pain he coughed up blood. What the? Tisu admonished. What's that about? You idiot, if I don't catch you, I'll surely be dead meat with the young master. The man quickly fell face first to the ground. When he came to, he was still groggy. His whole body was dazed and locked in darkness. Where is this? In the adjacent cell were Shinggang's men. You're awake, the Vice Corps Commander, his face so battered he was barely recognizable. Who is that? They answered, you really don't recognize us. It's us, Vice Corps Commander. He was stunned. Those were my mercenaries, so they've all been caught. The jail door was suddenly shoved open. The White Flower Courtesan house owner stepped in and asked, awake now, are you? Shall we begin our little chat? I hope you know a lot, otherwise things will get uncomfortable for both of us. Shingang shouted angrily, you dogs dare, do you know who I am? You think you'll get away with this? The White Flower Courtesan house owner reminded him, isn't he the Vice Corps Commander of the Heavenly Sword Corps from the Murim Alliance? But when we checked a bit, no one knew he'd come here, not even the Heavenly Sword Corps Commander. Meanwhile, where Tisun was staying, he quietly glanced down below. Do-hyun was intimidated by the pile of gold. No, young master, what exactly is this pile of gold? Tisun revealed it was originally a wall, but I broke it out. Inside the wall was carved a special structure. On that pile of gold, characters began to appear. He watched curiously indeed, but these patterns and this aura, could this be related to a cult? He gave a faint smile. It was made by a previous heavenly demon. Do-hyun, hearing that, panicked. A heavenly demon. He ordered, analyze the formation here, quickly, move faster, I don't like waiting. He knelt and hurriedly answered, at your command. Tisun couldn't help but be curious. He'd already assigned Seung Do-hyun to decode it. Why would one of the previous heavenly demons leave something like this behind? Probably to flaunt their own enlightenment. Those heavenly demons, except for me, are all a bit nuts. Gold itself is a perfect material. He probably intended to use gold's perfection to make up for the shortcomings of the soul-augmenting demonic art. Carving proud golden walls like that might show some achievement, but the way they channeled chi was too crude, so I broke it apart. How do I know that? Because I once died because of that very flaw. He pondered, and if so, if he used the perfected soul-augmenting demonic art now to exploit gold's properties, could it further amplify the demonic art's power? The lump of gold hovered before Tisun. Watching it gradually crumble, a vast stream of spirit force condensed into a sphere and enveloped him. The room where Tisun stood flashed bright in the night. The gold mass began to heat and liquefy. Tisun watched them fall. This will create something quite interesting. Here, I drew the gold into extremely thin threads to expand the channels, then infused the soul-augmenting demonic art into them. Resonance occurred, it's just that the aura couldn't hold for long. Then try changing the shape to follow the flow of the soul-augmenting demonic art. As it transformed into thin silk-like strands wrapping around his wrist, he rejoiced, this is it, if it's in this form then. The room where Tisun stood burst into blinding golden light. Then everything returned to its previous gloom. Outside, Shin Yui was surprised. What the heck is our young master doing now? No idea. Seorin chimed in, right, today it does look shinier than usual. He stepped out from inside, a golden glint still flashing on his wrist. Curious, he asked, young master, what's that on your wrist? A wrist guard or jewelry? Tisun's wrist was wrapped in a length of gold about a span long. I made it myself. Shin Yui still didn't get it. You made it yourself, have you suddenly taken up sewing too? He glanced at the thing on his wrist with satisfaction, like practicing cultivation and casually crafting at the same time. The eccentric physician slowly guessed, could that thing be a weapon? Tisun admitted casually, yes. They all thought the same. Of course it's absurd for the young master to wear jewelry, but how exactly do you use that as a weapon? He looked up at the sky, clouds were rolling in heavily. Shin Yui agreed, right, the herbs for drying are piled up like a mountain. If it rains, it'll ruin everything. Tisun suddenly raised both hands high. Seorin watched bewildered. Young master. A purple light shone down, his face filled with solemnity. Spirit force radiated from Tisun's palms. That power shot up like a pillar of light into the sky. It pierced through even the thick layers of cloud. The dark gray-black clouds were scattered to pieces, revealing a patch of clear blue sky. The three of them watched and fell silent at the same time. The eccentric physician blurted, damn, is that even human? Seorin wondered. Hasn't he already transcended humanity? Tisun was pleased with the display, quite useful, he thought. He lowered his hands and the spirit force dimmed. Tisun ordered, tonight have the two apothecaries from the medicine hall brought to me. She blushed, but they're both men. Shin Yui reminded her, what are you thinking? It's all to improve physical condition. She stammered, improve physical condition at night, how does that even work? The eccentric physician asked, haven't you experienced it too? Well, it's a bit different from you, Sioran replied bashfully. Experienced what? I get it, so don't mention it again. He instructed, I'll come to the White Flower Courtesan house, make sure to call them, don't be late. She obeyed. Yes, I know, young master. They gossiped about what had just happened. How was it earlier? Don't bring it up, I thought I was going to die, it's getting more and more curious. Just how much stronger can the young master possibly be? Teason arrived at the White Flower Courtesan house. The White Flower Courtesan house owner bowed in greeting. As you've seen from this incident, recently fighters from the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance have been continuously pouring into Wuhan. You must have received reports that Unit 7's leader, who aided the medicine hall and sympathized with the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, Yo Chenggang, apparently came to secretly supervise Unit 7 under orders from the Heavenly Sword Corps commander. Teason predicted things had gone wrong and feared they'd keep causing trouble. She confirmed it, we're paying special attention to that side. However, a subordinate felt unknown was linked to all of this. According to intelligence gathered after sweeping unknown's organizations recently, word is they've begun directly targeting the Golden Wall Merchant Guild. Teason secretly rejoiced, finally they're taking action. The image of that man flashed in his mind, Hyokryun Bigwang. Don't stir things up yet, for now don't intervene, just observe. She worried, is that okay? Teason smiled slightly, utterly calm. You're waiting, someone who wants to die, why stop them after all? At the same time, in an alley in Wuhan, a man was knocked flying backward. He swore, you bastards, do you know who I am? Just some underworld scum daring to touch the Murim Alliance. Hyuk-san asked, Murim Alliance? Not long ago, some who claimed to be from the Black Alliance were putting on airs too. Do you know what happened to those guys? I bet by now they've turned into half Jiangxi already. The man realized they weren't ordinary street thugs of the underworld. Who the hell are you then? Hyuk-san felt a familiar vibe. Why do all these denial lines sound exactly the same? The sky gradually darkened. As this went on, fighters from the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance in Wuhan began disappearing one by one. Sahung was furious when he heard, how dare they search all of Wuhan, we must find the missing people. Jolmyun added, daring to touch the Black Alliance, they must be courting death. For the honor of our Black Alliance family, we must track them down. The atmosphere inside and around Wuhan grew increasingly chaotic and uneasy. This angered Byok Teason, who only wanted a quiet life at Golden Wall Manor. At that moment, Teason left the room. Someone asked, where are you off to at this late hour, young master? He turned and glanced at the person. Harin continued, I'll call Kyungwon and Suoyin, okay? Or, I can escort the young master tonight if you like. Teason agreed, that wouldn't be bad actually. He felt quite good. Within a short time his mind, energy, and body had stabilized. Push a bit more and he'd likely achieve something solid. Teason led the way, alright, follow me. Harin was delighted, really. But where are we going? Teason replied, an inn. She blushed, what an inn? Finally something exciting happens today. He urged as he walked ahead, are you coming or not? Harin hurried after him. Of course I'm coming. The two of them entered the inn. Sitting inside, she thought to herself, what kind of inn has no doors or screens anyway? The server slammed a wine jug down. He glanced at them, hope you two have a good time. Harin blushed, yes, young master, I'll go anywhere with you, but why choose this shabby inn with not a single guest? Teason asked, you don't like this inn? He placed his palm, which was emitting spirit force, on the table. If that's the case then. It began to glow brightly in Teason's hand. The waiter blinked and turned to look. What was that sound? Harin gaped in surprise and called, young master. You're making trouble, my fiancé is displeased with this guest. Tell the owner to come out for me. He panicked, this young master suddenly smashing things like this. Are you trying to pick a fight? From inside a man stepped out. Teason's expression was cold. This inn owner was Hyuk-san. He warned them that even if it was some noble brat, they shouldn't act so recklessly. Killing intent radiated from him. Enough talk, do you recognize me or not? He snorted coldly, how arrogant, reason won't work with them as expected. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. A crowd of people were running over. They all looked excited. Before long the area outside was packed with people. The waiter reported that everyone seemed to have gathered. The village chief. Hyuk-san warned, then repeat what you said earlier now. Harin was shocked over a single table. How many people are there? It must be expensive, right? You sneered, are you deaf? I ask you, do you know who I am? He answered, of course I do. Byok Teason and the young woman standing beside you must be the miss of the Yon Manor, right? She whispered, young master, these people look very angry. Maybe just pay for the table. Teason glanced and saw their fierce posture. There must be backing. Did you bring spirit herbs with you? Hyuk-san looked puzzled. Spirit herbs? You mean those half-animated corpses? I've heard you can absorb vital energy from half-animated corpses, so there's no reason we'd bring them here. He clicked his tongue. What a pity. Haran suddenly realized, I know them, they're from unknown, right? Teeson continued. So what have you prepared? It seems none of you here are true martial masters. Hyuk-san still wasn't afraid. No need for fancy martial arts. Seeing it for himself would be better. A poisonous bluish aura poured up from beneath the floor. He blurted out, it's energy-dissipating poison. Haran stammered, what's energy-dissipating poison? Teeson explained it's a toxin that instantly dissipates inner energy. So without inner energy, can she handle them on her own? She was confident, of course, just sweep them all away, right? I'm Haran of the Yon Manor. Even without inner energy, I won't let these shrimp defeat me. Hyuk-san thought a martial artist without inner energy was useless. Go up. Haran's expression turned serious. She sprang forward. One slash and a man dropped dead. The next ones were cut down in succession. Haran pressed on into the center of the crowd. They used a human wave tactic. Only 2 opponents overwhelmed them with numbers. Facing them, she showed no fear. Teeson stood to the side observing. Training so crazily, she really has improved a lot. One guy was about to attack you. What are you standing there looking at, you rascals? Teeson casually flicked his hand and sent them flying. Get out of here. On Haran's side, there was only a spray of fresh blood. Anyone who tried to rush in was slain beneath her razor-sharp blade. Hyuk-san saw he was losing ground. You bastards, all of you, swallow the pills now. Teeson wondered silently. Pills. A round medicinal pellet was produced, and everyone shoved it into their mouths at once. They immediately took effect. Their eyes flared bright, faces went wild, and power surged through them. Teeson knew the situation might get out of control. He warned, they've taken blood-boosting pills. If it gets too hard, retreat anytime. I'll step in to help her. Is Haran still stubbornly refusing to give up? What are you waiting for? Charge them all now. The whole interrupted with shouts and the clash of blades. When her body was stained with the enemy's blood, Hyuk-san had already been dealt with by her. He collapsed to his knees, blood soaking him. What kind of monster hides in that woman's body? Bodies lay everywhere around her. Teeson stepped forward. Opportunities to experience real combat without using internal energy are rare. Yet she did very well. She'd worked hard all this time. Haran suggested, did I really do that well? Then sleep with me tonight, she said. He teased, that seems to benefit me more than you. First, just follow me. When they stepped outside, she was curious. Yes, but what about those corpses? He cut in. We're going to the White Flower Courtesan house. Send people from the Hao faction to clean up. Haran was surprised. What? We're not going back to Golden Wall Manor but to the White Flower Courtesan house. Laughter rang out at the White Flower Courtesan house. Those inside were lost in drink and pleasure. The wine is unusually good today. Pour another glass. Haran, covered in blood, stepped in and asked, where is the owner of the White Flower Courtesan house? Those people saw her intimidating appearance and turned pale. A ghost. The young lady hurriedly shook the passed-out guest. Please wake up. Teeson spoke from beside her. I told you not to go in first. Now you realize maybe all that blood stuck to you made you faint, huh? The owner asked anxiously. Young master, is Haran hurt? He replied, it's someone else's blood. Take her to wash up. She ordered her servants. What are you standing there for? Hurry and attend to Haran. And mind your jokes, watch out for the blood stains. Teeson revealed, I passed through the back alley once the blood axe sex turf. The housemaster realized at once. No wonder, so you killed them all. He denied it. It wasn't me but Haran who killed them. A few might still be alive. Send people from the Hao faction there. She replied at once. Inside she was stunned. Haran had killed them all. Who would have thought such terrifying strength was hidden behind that beautiful face? He continued, these clearly belong to Unknown, but there's something different. Unknown seems divided into several sects. They must be connected to the Black Alliance and the missing people from the Murim Alliance. Investigate thoroughly. She replied, yes, sir, my subordinates understand. Young master, it's late, please stay the night here. Teeson agreed. All right, we have things to do together today, so after you bathe, bring Haran here. She pondered. Things to do together. Could those words possibly mean? Her gaze turned serious and bewitching. Haran took off her blood-stained clothes and hung them up. Beneath the calm hot bath water, she soaked and then resurfaced from the water. Haran's slender hand touched the edge of the tub. She felt listless. Using only external techniques had really tired her out. Haran's feet kicked in the water. She murmured that after so long, having private time with the young master was delightful. The White Flower Courtesan house owner entered to remind her that being satisfied so quickly wouldn't do. Tonight I'll make the young lady so irresistible that no man can refuse her. In this moment I stake all the pride of a White Flower Courtesan house owner, not as the Hao faction leader. Haran dove down and came up asking, why are you suddenly saying that? A group of maidservants set to work assisting her. Teeson entered from outside. By then she had finished bathing. young master. His gaze lingered on Harin. She gently lifted the hem of her thin dress. Now is when you'll receive your reward. Tisun took in the whole scene with his eyes. He then ordered, get on the bed. She obediently replied, yes, young master. Inwardly grateful, thank you, white flower courtesan house owner, this really worked. The door slammed shut. Harin's hand touched the pillar. Her body twisted gracefully. Harin thought to herself that this was something she'd hastily learned from the white flower courtesan house owner. Dance of temptation, first move. Her whole body flew straight toward the bed. Tisun stepped forward with interest. You prepared these strange moves with effort. He drew back the curtain and entered, so then. His empty hand settled right beside her. Tisun leaned down to face Harin. He softly asked, you're ready for what comes next, right? She blushed and closed her eyes. The next morning, a new day began. Harin woke up. What is this? Could it be? The morning light is shining in again. Tisun teased that she must have been so tired she fell asleep before anything could happen. Harin thought angrily that her hem was still intact. If this keeps up, it will be just like last time. How infuriating. It's no different from last time, so frustrating. His hand stroked Harin's head. He promised that if she felt so pent up, she should come to his quarters again and he'd receive her anytime. She was shy, wasn't she? Tisun turned and left, first returned to Golden Wall Manor. Harin replied, yes, young master. Come to think of it, did he stay by my side all night? Well, I suppose that's a bit better than last time. He said I can come back anytime, right? I must learn the remaining moves of the Dance of Temptation. No excuses. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the White Flower Courtesan house owner, she was busy with piles of records. Too much to do. A FTER Chinese letter ING, the information gathered from interrogating the prisoners captured yesterday. She now had to investigate their links to other incidents before it was too late. Outside the door stood Hwaeok and Tisun. Seeing him, she was surprised. Byok, young master, didn't you return together with Miss Yeon in an intimate mood? Not coming back together? Just in time, I was about to depart to file a report. He ordered her to sit. I came at Hwaeok's request. You look overloaded. She denied it. No, not at all. If we start the report right now. She suddenly fainted. Luckily, he caught her in time. Tisun asked. It seemed the report wasn't the main issue. Is that the bedchamber? She answered. Yes, it is, but... He carried her into the bedchamber. Then he ordered you temporarily take charge of this place. Hwaeok replied, yes, young master. She was overjoyed inside. Finally, the moment had come. Congratulations, faction leader. The White Flower Courtesan house owner waved slightly to signal her, and the door slammed shut. Tisun's hand reached toward the top of her head. Her spirit shone with blinding light. She thought to herself, twice in one day. Tisun smiled, not bad at all. A strong spiritual energy spread throughout the compound. He stepped outside looking imposing. The room door was pushed open. She emerged, exhausted and panting. This is unbelievable. I feel like I've been reborn. Hwaeok exclaimed, congratulations, faction leader. He thought to himself that it meant the women around the young master had all been. She basked in the radiant sunlight. The sun is truly bright today, Hwaeok reminded. Faction leader, shall we begin the meeting now? She was full of energy. Yes, let's start the meeting quickly. Outside, people were gossiping. Are you sure Byok Tisun isn't here? Yes, confirmed. But both of them look more dazzling than I expected. There must be lots of courtesans here. They barged in loudly. All right, let's go, time for some fun. As he was walking down the street, someone called after the young master. Tisun turned to look. A subordinate reported that someone was chasing and trying to kill them. The young master is currently at the White Flower Courtesan house. His gaze grew cold. Who is that person? The man swung his blade. Die, you beast. Tisun dealt with him swiftly. You're the one who should die. The man reported, thank you, young master, for saving my life. The enemies suddenly stormed into the White Flower Courtesan house. The two house masters are fighting desperately, but the enemy numbers are too many. Tisun began to get irritated. These pests are really bold. On the White Flower Courtesan house side, it was a scene of bloodshed. The guards shouted, the enemy is attacking, hold them back. The enemy commander ordered, this is just a brothel, they don't have many troops. Overwhelm them with numbers. The guards here vowed to protect this place with their lives. Under no circumstances let them reach where the house master is. Block them at all costs. The enemy ordered, kill all the men, capture the women alive, don't touch the courtesans unless you want the commander to have you executed. The women went into battle, yelling that these bastards are brazen. How dare they come here and cause trouble? One man said excitedly, these courtesans are even better looking than I thought. His companion warned, I told you not to. Do you want to be beaten until your bones rattle? He grabbed that girl's throat. I was joking, finish this quickly. They raised their swords toward the male guards. The sharp blades pierced through that man, and in no time the downstairs area was cleared out. From above, someone reported that all the men here had been wiped out. Below, most of the women have been captured and taken away. Now we just need to find the house master. One of them found a room this way. The house master's room is this way. Before they could celebrate, a sharp sword strike pierced through. It was Hwaeok and the house master who struck. Someone exclaimed, "The house master, we found the white flower courtesan house master." Both of them had no idea who those attackers really were. Two men below whispered that seeing them up close only made them hungrier. But the information's wrong. Who said her martial arts were that powerful? Hwaeok thought to himself, it's a trap. I can't believe they dared come in such numbers in broad daylight. Did they aim for when Byeok young master wasn't here? The leader ordered, "What are you waiting for? Capture those two women for me." They all charged at once. Faced with the overwhelming numbers, both of them showed obvious tension. Suddenly a sound rang out. Hwaeok wondered, what is that noise? A soul-augmenting, heaven-destroying light surged down onto the white flower courtesan house. The stream of fire incinerated those people. The two of them were safe. That force had destroyed part of the building. Hwaeok was stunned. What's happening? The housemaster added, I don't know either. But she looked up at the hole in the roof of the white flower courtesan house. From above someone was standing. Hwaeok exclaimed, "What is that beam of light, young master?" He said regretfully, "I intended to spare a few lives. Was it because I couldn't control the force? Looks like I was rather angry." His eyes glanced around. Then Tison vanished, leaving the two of them bewildered, sitting amid the rubble. Hwaeok curiously asked, "Where did he go this time?" The housemaster next to him replied, "Yes, indeed." At that moment, a group of people had assembled, led by the unknown's Hyokryun-so. The man coldly glanced ahead. Hyokryun-so was waiting for word. An hour had passed since he sent the blood axe sect ahead, right? By now, they should have finished clearing everything. The subordinate beside him replied, "There was a report of a suspicious light and a loud explosion just now. What do you make of it? If we wait a bit longer, Hyokryun-so thinks it's probably just them playing with some gunpowder. They wouldn't fall so easily. Also, I've often heard the women of the Hao faction are excellent, quite something to look forward to." The subordinate reminded him, "But I have a duty to report every situation to the illusion demon." The man grumbled, all right, if anyone hears, they'll think I'm up to something shady. "I'll keep a few of the most promising ones," he said. "Don't worry. What can you do when the boss is the embodiment of desire? Like master, like servant." He thought to himself that after all, today they wouldn't be taking only the Hao faction. Next would be the medicine hall, and after that they'd swallow up the Golden Wall merchants as well. There are countless women, losing a few won't be noticed. While he was fantasizing, he was suddenly stunned. The subordinate behind asked, "What's wrong?" Young Lord Hyokryun-so blurted out, "That man is the one who came to look for Tison opposite us. He suspected Byeok Tison. Strange, just now I sensed a dangerous, murderous intent. Is that subordinate really just some shrimp?" The men agreed they thought so too. The spiritual power emanating from Tison's palm. Was that all your parting words amounted to? Hyokryun-so froze. What? He thrust his palm toward them. A blast of force shot straight at the target. A dazzling light struck that man. Everyone was swept by that force. They were burned in the brutal flames. The roaring fire rose up, blotting out vision. When it was over, a long, wide crater had formed in the ground. Tison had better control now, somewhat improved from before. A choking sound came from Hyokryun-so. He looked utterly pitiful. Where did such power come from? A subordinate warned, "Young lord, you must retreat at once." Hyokryun-so replied, "Useless, you can see for yourself. I thought I had met the heavenly demon again." Tison stepped forward and asked, "You seem to know about the heavenly demon, don't you?" He sat up, "So, if you know, can you introduce me?" Tison continued, "It seems you've seen the heavenly demon strike before. Looks like we'll have to force a confession out of you." He was stunned. Force a confession, could it be? Hyokryun-so and his men exchanged glances. He said, "I won't let you have your way. I never expected this place to be where I bury my bones today. This one self-destructed. See you in the next life. Byeok Tison." Tison didn't expect him to be so cruel to himself. A violent explosion erupted, until everything was reduced to ashes. He watched everything silently. He thought to himself that there was a bit of true chi similar to Hyokryun Bigwang's, and the man also seemed to know about the heavenly demon and the soul-augmenting demonic art, yet chose self-destruction to keep the secret. Tison grew increasingly curious about their identities, and so the White Flower Courtesan house was temporarily closed. They set up a temporary residence for the Hao faction in a nearby hall. Among the ruins, only one courtyard remained standing. The housemaster turned pale with regret. "My White Flower Courtesan house," Tison asked calmly. "Regret it? You only realize its value after it's destroyed." Hwaeok thought to herself that it was the young master who had destroyed it. She burst into tears, of course still thanking him for saving her life. Everyone sitting in the room wore heavy expressions. Do-hyun thought inwardly that the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Were they overkill to come here? Taesin began, I deliberately spared those two, but they must have had too many secrets, so they self-destructed. Before I could even allow it. The house master and Hwaeok spoke up, saying the subordinates will quickly uncover their identities. We are also hunting for whoever was behind this raid. You replied, that must be done. Setting that aside, do you have something to tell me? Do-hyun stammered, yes, the thing is. Shin Ui cautioned, don't tremble like that, just say it straight. Are you afraid the young master will eat you? Taesin added, I don't eat people. He spread out the design. Sir, could you take a look at this? This is my conceptual blueprint for the White Flower Courtesan House, using the buildings to arrange formations. Hwaeok was surprised. Use the buildings to set up formations. The manor is already under construction. Can we change it now and still make it in time? Do-hyun replied, I've personally inspected it. It's entirely doable. As you can see, it's not just the new manor being built. I intend to buy back the White Flower Courtesan House, the Medicine Hall, and the destroyed street in Wuhan to lay out the formation as well. Once established, no enemy will be able to approach this area. This place will truly become an impregnable fortress. Shin Ui and the eccentric physician added, anyway, we should restore the street the young master destroyed, but it will cost an enormous sum. Do-hyun added, if it's money you worry about, there's still the huge amount of gold you handed me the other day. The structure drawings are completely finished, so you can deploy them anytime. The house master estimated that, combined with spoils seized from recent battles, it was entirely feasible. You agreed, fine, use everything while we're at it. Taking over the whole village wouldn't be bad either. I don't want to go mad over raids like this ever again. The aura radiating made everyone pale with fear. Terrifying, next time the whole city might vanish too. That night elsewhere people were talking, a failure. Is the Hao faction that formidable? Hyokryun, so even if that man had followed Hyokryun Bigwang, he wouldn't be so easy to defeat, would he? Hyokryun Jayan turned and asked, what do you think? The one he asked was Black Moon. She pressed her lips together, thinking for a moment. Black Moon reported, based on the Hao faction's strength as I know it, this absolutely couldn't happen. Hyokryun Jayan said, exactly, meaning someone else intervened in this battle. For now our side remains on careful watch, right? She confirmed, yes, currently in Wuhan the Murim Alliance, the Black Alliance, and the River Marshal Alliance are all cautious and pulling back, so it's hard to gauge each other's intentions. I have ordered my side not to interfere in anything. Hyokryun Jayan praised, well done, especially the Golden Wall merchants, under no circumstances are we to touch them. First, we need to find out what plot Hyokryun Bigwang is hiding. Honestly, the erratic temper of those old men gives me a headache. Those ancient fellows are like living monsters. Black Moon walked alongside him. Who could ever guess the old ancestor's mind? We just follow orders and do as we're told. Hyokryun Jayan emphasized. He specifically reminded them never to touch the Golden Wall merchants. First, we must uncover what scheme Hyokryun Bigwang is hiding. She replied, yes, first I will secretly reveal the whereabouts of the survivors to the Hao faction so they can deal with the remnants Hyokryun Bigwang and Hyokryun Hwi left in Wuhan. He continued, yes, we're indeed using others to kill without lifting a finger. That's why I said I should have come in person. Idiots, but this must absolutely not be exposed, understand? Black Moon quickly left, of course. Hyokryun Jayan muttered, beginning to feel bored and wanting to replace people already. But this one works very well. Should I take this opportunity to groom another competitor? Unaware of his scheming, Black Moon left to carry out the task. Someone guiding them shouted, this way. The group behind replied, thanks to the Hao faction, from now on the Murim Alliance will take the lead. They were stopped. Someone inside called out, what's this? Who are you? Orders were given, indeed, keep one alive, kill the rest. The next day, with the Hao faction as the core and acting on information from a mysterious organization, the Murim Alliance and the Black Alliance carried out a massacre. Joined by the River Marshal Alliance, the Namgung clan, and the Eagle clan, they wiped out the remaining anonymous remnants. The main doors of the hideouts were blasted open. Those dazzled inside rejoiced to find that the kidnapped people had been found alive. Night fell and the courtyard where Taesin was staying was lit up. You asked about their condition. Are the kidnapped people okay? Nothing serious. Hwaeok replied, yes, I personally brought the chief physicians from the medicine hall to check. Aside from a few external wounds, there's nothing to worry about. It's strange they survived falling into the hands of those lunatics. Is this really the unknown organization I once knew? Hwaeok replied, perhaps as you suspected, young master, maybe unknown itself has split into different groups internally. The house master added that this would also explain why they had no accurate information or precautions against you. If they had known, they wouldn't have used such a small force to confront you. Teeson guessed, you mean different factions, so these half-assed people are even squabbling among themselves. The two agreed, you're right, young master. The intel about this sweep was revealed by their rival faction. The house master continued, but they seem to have underestimated our Hao faction. I've traced the info back to learn how Unknown uses spies, and how they choose their operational bases. You meant that you can find their bases in other cities. Hwaeok confirmed, yes, we're currently in the process of pinpointing their locations. You praised good work first, quickly investigate this thoroughly. I will personally go find them. Hwaeok was surprised, yes, are you going alone, sir? Teeson replied, from now until then, if I find anyone useful, I'll take them along. They all thought the same thing, this is serious. If the young master says that, it means. Harin was training hard, this time. I absolutely must go with the young master. The sword aura she slashed out was stronger than before, her face showing determination. Seorin was training as well. She looked in surprise toward the opposite side, and Kyungwon was also diligently at it. Sword aura striking toward his opponent. He coldly stared at the person in front of him. Seoyin was pushed back. She let out a heavy breath. Everyone in the training yard gave it their all. The eccentric physician spoke up. Those guys insist on following the young master no matter what. Shin Yui added, that's why I say, they fight so hard they even unleash lethal moves, it's chaos. Limbs can be severed and reattached, yet they don't know gratitude. Because of you lot I had to stay up all night, got it? The old man exclaimed. Seorin, even you were there, you should be here treating with us. Truly, that's the temperament of people in the martial world. Soso was knocked away, even Seorin was defeated. And Harin's result was also as expected. Kyungwon single-handedly handled them all. He thought to himself that the one who lasted until the end today was this subordinate. Young master, I will learn from you to become stronger, and one day stand by your side. His voice trembled, young master, I will, I promise. A servant came in to announce, young master, the steward has come to see you. You ordered him in. The steward reported, young master, luckily you're here today. It's harder to meet you than the Murim Alliance leader. Nothing else, just that Master Byok has urgent matters to convey to you. Teeson was surprised, big brother. He replied, yes, Master Byok wants you to accompany him to this meeting with the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. You thought privately that the Golden Moon Merchant Guild was the one that once tried to seize the medicine hall. Surely they have ties to the unknown organization, right? Teeson asked for an explanation. The steward hesitated. The thing is. Anyway, you'll understand better if you go with him, so I'll report everything. On Tisu's side, while reading ledgers, you discovered the first problem, Master Byok. When Master Byok examined the Merchant Guild's trading situation, he recently noticed the Merchant Guild's profits had risen unusually. Clearly, this was not income from legitimate trades. They severed contracts with old partners overnight and replaced them with new, cheaper partners. More important than short-term profit is the trust between people. He sighed, this matter is certainly because of the madam. I gave her some authority because she showed interest in the Merchant Guild's affairs, but I didn't expect this to happen. I can no longer tolerate it. A subordinate reported, Master Byok, I've investigated it. Tisu interrupted, all right, what's the identity of the new partner? Teeson already knew the story, so it was the Golden Moon Merchant Guild after all. The steward replied, yes, the Golden Moon Merchant Guild is the #1 merchant guild in the land. Master Byok wants to personally find out why they approached our merchant guild. I thought it was dangerous and tried to dissuade him, but he said this. Don't worry, I'll go with my little brother. With Teeson accompanying me, nothing dangerous will happen, absolutely. Hearing that, Teeson felt a warm glow inside. The steward laughed, if you agree, I'll go with him right away. Teeson interrupted, but who goes with him is up to me to decide. Where are they located? He reported their headquarters are in Changsha, Hunan, about 1,000 li by river. Why do you ask? You're ordering too far away, tell them to come here in person. The steward's face went pale when he heard that. You replied casually, it's them who should be nervous, not us. The steward worried, yes, but the Golden Moon Merchant Guild isn't someone we can summon at will. Their scale is incomparable. Besides, they have the Upper Heaven Sect and Qingmu Sect, and even powerful affiliated groups like the Nine Dragon Sect. Teeson replied, oh, that sounds familiar. So you're scared? You have less guts than Kyungwon. He's already pretty cowardly. The steward stammered, what? No, that's not it. Seoyin, training with her sword, saw her opponent stop. Why stop? Kyungwon suddenly felt his ear itch. You inside called out, louder than the trembling steward. Go deliver the message to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild caravan. Hwayak obeyed. Yes, I'll deliver the message right away. The steward quickly objected. No, wait, sorry, but I've already sent a signal. If you do that, Master Byok will be put in an awkward position. Tison believed nothing bad would happen. Maybe they'd even like it. He was surprised. Like it? That's nonsense. The steward hurried off. Big trouble, must report to Master Byok and stop it. Tison was puzzled. You used to be brave, remember? Hwayak said, then I'll call the Hao faction leader to prepare to receive the Golden Moon Merchant Guild caravan. You interrupted. Fine, looking forward to it. Who knows what they really want. When returning to report, Tisu asked. Tison said that. The steward confirmed. Yes, shouldn't I have rushed to stop him? He reassured him, it's fine, the kid will handle himself. You go prepare the best hall in Golden Wall Manor as lodging. The steward hadn't expected his support. Master Byok felt curious, though the second young master has changed since before. The opponent is the notorious Golden Moon Merchant Guild. How can he remain so calm? Then again, thinking it through, that calmness and steadiness are Master Byok's true nature. He never gets riled under any circumstance. Tisu was delighted inwardly. The Golden Moon Merchant Guild is coming. Finally, our merchant guild will shine. My little brother is the heavenly demon, so what is there to fear? Said with a wink. If they want to come, let them. I'll show the world the strength of the Golden Wall merchants. A few days later, the merchant guild arrived. They stopped at the gate. Tison stood on the upper floor and looked down. Are those people from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild? Why are they all martial artists? Hwayak revealed that this time about 100 elite martial artists from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild had come. Among them was the Upper Heaven sect leader, Quan Huseung, and the Chungmu sect leader Ya Duxial, without the Nine Dragon sect, but most of their core fighting force seemed to be present. Tison didn't need to think long. Clearly they came with some purpose. First, keep a close watch. Hwayak reported, yes, I have eyes everywhere. Steward Mujin has come to report, saying he came by Master Byok's order. They all turned to look at him at once. Mujin stammered, the Golden Moon Merchant Guild has all arrived. When would you like me to convey a meeting request? You paid it no mind. Let them be, wait until they ask to meet. He was shocked. What, isn't that too rude? A large caravan like that came all this way. Tison had already anticipated it. Even if I wanted to meet now, they'd refuse. Don't worry, go on. Mujin left in a huff. I understand. Every time this happens, it feels like something inside me collapses. Tison chuckled inwardly, waiting to see what would unfold. He mused aloud, looks like tonight's going to be interesting. The Merchant Guild was still waiting outside. Duxial sneered, this so-called #1 Merchant Guild in Wuhan is truly mediocre compared to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. I don't see any masters worth worrying about. Looks like we can get started, huh? Huseung warned, all right, act tonight. That thing may be protected by formation mechanisms and is surely stored somewhere well hidden. He ordered, you've heard me, search every nook and cranny, find it tonight. The group of subordinates shouted in unison, young sect leader. Night fell, silver moonlight poured down, and noises echoed from within the houses. The Merchant Guild's people were searching. They reported back that it wasn't here. Elsewhere it was the same, this place wasn't it either. The third team reported that across the entire manor, there was nothing to be seen. They returned to report, we've searched thoroughly, but there's no formation mechanism anywhere. Huseung asked, have you checked the whole Golden Wall Manor? The subordinate hesitated. Actually, the Lord's study and the second young master's residence have many masters, so we dared not inspect them. Tisu sat safely inside his room. Guards watched outside. Duxial lifted his cup and drank, irritated. Where would a mediocre merchant guild like this hide any masters? Looks like I'll have to act myself, he fretted. What do you intend to do? He replied, what's more certain than asking directly? Duxial rushed over and flung the door wide open. He shouted, Master of Golden Wall Manor, where are you? I need to see you now, come out. Spiritual energy radiated from within. Mujin was horrified. It's the middle of the night, what's all this noise? Tisu inside remained calm. It seemed things had begun. Tison stood up, then I'll go see too. What do they really want? They stepped out the front door. Facing them were Huseung and Duxial. He thought in surprise, look, he hears the force in my shout and yet stays so calm. Normally others would be crushed by the pressure. When both sides sat down to talk, Tisu spoke. You're so eager to meet, surely you want something right. Ask them to say it then. Duxial replied, you're more straightforward than I expected. I'll be brief, we're looking for the Golden Wall. Those words stunned Tisu. He continued, isn't the name Golden Wall Merchant Guild derived from that very thing? Tison thought, these guys don't even know about me, the heavenly demon, yet they know about the Golden Wall. How's that possible? They demanded that we sell that Golden Wall to them for a generous price. They also offered you future cooperation with the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Tisu glanced at his younger brother beside him. He refused, sorry, that Golden Wall is no longer here. I heard it was gradually sold off whenever the merchant guild hit hard times. They were shocked. What sold? Impossible. There must have been people who helped stop that from happening. Their aggressive attitude made Tison frown in annoyance. Juxiao lunged. You bastard, you think I'll believe that nonsense? If you don't want to die, tell us where the golden wall is. Huseung anxiously intervened. Young sect leader, please stop. A wave of spiritual power covered both of them, protecting them. Juxiao froze, where the shards repelled without even touching. You asked directly. I have one question. Do you know who those helpers are? Juxiao haughtily said, so what if we know? What can you do about it? Tison challenged. I wonder how I should handle this.